Okay. We are now in Volume 3, Part 3, so aka Volume 10. The prologue. Fran's master Rosemind returned from the castle she did not feel comfortable there yet, since she had just risen from being a commoner to the Archduke's adopted daughter. But as she returned to her own chambers to enjoy some tea, the anxiousness in her expression instantly melted away. Fran, who had prepared the tea, took this to mean that she wanted to relax, and thus took a step back. So Fran, what do you think about me getting more attendants? Rosemind asked out of nowhere. Fran forced a slight smile as his mind raced to process the question. He needed to work out what had led Rosemind to ask this before giving an answer, otherwise his young master would surely charge in a ridiculous direction as she had done so many times in the past. Fran would never forget the time she had attempted to take on every single orphan as an attendant just to give them an excuse to leave the orphanage. Lady Rosemind, may I ask where this question is coming from? Fran replied. I was talking to Wilma, and she mentioned that I don't have as many attendants as I should for someone serving as a poor woman, an orphanage director, and the High Bishop. I had assumed that this was a normal number of attendants for a High Bishop, but now I realize that everyone's workload is just too much. Wilma was correct. Rosemind had 5 attendants, but as Nicola and Monica were often in the kitchen helping the chefs, they were not yet doing the proper work of an attendant. This meant that her 3 other attendants were currently handling almost all the work, which was simply unreasonable. But Fran knew Rosemind's finances better than anyone, and it had been at his suggestion that she had taken on both Nicola and Monica to replace Delia. He couldn't ask her to take on even more attendants on top of that. I spoke to Ferdinand about getting more attendants as well, Rosemind continued. Fran leaned forward a bit. Ferdinand, the high priest, was his former master, but since Fran was still carrying out his order to regularly report back on Rosemind, he couldn't help but feel that Ferdinand continued to be his master in part, sort of. Sorry. At certain times and places, he would even prioritize Ferdinand's orders and views over Rosemind's, especially in regard to matters concerning reading or her health. What did the high priest say? Fran asked. He said it was up to me to determine whether things are progressing smoothly. I can increase my number of attendants if they aren't, but otherwise I don't need to, Rosemond replied. But with all the money I'm making, my pay as the High Bishop, and the child support that Karstead and Sylvester are giving Ferdinand for taking care of me at my disposal, I think we should take on more attendants if we think we can manage it. It seems that we're so free of money problem right now that my decision here really is enough to make it happen. Do you agree that we should take on more? Now that Fran knew she had permission from Ferdinand, he could finally relax and think over the actual matter at hand. I would also advise increasing the number of workshop administrators, he said. Gil is largely running the workshop by himself at the moment, but he will often need to be absent from the temple as we establish new workshops like the one in Haas. With that in mind, I think we will need at least one Grey Priest to manage the workshop alongside him. Establishing new workshops would always involve the Gilberta Company, and in cases where they asked for workshop employees to be sent over, Gil would always be selected due to how much time he had spent with them. And since the workshop's location in the boys' building made it difficult for women to manage, Fran would need to do all of Gil's work until he returned. They really were in dire need of more male attendants. Okay, I shall ask Gil and Liz to select one of the Grey Priests from the workshop, Rosemond replied. After all, whoever takes this position will need to work well with them. She had taken Fran's advice without a second thought and was entrusting the selection of the new attendant to Gil and Lutz. That was unusual as well as far as Fran was concerned. When it came to selecting new attendants, she had always prioritized the opinion of her existing attendants over her own. Ferdinand, on the other hand, selected his attendants through brutal meritocracy. Whenever he selected a new person, he would take on 10 at once and immediately pile work on them. From there, he would send them back to the orphanage one by one the moment he determined they were not good enough. But with that decided, how will we select the new attendant for the orphanage, Rosemond asked. There will be no need. You entrusted the orphanage to Wilma so that she could continue living there, taking care of the young children who had been abandoned in the basement without Grey Shrinemen and caretakers. But to begin with, it is not normal for the orphanage to have any such administrator at all. If you have multiple attendants there working as administrators, the next orphanage director will surely encounter problems upon your retirement, Fran explained. Ferdinand had said that Rosemond would continue to be involved in temple business until she came of age. It was hard to imagine that the orphans would continue to receive such thorough care when this happened, since the next orphanage director would most likely be unwilling to take on several attendants just to manage them. It was true that Rosemond had brought much change to the orphanage, but nobody wanted to reach a point where her successor would be unable to do their job. Fran's explanation made Rosemond clap her hands together in realization. Now that he mentioned it, I took on Wilma as an attendant purely for my own reasons and put her in charge of the orphanage on my own. She had apparently forgotten all about the circumstances in which Wilma was hired, likely because she was doing such a good job managing the orphanage. What about my high bishop duties, then? Rosamond continued. I think we need more help than there than anywhere else. If you could take on someone who is already capable, much like the high priest attendants are, then that would be very much appreciated. But we have no need for an untrained attendant who must be educated. Monica is very intelligent and a hard worker, and we can worry about hiring new apprentice attendants once she's fully trained, Fran replied honestly. He appreciated that Rosamond was trying to decrease his workload, but his hands were already full enough training Monica and Nicola. Rosamond gave a small, disappointed smile, and here I was hoping to decrease your workload a little, Fran. And Fran was glad that his master cared enough to try. As he savored the joy flowing from his heart, he thought about the current state of the High Bishop's chambers, and why the training of the two new recruits was not going so well. He found an answer immediately. It was quite simply the fact that Monica and Nicola were spending so much time in the kitchen, which wasn't somewhere attendants were supposed to be. What Rosamond needed wasn't new attendants for her High Bishop's chambers, but new chefs instead. Lady Rosamond, could you hire new chefs? Fran asked. What used to be done by Hugo, Todd, and Ella is now only being done by Ella, which is a bit unreasonable. Furthermore, Monica and Nicola are cooking while you are absent, but that is not work attendants should be doing. It would be a considerable help if you were to hire chefs who could remain in the temple when you leave for the castle. Monica and Nicola had been taken on as attendants for helping Ella while Rosamond was stuck in the temple for the winter, so they had continued to work in the kitchen as a matter of habit. But if doing this was causing problems for their attendant work, then there was little point in taking them on as attendants at all. As Fran pointed that out, Rosamond cratered her head, realizing that cooking was indeed not the work of an attendant. She was doing her best to act as a noble would, but her emotions were so transparent at times that it was clear how vulnerable she still was. Fran could see Bridget suddenly move her head to the side so as to pretend not to see Rosamond clearly acting like a commoner. Damian noticed this as well, and since he knew that Rosamond was of commoner origin, he quickly spoke to Bridget to draw her attention away. Frank, I would ask Benno to send us new chefs again so that we may train them for the Italian restaurant as well. That should solve the problem. Rosamond said, her noble facade having returned by the time she raised her head. Fran had expected that she would recover quickly, and it was because she was already so aware of her faults that he did not boorishly inform her of the mistake. That will give us some more chefs, but Nicola really enjoys working in the kitchen, doesn't she? Rosamond asked. I have a feeling that's where she'll be the most happy, so rather than having her quit, I believe it will be better if we allow her to keep helping in the kitchen and simply train another attendant in her place. No other noble in Ehrenfest would allow their apprentice attendant to help in the kitchen, no matter how much they enjoyed it. But the glimmer in Rosamond's golden eyes made it clear that she had already come to a conclusion, and ultimately it was down to her to decide what work to give her attendants. I shall entrust that decision to you, Lady Rosamond. In that case, I shall be going to the workshop. I would like to ask Lutz and Gil to select the new attendant. And so Fran sent Monica to the workshop to inform them of their visit before taking Rosamond there alongside her guard knight Daniel. It was getting colder as the autumn came to a close, but due to all the people, the workshop was much warmer than the temple halls. Everyone was working on finishing the year's last batch of paper, to the point that their hands were turning red. Lady Rosamond, Gil and Lutz said, rushing over upon seeing her. Rosamond promptly began explaining the need to hire another attendant to manage the workshop. Fran couldn't help but smile. He could tell that she was choosing her words carefully to ensure that Gil did not feel his position was being threatened. His master remained the same at heart, even after being adopted by the Archduke. Gil, I intend to make more workshops in the future, as we are doing in Haas. Each time I do, you will need to leave the temple, will you not? I would like the two of you to recommend to me a great priest who you would feel comfortable entrusting with the workshop. They will need to be capable of doing business with the Gilberta Company, so it should ideally be someone you're on good terms with. Does anyone come to mind? The two boys looked around the workshop and thought, before each coming to their own conclusion and suggesting names. Fritz or Bart should work, Lutz suggested. Nolt or Fritz can handle it, if I may make a suggestion, Gil said. They had both listed Fritz, so Fran thought back to what he knew about him. He was a great priest who had previously served as an attendant to the blue priest Shikikoza, before he climbed the towering staircase. Oh my god! Before his return to noble society, Shikikoza had been an especially self-centered master, and for that reason, Fran had once mused that Fritz must have had a supremely patient personality. Oh, definitely. You'd have to be able to be dealing with someone like that. Fritz's experience as a former attendant also meant that he knew proper manners, so he would be able to work in both the workshop and the High Bishop's chambers. Lady Rosamond, I believe it will be wise to take Fritz as an attendant, Fran said. And so she decided to take Fritz on as an attendant so that he may help manage the workshop once his chambers had been prepared, While Nicola shall continue to assist the chefs, Fran said, reporting back to Ferdinand in his high priest chambers, as he always did. Lady Rosemine will also be speaking to the Gilberta Company about the possibility of us receiving new chefs to be trained. Fran noticed Ferdinand's eyebrow twitch upon hearing that Rosemine wished to continue letting Nicola work in the kitchen. But Fran continued regardless. He had been trained to prioritize finishing his reports over everything else. I find it disagreeable that she would make an apprentice attendant do such lowly work. She is not planning to purchase her as a chef and move her to the servants' quarters, is she? I believe she intends to allow Nicola to continue doing chef work while being accommodated as an attendant. I do not believe there will be any issue with this. However, just as Sister Christine had her attendants focus on artistic work such as music, performance, and composition, it is plausible, albeit much rarer, for an attendant to do chef work for amusement, Fran said in her defense. Ferdinand raised an eyebrow in surprise. It seems that Rosemine has poisoned your mind a great deal, he said in a sincerely worried tone. Fran looked down at his hands. It wasn't something that he was very aware of, but he was no doubt being influenced by Rosemine in more ways than one. He couldn't remain unchanged from the days where he had served Ferdinand. Regardless, from what I can tell, the burden on you has been quite significant for some time now, Ferdinand continued. If you need the assistance, I can transfer one of my attendants to you. I very much appreciate the offer, High Priest, but that would ultimately just increase your own burden, Fran responded, declining the kind gesture. Ferdinand shook his head. I have more leeway than usual now that I have less work to do in the castle. In fact, I now have enough time to train new attendants alongside Camphor and Freetic. So you will do well to instruct Rosemine to request one of mine. This extra leeway was entirely thanks to Rosemine, so Fran found it very heartwarming that Ferdinand had chosen to use it for her sake. And as Fran continued to happily muse over this, Ferdinand's brow wrinkled in a slight smile. Both you and Rosemine worry only about others, Fran. Does a servant take after the master, I wonder? Probably. Lady Rosemine once said the same thing to me before, Fran said, remembering the time that she had called him a serious and stubborn hard worker just like Ferdinand. Hearing that made Ferdinand visibly grimace. Back when Fran had served him, and such clear shows of emotion had been exceedingly rare for him. It seems that I am not the only one having my mind poisoned by Lady Rosemine. Oh, definitely. Yeah, she's influencing them both. Ingo and improving the printing press. Lady Rosemine, Les has brought a letter from the Gilberta Company, Gil said, holding out a letter once he had finished today's bed report. I took the letter feeling a bit confused. It wasn't often that I received a proper letter from them. I would usually just ask Gil or Les to tell Benno to call me over whenever he had the time, or alternatively, they would approach me to say that Benno wanted to see me. As such, we almost always handled things through direct communication. Did something happen, I wondered, as I opened the letter? A quick scan revealed that it was an official request for a meeting from the Gilberta Company, and that they wanted to bring Ingo to my hidden room to discuss improving the printing press. This isn't good. I wondered what I should do. The fewer people who knew who I was, the better. While I was aware that Benno would only send this letter if he deemed it absolutely necessary for us to meet in person, I didn't know Ingo very well at all, nor did I feel comfortable bringing him into my hidden room to talk. I mumbled to myself, then hurriedly placed a hand over my mouth. Putting on a smile in an attempt to recover from my blunder, I looked up at Gil, who was waiting my response. Gil, tell Les that I would like to discuss this matter in more detail before replying to the letter. As you wish, he replied. I spoke to Les in my hidden room the next day. He had come over as soon as Gil delivered my request. So Les, why does Ingo want to speak to me? Weren't we going to have him improve the printing press with help of the Grey Priest? I asked. They must have encountered some kind of problem while attempting to discuss it on their own. Ingo came to the workshop when we talked about improving it, but let's begin. The printing press process in the workshop was currently as simple as they could possibly be. The letter types were lined up within the form, which was locked into place in a box-like structure. The form was then slattered with ink and paper was set on top, at which point one would place the box between the printing plate and press down. We have made these by slightly modifying normal presses, but they still weren't much different from the ones used to juice fruit and the like. There was a generic stand next to each printing press where the ink and paper was placed. Under ideal circumstances, the stand for the form and paper would be pushed and pulled to slide into place beneath the printing press. But we had to do all that by hand, which made it a fairly poor printing press, all things considered. As a result, we had decided to have the Great Priests think of potential improvements as they got used to working with them. During their discussion, Lutz had apparently suggested that Ingo make the printing press closer to the complete design I had mentioned before. Ingo had listened with a confident grin at first, but by the end of Lutz's long explanation, he was angrily demanding to speak to whoever could provide more details. He was real mad, yelling about how he didn't want to have to go through loads of unnecessary trial and error if someone already knew what the finished product was supposed to look like. That didn't bother me, but the Grey Priests weren't used to how rough a craftsman can be, so they all got too scared to talk anymore. It was all a big mess. But honestly, I see where Ingo was coming from, Lutz said with a defeated shrug. I personally didn't think that trial and error would have been a waste, since they might have been able to make a printing press better than the one I was familiar with. But it was harder to argue when the craftsman himself wanted more details. Believe me, I told Ingo that you couldn't go outside like you used to, and that it wouldn't be easy to get him in a room with you for our conversation. But he told me that there was no reason that you wouldn't be able to talk to a person from the lower city if you really wanted to, since you used to walk all around as a weird rich girl. In other words, you're already talking to me about it, so there wasn't really anything I could say back. Ingo had apparently been quite insistent that if I could talk to Lutz about the printing press, despite him being a commoner, that I could obviously talk to him, the actual craftsman, as well. Ingo knew me back from when I had traveled with Benno and Lutz to his workshop to make orders, and in his mind I was a rich person, capable of talking to lower city craftsmen without any issues, whether I was a noble or not. Still, it was rare for someone so familiar with the danger that nobles posed to not back down after thinking that. I would have thought that a normal craftsman wouldn't prod a noble so deeply. Is this really okay? They normally wouldn't, but he's gotta finish every job you give him to as good a standard as possible. He's pretty desperate about this, since it'll play such a big part in his future, Let's said. Ingo had started his own carpentry workshop at a very young age after getting his Baruch certification, and was just a little older than Benno at 33. There were some foremen who ended up in charge of a workshop due to inheritance or marriage, but most who started their own were 40 or older. Ingo, being in his early 30s, put him far below the average, which meant he wasn't treated with much respect in the Carpenter Guild. No major jobs were ever sent his way. That was why he was desperate to earn the Guild's approval here. I was becoming increasingly famous as the High Bishop, capable of giving real blessings, so exclusively giving him my business would completely change his standing within the Guild. Wait, aren't I already exclusively giving him my business, I asked? I had assumed this was already the case, since I had given him all my orders for winter handiwork, wood, and the printing presses. At this point, I was already considering him as one of my Gutenbergs. Let's cross his arms. It's a tough call. When it came to Haas's monastery, you placed your order directly with the Carpentry Guild through Master Benno and the Guildmaster, remember? We didn't have much of a choice, since finishing things quickly was our highest priority, but normally you should have spoken to Ingo first and had him delegate the work to other workshops. I had ordered the carpentry work for Haas's monastery under the High Bishop's name. Benno and Gustav had gotten to the Carpentry Guild to discuss the matter, both acting as my representatives, and since they hadn't even had time to iron out who was giving who exclusive business, they just allowed the guild to organize everything themselves. Ingo, however, hadn't been among my representatives. It was supposed to be his job to organize the work as the foreman I exclusively gave my business to, but as he hadn't heard about the task until the guild mentioned it to him, they had started to question whether he really was the only workshop I gave business to. We had been able to finish the monastery in time thanks to giving our order directly to the Carpentry Guild, but as a result, Ingo's status was being called into question. They think you've hired him for work in the past, but either didn't like the results or just plan on using other workshops as well, Les explained. That was the kind of interpretation that could mean life or death for a craftsman, so it wasn't strange to think he'd risk some personal danger to secure my exclusive business. And since this was a problem that had occurred due to me prioritizing speed and efficiency over everything else, it was my responsibility to restore Ingo's now damaged reputation. Okay, I'll speak to him here, I replied. They won't like me meeting with an associate from my mine days who doesn't know the circumstances behind me becoming Rose Mine, but I would like to talk to him personally about this matter if possible. It would certainly be ideal to hear how Ingo intended to improve the printing press from the man himself. Plus, since he was willing to take on the risk of dealing with nobles, I thought it only fair that I repair his bravery. I sent a response to the Gilberta Company's request for a meeting, and on the scheduled day, Benno and Lutz came to my orphanage director's chambers with Ingo. He had cleaned himself up from head to toe in preparation for meeting a noble, so the person before me was nothing like the sweaty man with the scraggly beard that I had remembered. I hadn't seen his hair back at the workshop since there had been a towel wrapped around his head like a bandana, but now I could see that his hair was ochre and his eyes bright blue. Coupled with the nice outfit that had replaced his usual dirty work clothes, he was like a completely different person from the guy in the workshop. Benno gave his long, noble greetings, and I replied in turn. Meanwhile, Ingo kept kneeling in silence. He had never done business with a noble before, and thus had no idea what to say, as would be the case for most craftsmen. Now then, shall we move things to the back room, I asked. As you wish, Benno replied, giving Ingo a slap on the shoulder once the door had closed behind us. All right, Ingo, you can talk in here. Lady Rosemine will turn a blind eye to whatever's said in this room, so you don't have to be perfect with your language. But take care not to be too rough or in her face. That's good to hear. I had no friggin' idea what to say back there, Ingo admitted with a sigh, but then he turned to look at me, a serious glint in his bright blue eyes. They were strong eyes, filled with the resolve to stand strong despite his fear and distrust of nobles. Now, girlie, hi, Bishop, there's one thing I want to ask. It's something really important. Is my workshop the only carpentry workshop you plan to do business with? I would like to think so. When it came time to work in Haas, we were so pressed for time that we went directly to the Carpentry Guild, which has regrettably made life difficult for you. But in general, the work you provide is more than satisfactory. All right then, Ingo said, the tension visibly draining from his shoulders as he let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had really been driven into a corner by this whole situation, and I couldn't help but feel responsible. But before I could say anything else to him, Ingo spun his shoulder once and looked at me head-on, giving the hard look of a craftsman brokering a deal. In that case, I'm going to ask you to tell me everything you know about how to improve the printing press. I want to make the best thing possible here. His eyes made his request clear. He wasn't going to settle for anything less than the best, and if I knew how to make that happen, then I should just tell him. But my knowledge from my Arano days told me that even the initial printing press that Gutenberg had made from a great press was improved slowly over time until it was eventually a large metal contraption. The printing press in our workshop was made entirely of wood, and it was very likely that we wouldn't be able to keep up with Gutenberg's advancements unless that changed. How much could we improve the printing press really? I just tried to remember what the printing press in the Plantin Moretus Museum looked like. It came from the oldest printing workshop that had ever existed, so I wanted to improve our printing press up to that point at the very least. But I didn't know enough to draw up a detailed blueprint. At the moment, we put paper on the box with the form inside, then place it directly beneath the printing plate, correct? Well, it could be a lot easier to use if we could attach a stand like this to it, which we could just push and pull. The printing press that I know has a handle on the side that you could turn to slide it in and out, I explained, drawing a simple design on a sheet of paper and gesturing in the air. But all Ingo did was frown hard. It was hard to visualize something you knew so little about, and that only got worse when you had to make it. We're using a screw-based design like most presses right now, but printing will be a lot easier if we can utilize the principle of leverage, I continued. It's just that I don't fully understand how leverage is utilized or how to make a design with it. It'll be easier if we utilize what now? I wrote out an explanation in my diptych describing the points of effort, load, and so on, but Ingo just shook his head in confusion. It seemed that we were still having trouble making fundamental improvements to the design. I can manage this pushing stand thing, but wood's real heavy. We need to use metal so that we can get it sliding smoothly, right? Ingo asked. Correct. Using metal for parts of the printing press will increase both its speed and stability. Shall I discuss this matter with my smithy? If we wanted to use metal for its strength and ease of use, then our best option would be to bring Johann and Zach into this. Plus, Zach had designed a ton of rollers back when we were making the wax stencils. There was a chance that he would be able to make designs for the press based on just my explanation too. Alright, now I know you've got a much, much better printing press than that head of yours. It's just so complicated that nobody else gets what you're saying. I think I'm going to have to speak with those smiths of yours. They're craftsmen who have done work with you before, yeah? Yes, they both came of age recently, and they have completed many jobs for me in the past. I consider them proud members of the Gutenbergs, each essential to the spread of the printing industry, I said in a proud tone. Ingo's eyes immediately sparkled with interest. The gathering of the Gutenbergs, oh god. Really? Are you still doing that with the stupid Gutenberg title? Only person who really wanted it was Zach. Everybody else hated it. Actually, no, I take that back. The only people who wanted it were Zach and Heidi. Everybody else was embarrassed by it. The gathering of the Gutenbergs. Having decided to include metal in the printing press to help with Ingo's improvements, I asked Benno to bring Johann and Zach with him next time. Are you sure about this, Ingo? Benno asked in disbelief, despite the fact that calling over Johann and Zach was nothing unusual for me. It was apparently exceedingly unusual for a smithy to be involved in the design process of a job given to a carpentry workshop. Under normal circumstances, since it was the carpentry workshop doing the job, they would design the product themselves and only contact the smithy to order the required parts. The problem is, I only deal with wood, so I don't know how the metal should be used here. The best thing to do would be to get an expert involved from the start, so that all that matters is making a product that satisfies our customer, the High Bishop. Ingo replied firmly, announcing that he was willing to collaborate with a craftsman from another field, something which was nigh unprecedented. I mean, it shouldn't be, considering that many items in that world probably could be made better or be created entirely by craftsmen working together from different fields. Is it not normal for people from different fields to share their opinions, I asked? We order nails and hinges from smiths when making furniture and doors, but we never talk to people from other fields when making the design. In fact, we don't even talk to other workshops. If we did, There'd be conflict over who was actually given the job and who should earn the money from it, Ingo explained. I can imagine that the whole exclusive business stuff had been established for similar reasons. Guess I can't expect a noble like you to know too much about craftsmen, though, huh? He continued, giving a shrug and shaking his head. I can see Benno and Let's glaring at me from behind him as if to say, but she should know by now. Sorry, Ingo, I wasn't even raised a noble and I still don't know. My dad was a soldier, and my mom and sister were employed by workshops. They weren't involved with the giving and taking of jobs. Though maybe it was possible that I was just so obsessed with making books that I hadn't bothered to learn anything about how the world actually worked. In that case, I will try to think of as many possible improvements as I can, I said. Yeah, thanks. Once Ingo was gone, I tried to remember as much as I could about printing presses, writing down every improvement that came into mind. It was all notes and doodles since I couldn't form an actual schematic, but I hoped that it would at least help them to come up with some ideas. Ingo returned to my chambers a few days later, this time joined by Johann and Zach, who were looking all over the place. Johann just looked scared of what might happen to him, but Zach was curious and obviously looking for anything neat that might be lying about. And so I have summoned you both because I would like to use metal to improve the printing presses. Your assistance will be needed, I explained. Johann nodded at once, but Zach furrowed his brow. I understand the circumstances, but this is a job you give it to a carpentry workshop, he said. It's not a job for my workshop, so what's in it for me? I mean, I do intend to pay you, I responded, but Zach shook his head. Money isn't the only problem here. Helping other workshops won't raise our standing in the smithing guild. That's why Johann's reputation is so poor. All he does is help other people with their work without getting many jobs for himself. Those he helps and their workshops get a reputation boost for a job well done, but Johann's own reputation doesn't improve at all. I don't want to end up in that situation too, Zach explained, thus teaching me why Johann's reputation was so poor, despite the quality of his work. You say that it won't help your reputation, but is that really true? It should benefit both your and Johann's reputation if the metal parts are ordered through your smithing workshops. Or at least that's what Ingo has told me. The order for the printing press had been given to Ingo's workshop, and the orders for the metal parts will be given to Zach and Johann's workshops. It wouldn't be that much different from a normal job, but maybe I was wrong about that. I mean, yeah, as long as you're paying for each of the parts that you're paying for, you're still getting the job done with both of the workshops, and they're still getting money. I glanced at Ingo, but he nodded to reassure me that I was in fact right. But Johann's way better at me at precision work, Zach murmured, giving the roller that had been used for the wax paper as an example. The machine that Johann had made was definitely a lot easier to use, and I knew that Zach had been beyond frustrated that he could not create the machine that he himself had designed. It was frustration born from an understanding of just how superior Johann's smithing ability was. The orders for the parts are all going to go to Johann. It's not going to help my reputation at all, Zach concluded, lowering his gray eyes at the thought that all the work would be stolen away. Zach had shown his designs to Johann in the past, thinking that he would never be able to make them, but now that he knew this was not the case, he was extremely on guard. But that was a problem for me. By having them on guard around each other and refusing to work together, it will be harder to create new inventions. And I was relying on Zach's creativity to turn my vague explanations and wishes into concrete form. Excuse me. Johann may be superior when it comes to making parts, but you are overwhelmingly better at coming up with ideas and designing schematics, Zach. I am relying on your creativity to improve the printing press. Will your reputation improve if I buy the schematics through your smithy? Zach's eyes widened in surprise. Buy the schematics? The heck are you thinking? They're not a product, he said, so surprised that he stopped using polite language entirely. I myself was hit by a wave of culture shock. Buying designs and schematics apparently wasn't normal here. You would be thinking of the schematics, will you not? I want to create the product, so it only makes sense that the schematic would have value. I would thus like to buy your schematics. Surely that would help your reputation, no? So in other words, you want to order a schematic from me and then buy it. Lady Rosemont, you sure say some ridiculous things sometimes. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, that's done more in Japan. That's done a lot in our world, but I guess not in their world. Zach replied, blinking in surprise a few times before dismissively waving his hands. I really didn't understand what was so strange about it. Johann, seeing me cock my head, clapped a hand on Zach's shoulder with all the confidence of someone who had experienced this exact thing many times before. Zach, it's not just sometimes that Lady Rosemont says ridiculous things, it's all the time. His voice then dropped to a murmur. Better this than her launching into a prayer out of nowhere. I pursed my lips in response, but Zach's gray eyes gleamed as he watched us. Schematics are made during discussions with the customers, and the schematics are never sold since they are only used during the production stage, he said. If a customer wants something you've made in the past, they'll be introduced to your workshop by whoever you made it for. So you don't sell the schematics to other workshops either. I never thought about selling schematics before, but you order one and buy it, and that will definitely help my reputation. And so we agreed that I would buy the schematics from Zach through Benno, which secured his assistance in improving the printing press. What do you want me to improve then? Zach asked once we had gotten all that in order. Our current printing press model is made entirely of wood. Well, we were hoping to start using metal parts for their strength and ease of use, I said, spreading out my notes covered in writing and drawings of everything I could remember. First, I would like a movable stand like this for the press. I would want to be able to put the form on it and then place the paper here. I would then lock this board after folding it and move it under the printing press like this. I pointed at various illustrations and gestured with my hands as I explained. Zach was mumbling something as he listened while Johann was watching with a serious look on his face. At the bare minimum, I would like to incorporate metal so that it slides smoother. Well, I can do that, Johann said with a relieved look, but Zach's gray eyes were gleaming with determination. The bare minimum? What's the best case scenario then? We would ideally be able to move the stand by turning a handle in a circle, but is that too hard to picture, I asked, trying to aid my description by turning an invisible handle in the air. Zach crossed his arms and fell into thought. Moving the stand with a handle? There should be a way to move the stand in the same way that you would turn a spool of thread. Is that comparison at all helpful? A spool of thread, huh? Everything's coming together, he said, which implied that he had thought up an idea of some kind. I would expect nothing less from the creative genius that was Zach. He truly was worthy of his Gutenberg title. As I waited for Zach to finish putting his thoughts together, Ingo looked at me with his bright blue eyes. Is there anything else, High Bishop? Putting aside whether they're actually feasible, if you have any more ideas for improving the printing press, or anything else that you'd want me to make for that matter, just let me hear them. But despite his enthusiasm, it was hard for me to imagine that he would understand any of my explanations. You really don't mind me saying anything that comes to mind? I can't imagine everything I suggest will be possible to make, I replied. It's not about whether it's possible or not. A single word of yours might make me realize that there's something we can do, like what just happened with Zach. There could always be something else I can do, so just say anything that comes to mind, Ingo said. Zach gave a firm nod of agreement, before looking at me with eyes full of anticipation. If that was their attitude, then I decided that I might as well be unreasonable and suggest improvements that may have actually been impossible to make. Very well, in that case, please consider using springs as well. Using what? They're these little metal coils that I'm sure smiths use. They look like this, I said, drawing one and explaining how it was used. At that point, Johann clapped his hands together. Oh, right, springs. How would they be used in the printing press, though? I have no idea. What? Johann explained, looking at me with shock. What did he want me to say? I had read books about the history of the printing press and how it had been improved over time, but it wasn't like they contained detailed blueprints. And even if they had, I wouldn't have remembered the precise details after such a long time. All I know is that they help with moving the printing plate up and down to apply pressure. How they are used in the future printing press, or whether they will even be used at all, are decisions that I entrust to the both of you. The springs will be convenient if implemented properly, but they don't absolutely have to be included. All I could do was list things that I remember from history, and I had no doubts that there were all sorts of minor improvements I didn't know about. But if they could take my advice and actually figure out how to implement it into the printing press, then we would be able to leap 1 or maybe 200 years ahead in printing history. But I just thought it would be nice if we could. It wasn't essential by any means. Oh, also, there's one more thing, I began. There's still more? Zach exclaimed, his eyes up wide open. I didn't know why he and Ingo looked so shocked when they had specifically told me to say everything that came to mind. This will require changing the printing press on a fundamental level, so it doesn't need to happen immediately. Right now, the press is dependent on screws, since it's based on the juice squeezer. But a future printing press would ideally just use the principle of leverage. Right, that thing you mentioned before, Ingo said, his brow furrowed as he remembered not having understood this last time I mentioned it. I once again explained how leverage worked, just as I had previously done with Ingo. When I explained that it was probably being used for things like construction, and provided a few examples, everyone finally nodded in understanding. I get what you're talking about, but I have no idea how it could be useful in a printing press, Johann admitted with a shrug, but Zach shook his head with gleaming eyes. The hell are you saying? This is brilliant. You can move huge things with only a small amount of force. Moving the plate requires the most energy for the printing press we have now, right? If we can get them to move using less force, operating the press will be way easier. And the same design could be used for a lot more than just printing presses, right? Zach raved enthusiastically. Your creativity is as impressive as I expected, Zach. As you say, we can use both leverage and springs in other inventions as well. I would personally like for beds to be made using springs, but the printing press comes first. The printing press always comes first. Books were more important than a comfortable mattress to sleep on. They could use leverage and springs to make other things once the printing press was done, but they could do that without me. In any case, I'll try drawing up some schematics. You will buy them, right? Zach asked, looking a bit uncertain. Of course, I shall send an order to your workshop for printing press schematics, and then I will buy all of the ones I like, I reassured him. Zach's expression quickly became one that made it clear that he was deep in thought. It seemed his mind was already overflowing with ideas. Seeing that, Ingo let out a heavy sigh. Whew, you young'uns sure are impressive. I didn't understand a word of what the High Bishop was saying. Johann and Ingo, you can leave all the creative designing work to Zach. All you need to do is pick the most feasible printing press from his designs and actually make it. It's all about leaving the right job to the right person, I said proudly, puffing out my chest. Johann let out a sigh and shook his head. Is there even a need to improve the printing press right now when you're only making picture books anyway? If we don't finish the printing press now, it'll be a problem for us later, won't it? What are you even saying, Johann? A proper Gutenberg should never say something like that. Johann responded by giving me a look that screamed, I don't want to be a Gutenberg! But I simply ignored it. He was a Gutenberg, and that was that. Ingo and Johann, I have another request for the two while Zach is busy making the schematics, I said. I held out some blueprints. I went ahead and ordered typecases and a typesetting stand from Ingo, as well as composing sticks and some interline spacers. Typecases and a typesetting stand, and what's a composing stick? A typecase is a box for putting metal letter types into, designed to account for the quantity of each type and the frequency with which it's used, I explained. The typesetting stand is what the types are set into, named as such because this process is called typesetting. You fit the letter types case here, put the manuscript on here, and then typeset them like so. Ingo nodded, but what about the stick and the interline spacers? They're a lot smaller than the case and stands. The composite stick is a long, thin box used to line up the letter types. You made one for me before, remember? I do, but I had no idea what it was being used for. The composing stick was open on one side, so it technically wasn't a complete box. It was about 5 or 6 centimeters wide, and as long as the short side of an A4 sheet of paper, making it easily holdable in one hand, and it was used to assemble the letter types into words and lines. These types would be lined up on the stick on top of the typesetting stand. If you put the letter types into the composing stick, then what's the interline spacer for? It's a thin board that you put into the composing stick first. It marks the length of a line and keeps the spaces between each line consistent, I explained. It was a bit shorter in height than the letter type so as to not interfere with printing. Its length was used to govern the length of a line, and its width was used to determine the space between each line. It was important to have multiple copies of the same interline spacers since they were always placed between consecutive lines. Ingo, since your workshop was capable of making numerous boards of the same size for winter handiwork, you should be able to make interline spacers as well, right? It's surprisingly hard to keep everything the same size. It's good practice for the apprentices, but... Ingo trailed off and simply accepted the job, but Johann was looking at the design documents with his reddish-brown eyes narrowed. I had ordered some white spaces and setting rules from him, but I didn't think either would be too hard to make. Johann, is there something you don't understand? Lady Rosewine, what's a setting rule? It seems to be a really thin piece of metal. That is correct. Once you put the interline spacers into the composing stick, you tightly press the setting rules against them. It'll help the letter types to move more smoothly, I explained. In order to accomplish this, each setting rule had to be a thin, flat piece of metal. My hopes were fully placed in Johann's talents. Also, haven't I already made a lot of these blank letter types? You have made spaces, but you haven't made quads or justifiers yet, have you? Plus, we'll need furniture at some point if we're going to make a book that only contains words. Spaces were for creating a thin gap between words. These spaces weren't full width themselves, and quads were used at the end of lines when you needed 2 letters or more worth of space. We had just been using a bunch of spaces in a row thus far, but since quads came in all sorts of varying length, it would be much more efficient to use them for long spaces. And then there were justifiers, which were used to make several consecutive rows of blank space. You could line a few up together if you wanted space for a small illustration, or even fill the entire box with them if you wanted a completely blank page. They were hollow on the inside to make them lighter. Furniture was a typesetting term that didn't refer to house furniture as one might assume at first glance. Rather, they were blank spaces even larger than the justifiers used for when you wanted multiple blank pages, such as for a big illustration or a 2-page spread. They would also be important for making top and bottom margins. We haven't needed them before now, since picture books only have a fraction of the pages of normal books, but they'll be necessary once we move on to adult books that are packed with text. And since we'll need a lot, it's better that we start preparing them now rather than later. The deadline is quite far away, but building the printing press will start midway through it. So the sooner you can finish them, the better. You sure like to plan ahead, Johann said, scratching his head and clutching the schematics close to his chest. I mean, it's best to plan ahead when you're doing something this gigantic. About 10 days later, Benno sent another letter. Zach had finished his schematics. I sent back a positive reply, and they once again arrived on the scheduled day, with Zach holding 7 boards of schematics. He was wearing the grin of someone who had just tasted success. Ingo and Johann were with them too. Now then, Zach. I shall examine these schematics you have brought, I said, rifling through them until I found a printing press closest to the one in my memories. This is it. Can you make this? It's the closest one to the press I know. Incredible, Zach. I can't believe you would make something so close to the original with my terrible explanations. As I continued piling my praise onto Zach, he looked over at the schematics with a confident grin and started showing me what modifications he had made and why he had made them. It seemed he also paid close attention to the improvements that the Grey Priest had requested, having heard them from Ingo and Gil. His care and attention to detail made it clear why he had so many customers. Hold on a second, Lady Rosemine. This one uses leverage, so it's a lot more impressive, Johann said, examining the boards and picking up a different one. Are you purposefully looking for the hardest one to do? All you care about is the one that requires the most precision, Zach exclaimed. Johann grimaced for a second, but then he pointed at the board with a gleam in his eye. I can do it. I can make this one, he said firmly. Alright, listen up, you three. Calm down and wait just a second, Ingo said, spreading out his hands to stop us. I looked up at him, blinking in surprise, and he scratched his head awkwardly while looking over us. First up, Zach, I really didn't think you'd make so many schematics and such clever ones, too. You did good. I never would have been able to make schematics like these. Well, it's my job, and what I'm best at. Zach said with an embarrassed smile at the explicit praise. Ingo smiled back, then looked at me with a small frown. Hi, Bishop. You picked that one because it's the closest to what you're used to, but you should look over the others for their strengths and weaknesses. I get that you're happy, but you gotta calm down a bit. Yeah. I glared at Benno and Lex, who were stealthily grinning at me for being scolded, and then reached out to the other schematics. And finally, Johann, as a craftsman, it's important to want to test yourself on hard jobs, but aren't you thinking of which design will actually be best? Which will satisfy the customer the most? That's what's most important when it comes to making a product, not showing off your skills. Sorry, Johann mumbled. After Ingo's lecture, we all went back to looking over the boards. We discussed removing some parts, adding others, and modifying parts of the designs while Zach redrew the schematics over and over again. The result was a blueprint for a fairly advanced printing press. There wasn't much doubt that we had managed to advance printing technology 200 years in a single day. There's going to be a lot of work to do over the winter, the craftsman said, eyes gleaming with motivation to get this printing press made. They were all patting each other on the back and saying they would get it done by spring no matter what. May my Gutenbergs be blessed by Mestinora, the goddess of wisdom. Okay, gonna have to end this off here. I'll see everybody next time. Okay, I had kind of put this on break for a little bit, sort of, because I was trying to do other stuff and trying to get other reactions done. So, yeah, here we go again. I think this is part 2 in this volume. The start of winter socializing. I could feel winter getting closer and closer. Each gust of wind was like hundreds of cold daggers prickling my skin, and even with my fireplace lit, I struggled to leave my blankets in the morning. As of late, I had seen carriage after carriage passing by the temple, going through the nobles' gate to the nobles' quarter. The nobles were evidently moving there in preparation for winter socializing, now that the autumn harvest festival was over. I hadn't noticed them at all last year, since I had been in the orphanage director's chambers, but there was a window in the high bishop's chambers that gave me a clear view of the nobles' gate. So, Fran, what is my winter schedule looking like, I asked. Has Ferdinand told you when I'll be heading to the castle? You will be moving to the castle once the winter baptisms are complete, Fran replied. Zom, who had also come to my chambers to deliver a message from Ferdinand, gave a nod. Traveling between the temple and the nobles' quarter will be difficult with all this snow. Please do take care of yourself. It had been decided that since Ferdinand had finished intensely training the Blue Priest and thus secured Zom's replacement, he would send Zom over to become my attendant. Such was the result of me informing Ferdinand that I wanted one of his skilled attendants since Fran was so busy these days. For some time now, Zom had been helping Fran with his work whenever he dropped by with news from Ferdinand. For that reason, Fran had assured me that he would be a massive help since once he was officially assigned to be my attendant. It seemed that with Gil always in the workshop, my chambers were mostly filled with girls, so Fran was unexpectedly happy to be getting a male co-worker. Alongside his temple work, Ferdinand was using the time he had saved at not going to the Knight's Order and the castle to train Blue and Grey Priests. This training was intense enough that the Grey Priest often said anyone who served him would be turned into a first-rate attendant whether they liked it or not. Yeah, definitely. Ferdinand hadn't needed to rely on potions to keep himself going lately, and in fact seemed to be exceedingly lively. He kept going on about what tasks to give them next, and I was glad to see him having fun cooking up study plans. He wasn't the only one giving out intense instructions, though. His attendants were working hard to train the next generation of attendants. What a reliable bunch. Even Camford and Freetic, the Blue Priest I had recommended, were getting pretty teary-eyed over how grueling Ferdinand's training was, but the amount they were being paid for their work was more than enough to improve their overall quality of life. So they were working hard nonetheless. Incidentally, their attendants were being trained alongside them too. They had risen forth and deepened their bonds to face the common foe that was Ferdinand, with both master and servant completely throwing themselves at each task. While that was heartwarming to see, I couldn't simply sit still and watch them, or else I would be given work of my own, so I always had to do so stealthily. Lady Rosamund, a delivery from the Gilberta Company has arrived, Fran said with a glance my way. I smiled in anticipation. Today was the day that Mom and Thule will be delivering the hairpin that I was going to wear during my winter debut. I would be going to my hidden room after Fifth Bell to receive it, but in the meantime, I needed to memorize the words to the winter baptism prayer, among other things. I couldn't wait to see them, though, since I had prepared gifts for Thule and Camille. Lady Rosamund, may I ask you to go to the orphanage director's chambers? Fritz asked, calling for me when the time came. He was a calm-looking man with scorched brown hair and eyes who had become my attendant just the other day. Several years ago, Fritz had managed to serve a fairly aggressive blue priest within the temple without issue, having developed an impressive amount of calm and patience in the process. In other words, he basically never got emotional. It was always Fritz who stepped in to mediate when Gil and Lutz got into arguments, so he had been something of a supporting pillar in the workshop for quite some time. But even now that he was my attendant, Fritz still went to the workshop every day with Gil, so I generally only saw him in the morning and during evening reports. Not to mention, he was one of the great priests whose minds had been thoroughly corrupted by the saint propaganda. He always gets super nervous in front of me, speaking rigidly and with an equally stiff smile. Monica, Fritz, pay close attention to her walking speed. Furthermore, do not forget the items Fran instructed. Understood. And so I headed for the orphanage director's chambers with Monica, Fritz, and my guard knights. Upon my arrival, Gil returned from the front gate with Lutz, Mom, and Thule. My apologies for the wait, Lady Rosamund. We may speak in the other room. Monica, please hand the box to Gil, I said, before looking over at Daniel. He nodded at my silent instruction, at which point Bridget took a step back. Monica then did the same once she had given Gil the box. We stepped into the hidden room, and only once the door was completely sealed behind us did Lutz delicately set his own box on the table and open it. Here are the delivered goods, he said. Please look at your leisure. Lutz was much better at taking the hair sticks up this time than he had been before, so I could guess that he had been practicing with Thule. The hair stick itself was decorated with large flowers that were a deep red to match the divine color of winter. They were gathered with lace into a bouquet, just as I had ordered, and adorned with bird feathers of a radiant white. The other divine color of winter. Those two colors would match the outfit that I was planning to wear during my winter debut. The red and white design of the outfit kind of makes me look like Santa, though. I understood why winter has two divine colors, but did it really have to be those two colors of all colors? My outfit was mostly red, with white fur around the neck and wrist for warmth. I had wanted to reject the design in all honesty, but Riarda had looked so excited as she picked it out that I had completely missed my opportunity to speak up. Not that anyone would have understood my misgivings anyway. Exactly as ordered, I said. May I ask you to put it on me? Mom stuck the hair stick in with a smile, and when I asked whether it looked good on me, Thule pumped a fist and exclaimed, Of course! But as a nostalgic smile started to spread across my face, Daniel cleared his throat, prompting Thule to hurriedly correct himself. It looks very good on you, milady. Of course it does. Anything you make looks good on me, Thule, I said with a smile. At that, Thule returned a smile of her own, one that very clearly seemed to say, I know, right? Lady Rosamund, my husband was overjoyed to have been assigned to guard the priest at Haas, Mom said. And thanks to your bonus, it seems the soldiers at the gate often fight over who would be picked to accompany him. He also said the food at the monastery was super tasty, Thule added, both her and Mom keeping an eye on Daniel's expression as they spoke. I was glad to hear even that small piece of news. I am glad that they enjoyed it. The priest will be returning to Haas come spring, so I'll be asking the soldiers to guard them once again when that time comes, I replied. They went on to talk about Dad. I spoke about the orphans, and then the conversation naturally progressed onto Camille's growth. He was apparently in the middle of a fierce struggle trying to pull himself up to stand. My only memories of Camille were of him sleeping at home and being carried in front of the temple door, so it really surprised me how quickly he had grown. That said, I had heard from Wilma that Dirk had taken his first steps the other day, so it made sense that Camille would be making progress as well. Gil? This, Lady Rosamund, Gil asked before setting the box that Monica had given him onto the table and opening it. Inside were gifts for Thule and Camille. I took out the ball of cloth that I had made with Delia and Wilma, then bounced it on the table. When I did, the bells that were inside started to jingle. This ball has bells inside, so I think even babies should be able to enjoy playing with it, I said. It being made of cloth means it should be easier to grab. and also reduce the risk of any potential injuries. Do you think it would sell in the Gilberta Company? From what I would remember, we still had some leftover bells at home. I was pretending this ball was an example for Thule to work from, but in reality it was a present for Camille. Mom promptly accepted it, having guessed my true intentions. Furthermore, as thanks for the hair stick, I would like to give you this, Thule. Please read it when you have the time, I said, handing Thule a volume of our third picture book. It was a little thicker than usual thanks to the letter I had slipped inside, which Thule noticed as soon as she took it. She didn't open the book, but her lips curled upward ever so slightly as she slipped it into my old tote basket along with the cloth ball. As I looked at the basket, surprised that they were still using it, I noticed Mom staring at me. She reached out a hand but pulled it back with a clouded expression before giving an awkward smile. Lady Rosamond, the upcoming season will be cold and harsh. Please take care and watch your health so that you do not end up bedridden with a fever, she said. The same to you. May you and your family be safe. After the autumn coming-of-age ceremony had ended, on a morning where snow had started to pile up on the streets, the winter baptism ceremony began. My family was nowhere to be seen since I had told them not to come in case Camille got sick. But let's mention that Camille had been very excitedly playing with his new cloth ball, so I was more than satisfied. Once the winter baptism ceremony was over, Ferdinand and I informed the blue priest in the temple what they would be doing in our absence. Camphor and Freetic let out dying wheezes upon seeing the pile of work stacked in front of them, but the silent pressure that Ferdinand was exuding forced them to accept it. We quickly finished our preparations, and it was soon time for me to head to the castle. Once Ella and Rosina had gotten into their carriage, I climbed into mine and turned to look at the attendants who had come to see me off. Gil, Fritz, please take care of the orphanage alongside Wilma, and be especially sure to put your all into the printing that you shall be doing as winter handiwork. Lady Rosamond, good luck with business, Gil said. I smiled and gave him a nod. I would be selling learning materials to all the noble kids no matter what. Lady Rosamond, please consider your health above all else, and take care not to push yourself, Fran added. Thank you, Fran. I hope you all take care of yourself as well. Meanwhile, Ferdinand was giving precise instructions to his own attendants. Camphor and Freetic are preparing for the dedication ritual, but they will need your assistance, he said. Understood, his attendants replied. At some point, Ferdinand's attendants all had received diptychs of their own. It apparently all started when Zom asked Fran for one, which was then ordered from Lester Gill. They had since become essential tools not just for my attendants, but for Ferdinand's, Camphor's, and Freetic's as well. Also, who are Camphor and Freetic? If we've seen them in the anime, let me know. That will be all for now, Ferdinand concluded. We shall await your safe return. And so, as snow fell upon Ehrenfest, my living quarters were moved from the temple to the castle. Welcome home, Lady Rosamond. Welcome back, Lord Ferdinand. Norbert, Sylvester's head attendant, welcomed us upon our arrival, before guiding us to the nearest waiting room in the northern building. There we found Riarda, who went on to inform me and Ferdinand of our schedules over tea. The baptism ceremony will be performed 3 days from now on Earth Day, she said. The winter baptism marked the beginning of winter socializing, followed by the debut of all the children who had been baptized that year. And as all the nobles gathered, the children who would soon be joining their ranks would be invited to join. Baptism ceremony. Am I going to be performing that one too? No, since the winter baptism ceremony overlaps with the debut, I will be performing it instead, Ferdinand said. Watch closely, though, as you will be performing it next year as the High Bishop. So the High Priest will be performing the baptism in the High Bishop's place. Aww, if he hadn't banned me from selling illustrations of him, I could have made a ton of money. What a shame. Oh, you could have. Rosamond, I can tell from the look on your face that you are plotting something rotten, Ferdinand observed, watching me with narrowed eyes. Well, it's not a plot that I can actually execute, so there's no need to concern. I thought about slipping illustrations into the financial reports for the Harshville concert, but Ferdinand had instantly rejected the idea, and when I asked whether I could distribute them for free instead, he just called me an idiot. Milady, you need not think about that right now. Please focus on what I'm telling you, Riarda interjected. During your debut, you will offer up a song to the gods, praying for future protection and gratitude for the growth you have experienced. The order is such that nobles of a lower rank go first, while those of a higher status play later. I'll be playing before Wilfried then. Hierarchy was very important to nobles. Wilfried was the Archduke's son and heir, so as a former archnoble turned adopted daughter, I would be considered beneath him socially. That was why I had assumed that I would play before him, but Riarda shook her head. Oh, really? No, you will be playing last, so as to announce that you have been adopted by the Archduke. There will be nobles gathering here in the winter who were not present for your summer baptism. That would make sense, Ferdinand said with an eye, but that just confused me more. But why? Isn't going against hierarchy a bad thing? Officially speaking, there is no hierarchy between the children of the Archduke, Ferdinand replied. That is why, under normal circumstances, a successor would not have been picked yet. But even then, aren't adopted children on a different level from normal children? You must learn to read between the lines. By introducing you last, we avoid Wilfried playing after you and being unfavorably compared to your performance. Am I correct, Lady Riarda? Ferdinand asked. Riarda had no choice but to nod. My boy, Lord Wilfried, has been progressing so fast you wouldn't believe it, but he hasn't even been practicing for a single season, whereas you've been practicing for years, milady. Everyone will notice how much better you are at the Harpspiel you are than him. Oh, that's what you mean. Now I understand. Once Riarda had explained what would happen during the baptism and the debut, Ferdinand told her our plans for the dedication ritual. Traveling between the temple and the castle would limit how much time I had for meetings and spending time with the kids. I imagine that there will be many requests to meet with Rosemary, but prioritize her health above all else. I trust you to make the proper arrangements, Ferdinand said. As you wish, Ferdinand, my boy. Once the discussion was over, Ferdinand stood up to head to his estate in the noble's quarter. I assumed he would be leaving at once, but he instead glared down at me and started listing off warnings. I'll be leaving potions with the Riarda, but take care to manage your health. Do not go into the bookroom yourself. Have your books brought to you instead. Do not speak directly to nobles you do not recognize. Have your attendants speak to them for you. Furthermore, that should be enough, my boy, Riarda interrupted, clapping her hands together a few times. I can give her such minor instructions myself. Besides, if you list them all off at once, she won't remember them. She's not wrong about that. Yes, I had forgotten that there are others who can keep her on a leash, Ferdinand murmured before leaving the room. The next time we will meet was for the baptism ceremony in 3 days' time. At last, I could spend some time relaxing without him constantly butting in to say one thing or another. A short while after our discussion, I changed clothes and went to check on Wilfried at Riarda's suggestion. Lord Wilfried is progressing shockingly quickly, though he seems to have grown just a little smug lately, which is leading him back into laziness. He truly does resemble Lord Sylvester, Riarda said with a troubled yet nostalgic smile. She had already requested a meeting with Wilfried, so I was led straight to his room. Wilfried, I hear you have grown considerably. May I look at your task list? Sure, take a look. Impressive, huh? Wilfried said proudly, holding out the sheet. Almost everything on the list had been marked off, and I could tell that he had been working fairly hard, but at the same time, it was obvious that being this close to finishing had made him somewhat apathetic. Everyone was probably telling him that he had done well to get this far, and that it didn't necessarily matter whether or not he finished. While this certainly was impressive to those who were used to Wilfried's past behavior, the task list was the bare minimum he needed to accomplish as the Archduke's son. Not completing it would be deemed as failure no matter how close he was. My, I see you truly are working hard, but it doesn't quite seem like you'll make it, I commented. There were still 5 tasks that hadn't been checked off, which meant that his chances of success were precariously balancing between possible and not possible. But I didn't say that out loud, and instead deliberately framed it as though he had already failed. That's a shame, but don't feel too down about it, Wilfried. My words caused Wilfried's eyes to open wide in anger, and a stir spread among his attendants. What? It's not over yet. There's still time before the debut, Wilfried protested. 3 days, you mean? Can you really finish everything here that quickly? Of course, Wilfried declared. Let's do it, Moritz. It appeared that my taunting had reignited his motivation, and he called Moritz over before starting to study as fervently as ever. I watched for a short while, and then stealthily exited the room with Riarda. Once I was back in my chambers, I had my things from the temple put away, while I leisurely read a book that Riarda had brought me from the bookroom. Then, at dinner, Oswald reported that Wilfried had completed another one of his tasks. This announcement was met with considerable praise by Sylvester and Florencia. Wilfried puffed out his chest and looked at me. See, Rosamine, I can do it when I try. Oh yes, it's very impressive, and as you just implied, you don't get anywhere when you don't try. Realizing this is the most important step that you can make, I said, to taunt him further. My words earned me a frown from Sylvester, who quickly protested. Look, Rosamine, you gotta do something about Ferdinand. What do you mean by that? I hadn't known about this, but Sylvester went on to explain that he had sent several SOS messages to Ferdinand asking for help. They had all apparently ended up being refused in the same way. Unfortunately, I cannot assist you without the High Bishop's permission. The High Bishop's permission. So I've been telling him to get your permission, but he just says you're either absent or busy. It's pretty clear that he hasn't been contacting you at all. You know, I think I could see Ferdinand giving one of his evil smiles right now. Oh, I want to see some of this animated so badly. I love it. Even an evil smile, Ferdinand smiling is still cool. But either way, by permitting Ferdinand to come back to the castle to help out, I will be allowing things to go back right to how they had been before. With all the scholars in the castle, I'm sure you can handle things yourself. The very reason that Ferdinand entered the temple was to signal his withdrawal from the world of politics. So it is strange that he has been visiting the castle and helping with your work at all, I said in rebuttal. No matter how stealthily Ferdinand did the work, it clearly wasn't something he should be doing in the first place. Ferdinand is currently in the middle of quite joyously training replacements in the temple, I continued. I have heard that there was a massive purge that greatly diminished the number of nobles, but Ehrenfest ended up relatively unscathed due to maintaining a neutral position during the Civil War, correct? Now is the best time for us to train newcomers and build strength for the future. They were relying on Ferdinand so much at the moment that there would be countless problems if something were to happen to him. So, in other words, you have no intention of handing Ferdinand over, Sylvester asked. Oh my, that is not the case at all. You may inform the scholars that those who absolutely require Ferdinand's assistance may visit the temple to seek his counsel, I said, knowing that no noble would visit the temple of their own volition unless the situation truly was dire. Well, perhaps one noble would. I can imagine a certain someone gleefully infiltrating the temple in order to explore. Yeah, Sylvester would definitely do that. Unless you're implying someone else, in which case let me know. Rosamund, you must know that Sylvester needs him, Florencia began, but I shook my head. Florencia, dearest mother, your worries are unfounded. The one and only Ehrenfest would never be so weak as to give up on his work. Well, his own son is striving to one day become the Archduke himself, I said, landing a powerful blow. Sylvester averted his gaze with a pout like that was just like his son's, at which point Wilfried looked up with a glint in his eye and eagerly tried to counter me himself. Father's incredible, Rosamund, he said proudly. No way is he weak. And now it'll be even harder for him to avoid doing his work. Good job, Wilfried. Working together though he don't know it. I spent my days practicing Harpspiel with Rosina and playing the role of a taunting sibling to motivate Wilfried, and soon enough, the morning of the feast where all the nobles in Ehrenfest would gather had arrived. I was washed as early as I usually would be before a baptism ceremony, ate my breakfast, and then had my hair done while dressed in my debut outfit. Once everything was ready, we moved from the northern building to a room in the castle's main building that was close to the big assembly hall. We had made sure to do part extra early to account for how woefully slow I was and to avoid the looks of sheer bafflement that anyone who saw my high beast would surely give us. I was with Riarda and Rosina, the latter of which was carrying my Harpspiel, and will be waiting in the room for debuting kids until third bell. Cornelius and Angelica were my guards for the day, and both were wearing dark yellow capes clasped with brooches. I had seen the members of the Knights Order in similarly colored capes during last year's trombone extermination. I see you and Angelica are wearing matching capes, I said to Cornelius. Is that a cape for knights? No, Ehrenfest gives these capes and brooches to all those who enter the Royal Academy, so all those you see wearing them today are its students, he replied. They were apparently like a school uniform for the Royal Academy. When I asked for more information, I was told that a golden yellow similar to ochre was the official color of Ehrenfest, and that students from other duchies would be wearing capes that were their own duchy's color. You're here early, Rosamund. Good morning, Wilfried. Wilfried came to the waiting room, and soon enough other nobles started to arrive with their children. We were sitting at the far end of the room while Riarda and Oswald handled those coming in. The kids were our age, but we had been instructed not to talk to them. Doing so would have political implications due to their parents' status. Oh, there's a girl! I smiled and waved, but she just returned an uncomfortable look. It would probably be best for me to hold back here. I turned my gaze to the outside the window where I saw the high beasts of nobles clad in riding gear arriving one by one alongside carriages. 8 kids came to the waiting room in total. There had been around 10 kids on average across the previous year, so this was definitely less than usual. At third bell, Wilfried stood up and held out a hand toward me like a gentleman, a tense look on his face. Let's go, Rosamund, he said. Shut up! Let's go, Rosamund, he said. It seemed that he would be escorting me to the assembly hall. He started to lead the way, but his fairly quick pace forced me into a jog. I thought back to the time where he had pulled me along until I fell unconscious, and pulled on his arm a little to try and prevent history from repeating itself. Wilfried, please do not walk quite so fast. If you think this is fast, you need walking practice more than you need Harpspiel practice, he remarked. You may be right, but either way, it's too late for that now, I replied with a shrug. And at those words, Wilfried grinned as though all of his worries had melted away. When we arrived, the kids all lined up by the doors to the assembly hall. As children of the Archduke, Wilfried and I were standing at the very front. Once inside, please walk straight until you reach the altar, Oswald said. Wilfried and the other children and I all responded with nods, then Oswald and Riarda opened the doors to the assembly hall. Welcome, new children of Ehrenfest, Ferdinand declared in a loud, echoing voice. A large crowd of nobles than I had ever seen before all turned to look at us, their eyes so full of curiosity and judgment that I faltered for a moment in fear. Judging by his expression, Wilfried seemed to be feeling the same way. I swallowed hard and slightly tightened my grip on his arm. which snapped him back to his senses. He looked at my way, and our eyes met. "Let's go," he said, and after exchanging a nod, we both took a step forward. Okay, the baptism ceremony and our winter debut. The situation was much like the Starbind ceremony, except now there were far more judgmental gazes sizing me up as I walked down the middle of the hall. The tempo of the music being played made me feel as though I was being hurried on, and I desperately moved my legs to avoid falling behind Wilfried. Among the audience, I could see some wearing knights' uniforms like Karstead, others in the clothes of scholar officials like Justice, and still others dressed in the attire of attendants. The rest were adorned in a variety of rich, frilly outfits. My analysis of what people were wearing led me to believe that one's placement in the hall was dependent on rank. Lay nobles were positioned closest to the entrance, while those of the highest rank were by the altar. It seemed that the knights and scholars were together, but they were all accompanied by fancifully dressed women and children wearing their Royal Academy capes, or otherwise just their best outfits. In other words, families were sticking together. I wonder if my brothers and mother are together up ahead, I pondered. And it wasn't long before I found Elvira up at the very front row near the center, with Eckert right behind her. Lampert and Cornelius weren't with them since they were on guard duty. But the altar was at the center of a stage, and Ferdinand was standing before it wearing his ritual priest robes. Sylvester and Florencia were to his left, facing the stage along with their guard knights and attendants. I noticed them both looking this way along with Karstedt, so I gave a smile. Rosina and the other musicians with their harpspiels were to Ferdinand's right, also facing the stage, and beside them were a number of nobles holding magic rings. Cornelius, Angelica, and Lampert were also close by, which told me that the nobles gathering were those related to the kids being baptized. Ah, I see. I'm the Archduke's daughter now, so Mother and Eckert don't get to be with my family or retainers. Instead, they were both with the other regular archnobles. The fact that they weren't able to be included in my family made me feel kind of sad. I wonder where Riarda and Oswald are, I thought, noticing that they hadn't come in through the entrance doors and weren't beside the stage. I searched around for them and eventually saw them come in through another door. The crowd separated for them as they entered, and in no time at all they were lined up by the stage as well. When we stopped in front of the stage, Ferdinand gestured for us to climb up the altar. We promptly obeyed and lined up before it. 4 children were to be baptized, among whom were those who lived so far away from the city of Ehrenfest that they weren't able to invite a priest over during their birth season. While there were several kids, the whole process was just as it had during my own baptism ceremony. Ferdinand recited tales from the Bible with his reverberating voice, then called each child by name. "Feline," he said, and a girl stepped forward. It was the same girl who had given me an uncomfortable look in the waiting room earlier. She gripped the magic stick that he held out, the same mana-sucking tool that I held during my baptism ceremony. And once it began to shine, the nobles clapped in celebration. I could guess that if one was so lacking in mana that they couldn't make the tool shine, they wouldn't be accepted as nobles. Babies had their mana measured at birth, and throughout their childhood as they grew, so it was exceedingly rare for that to happen. With that done, the magic tool was pressed against a metal to register her mana. A child was recognized as an Ehrenfest noble only once this process was complete. Pauline's father stepped up onto the stage, then gifted his daughter a ring into which she could release her mana. I bestow this ring upon Feline, my daughter who has been accepted by the gods and society. May Feline be blessed by Gadul, the goddess of earth, Ferdinand announced, and with his blessing rained down upon her, she filled the small face stone in her ring with mana, and returned the blessing and thanks. A small red light bounced through the air toward Ferdinand, and the nobles clapped once again. What? Everyone's happy with a blessing that tiny? Well, I mean, yours is just increasingly insane. This is normal. It was entirely different from the blessing that my guardian trio, Ferdinand, Sylvester, and Karstedt, had made me give during my own baptism ceremony. There had been 200 nobles present there, and I had blessed every single one of them. Well, that explains why the crowd freaked out so much. The blessing I gave was clearly abnormal. Had I known what noble baptism ceremonies usually look like, I never would have done something so weird. But no matter how much I regretted it, there was no going back now. And not to mention, Ferdinand would have made me do it regardless to further his plot of establishing me as a saint. I couldn't imagine a single reality in which I beat him. Yeah, he's way too smart for you. Once the kids had all been baptized, it was time for the debut. This was a celebration for the kids who had been baptized during the year and accepted into the ranks of the nobles, where we could offer up music to the gods and pray that they continue to provide their divine protection. Each child will usually perform a song in honor of the god associated with the season they were born in. We were moved to the left side of the stage while one of Sylvester's attendants set a chair in the center. Then Ferdinand called Feline's name, signifying that she was to play first. Considering what Riarda had said earlier, this meant that she was the lowest and saddest out of all of us. Feline wore a nervous expression as she sat down in the chair, at which point her music teacher stepped onto the stage with her harpspiel. Feline took the instrument, then readied it. Wait, what? She's not very good at all. I had assumed that Feline's poor playing was just a one-off case. But the next couple of children weren't very good either. By the time we were halfway through the performances, all I could do was tilt my head in confusion. If this was the quality expected during a noble's debut, then why in the world had Wilfried and I worked so hard? The level of artistry demanded from nobles was a lot lower than I expected, or so I thought. The second half were increasingly better, their talent seemingly proportionate to their status. There was a world of difference between how their harpspiel sounded, and I immediately realized what was going on. This is the difference that having more money to put in education makes. The more money you can put into that sort of thing, the better you could get. The pieces had all come together. If the highest status children performed first, then it would just be sad for the lower status kids who had to play after them. Nobles were expected to be as good at playing harpspiel as both their tutors and the quality of their instruments would allow, and that was why Wilfried and I were expected to play at such a high level. We wouldn't be able to maintain our dignity and social position if we were raised amidst the highest quality teachers and harp instruments, yet still couldn't play better than those of a lower status than us. The archnoble kid was as good as you would expect. He was slightly better than Wilfried, who had been practically whipped into shape overnight. But the difference wasn't large enough that people would outright look down on him. I bet you're glad you're practiced now, aren't you, Wilfried, I asked, and he nodded with a stiff expression. Ferdinand called out his name. Don't worry, you put a lot of hard work into this. I gave Wilfried an encouraging pat on the back, inspiring him to step up onto the stage and toward the center. Once he was seated, his music teacher brought him his harpspiel. Wilfried took the instrument, readied it, and then began. The fact that he could play so well when it really counted, and was able to stay calm despite all the judgmental eyes, was probably a sign that Sylvester's blood ran through his veins. He was regally playing the harpspiel amid a massive crowd, the very instrument image of an archduke's son. I glanced to the side and saw Florencia watching Wilfried with a smile, tears forming in her eyes. Her gaze was so full of dazzling motherly love that I couldn't help but remember my own mom, and a pang of jealousy shot through my heart. Wilfried stumbled a few times, but ultimately kept his cool and finished the song without issue. When he was done, he stepped out from the stage with the satisfied smile of a job well done. Rose mine, Ferdinand announced. Just as the other kids had, I went to the center of the stage and sat down. From there, it was impossible not to see the huge crowd of nobles lined up to the assembly hall. I had heard that there was a total of 800 nobles across Ehrenfest, but it honestly looked like there was a lot more. I looked around the hall and made eye contact with Elvira and Eckert in the front row. They were both giving me calm smiles, showing their complete confidence in me. Justice was also there, positioned right beside Eckert. It was actually Daniel and Bridget who looked nervous, while Cornelius and Angelica were looking at me with anticipation in their eyes. Riarda gave me a smile and a small nod to help me relax. While I was looking around the hall, Sylvester began explaining to the nobles the circumstances behind my adoption, going on to tell an even more exaggerated account of what had happened during my baptism to fuel the saint legend even further. "Stop it! Don't hype them up," I exclaimed on the inside, all the while maintaining the calm smile of a noble. His embarrassing introduction ended just before the strange looks from the audience made me lose my composure, and Rosina walked up onto the stage with my harpspiel. "With your talents, you will do just fine, Lady Rosemine," Rosina said with an encouraging smile, "and don't forget to smile and thank the gods," she added in a whisper, before turning around and returning to her position. As instructed, I forced a smile on my face while writing my harpspiel. "Now then," Ferdinand announced, "pray to the gods and offer them a song." Since I would be offering a song to the god associated with the season I was born in, I would be playing for Leidenschaft, the god of fire. It was a song that I was very familiar with and used to playing, but the small prank I had played on Ferdinand was backfiring big time. I've really dug my own grave here. The song he made me practice for this is the anime song I had him arrange. Forgive me, oh mighty Leidenschaft. I put as much heart into this as I can. Oh dear. Yeah, it's kind of backbiting it, but... While apologizing silently, I began playing with all my heart so as to not disrespect the gods, pouring my absolute everything into the singing. But as the song went on, I could feel my mana being sucked into my ring, just as it had me when I said a prayer for a blessing. What's going on? The mana swelled as I continued to sing, quickly turning into a full-on blessing. I hurriedly stopped its flow, but it was too late. A blue light shot out of my ring, turning into a blessing above the stage before raining down upon the assembly hall. Those in the audience all looked my way wearing expressions of shock, awe, and confusion. I glanced over at Ferdinand for help and saw that he was rubbing his temple with his eyes tightly shut. Judging by the look on his face, I had just done something I really shouldn't have. Oh no, she didn't do it on purpose! What the frick happened? What happened? That's not a magic tool she's holding, so I don't know what happened. I wasn't sure whether it would be okay for me to stop playing the song midway through, so I decided to continue, but when I was done, I received barely any applause. Most of the crowd seemed uncertain about how to react at all. and the only ones clapping were those who knew me personally. I'm sorry for making this awkward. I didn't mean to. I handed my harsh bill to Rosina, then slowly stood up as Ferdinand came striding over. I looked up at him, wondering what he was going to do, only for him to pick me up and hold me high into the air. Behold, the saint of Ehrenfest. May she be blessed for the wealth and glory she brings to our home, he declared, and at once the nobles all held their staffs into the air. The light of blessing swelled above them, and I could see many people in the audience nodding to themselves. So she was a saint after all, I heard one person say. God, Ferdinand exploited this to spread the legend of me being a saint even quicker. As I stifled a gasp, Ferdinand ordered me to smile and wave under his breath. I did as he said, forcing the elegant smile that I had been trained to give, and waving elegantly, which this time earned me deafening applause. Ferdinand carried me down from the stage and strode out of the assembly hall, all while I was continuing to smile and wave. He was walking quickly with long strides, and only once we were in a side room did he finally set me down. Rose mine, he said, picking out the sound-blocking magic tool from the various tools clicking about on his belt and pushing it in my hands. I gripped onto it, and once it was activated, we both let out simultaneous heavy sighs of exhaustion. Then Ferdinand glared at me. Rosemine, explain that blessing, he demanded. I have no idea what happened, I replied. My song turned into a blessing on its own. If anything, I wanted him to explain to me what had just happened. Upon hearing my answer, Ferdinand frowned and crossed his arms in thought. But that's never happened when you were practicing correct. Why would your song turn into a blessing now of all times? Well, I never actually prayed while practicing, I said quietly, going on to add. During practice, I'm always so focused on moving my fingers and keeping up with the notes that I don't actually pray. Ferdinand started lightly tapping a finger against his temple. So you believe this happened because you were praying sincerely? Yes, it felt like my ring was sucking up my mana on its own, and while I had stopped the flow as soon as I realized, it was a little too late. I think I should play well without wearing the ring in the future, I said. The mana had been sucked out of me because I had the ring on, so taking it off would in theory solve everything. However, Ferdinand shook his head at my suggestion. It would be unthinkable for a baptized noble to not wear a magic ring. You have two choices. Hone your mind such that the mana does not leak out at all, or accept your fate and play the role of a saint. Consciously stopping the mana would be pretty hard. It usually gets sucked out of me so quickly they don't even realize what's happening until it's too late. And anyway, do we even need to keep up with the saint stuff anymore? I thought that was just to make my adoption go more smoothly, I said with a pout. For a second, they gave me a quiet look. It will be useful to have an explanation as to why you are so abnormal. Nobody will ostracize a saint with such an abundance of mana who serves the duchy as well, he said with lowered eyes, directly implying that unless I proved useful to the duchy, my large amount of mana would most likely lead to me being ostracized or vilified. The bitter pain evident on his expression left me unable to do anything by my lip. A knock came on the door, and Riarda entered soon after. The assembly hall is buzzing with ceremony, so we've moved straight on to lunch for now. Ferdinand, my boy, get changed as soon as you can. At that, Riarda took me to the dining hall, praising me for a job well done along the way. She even went so far as to casually mention that she had known I was a very special girl after witnessing my baptism ceremony, the Starbud ceremony, and my involvement in Wilfried's education. There's not many nobles who know you, my lady, so the majority were shocked at your blessing. But we who know you were all unsurprised. You have established yourself as a worthy member of the Archducal family, so there is no need for you to feel worried about showing off your vast quantity of mana. Riarda said to comfort me. Her words eased the burden on my shoulders, and I let out a quiet sigh. We returned to the assembly hall once lunch was over, where the gifting ceremony would be performed. It was a simple event during which capes and brooches were given to new students of the Royal Academy. There were 14 kids that this applied to, which was much larger than my future class of 8. Once there we met up with Rosina, who had been eating lunch elsewhere. She was smiling like always, but I couldn't help but feel that she seemed a little off. Did something happen, Rosina? I asked. The worry on her face appeared to deepen. Lady Rosemine, I was just spoken to by Lady Christine, she said. I blinked in surprise. Christine was the artistic shrine maiden who Rosina had served before me. She had treated Rosina as a friend and provided her a comfortable life immersed in art, which caused problems with my own attendance when I first brought her into my chambers. For that reason, seeing Rosina so anxious after meeting Christine again filled me with increasing worry. Did she say something to you? Something hurtful, I asked, but Rosina slowly shook her head. No, rather she seemed that she intended to come and retrieve me in the future. What? I replied, blinking again in surprise. Rosina repeated herself, this time failing to fully hide her joy amid the worry. She said that she had planned to retrieve me after graduating from the Royal Academy and acquiring more freedom. Neither did she think that I would have become your personal musician, Lady Rosemine. Or never did she think I would. Her blue eyes wavered with delight, and her pleased expression made my heart twist with worry. Would she feel more fulfilled serving a master dedicated to the arts just like her? Rosina, do you wish to return to serving Christine? I asked, my heart pounding in my chest. If she said that she did, then maybe it would be best for me to let her do so. I looked up at Rosina with my hands gripped in front of my chest, and after blinking a few times, Rosina shook her head. I am satisfied with my current life, and thus have no intention of returning to her service. However, up until this point, I had thought that she abandoned me to the temple. Knowing that she never forgot about me has brought me much peace to my heart. I see. I'm glad. I really was glad that her wounded heart had been healed, and that she wasn't planning to leave me. As a sigh of relief, Rosina gave a small smile and looked at me with a troubled expression. You do not need to worry, Lady Rosamine. I am your personal musician, now and forever, she said, having clearly figured out that I was worried about her leaving. I was a bit embarrassed knowing that she had noticed I was a little jealous of Christine, so I averted my eyes and looked for the stage. The gifting ceremony shall now begin, a scholar announced. All new students of the Royal Academy step forward. The voice gave me a good idea of where the stage was, but I couldn't actually see it. The guard knights and attendants around me, not to mention Ferdinand and Elvira, were positioned in a way that prevented others from approaching me, which simultaneously blocked my view of the stage. As I peeked through the cracks between their clothes to try and watch the ceremony, I wondered whether anyone would be willing to let me sit on their shoulders. No, not really. I caught glimpses of Sylvester walking across the stage, giving each student a cape and brooch one by one, and encouraging them to study hard. Once he was done, the scholar announced the individual days that they would be leaving for the Royal Academy. Cornelius and Angelica murmured their respective dates under their breath. Each class apparently went at a different time, so they weren't going on the same day. Ferdinand, where is the Royal Academy? I asked. In the Sovereignty, the region at the center of the country that is ruled directly by the king. You may consider the Sovereignty to be similar to Ehrenfest's Central District, but for the entirety of the country. The students live there during the winter and are transported via a magic circle designed such that it cannot move large groups of people at once. This is why each class travels separately. Once the gifting ceremony was over, conversations could be heard all throughout the hall. Nobles began trading information and the like, transforming the ceremony into a social gathering. I wasn't sure whether I should continue acting as I had been before. Before I could even ask, Ferdinand rested a hand on my shoulder. Rosamine, you are looking quite unwell, he said. Oh my, this isn't good at all. I believe it is time for her to rest, Elvira agreed, but her and Ferdinand peering closely at my face. I personally felt fine, but I could tell that they were indirectly ordering me to leave before I caused any more problems, so I left the hall with Ariarda and my guards. As we went, I could hear a few whispering voices among the crowd. That girl truly does have the mana of a saint, one woman said. I would love to get to know her better. My, it takes more than an excess of mana to be a saint, replied another. That saint is undoubtedly my niece, began one more. Those piercing gazes are actually starting to hurt. The nobles weren't blatantly staring at me, but they were all glancing in my general direction, paying far more attention to me than they had when I first entered. Resisting the urge to look down at my feet or even flee the room entirely, I walked like a noble with my head held high. Okay, how long have I been recording? I'll keep going. A class for kids. During the winter, adults prioritized their social lives above all else. Gibbs, who owned land near the border, brought valuable information about neighboring duchies, while the Archduke and his retainers had stories and rumors from the sovereignty, which they had visited during the Archduke Conference. Nobles would gather information from the connections they had formed in the Royal Academy. Gibbs would discuss their harvests and Fabius damages with other Gibbs, and women would attend all sorts of gatherings during which rumors would fly. All in all, there was a lot for the adults to do. In the midst of all that, the baptized kids were gathered together in what was known as the playroom, despite the fact that not much actual playing was ever done there. Since they would be attending the Royal Academy together in the future, this was considered a good opportunity for them to spend time with those who would be their future classmates, juniors, and seniors. Children would select their ideal academy course based on information from their siblings, then form cliques with the other kids planning to take the same course to get a head start with diplomacy. By cutting their teeth here, they could start learning the ways of society before the time came when they had to practice in adult socialization. They was also expected to fully understand who was above and below them in status, as well as how to behave like a proper noble. You will be joining them this year, Lord Wilfried, and Lady Rosamine, Riarda said after breakfast as she explained everything that we would need to do. The playroom is a place to select and raise your future retainers. Since those who spend time together in the Royal Academy usually come to trust one another and develop feelings of companionship, retainers tend to be selected from your own age group. Parents will wage what is nothing short of political warfare behind the scenes to secure these retainer seats. So, milady, please do not ever forget that the children you are talking to are very much in the shadows of their parents, she added, a severe expression on her face. I responded with a nod, then got into my high beast and headed to the room where the kids were to gather. I had my 4 guard knights with me today. The current students waiting to leave for the Royal Academy were going to be gathered in the same playroom. which meant that we would need a lot of guards with us until they had gone. On the way to the main building's playroom, we came across a great number of wagons packed with luggage, the belongings of all those who were going to the Royal Academy. I could also see people wearing capes and brooches heading in and out of various buildings. All this stuff is being moved around because the oldest students are leaving today, right? I asked. The oldest students are the first ones to leave every year, while the new students leave last, Friarda explained. Who are the people without capes and brooches? The retainers. Students may bring one attendant with them to the Royal Academy. Just as Friarda said, students headed to the Royal Academy with an attendant from their home. I would have thought they would need to bring more people than that, but students could apparently hire those taking the attendant courses to do attendant work, those taking the night courses to be guard knights, and those taking the scholar courses to complete other miscellaneous work. That was why baptized children were so eager to hear about the Royal Academy. The information they received proved important when it came time for them to decide which course they would choose for themselves. As we continued heading to the playroom, those leaving for the Royal Academy did double and then triple takes at me, at my panda bus, but I was so used to the shocked expressions that I marched on without so much as thinking about them. My retainers were used to it as well, and so also continued like it was nothing. Lady Rosemine, this is the playroom where children make social connections over the winter. It will most likely be quite cramped until the students here leave for the Royal Academy. But I'm sure you will manage, Friarda said as she waited for me to put away Leslie, and once I had, she opened the door. In an instant, everyone who had been casually chatting fell silent, turned our way, and then hurriedly knelt. Friarda beckoned me to follow as she headed to a seat at the far end of the room, treating everyone's silent kneeling as a matter of course. I sat in the chair once we reached it, and while Friarda moved to prepare tea, my guard knights surrounded me in a half circle. After that, it was a storm of greetings. The kids lined up and began introducing themselves to me one by one. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Hartmut, son of Laborect, Lady Rosemine. May I pray for a blessing in appreciation of this serendipitous meeting, ordained by the harsh judgment of Abeglaim, the god of life? Oh, God. Really? It's his freaking season. Oh, great. You may. Oh, Abeglaim, god of life, may this new meeting be blessed. They were introducing themselves to me in such quick succession that there was zero chance of me remembering every one of their names. The best I could do was listening out for the names of their parents, and then focus on remembering the kids who were related to those marked as needing caution on the former High Bishop's secret list. I did my best. Besenwan's list came in handy too. Bit by bit, the line in front of me started to shorten, and when Wilfried arrived, one formed in front of him as well. The kids who greeted us couldn't properly speak to us until everyone in those lines had finished their introductions, so they walked off and started asking the Royal Academy students questions. I could see the students were more than willing to answer, having once been on the asking side themselves. I was enjoying listening in and hearing their questions. Why did you choose that course? What were the lectures like? What were the professors like? And so on. I know that I've been told not to just casually speak to them, but I want to join them discussions too. Once everyone had greeted me, I looked around the room. The only ones near me were now my guard knights. Daniel, why did you decide to become a knight? I asked. My older brother is a scholar, so I thought it would be more useful as a knight, he replied. It made sense that working in a different field could result in more information being collected for the family to use. And since Daniel wasn't as skilled as his older brother at scholar work, there wasn't any particular need for him to walk down the same path. What about you, Bridget? I've been athletic ever since I was a child, and Ilgnir is teeming with small fabies thanks to its mountains and trees. So learning to defeat them earned me the gratitude of all those around me, she explained. Her eagerness to take the lead and fight off any harmful babies for the sake of her home was beyond heroic, and in all honesty, just plain cool. I gave her an understanding nod, thinking back to how intensely she had fought as a knight on the night of Shetsaria, and with that I looked Cornelius's way. Cornelius, why did you decide to be a knight? Father and our brothers are knights, so I've never once considered becoming an attendant or a scholar, he replied. That made sense to me. Family tradition carried a lot of influence. So much so that Karlstedt had even admitted he had no idea what to do with a daughter like me, since he had spent all his time thinking about training his sons for combat. There was no doubt in my mind that he had been merciless when training those to be knights. Finally, I looked at Angelica. She was the one I wanted to hear about most. A little girl with a small frame, she was the complete opposite of Bridget. Her light blue hair and deep blue eyes gave her a much more fairy-like impression, and she looked more like an attendant than a knight. I know that she had a speed-based fighting style due to the work she had done this far, and given that she was being trusted to guard the Archduke's daughter, I knew that she was strong enough to more than hold her own in a fight. But up until this point, I had never gotten the opportunity to ask why she personally wanted to be a knight. Angelica, why did you decide to become a knight? I asked. Because I didn't want to study, she replied on the spot, and upon seeing me blink in surprise, she elaborated with an utterly serious look on her face. Knights don't have to study as much as those in the other jobs. I see. I'm glad that you like to study a lot, Lady Rosemine. The commander said that the mark of a good master-servant bearing is them making up for each other's weaknesses, she continued. Which to me it sounded entirely like, please use your head so that I don't have to. I already guessed that she didn't like studying, which is she didn't particularly enjoy reading books. But the thought had never crossed my mind that she decided to become a knight specifically to avoid it. You really can never judge a book by its cover. Duh. I see that you all have your own reasonings. I personally want to be a scholar and then a librarian who manages the castle's bookroom, I announced. Since I already knew that librarians were selected from a pool of scholars, my plan was to go to the Royal Academy, become a scholar, and then ultimately become a librarian. I was prepared to do whatever it took to make that happen. But sadly, my fantasies of spending all my time in the bookroom were shattered when Bridget began to uncomfortably speak. Lady Rosemine, it is law that you shall be attending the Archduke candidate course. You are the Archduke's daughter, and so this cannot be changed. What? But I'm adopted. I won't become the Archduke. All children of the Archduke become Archduke candidates. I would imagine that is why you were adopted in the first place, she said. The reality was that I had been adopted because I needed enough status to defy Besenwast, who was backed by Sylvester's mother, and nobles from other duchies, but so as far as the public was concerned, Sylvester the Archduke had adopted me so that my immense mana could be used for the greater good of the duchy. It was set in stone that my mana would be used for Erebeth's sake, and while that was fine with me, I hadn't realized that it meant I would be studying to become an Archduke in the Royal Academy at the cost of not becoming a scholar or librarian. My intention had been to support Wilfried once he became Archduke, all the while modifying the temple's bookroom to my liking, or potentially serving as the castle's librarian. If I can't be a scholar, does that mean I can't be a librarian either, I asked. That is a good question. I have never heard of an Archduke's child becoming a librarian before, Bridget said, faltering slightly. Daughters of the Archduke were expected to support the future Archduke and marry nobles from other duchies to strengthen political bonds. They were not expected to stay at home forever and work as librarians. This can't be happening, I cried silently, and as complete and utter despair overwhelmed me, my vision went black and my consciousness faded away. Lady Rosemine, stay strong. When I awoke, Ferdinand was there. He was looking down at me with his brow deeply furrowed, wearing a thoroughly displeased look. Ferdinand, am I not allowed to become a librarian? I cried, leaping out of the bed I was in with teary eyes. He let out a heavy sigh, not even trying to hide how annoyed he was. I wondered what had happened when Riarda came barging into my aunt meeting with a deathly look on her face. But I see you have worried her over nothing. This isn't nothing. It's one of the most important things in my life, Ferdinand. Will I not be allowed to become a librarian? That was the very reason I started making books myself. So that I could work in a place filled with books, new and old alike. If you say I'm not allowed to be a librarian after all that, I trailed off, crying too hard to continue. What would she even say? What would she even do if she wasn't even allowed to? Because, I mean, hello? What could she do? What could she do against them? Ferdinand looked down at me calmly, tapping a finger against his temple. Calm down, Rosemine. It shall be difficult, but it is not entirely impossible for you to become a scholar. Really? I exclaimed, looking up at me, at my savior Ferdinand, as I immediately clung to the flare of hope he had just offered me. His lips curled into a thin smile. You need only take scholar classes alongside all of your Archduke candidacy classes. So essentially he's telling you to do 2 courses at once. My jaw dropped. He was essentially telling me to major in 2 subjects at once. Yep, doing twice the work that everyone else would be doing. Is that even possible, I asked. There are precedents. It should be within reason for you. Precedents? Are you talking about yourself, Ferdinand? He was the only person I knew who would do something as strenuous as taking the scholar course on top of the Archduke candidate one. And sure enough, he nodded as though it was nothing special at all. Indeed, I was an Archduke candidate as well. I took the course alongside the Scholar and Knight course. Dang! Just what kind of superhuman is he? I know! What kind of superhuman is he? He took all 3 courses! No, there was 4 courses, because there's one for attendants. I don't know how many courses there are, but there's at least 4. He took 3 of the 4. Jesus Christ, dude! I had vastly underestimated just how incredible it was that Ferdinand could simultaneously manage scholar work, his responsibilities in the Knight's Order, and assisting the Archduke. I cradled my spinning head. The majority of students stay in the Royal Academy only during the winter, but if you request it, you are allowed to stay during other seasons as well. I remained in the Academy for the entire year, leaving only when summoned, he explained. A teleportation circle meant he could immediately return when needed, and he found the Royal Academy a more comfortable place to be in than the castle thanks to the lack of constant criticism from all sides. He used all his free time to its fullest, ultimately conquering all 3 courses at once. Don't expect me to have your inhuman talents, Ferdinand. I'm just a normal, innocent girl. That's a shame then. An ordinary person will not be equipped to serve as a librarian. If you are not willing to put in the work, then it is best you give up sooner rather than later. Ferdinand said bluntly, waving a hand as if signaling the discussion was over. The conversation in here meant that my road to becoming a librarian would be closed off forever, and that was something I needed to avoid no matter what. I could never give up on being a librarian, especially before even getting a chance to try it. I clenched my fist in determination and looked up at Ferdinand. He immediately grinned as though he had known from the start that I would never give up so easily. I will never give up no matter what, I declared. Forget all that about me being a normal girl. I'm going to become the weirdest, strangest girl who ever lived. Hold it. You are already bizarre and beyond words. That is the wrong direction to focus your motivation, he said, extending his hand and waving it in front of my eyes as if to seal away my brimming determination. He then went on to inform me what my path would entail, his voice steeped in exhaustion. We shall discuss which classes are best for you to take when the time comes for you to attend the Royal Academy, so take care not to get ahead of yourself and charge forward on your own. Ferdinand continued, in your case, you must focus on making your Jarive and fixing your weak body before anything else. As you are now, you will barely be able to handle the Archduke candidate classes, let alone the Scholar course as well. That's true. In summary, he was telling me to think about Royal Academy stuff when the time came rather than right now. That was fine with me, as long as the road to becoming a librarian was still open to me. I could relax and put it off until later. You are planning to spread karate and picture books among the children to help fund the printing industry, are you not? Put aside the Scholar course for now and focus on that. Okay, I will. A day after all the students had left for the academy, Angelica and Cornelius included, I headed to the playroom with a deck of karate, brimming with energy now that I knew Hope wasn't dead after all. Now that all the students have headed to the Royal Academy, it is this group who will be spending the winter together, I said. I have brought toys known as karate here so that we can all play and get to know each other. At that, I divided the kids by year, from ages 7 to 9, and started a karate tournament. Both Wilfried and I mingled with all the 9-year-olds at the start since we were already experienced, and it was needless to say that we absolutely dominated. Wilfried rejoiced at the victory, but the looks on everyone's faces made it clear that they were going easy on us. I was annoyed, but I needed to put on a calm smile and be diplomatic here. We shall have the advantage for some time since we already have some experience, but you will need to win at least once by the end of winter, I said. Otherwise, we could never consider trusting you to be our retainers. Isn't that right, Wilfried? Wilfried looked confused, but all of the other kids immediately tensed up. Their parents had no doubt told them to get close to us with the goal of eventually becoming our retainers. That is, our attendants and knights. But I had no intention of simply having them try to butter us up all winter. Rather, I will be training them. He and I are striving to be worthy lords, but we need only the most skilled of retainers, I continued. Right, exactly, Wilfried agreed. Having sufficiently riled them up, we moved on to playing another game, but the difference in experience was still much too great for them to overcome. Once again, we crushed them. It was safe to say that Wilfried had gotten pretty good at the game, so much that I might have lost him had I not gone all out. He'll probably be able to consistently beat me by next winter. I've got no issue finding the relevant picture cards, I just don't have the arm strength to grab them fast enough. I look forward to playing with you all again, I announced. Starting tomorrow, I shall offer sweets to the best player out of you all. Sweets were usually brought to the playroom already, but those with the highest status ate first, and passed their leftovers to the rank below them. This meant that the low-status kids didn't get to eat much in comparison. Now that these tasty sweets were essentially up for grabs, the kids were staring at the karate even more intensely than before. Since it was only the first day, we had just brought the karate with us, but from the following day onward, we brought everything else that would be required for the kids' curriculum. After breakfast, we had training with the Knight's Order, and while everyone was running laps, I practiced walking. Edgar was following close behind, watching me with eyes like a hawk to make sure I wasn't about to collapse. Come third bell, it was study time. We played karate, read aloud from picture books, and had the kids read and write according to their skill level. Wilfried now did the entire alphabet, so his task was to write out the contents of a picture book on another sheet of paper. Such was the skill level of a 7-year-old archnoble, and the equivalent was to how much 8-year-old men nobles and lay nobles knew, so he was just barely keeping up as the Archduke's son. Meanwhile, I was reading books from the bookworm, summarizing the contents elsewhere, and starting to write out the text in my next picture book. It really was a blissful time. As for math, on top of our regular lessons, we played card games involving addition like blackjack. Many of the children weren't particularly good at math, so it was admittedly fun to see them frowning hard as they tried to play the game. The kids who showed they were good at math earned some sweets after the games. Everyone then practiced harpsichord at the same time. Some kids wouldn't get better without talented teachers, so having them be educated by the musicians who served the archducal family, such as Rosina, was a surefire way to ensure some impressive growth. I had been given permission from Florencia to boost the base stats of all the noble kids in the duchy over the winter, and the tutors were all being paid for, so they did their work without any complaints whatsoever. I have never seen such an orderly playroom before, said one attendant, going on to praise both Wilfried and my efforts with a smile. He apparently watched over the playroom each year, mentioning that it had previously been a place where arch-noble children used their status to bully lay-noble kids, forcing the attendants to step in and arbitrate when necessary. Now then, once you've all finished your writing, let us start reading picture books, I said. Since I was dealing with kids who weren't used to studying a lot, I made sure to mix up what we were doing as a regular basis. I roughly approximated this based on when Wilfried started to get bored. And so Moritz began reading aloud to everyone from a picture book. The books had large illustrations and weren't very text-heavy overall, so the kids all listened with shining eyes to the amplified tales of the gods. Feline, in particular, looked awestruck, her eyes sparkling brighter than anybody else. She was a lay noble who had just been baptized this year, sporting honey-colored hair and grass-green eyes, and despite generally being very passive and quiet, she always sat up front and looked at the picture book intently when it was time to be read to. The way she was willingly picked up books during her free time and read them with a smile made me like her quite a lot. You know, Feline, it was Rosemine who made those picture books. Impressive, huh? Wilfried said with his chest proudly puffed out, as though he had been the one to make them. Why are you the one bragging? I thought, my polite smile not faltering in the slightest. Feline's cheeks flushed, and she turned to me with innocent, glittering eyes. Lady Rosemine, she said, clasping her hands in front of her chest and wiggling as if working up the courage to confess her love. Only once her resolve had sealed did she muster the courage to continue, her voice brimming with a mixture of hope and desperation. I want to make picture books too. What kind of picture books would you like to make, Feline? Do you know any interesting stories? I asked, more than ready to take under my wing a girl who loved reading books. Shyly placing her hand on her cheek, Feline lowered her eyes. I would like to preserve the stories my mother told me in a picture book. Her birth mother had apparently passed away, and the new woman whom her father was now married to didn't know the same stories. Feline wanted to record the stories that her birth mother had told her so that she would never forget them, which reminded me of when I had desperately tried to make a book of the stories my own mother had told me. I put that project to the side since nobles wouldn't understand them, but now I really wanted to make a short story collection to give to Tully and Camille. In that case, would you tell me the stories? I know you cannot write on your own yet, but I can write them down for you, I said. And so I did. Feline told me the stories that her mother had told her, while I speedily wrote them all down on paper. Her winter homework would be to write copies of all the stories herself. Here we go. Let's finish things off here, and I will see you all next time. Okay. Listening part 3. And I got a comment on my first Ruby video, and I'm like, huh? Because it's like, they're trying to make suggestions for my channel, and I don't know if they're serious or not. Something about theatrics, voice acting, business management. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't even know what to say to that, to be honest. Like, if you're serious and you're actually listening to this, please elaborate in the comment, please, because I have no idea why you think that. A tea party. Around the time the kids were getting used to the playroom schedule, the adults finished the bulk of their initial information gathering. This meant they would now begin to focus on socializing and expanding their friendships. The power balance within the duchy had been dramatically shifted by Sylvester's mother getting arrested, so everyone was looking for new connections, throwing themselves into strengthening their factions and securing their own safety. These are the individuals who requested a meeting today, Riarda said, bringing me letters to read. I had been doing so daily for the past few days. I glanced through all the requests, but those who wanted to meet Wilfried or me first needed permission from our head attendants and parents. The fact that I was being shown the letters at all was so that Riarda could tell me who was connected to whom, which factions to be aware of, and so on. Since I was being passed off as Rosemary's daughter, it seems that her family were the ones I needed to be the most cautious of at the moment. They had apparently been going all around in Winter Society declaring that I was their niece. Oh, that would explain that person in the last video I did, when she was leaving the gathering. Someone mentioned that it would be their niece. So maybe that's who that was? People were suspicious of those claims since their requests to meet me were being repeatedly declined, and Riarda had said that we couldn't be sure what methods they might use in the future to try and contact me. Is there anyone you would like to meet? Riarda asked. I would like to accept Mother's tea party invitation. I have promised to give her a financial report on my earnings from the Harspiel concert, I said. A tea party attended by the faction Elvira was in would include Florencia, which would all but guarantee the permission of my attendants. And naturally, Riarda gave no protest over me spending time with my mother. Very well, I shall inform Lord Sylvester. Is there anyone else among these you received letters from who would you like to meet? I would like to meet Heinrich, I said, holding up a letter that I had been a little curious about. It contained an apology for last year's Trombe incident. Also expressed his desire to meet me directly, if possible, to thank me for saving Daniel from greater punishment. He is Daniel's older brother, he said that he would appreciate a chance to apologize and thank me in person. I thought for a moment, then continued. There is one other, too. I would like to meet Bridget's older brother. She has mentioned before that Ilgnir has quite an active lumber industry, so we might be able to work out some arrangements that aid the paper-making industry. It was possible that the trees growing in Ilgnir differed from those around Ehrenfest, and some would ideally be good for making paper with. While listening to my eager explanation, Riarda plucked a letter from the pile and held it up. "Milady, if you meet with him, then you will need to meet with Angelica's family as well. Otherwise, you will be meeting the families of all your guard knights except her." I had personal reasons for meeting Elvira, Heinrich, and Bridget's older brother, but from an outside perspective, it would appear as though I was meeting the families of all my guard knights. According to Riarda, exclusively not meeting with Angelica's would risk giving birth to rumors that I did not trust her, or she had earned my displeasure. In that case, I shall meet with Angelica's family as well, I said. It's just that I know less about her than I do the others, so I think we might need to postpone it for just a little bit. I couldn't meet her family until I knew more about them, and Riarda nodded in agreement with this sentiment. Actually, Riarda, will I not need to meet with the families of my attendants too? The only person in my family who will be eager to meet you is Justice, so no. He is a strange man who cares only for gathering the most bizarre and pointless things, she said, wrinkling up her nose. As his mother, it seemed that Riarda viewed Justice as a problem child due to his lust for new information and materials. But in any case, she determined that there would be no particular reason for me to meet the family of my other attendants either. So we settled on just meeting with the guard knight families. Naturally, the first thing I was given permission for was Elvira's tea party. But since it was a large-scale tea party with everyone in her faction being invited, it wouldn't be taking place until a long time from now. Okay, good. So that'll probably be the last one she does. Yeah, I'm sleepy. A few days later, I was given permission to meet with the families of all my guard knights. The days were put in order, with Daniel's older brother Heinrich being the first person I was due to see, and so I headed to the main building of the castle with Riarda, Daniel, and Bridget. Ever since that was decided, Daniel had repeatedly mentioned that the thought of attending a meeting with both myself and his older brother was stressing him out, much like a student attending a parent-teacher conference, but it was necessary that he accompany us. Cornelius and Angelica were both at the Royal Academy, leaving him and Bridget as my only guardians. Upon entering the room where I was due to meet Heinrich, I saw that he was already there kneeling. "Thank you for waiting," I said. "I am Heinrich, Daniel's older brother. Lady Rosemary, may I pray for a blessing in appreciation of the serendipitous meeting ordained by the harsh judgment of Abiglave, the god of life?" "You may." Only once we had finished our greetings did Heinrich raise his head. He looked like a calm, honest man of gentle manners, which was exactly what I would expect from a scholar. Aside from his eyes and hair being a darker brown than Daniel's, the two siblings looked just alike in every way. My assumption had been that he requested this meeting with the goal of establishing a tighter political bond with me, but that ended up not being the case at all. Instead, he truly did focus on apologizing for Daniel's mistakes during the Trombe extermination, and thanked me for lessening his punishment. It had been highly likely that Daniel would receive the same punishment as Shikikoza due to his status, and as a lay noble, Heinrich surely would have been executed alongside him. "I am deeply grateful that you would accept my foolish little brother as your guard knight, despite the great burden he placed on you, Lady Rosemary," Heinrich said. "The fact that he had been punished at all would have normally be a permanent stain on his reputation. But since I, as the victim, had stood up for him, the general impression of the event ended up being that he had just gotten wrapped up in Shikikoza's wrongdoings. And on top of that, it would usually be unthinkable for a lay noble like Daniel to be assigned to guard a member of the archducal family." "I wish to express just how grateful I am as his brother," Heinrich said, visibly relieved. My meeting with him ended quickly, with his final words being that he prayed my good relationship with Daniel would continue. "He certainly cares a lot about you, doesn't he?" I said to Daniel, who simply looked away like a student embarrassed by a teacher talking about their parents. 2 days after my meeting with Heinrich, it was time to meet Bridget's brother, Viscount Ilgnir. After entering the room and finishing our lengthy greetings, I cut straight to the point. I would like to discuss lumber with you, gave Ilgnir. Viscount Ilgnir had red hair, green eyes, and facial features that closely resembled his sister's. He seemed to be in his early 20s, and my first impression was that he looked just like Bridget, just a little bit cooler. There was no doubt in my mind that he could put on a perfect noble facade since he needed to survive as a land-ruling Geeb, but he did have something of a country vibe to him. I heard from Bridget that you have an active lumber industry, but what kind of trees do you harvest there? What kinds do you grow that cannot be found here? Viscount Ilgnir blinked in surprise, but then quickly recovered. You are interested in trees, Lady Rosamund, he asked, offering a small smile. It was the kind of proud look that Bridget had given when she spoke of her hometown, a sense of pride that one had in the land they ruled. Certainly, the industry I have established involves the creation of paper from trees, so I am always thinking about experimenting with the wood from new trees to make even better paper than before, I replied. I would especially like to experiment with rare fey plants if any are available. Paper made from trees, you say? That is quite an interesting concept. We certainly do have species of trees not located around the city of Ehrenfest. I am not sure whether they will prove useful, but we also have unique fey plants, Viscount Ilgnir said, going on to list off various names, only a few of which I recognized. The ones I did recognize were sturdy kinds of wood used for furniture and construction, and it seemed the logs cut in Ilgnir's forest were brought to Ehrenfest by boat via a river. I don't recognize many of these species. It seems that you have many types of wood available that are not found in this region. I would like to visit Ilgnir to have a look at those trees, I said. Milady, you mustn't make such promises so casually, Riarda interrupted with a stern look. We were in an official meeting here, so I wouldn't be able to complain if anything I said was taken as a government promise. I shall take care, Riarda, but I certainly thought before making that promise. It doesn't have to be soon, but I absolutely intend to visit a region with a prosperous lumber industry one day. Please select Ilgnir for that honor when the time comes, Viscount Ilgnir said. We shall welcome you with open arms. I was busy enough that there was a chance that that visit would not happen until years from now. But I wanted to improve the paper we were making someday, so the meeting ended with a promise for me to visit Ilgnir at some point in the future. I am grateful beyond words that you would expend your precious time meeting with me today, Lady Rosamund. I could say the same. It was a pleasure speaking to you, Geeb. I began only to be interrupted as we were leaving the room. Ah, if it isn't Lady Rosamund, came a voice I didn't recognize. It seemed they had just been coincidentally walking down the hall, but upon seeing me, they walked right over. I heard that you were of poor health, but it seems you have recovered entirely. That is wonderful. But I assure you there are many nobles you should be building relationships with before dealing with country bumpkins like this. Excuse me? I didn't know who they were, but they were of a higher status than Viscount Ilgnir. Oh, so I concluded when the latter took a few steps back as to not interrupt us. I've thought this over since I first saw you on stage, Lady Rosamund, but you truly do resemble my little sister, Rosemary. The man continued. Oh, I see. This is one of the annoying family members of my pretend birth mother. Okay. So this is her uncle, quote unquote. Okay. Here we go. I was wondering when these kinds of people would pop up. I placed a troubled hand on my cheek and looked toward Riarda without replying to the noble who had addressed me without introducing himself or giving a proper noble greeting. Riarda immediately stepped forward. Cease this insolence at once. Lady Riarda, you call me insolent, but I am Lady Rosamund's uncle, the man said. He then looked my way with greedy, hopeful eyes. Would you please say a word in defense of your uncle, my dear? But unfortunately for him, the only thing I viewed him as was an annoying obstacle to overcome, not to mention that Ferdinand had been quite strict about me not directly speaking to nobles I didn't recognize, and hadn't been previously introduced to. I quite enjoyed our time together today, Geeb Ilgnir. I look forward to meeting you again, I said to the bowing Viscount, completely ignoring the unfamiliar noble before turning around. Viscount Ilgnir wouldn't be able to leave the hallway until those of a higher status had gone, and while I hadn't given the most graceful farewell, it would at least allow him to go. Lady Rosamund, the noble exclaimed as Viscount Ilgnir walked away and I got into my pandabus. But I had no intention of dealing with him. I had been warned that Rosemary's family were troublemakers like Bezin was, so in most cases, I would simply say that I didn't know anything about my birth mother and that Elvira was my true mother. Though, in this case, the noble had spoken to me without a greeting or introduction, so I wasn't even going to say that much to him. Riarda, I mustn't directly speak to nobles whom I don't know. Is that correct? That's exactly right, my lady. You did well to remember that, Riarda said with a smile, sending the noble packing as I began heading back to my room. We went ahead and had Ottilie report what had happened to Sylvester, Ferdinand, and Cardstead, and the result was all three of them agreeing that I didn't have to deal with the noble. My birth mother's name hadn't been publicly announced in my baptism, nor my winter debut, so all I needed to do was maintain the status quo without confirming or denying anything. I was a little worried whether it would be okay to just leave things as they were, but since all Rosemary's family was doing was sending me letters every day requesting meetings, there wasn't much else to do but ignore them. Next arrived the day I was scheduled to meet Angelica's family. I entered the meeting room to find a man and woman already kneeling in wait, who I could guess were her parents. That much was normal, but it was when I sat down that things took a strange turn. We expressed our sincerest apologies for what has occurred, they both exclaimed at once. What? I replied, blinking in surprise at their sudden apology. I was completely lost. Riarda strode forward as I sat there in a daze. What exactly are you apologizing for? Did Angelica not commit some unforgivable mistake, the man asked. We couldn't think of any other reason why Lady Rosamond would summon us for a meeting. Wow. From my perspective, I was only meeting with them so they wouldn't feel excluded, but to Angelica's parents, this was a sign that their daughter must have committed some terrible mistake that would get her entire family punished. We were surprised enough when Angelica told us she wanted to become a knight before entering the Royal Academy. When we heard that she had been assigned to guard the Archduke's adopted daughter, our vision practically went black, the man continued. That daughter of ours could never guard an honorable lady of such high status. We were certain that she would commit a fatal blunder sooner or later, and so when we received the summons, we just assumed that it had finally happened. Despite being born into a family that was known for producing attendants, Angelica hated studying, and while she could always do as she was told, she never acted unless explicitly instructed to. In other words, she was hardly suited to being an attendant. It seemed that her parents had spent their days in fear of what blunder she would make after being assigned to guard me. I heard from Angelica herself that she does not enjoy studying, but it is not like she disobeys orders, and she expressed her desire to be a good servant to me, I said to console them. Her actual words had been closer to saying that I should do her thinking for her, but her parents were high-strung enough that I decided it would be better not to mention that. The meeting ended quickly, with me assuring them that Angelica was working hard. Yet more days passed after meeting Angelica's parents, and finally it was time for me to give a report on the Harpspiel concert. Since men were not allowed at women's tea parties, only Bridget was accompanying me today, with Daniel getting the day off. My only attendants were Riarda and Ottilie, the latter of whom was carrying a box containing financial reports which would be passed out to everyone in attendance. I had printed out those reports specifically for this tea party, ultimately going through many failed versions as Ferdinand shot them down one by one. This had proven a little costly, but overall not too expensive since I was using sheets of paper that were only half as big as usual, and had only made enough copies for the faction that Elvira belonged to. It was a small investment to encourage them to continue donating to and supporting the printing industry. Good afternoon, everyone, I began. I will now report to you all where your funding has gone. Please examine the paper that has been distributed to you. It shows how much money we earned at Ferdinand's concert, as well as where those earnings went. Thanks to all of your assistance, the children of the orphanage have a place to work and now have the resources to survive this winter. But nobody seemed particularly interested in the report. They were surprised by how much we had earned in total, but it was so rare for people to say how they spent their donations that my detailed report mostly just raised a few eyebrows. As it turned out, they had gathered here hoping there would be new illustrations available to buy. Of course! Of course that's what they want! I love it! Ferdinand, you've got a big fan base, dude. I can't wait to see that animated. It's going to be so good. Not because they cared about where exactly their money had gone. I could even see some women visibly disappointed upon seeing that their reports had nothing but letters and numbers on them, Elvira included. Oh, God. Probably set for the next tea party. But then you're going to have to figure out how to do it. Once I had gone through the reports and opened the floor to questions, the women began asking me for more beautiful illustrations drawn by Wilma. Lady Rosamond, the portrait of Lord Ferdinand that you sold at the concert was truly splendid. I have looked at mine every day since. What said? I was hoping to buy one for myself today, having missed my opportunity before. When will they be sold again? Asked another. Do you have any plans to hold another concert? A third asked. Everyone, I can see the glimmer in your eyes. Do you really want pictures of Ferdinand that badly? Yes! That is a resounding hell yes. Given how passionate they were about this, I was pretty sure that I would be able to earn 10 fortunes from them without much effort. And I absolutely would have had I been allowed to. But alas, it was hard to imagine Ferdinand ever giving me a second opportunity to profit off his image. Unfortunately, the full set of 3 illustrations ended up in the hands of Ehrenfest, who proceeded to show Lord Ferdinand. Suffice it to say, he made me swear never to sell such illustrations again, I announced. The cruel reality that there would be no second printing of Ferdinand illustrations made the noble wives gasp and groan in horror. Particularly devastated were the weeping younger ladies who had lacked the money on hand to buy the illustrations during the concert. I even attempted to put a small illustration in the corner, but he refused me at every turn. I thought it was over for days, days, and days, until eventually I came up with the report you see before you. Rosamond, have you hidden something within it? Florencia asked in amusement, glancing my way. Elvira leaned forward over the table, her eyes full of anticipation. I was certain that you would think of something. At that, everyone's eyes fell on me. I cleared my throat and picked up one of the financial reports. I thought it would be a waste of paper to have them serve as a financial report and nothing more. After all, paper and ink are far from inexpensive, I said, cackling a little as I turned the paper around. At a glance, the report had what seemed to be random lines all around it. I had only shown Ferdinand the cover of my report, and even he had looked at the back. Even had he looked at the back, the lines would have simply appeared as accidental smears and smudges. A knife, please, Riarda? After taking the knife from her, I cut the report in half, then began folding the 2 pieces into an origami shuriken as everyone watched. Once the folds were done, 2 distinct pictures of Ferdinand could be seen on either side of the shuriken, each wearing different expressions. Oh my god! Girl, you are very creative. Never change. Oh my, Elvira chirped upon seeing this shuriken. She then let out a heavy sigh as I turned it around to show the front and back, and turned. How do I do that? One noble lady asked frantically. Please teach me, cried another. The tea party has suddenly turned into an origami classroom. After teaching everyone how to fold the paper, I looked around at the gathered women. This secret technique must be known only to those gathered here today. Should Ferdinand discover this as well, he will no doubt forbid me from ever printing anything else ever again. Indeed, this secret will die with us, Elvira began, and since we know everyone who has attended this tea party, should the secret ever be leaked, it shall be a simple matter to identify the criminal. Thus, the tea party came to an end, the women all wearing such deadly serious expressions that were Ferdinand to ever learn about the shuriken, I would be more worried about what would happen to the person who sold them out than my own punishment. Oh my god! Dude, you ought to do that from now on. But, yeah. Yeah, she had to get creative on that one. And that was very, very creative. I applaud you. A dedication ritual, take 2. A dedication ritual begins 3 days from now, so I will be absent from the council for some time. Please practice karate such that you can beat me by the time I return, I said to Wilfried in the playroom, having just beat him at a game of karate. At that, Wilfried stopped stamping the ground in a frustrated tantrum and looked my way. You'll be gone? Everyone, this is our chance. This is our chance to beat Rosemine, he exclaimed, his focus suddenly switching from his recent failure to the possibility of a future victory. It seemed that several other boys were inspired by his motivation, so they clenched their fists and shouted in agreement. All right, let's hold a strategy meeting. Rosamond, you go over there, and don't listen in. Now that Wilfried had rivals to compete against in the playroom, his stubborn personality and hatred of losing was helping him grow in a good direction. With his goal this winter being to beat me in karate, he had gathered allies and started holding strategy meetings, which was as heartwarming as any innocent group of elementary schoolers having fun. For how long will you be in the temple, Lady Rosamond? Feline asked, her grass green eyes filled with worry. But I didn't have a clear answer. There was a chance that this year's dedication ritual could face a lot of problems, with the former High Bishop unable to contribute. Plus, we needed to consider the chalices that Sylvester had gathered to fill without asking us. I'm not certain how long it will take to fill all the chalices, so I unfortunately have no answer to give. If you have the time, though, Feline, you can write out copies of the story while I'm gone, I said, handing her a written copy of another story her mother had told her. My copy would be set aside to eventually become the base manuscript for a printed book, but I intended to take the pages that Feline copied and tie them together with string to make a unique booklet just for her. Thank you so much, Lady Rosemine, Feline said, her eyes shining as she took my manuscript. We giggled together, at which point several more girls came running over. Lady Rosemine, I asked my mother to tell me stories as well, one said. The picture books about the gods are wonderful, but I would like to read one about the night tales that minstrels sing about, requested another. And so I spent the next 3 days surrounded by cute little girls writing down the stories that their parents told them one by one while planning out my next book. They were good days indeed. You got some good ideas for picture books, girl, so keep them up. Riarda, it's a bit difficult to move in all of this, I said. On the day I was due to return to the temple, we were beset by a terrible blizzard that made it near impossible to see. The snow was so deep the carriages couldn't move through it, so we would be traveling by high beast instead. Riarda had consequently layered me with warm clothing out of concern for my health, but it was so tight and heavy that I could barely move. What are you saying, milady? Considering your poor health, this isn't nearly enough to ensure you are safe when riding through a blizzard this intense, Riarda shot back. My high beast has walls and a roof, which shall block all the wind and snow, so it won't be that cold inside, I tried to explain, but no amount of sound logic could overcome the trauma that Riarda had experienced from me falling sick of fevers twice over the winter. I'd gone on to tell her that she really didn't need to worry about it since I usually got badly ill around 5 times each winter. But that just made her determination to avoid me falling sick burn even brighter. I headed to the front entrance, bundled in all the clothes that Riarda forced me into, at which point Norbert instructed me to bring forth my high beast. I made my panda bus as instructed, then allowed Ella, Rosina, and Bridget to climb inside. Ferdinand and Daniel, who were waiting for me to get my high beast ready, were clad in full sets of armor complete with capes. I was sure that wearing metal armor in the middle of a blizzard would just make them even colder, which actually made me curious enough to ask Ferdinand. This armor is a magic tool, he scoffed. Your worries are unfounded. Surprisingly, what looked like normal suits of metal armor was in fact a magic tool with anti-cold and flame resistance mechanisms built into it. Oh, cool! That's cool! The strength of the armor depended on the quality and quantity and elemental attunement of the mana within the face stones it was made from, as well as the quantity of the wearer's mana. Doesn't that mean Daniel will have a much harder time than Ferdinand, who has a ton of mana and all kinds of face stones? Would you like to ride the panda bus as well, Daniel? Ferdinand? No, we are both going to be guarding you, so continue as you are, Ferdinand explained. Now let's go. Apparently, it wasn't rare for the Knight's Order to be dispatched to exterminate fey beasts that appeared in blizzards, so neither of them were bothered by the cold at all. It seemed that the Knight's Order was a much harsher place than I had thought. When the door opened at Norbert's signal, Ferdinand and Daniel jumped onto their high beasts and raced out into the blizzard. I followed close behind in my panda bus. I was worried about traveling in the midst of a blizzard, but this is actually quite pleasant, Rosina said. Everyone had to agree. The snow wasn't reaching us inside, and we were safely arrived at the temple without incident. My vision had been entirely blocked by the blizzard, however, and so this was the only case thanks to Ferdinand and Daniel's guidance. If not for their respective black and dark yellow capes fluttering in the wind, I never would have found my way back. Driving on snowy roads was scary enough, but flying through the air without any sense of direction was beyond dangerous and just plain terrifying. I speedily put away Leslie as soon as we landed, then rushed inside the temple with the snow catching my legs. The moment I was inside, Fran and Monica rushed over in a hurry to greet me. Naturally, the blizzard had been too intense for them to see us coming from afar. Welcome home, Lady Rosemine, they said. I have returned, Fran, Monica. It was nice to see them again after such a long time, but the casual chatter could wait. Rosemine, once I am changed into my robes, I shall visit your chambers to discuss the dedication ritual. You need to get changed yourself and wait for me, Ferdinand said. Understood, I replied. Most of my attention focused on the fact that neither he nor Daniel had snow on them despite having ridden through the blizzard. Meanwhile, Fran and Monica were both having to work together to knock all the snow off my clothes. Knight armor sure was something else. Daniel went to his own room to change out of his armor, while Bridget instead stayed behind to guard me. Fran went to bring tea to Daniel, and when Bridget eventually went to go and get changed, Nicola brought her tea instead. I had to get changed too. A decent amount of snow had caught me in the short distance from my high beast to the temple, so Monica scrubbed it all off my face and hair. She then removed the layers of clothing that Riarda had dressed me in, taking them off one by one like she was peeling an onion. Eventually, I was wearing my high bishop robes, which was much comfier and easier to move around in. Now that I was changed, I took a breath with some warm tea. It wasn't long before Ferdinand arrived wearing his priest robes. According to my attendants, Camphor and Freitag had finished preparing for the dedication ritual without issue. We shall therefore begin the ritual tomorrow on Earth Day as planned. Spend today resting in preparation. Okay, By the way, do we know how much of an impact Bezenwatt's absence will have? And did Sylvester ever decide on what to do with the chalices he accepted, I asked. We were already suffering a mana shortage due to the lack of brew priests, so what would happen if we took on the additional chalices from Sylvester despite that? Even though we had told him to clean up his own mess, particularly to discourage him from doing this again, I knew well enough by now that he would be too busy in noble society as the Archduke to come to the temple just for the dedication ritual. Ferdinand had previously mentioned he had some kind of plan, but I wasn't sure whether it had worked out. Sylvester and Florencia fulfilled their duty. The chalices won't be any problem, Ferdinand said, taking 2 face stones out of a pouch on his hip. They were a type used for absorbing mana, and I could tell that they were both completely full. It would take face stone with a lot of mana to fill up just one of these. Don't tell me you had them use their mana for this, I exclaimed in surprise. Of course not. They are both dedicating their mana to maintaining the duchy. I would never ask them to offer up their mana for something like this. I honestly wouldn't put it past you to do just that, Ferdinand. I thought you had stolen a bunch of mana from them as a way of making them take responsibility for their own actions, I said, sighing in relief that my worst fears had been unfounded. Ferdinand's lips curved into a smirk as he rolled the face stones in his palm. This year we had 2 criminals at our disposal with much more mana than Bezenwatst. In fact, as far as the temple is concerned, we have a larger bounty of mana available to use than last year. Leaving those 2 alive without executing them shall greatly benefit the duchy. Judging by that evil smile, Ferdinand had no doubt forced Sylvester and Florencia into stealing mana from Sylvester's imprisoned mother and Count Bendewald, under the logic that if they weren't going to provide it themselves, they would have to get it from somewhere. Could always count on Ferdinand to get things done, namely because he would thoroughly exploit every single tool available to him, and that was precisely why you didn't want to make an enemy out of him. Oh, great, dear Lord, yes. I will teach the blue priests to use the face stones for the dedication ritual, and with this much mana, we should be able to finish more quickly than last year, Ferdinand continued confidently. Teaching them may prove rather difficult, since their mana is so comparatively weak that they will not be able to handle this much mana at once. But it will make our future much easier. But in any case, I shall be going to teach Comfort and Freetik how to use mana. You may stay here and contain yourself. Consider yourself forbidden from visiting the orphanage today. Rest well so that you do not collapse. Under normal circumstances, I would need to be in the ritual chamber from start to finish as the High Bishop. But we will be prioritizing my health and mana offering over tradition this year. Instead, Ferdinand will be watching over the ritual proceeding as the High Priest. I expect that you will be summoned to gather your winter ingredient in the middle of the dedication ritual as well, so keep yourself as healthy as possible, he instructed. On the first day of the dedication ritual, I was bathed early in the morning and changed into my ceremonial robes. Unlike last year, my ceremonial High Bishop robes had a golden cord and a silver sash around my waist. Everything else attached to it was red, and my hair stick was the same one I had worn during my debut. Monica and Nicola dressed me under Rosina's instructions, and I could tell that they were more used to it than they had been before. They dressed me much quicker than they would have in the past. All done. How does it look, Rosina? Monica asked. Very good, Rosina said, giving them passing marks. All we needed to do now was wait for the dedication ritual to start. I received a report from Fran and Monica in the meantime on what had happened while I was gone, and sure enough, Zom entered. Lady Rosemine, the ritual chamber is ready, Zom said, before guiding me there with Fran. The High Bishop's chambers were the closest room to in the temple to the ritual chamber, so it was a much shorter trip than last year. I watched my feet as I walked, making sure not to step on the hem of my robes, and the Grey Priest by the door to the ritual chamber opened them as we approached. On the other side of the door was an altar, just like there had been last year, adorned with the divine instruments and chalices. Fires had also been lit by the walls, both lighting the room and keeping it warm. Thank you for waiting, I said, because unlike last year, it wasn't just Ferdinand in the ritual chamber. Camphor and Freetik were there too. They were each carrying a mana-packed face stone, waiting with tense looks on their faces. We shall now begin, Ferdinand said, prompting me to step forward before kneeling before the altar himself, both hands pressed against the red cloth. Camphor and Freetik followed suit, placing their face stones directly onto the cloth before covering them with both of their hands. I walked to Ferdinand's side, then a few paces further before kneeling in front of the three of them. I then looked up at the altar before lowering my head and placing my hands on the cloth. Last year, I had just needed to repeat the words of prayer as Ferdinand said them, but I'll be the one leading the prayer this year. I inhaled deeply, then began. I am one who offers prayer and gratitude to the gods who have created this world. The 3 men behind me repeated the prayer, their deep voices reverberating through the hall. Almighty King and Queen of the endless skies, Almighty Eternal Five who rule the mortal realm, O Goddess of Water Flutrain, O God of Fire Ladenshaft, O Goddess of Wind Shusaria, O goddess of earth, Geduld, O god of life, Abiglab, we honor you who have blessed all things with life, and pray that we may be blessed further with your divine might, I chanted, feeling the mana being drained from my body as I spoke. The red carpet sparkled from the absorbed mana, sending it shooting toward the altar as light. Those radiant waves came from behind me as well, which sped up the pace of my mana being drained. That should be enough for now, Ferdinand said. I raised my head and removed my hands from the red cloth, counting the filled chalices while the waves of light briefly continued to flow. Last year, Ferdinand and I had filled 7 or 8 a day, but this time we had managed to fill 40 chalices in a single go. At this rate, we'll be finished by tomorrow, I observed. We would if the face stones weren't almost empty. It should take about 3 more days for us to finish the dedication ritual completely, Ferdinand said as he took the face stones from Camphor and Frida to look them over. They are both mostly black now, signaling that there wasn't much mana left inside them. Good work, you two. You may return to your chambers and rest, Ferdinand said. You have been a great help this year. Rest for as long as you need, I added, permitting the 2 exhausted fellows to leave the room. They had never dealt with that much mana before, and the strain had clearly gotten to them. They expressed their thanks and exited the room. Summon all the other blue priests. We should finish this all at once. Ferdinand instructed the gray priests outside the room. Then they went off as instructed, their footsteps barely audible. This will be a lot easier than last year if we can finish in just 3 more days, I said cheerfully. Last year, Ferdinand and I had basically needed to fill every single chalice by ourselves, on top of the chalices from other duchies that Sylvester and Besenwas had pushed onto us. I had been steeling my resolve to do all that while socializing with the nobles as well, so I couldn't help but smile at my good fortune. Unlike last year, the process will not take over 10 days. In fact, at this rate, we will undoubtedly be able to finish the dedication ritual before it is time for you to gather your winter ingredient. So as long as you feel your mana and stamina recovering after some rest, you will have nothing to fear, Ferdinand replied. Filling the Ruel with mana had been pretty intense, and it took quite a lot to dye something like that. Last year, I had needed to force down that disgusting potion to recover my mana during the dedication ritual, so I was genuinely glad to have some leeway. Though we would have been able to finish even sooner without this extra chalices, I thought, glancing over at the ones that Sylvester had pushed onto us. Ferdinand, what duchy do the chalices that Sylvester gave us belong to? I asked. Frembeltag, the duchy to the west of Ehrenfest. I mentally envisioned a map of Ehrenfest, thinking back to how I had once heard that the Archduke of Ehrenfest and Frembeltag got along amicably. We're on good terms with their Archduke, right? We have a good diplomatic relationship with them, yes. The problem is that both Sylvester and Florencia are weak to their requests, Ferdinand implied. Up until now, Ehrenfest had taken a diplomatic approach with Frembeltag, requesting favorable terms and refusing them based on the time and situation. But according to Ferdinand, both Sylvester and Florencia would be dominated in future discussions unless he personally accompanied them. I can understand Sylvester, but Florencia as well? Really? Frembeltag's Archduke is her older brother, and his wife Sylvester's older sister. Wow. So, Sylvester's, oh god. As younger siblings, the two find it hard to stand their ground against them. As Ferdinand explained, Florencia was the younger sister of Frembeltag's Archduke, having married into Ehrenfest herself, while Sylvester's second older sister had married into Frembeltag. What's most, unlike Ehrenfest, wait a minute. And his wife, Oh, okay. What's more, unlike Ehrenfest, Frembeltag had gotten completely wrapped up in the civil war that had occurred several years ago, which had led to the previous Ob getting executed. Florencia's older brother had subsequently inherited the position and was desperately trying to lead the duchy into a safe recovery. In other words, they were having a lot more trouble than Ehrenfest, and in more ways than one. They are such close siblings that they wish to help them, but it has been up to me to follow up on their concessions. You saved me from repeating that once again this year, Rosemine. Ferdinand, should I take that to mean that you once again intend to use me as a weapon against Sylvester in the future? I asked, glaring up at him. He simply raised an eyebrow, completely unfazed. You are the High Bishop, whereas I am merely a humble High Priest. How could I ever defy you? Ferdinand, I think you should look up the word humble in a dictionary. It's rare for you to misremember something so horribly. The blue priest arrived to see Ferdinand and I menacingly chuckling to each other. They froze in the doorway, fear evident on their faces as Ferdinand gestured for me to leave. You may return to your chambers and rest now, High Bishop. And so I shall. I pray the rest of the ritual goes well, I said, smiling politely at the other blue priest before returning to my chambers. When I returned, I called Monica and had her change me back into my normal robes. Fran, it seems that the dedication ritual should be ending sooner than expected. I will be returning to the castle earlier as well, I said. Do you know when that will be? He asked. Ferdinand mentioned that it would take 3 more days, but that's as much as I know. Oh, and he said that I would need to go with him to gather materials next Earth Day. Fran wrote all that down on his diptych, then placed a hand on his chin thoughtfully. This will be much less of a burden on you than our initial plan of having you leave the ritual midway through to gather materials, then return to continue your participation. The High Priest had mentioned preparing many potions, but it seems they will go unused. Fran commented while looking on a box filled with the ultra-nasty potions. I gave a big nod. I am also very pleased about this. In which case, Lady Rosamund, would you care to look over these documents while you are in the temple? Fran asked, bringing over the letters and documents that had piled up while I was staying in the castle. It was simply work that had mostly just required me to read, so I happily obliged. Most of the letters were simple, formal messages thanking me for my participation in the Harvest Festival. There were a few meant for Rose Besenwatz mixed in with them. Is this from his special someone, I wondered aloud? One in particular looked like another of his secret love letters. I wasn't confident in my handwriting recognition skills, but it definitely seemed pretty similar. The first line said something along the lines of, "There is something I must ask of you. Please, you are the only one I can count on." Well, that's pretty unfortunate for you. I know. There wasn't any way for her to see Besenwatz now that he was dead. And not only that, but the meeting date she had requested had long since passed. I crossed my arms in thought, facing the letter with no name or sending address. Facing the letter with no name or sending address. For now, I'll write a response explaining that Besenwatz has passed on and then ask Ferdinand how to go about identifying the sender so that I know where to send it, I said. Parchment for a reply had been included alongside the letter, so I wrote down my normal response onto it, the same message I gave to everyone who sent a letter addressed to Besenwatz. After a lengthy introduction, I wrote that the former High Bishop had climbed the towering stairway to the distant heights, then wrote a short conclusion. His secret girlfriend seemed to be a noble, so she will probably understand without issue, unlike Haas's mayor. Okay, that should do it. I set aside my pen, waited for the ink to dry, then put the letter into an envelope. The moment I folded the parchment, however, mana started flowing into it from my ring. Eek! I cried out in surprise. Once the letter and my reply had finished sucking up mana, it turned into birds similar to an ordonnance and flew off. Lady Rosamund, are you okay? Bridget asked. Yes, thank you, Bridget. I was just surprised. I didn't realize they were magic tools. To think they could be infused with mana like that, if you could send a response back to the sender simply by using mana, then there wouldn't be any necessary to write your name or address at all. Please inform Ferdinand when the dedication ritual is over. I think I'm going to need to tell him about this, I continued. I think I'm going to end this off, I guess. And I'll see everybody next time. Okay. This is going to be part 4. Gathering the winter ingredient. I anxiously waited for the dedication ritual to end, knowing that I needed to tell Ferdinand what had happened. Up until this point, all of the letters and such addressed to the former High Bishop had been from commoners looking for favors, never nobles. This was probably because every noble in the Duchy of Ehrenfest had been immediately informed upon his execution, Bindewald's arrest, and Veronica's imprisonment. But such a huge political shift would no doubt indicate instability, so it was possible that a gag order had been placed on this information so that other duchies wouldn't find out about it. The very thought made the blood drain from my face. I might have just done something that I really shouldn't have. My anxious waiting was eventually interrupted by a white bird flying in. It resembled an ordonnance, though it was smaller than the ones I was used to. And instead of relaying a verbal message, it turned into 2 letters before my eyes, which fluttered down onto my desk. I picked them up to find that one was the reply I had written, while the other was the response to my reply. It was a brief, polite letter expressing the writer's regret over Besenwatz's death and thanking me for informing them. I let out a sigh of relief at the fact that I hadn't angrily demanded to know more details about what had happened, and the lack of any paper to write under the response led me to conclude that they didn't expect another letter. Lady Rosemary, the dedicated ritual has concluded for today, Fran said. I could hear the blue priests walking out in the hall. Ferdinand soon came in with some gray priests, all of whom were carrying the chalices we had filled with mana during today's ritual. Fran opened the door of a cabinet for them, and the multiple gray priests wrote together the line of chalices up on a shelf. I used this opportunity to speak to Ferdinand about the letter. Ferdinand. A letter addressed to the former High Bishop arrived, and Ferdinand must have been tired. Rather than listening closely as he usually would, he waved his hand dismissively like the question wasn't important enough to warrant his attention. Another one? Just inform them that Besenwas has passed away as per usual. I did. They then sent a reply expressing their regrets and thanking me. I see. Then the matter requires no further consideration. His brow was deeply furrowed, a sure sign that the blue priests, who had been on good terms with Besenwas, had given him a hard time during today's dedication ritual. While it probably would have been wise for me to avoid bothering him too much, I needed to settle this potential emergency now. I sucked in air, then spoke once again. Ferdinand, there's one thing I want to double-check. What? You still aren't satisfied? Ferdinand asked, now staring daggers at me. Despite the sudden fear that had washed over me, I nodded. Has there been a gag order to prevent other duchies from learning of Besenwas' death? No. There is a gag order regarding the punishment Veronica has received, as that would indeed be a weakness to exploit, but no such limitations have been placed on news about Besenwas' execution. Have you not already been mentioning his death when responding to letters? Why ask this now after so much time? Oh, well, I just wanted to be sure. That's fine then. Thank you for the answer, especially when you're already so tired. Whew. Seems like I didn't make the blunder of the century after all, I thought, sighing in relief at the fact that it was totally okay for me to inform Besenwas' potential secret lover of his death. You might want to let him know about the secret lover thing entirely. I'm just glad that Ferdinand was too tired to ask me for all the details. Revealing Besenwas' pure romance to Ferdinand would have made my heart hurt like whipping an already dying man to make him suffer even more. Ferdinand always exploited everything he could, and this would have been no exception. It terrified me just trying to imagine what kind of torture this nameless girlfriend would have potentially been forced to endure. I had panicked due to the appearance of a magic tool that I had never seen before, but Ferdinand was right in that many letters had already been sent to the High Bishop before that point. The letter magic tool, despite being an outlier, was just one of many correspondence if you looked at the big picture. Thinking about it like that eased the burden on my shoulders. As Ferdinand had predicted, the dedication ritual came to an end 3 days later. A terrible blizzard raged as we finished pouring mana into the last of the chalices just like last year. Rosemary, double-check every chalice, then securely lock them within their cabinet. Camphor and Freyta have the Grey Priest remove the altar from the ritual chamber, then observe that the divine instruments are brought back to the chapel. As you wish, the two men replied. At that, we all started doing our tasks. The Grey Priest once again lined up the mana-filled chalices on the shelf within the High Bishop's chambers. Once I had made sure they were all accounted for, I had Fran and Monica look over them with me, then lock the door to the cabinet. As I gave myself a satisfied nod, acknowledging a job well done, a bell rang from behind the front door. It was the bell that Ferdinand's attendant used. Lady Rosemary, the High Priest wishes to enter, Fran informed me. How shall we reply? This formality was probably just to ensure that the chalices were securely locked away before my door was opened again. Upon giving him permission to enter, Ferdinand strode into the room carrying a spear, which he then held out to me. Why? Rosemary, fill this with your mana, he commanded. This needs to be done as soon as possible. On my second look, I realized that this was a divine instrument that was supposed to be on its way back to the chapel. The spear representing Leidenschaft, the god of fire. Stunned, I hurriedly grabbed onto the instrument, instantly feeling my mana started being drained into the small face stones dotting its shaft. Ferdinand, why am I doing this? Why do you need me to fill this spear with my mana? During the dedication ritual, all the mana that had previously been offered up to the divine instruments was poured into chalices. So by the time the ritual was over, each instrument was completely devoid of mana. It would consequently take a significant amount to refill the spear, and while I could personally manage that, I didn't understand why this was something I needed to do at all. Oh! This spear shall be your weapon, since you do not yet have one of your own, correct? And in order to use the spear, you must first fill it with your mana, Ferdinand replied, giving a shrug as he removed the gloves that he had put on to stop his own mana from flowing into the spear. He was making this sound like it was entirely obvious, but we weren't crossing channels on a fundamental level here. As far as I was concerned, it made no sense whatsoever for me to start using a divine instrument meant to decorate altars as a personal weapon. I'm aware I don't have a weapon, but this is a divine instrument, isn't it? This is Leidenschaft's spear. Should I really be using it as my own personal weapon? I exclaimed. We have no other magic tools capable of serving this purpose. I would have had you use a weapon from the Knight's Order if possible, but you lack the stamina and strength of a regular person. As such, you will have to make do with this divine spear for your gathering," Ferdinand explained, going on to note that since my autumn gathering had ended in failure, he wanted to ensure that my winter one succeeded no matter what. This, of course, meant that I needed a weapon, and the only one that he knew I would be able to use was Leidenschaft's spear. "But this is a divine instrument. Are you sure it's okay?" I asked, still in disbelief. "I have the Ob's permission, and what could possibly be wrong with the High Bishop using something that belongs to the temple? You need a weapon. I provided one. Stop complaining and keep filling it with mana." Honestly, at this point, I genuinely started to feel like I was being the weird one here. I mean, if Sylvester himself was giving his permission as the Archduke, then surely this was indeed okay. Shrugging off my misgivings, I dedicated the next few hours to pouring my mana into Leidenschaft's spear, though I couldn't help but feel like I was committing a sin of some sort by doing so. "Oh, mighty Leidenschaft, I'll be borrowing your spear for just a little while. I promise to give it back, so please don't get mad at me. I don't think he will get mad. I mean, I don't know what you're about to use it on, but surely it's okay." Once the divine spear had been filled with mana, I headed to the orphanage. Ferdinand had mentioned that we would be returning to the castle as soon as was feasible once the dedication ritual was over, so this was my only opportunity to go. "Gil, Fritz, how is the winter handiwork going?" I asked. Once they had both reported on the status of the printed picture books, the carta, and the playing cards, I went out to tell them about the kids in the playroom. This naturally led to Wilma telling me how the orphans had been doing. The cards and playing cards were starting to become popular with the noble children, and the picture books were positively received as well. "They all loved your art, Wilma. The noble women in particular, of course," I said, trailing off deliberately. Wilma, my co-conspirator, who had proven instrumental to the shuriken illustrations, offered a small smile. "May they go undiscovered this time." "I know." "And actually, I've thought of a few more tricks." "Why, Lady Rosemine, the High Priest won't be at all happy about this," Wilma said teasingly. I returned a wide grin. "It's okay. I already have strategies to deal with him." "Oh my," Wilma exclaimed with excitement. By this point she had almost an impish look in her eyes, a sign that she had fully embraced our mischief. Oh dear. While we were talking things over, some nearby girls were busy knitting cloth. They were being taught by Nora, one of the orphans who had moved here from Haas, since knitting was a staple of winter handiwork there. Martha was also a skilled knitter, despite her young age, and she was teaching Delia beside her. Wilma followed my eyes and then smiled warmly. They are all working hard so that the winter will be a warm one. Nora is much more relaxed, having progressed from needing to be taught everything to being comfortable teaching others. From what I had heard, out of the four orphans from Haas, Martha was the one who had adjusted to temple life first, most likely due to her young age. Thor and Rick, on the other hand, had gotten better used to things once they started going out to gather and make paper in the workshop. As it turned out, it was Nora, the eldest, who had struggled the most with adapting to the drastic change in environment. The older someone was, the harder it was to break habits. And on top of everything else, being put in a position where she was being taught by kids far younger than herself day after day had completely destroyed her confidence at first. She couldn't even spend much time with her brother due to the temple's communal lifestyle, and Wilma mentioned that she had found the girl sitting alone with a sad look on her face more than a few times. She feels a sense of purpose now that she can teach others to knit, and with that she has finally secured her own place in the orphanage. She smiles a lot more regularly now, Wilma explained. That's good. I'm glad to hear that everyone's getting along just fine, and I hope to hear some more good news in the future as well. Of course, Lady Rosemine. Leidenschaft's spear had been filled with mana as instructed, and my visit to the orphanage was complete. Everything on my to-do list had been checked off. I informed Ferdinand that I was ready to return to the castle whenever, and while we discussed making the move tomorrow, an ordonnance flew into the room and landed on the desk. "Lord Ferdinand, please return at once," came Karstad's voice, carrying an audible sense of urgency. "The Lord of Winter has appeared. It is a sntorm this year." The ordonnance repeated the message 3 times before returning to its face-stone form. At that, Ferdinand whipped out his staff, tapped the face-stone, and chanted the word ordonnance. "I shall leave the organization of the hunt to you. Iron out the preparations. I shall be there soon," Ferdinand said before swinging his staff and sending the ordonnance off again. His staff then disappeared, and he looked at me with a grim expression. "Rejoice, Rosemine. You might just be harvesting a face-stone of the highest quality here. Prepare at once so that we may return to the castle, just as you did when gathering in autumn, and take extra care to wear enough warm layers. I raced to my room, paling at the thought that one of the requirements for my winter gathering was to hunt a fey beast. Fran called Ella out of the kitchen and informed her of our upcoming departure, while Rosina also began preparing to leave. My guard knights who had been with me when I heard the message were wearing serious expressions as they briskly moved about. Bridget guarded me as I was changed, while Daniel went to put on his armor. Monica and Nicola were the ones changing my clothes. I was dressed in several layers of underclothes to stay warm, a coat and pants similar to the ones I had worn during my autumn gathering. The coat alone was a bit hard to move in, since it was so thick and warm, but I went ahead and put on another layer regardless. I would be going out to gather my ingredient in the middle of a blizzard that, as far as I could tell, was going to continue for days. The more warm clothes I had on, the better. Bridget, what is the Lord of Winter? Out of all the fey beasts that appeared each winter, the dominant one that grows strongest is called the Lord of Winter. Its mana is remarkably strong and causes blizzards to form all around it. Its presence delays the odd arrival of spring, so as soon as it appears, almost every knight in the Knight's Order departs to hunt it, with only a bare minimum of personnel remaining in the castle. Apparently each year a strong fey beast called the Lord of Winter appeared. There were many potential fey beasts that could become it, and out of them all, the sntorm was a particularly nasty one. The fact that I needed to gather its face stone probably meant the knights would have to hunt it with weapons like they had done during the night of Caesarea. Am I also going to be hunting the Lord of Winter, I asked? I believe that we of the Knight's Order shall weaken it first, at which point you are to land the finishing blow and retrieve its face stone. Fear not, Lady Rosemine, there will be nothing to worry about with all of us there with you, Bridget said with a smile. But that didn't make me feel much better. I really couldn't imagine myself successfully fighting like Bridget and Eckert had back then. All good, Bridget, Daniel said once he returned fully clad in his armor. Bridget then left to prepare as well. Monica and Nicola did my hair, pulled a fluffy fur hat over my head, then slid the leather gloves that Ferdinand had lent me onto my hands. They were apprentice gloves from the Knight's Order, designed to allow mana to flow through them, and they morphed to perfectly fit my hands, just as the ring magic tools always did. What do you think about the Lord of Winter, Daniel? I asked. Do you think that I'll be able to hunt it? Unfortunately, since I was demoted to being an apprentice last year, I have not yet gone on a Lord of Winter hunt. But those who had been assured me that it is quite a fearsome beast. The Lord of Winter hunt occurred while the apprentices were in the Royal Academy, so only adult knights ever participated. But Daniel had been demoted to the rank of an apprentice last autumn, right before his first winter as a knight, and had consequently spent that time guarding me in the temple instead. For that reason, this will be his first time hunting the Lord of Winter as well. Everyone finished their preparations quickly, at which point I headed to the exit closest to the Noble's Gate with Leidenschaft's spear in hand. It didn't feel particularly heavy now that I had filled it with my mana and made it my weapon. There was a lot of extra space inside, right by the door where Ferdinand had already formed his high beast. Fran, Zom, open the door on my signal, he instructed. Rosemine, bring forth your high beast and take everyone with you. Bridget, ride with her. Fran and Zom sped to the door where they awaited his signal while I made my panda bust and got inside with Ella, Rosina, and Bridget. Rosemine, the blizzard will be worse as the Lord of Winter rampages to the point where it will become nigh impossible to see. I will attempt to fly close to you, but take care not to lose sight of me. Bridget, do what you can to assist her. Yes, sir. Ferdinand spun around, his cape whipping behind him, then jumped onto his high beast more nimbly than I would ever expect from someone wearing a full suit of plate armor. He raised his chin and faced the door before loudly declaring, "Open it!" Fran and Zom pulled their hands on the doors, pulling them open just a little. Heavy winds and ice immediately burst into the room, blasting the doors all the way open with an enormous cracking sound. Ferdinand launched his high beast outside, facing the blizzard head-on, and I quickly followed suit, my eyes locked on his blue cape. We raced out of the temple, and as soon as we had passed the Noble's Gate, Daniel sped past Leslie to line up next to Ferdinand. Their respective dark yellow and blue capes flapped in front of me, which I used as markers while driving my panda bust, while snow whipped down from the heavy-looking gray sky, coming at me from every direction and making it impossible to tell which direction the wind was blowing. I probably would have plummeted right toward the ground had it not been for their capes. Lady Rosemine, please turn slightly to the right. We're almost at the castle, Bridget said, assisting me as navigator from the front seat. Thanks to her help, we arrived safely at the castle without losing sight of our guides. I saw Ferdinand and send off an ordonnance, and Norbert opened the door for us a second later. Ella, Rosina, hurry into the castle at once. We shall be joining with the Knight's Order, Bridget instructed, and the two women hurried inside through the door that Norbert had opened. Once the door had closed behind them, Ferdinand signaled to Bridget by moving his left arm up and down. We then got back on the move. It seems that the knights have already arrived, so we'll be heading straight to the primary trading ground, Bridget said, following Ferdinand's signals. There were many training grounds being used by the Knight's Order, and each one was sizable, which made sense given that they had to practice fighting on high beasts. It was impossible for me to distinguish them from one another, however, since they were all so as white as the snow blasting through the air. Ferdinand descended down onto one of the training grounds. Daniel was waiting by the door on his high beast like a landmark as we went inside first. "I have arrived," Ferdinand announced, at which point everyone inside knelt. I stepped out of Leslie and stood next to Ferdinand. The claim that the Lord of Winter was dangerous enough to require practically all of the knights in the duchy except the bare minimum left behind for guard duty had apparently been no exaggeration. The training grounds were already packed with rows upon rows of knights. I had heard that there were 50 stationed within the city of Ironfest at any given time, but since we had sent a duchy-wide message, there were now about 250 gathered here. "The Lord of Winter has appeared once again, Archknights. Focus all of your energy on severing its limbs. Med-Knights, eradicate its servants. Lay-Knights, take formation around Rosemine's high beast and dispose of any stragglers." "Yes, sir." "Bridget, ride with Rosemine. Once she is in position, join with the Med-Knights. Daniel, operate with the Lay-Knights." "Yes, sir," Daniel replied, immediately racing to join the light-up knights. Ferdinand, watching him go out of the corner of his eye, looked down at me. "Rosemine, stand by on your high beast until I come to summon you. Under no circumstances are you to move from your position." "Understood. Ferdinand. May I pray for their success in battle?" I asked. This wasn't a whole lot that I could do to help, plus it would be easier for me to pray here while it was calm than on a chaotic battlefield. Ferdinand looked at the knights with a frown, then gave a slow nod. "I would rather you preserve as much of your mana as possible, but since we are going to be taking the Face Stone for ourselves this year, and depriving them of resources, I suppose it would only be fair." After confirming that I had permission, I poured mana into my ring and prayed that the knights would succeed in defeating the massive Face Beast, a creature so strong that the entire Knight's Order had to join together to fight it. "O God of War, Angriff, of the God of Fire, laden shafts exalted 12, I pray that you grant them your divine protection." Blue light soared up in the air from my ring before raining down upon all the knights. It used more mana than I expected, since there were simply so many present. "All knights prepare," Ferdinand declared. The kneeling knights stood up sharply and began riding their high beasts, and as I moved to get into mine, Ferdinand called out to me. "Rosemine, that prayer required a considerable amount of mana, did it not? Drink this before the battle begins. Furthermore, keep your high beast small to preserve your mana." I shrunk Leslie though that he was just big enough for Bridget and myself, climbed inside, and then looked at the potion that Ferdinand had given me. Mana was absolutely essential for hunting Fey beasts, and so he had given me the awful-tasting one that had sacrificed taste for maximum effectiveness. I gulped the potion down, holding back tears all the while. In an instant, my exhaustion faded, and my mana recovered. The taste was unbearably bitter, but preparing my body for the hunt was much more important. "Now, move out," Ferdinand declared. Karstedt and the Archknights were the first to leave, with Ferdinand taking the lead as their vanguard. The Midnights followed close behind while I joined them in the middle. The Knights of the Order could sense powerful mana radiating from the north, and thus approached together. We were racing our high beasts toward the source, pushing forward as if taking on the violent blizzard itself. At times I could hear the clatter of armor as nearby knights turned to look my way. I could guess that they were just trying to get a peek at Leslie, but the noise that their helmets made spooked me every time. The closer we got to the powerful mana, the stronger the blizzard became. Eventually, a massive shadow could be seen in the midst of the swirling snow, at which point Ferdinand immediately ordered me to stop. "Rosemine, stay here. Grip your spear and prepare to jump out at any moment," Ferdinand said. Upon hearing that, Bridget leaped out of my panda bus and formed her own high beast in midair, nimbly landing on it. As she flew to join the other Med Knights, Ferdinand whipped his blue cape and joined the line of Archknights while the Lay Knights gathered around me. Oh boy, here we go. Fighting the sntorm. The wall of Lay Knights guarded me from all sides as I stayed high up in the air, sheltered inside Leslie. I squinted and tried looking up amidst the storm, but the pure white snow was beating against my panda bus and making it impossible to see. It was so bad that even the dark yellow capes of nearby lights were nearly entirely obscured from my vision. Through the snow, one of the knights approached on their high beast. "Lady Rosemine, it's me, Daniel. I have orders from Lord Ferdinand. May I come inside?" I made a door appear on Leslie's passenger side for Daniel to climb through. He walked upon his own high beast swing and flew into my panda bus, sat down, and then returned his high beast to its stone form. "What did Ferdinand say?" I asked. While averting his gaze, Daniel informed me that Ferdinand had instructed him to stick with me, since he was uneasy leaving me on my own. Daniel was being rather roundabout, but I could imagine exactly what Ferdinand had told him. It was probably something like, "Do not let Rosemine do anything until I arrive to get her. Keep a close eye on her so that she does not cause any problems whatsoever." It seemed that he didn't trust me in the least. Not in this moment, anyway. In particular, he instructed me to do whatever it takes to preserve your mana, Daniel said. He mentioned that you have a tendency to prioritize emotions and pray without thinking when problems arise, which won't be acceptable here. Ugh, I groaned. Ferdinand could read me like a book now. I couldn't even argue with that assessment since he was completely right. As I grumbled to myself, Daniel furrowed his brow and gave me an almost pitiable look. I've finally been promoted back up to knighthood, so please refrain from doing anything that would get me punished, he pleaded, tears forming in his eyes. Daniel had worked hard for the past year as an apprentice, so I had no choice but to nod back at him. But even then, I couldn't make any hard promises. So this is your high beast, then? Appearances-wise, the interior is really quite something, Daniel said, letting out surprised and impressed noises as he felt around the panda bus from the passenger seat. Pretty comfy, isn't it? Very. It's exactly as Bridget said. I could tell that Bridget liked Leslie from how relaxed she always seemed in the passenger seat. She was a woman of very few words who rarely expressed her emotions, but I had occasionally happened to catch her ever so slight smiles every now and again. What did Bridget say? I asked excitedly. Daniel closed his eyes as if digging through his memory. She said that your high beast was very comfortable to ride in, but that she would rather ride on a high beast when in battle so that she would have room to swing her weapon. That's true. Knights do need to fight, and Leslie doesn't really accommodate that, but still, why not just reshape the high beast based on your needs? You could have one form for battle and one for travel, I suggested. But according to Daniel, the fact that one needed training and a precise mental image to instantly produce a high beast meant that knights would much rather focus on speed than attempting to balance multiple forms. You can freely change the size of your high beast, Lady Rosamund, but that is not such a simple matter for most, Daniel said. I didn't really get what he meant. Whenever I summoned Leslie, I was always just imagining an automobile. It was more or less the same image no matter the size, so shrinking him into a single-seater or making him as large as a minibus didn't cause me any problems. Oh, it's begun, Daniel said. Take a look. Lord Ferdinand and the commander are in battle. I followed his pointing finger to see two bright lights, one on either side of the blizzard's center. But no matter how hard I squinted, I couldn't see either Ferdinand or Karstedt. All I could see were two lights of spire equal size. It's hard to tell from this far away, but that's the same attack that Lord Ferdinand used to defeat the Golds back during the night of Shitsaria, Daniel explained. Wait, the attack that killed the Golds is a single hit, I asked? Still yourself, Lady Rosamund. A powerful shockwave is coming this way. Daniel yelled sharply as the two lights raced in unison toward the whirlwind at the center of the blizzard. Light also trailed behind them as they arced through the air before suddenly slamming into the whirlwind, resulting in a roaring boom so loud that I instinctively covered my ears. The whirlwind faltered for a moment, during which I could see the two knights with their greatswords swing downward. Since Ferdinand's attack had managed to kill the Golds in a single blow, in that moment I foolishly convinced myself that it was probably already over, but an instant later, the knights closest to the vortex were knocked away one by one. A wave-like disturbance was rushing outward from the center, made visible only by those who were being thrown back. Here it comes, I thought, and just as I braced myself, the shockwave hit us. I gripped Leslie's steering wheel as tightly as I could, pouring more mana into him to keep us in place. The knights around us faltered slightly, but I could see them managing to hold on to their own high beasts as well. We were this far away from the source, and yet it was still near enough to nearly knock us out of the air. Just how strong had the blast been at the very center? Once the shockwave had passed, I looked around. Everything had gone silent. The only thing unchanged was the ever-pleasant whirlwind of the blizzard. Did we win, I asked? No, the sntorm is not that easy of an opponent, Daniel replied, staring into the distance. I heard an earth-shattering roar, and the blizzard instantly became more intense. The whirlwind at the very center grew to a massive size, turning from a violent vortex to an enormous tornado of destruction. Can we even beat this thing? I wondered, my breath catching in my throat. Snow quickly accumulated into clumps inside the tornado before suddenly being flung out. They appeared to be no larger than regular snowballs from this distance, but in reality they were just a little bigger than the knights and their high beasts. I squinted to try and get a better view, and on closer examination realized that the white clumps had taken animal form, which immediately started attacking the knights. Some looked like tigers, others like wolves, and still others like rabbits. They were of various sizes, but they all attacked the knights, who responded in turn. What are those things? I asked. The Lord of Winter's servants, formed from his mana, Daniel replied, tersely, as he continued to eye them carefully. I cannot talk right. Since the white animals were all being created from the sntorm's mana, the tornado was beginning to weaken as more and more were made, slowly revealing the massive beast at its center. So that's the sntorm, I murmured. Once the tornado had thinned enough for me to see through it, a beast even larger than the gigantic Golds I had seen on the night of Shitsaria came into view. The sntorm looked entirely like a white tiger made of snow. There were black stripes running down its white fur on its massive body, and sharp fangs jutted out of its mouth like spears. Its eyes were like huge rolling orbs that gleamed with the sharp red light, which might have just been a trait shared by all beasts. From this distance, it looked like a mountain, with Ferdinand and Karstedt on their high beasts being the equivalent of mosquitoes flying around a cat. The size difference truly couldn't be overstated. The snowstorm turned its head, trying to get all of the knights flying around it into its vision. Its movements were much quicker than one could expect of something its size, and when the knights closed in to attack, it swung its paw with impressive speed. With each swipe, a blizzard erupted. And when it roared, more servants were born from the swirling snow. Can we actually win this, I asked. As far as I could see, Ferdinand and Karlstadt's combination attack hadn't even made a scratch on the snowstorm. And if that really was the case, then what hope did we have of winning? It seemed to me that nothing we could do would be enough. I looked at Daniel with unease and saw that he was looking at the snowstorm with a severe expression as well. I believe it will be a lengthy battle of attrition, he said intensely. And his assessment proved to be right. The snowstorm's roars caused even more blizzards to form, creating all sorts of white babies from the snow. They must not have been very strong, judging by how easily the knights were taking them down. But when destroyed, the babies returned to the snowstorm in the form of snow. There are more coming, Daniel observed. Fewer baby servants meant a stronger blizzard surrounding the snowstorm. Before the blizzard could completely obscure it, the beast would let out another earth-shattering roar that echoed all around it. This roar made more servants appear from the blizzard, immediately lunging at the Mid-Knights before being promptly defeated. But it was a never-ending battle, and while we were headed first appeared to have the advantage as the fight went on, our lead seemed less and less certain. Eventually, it started to look as though the Knights were barely winning at all. So they're struggling this much, even with your blessing, Daniel murmured. I had given the Knights the divine protection of Angrif, the god of war, on the knife, as well, which had completely turned the tide of the battle, and yet here they were struggling even with it. This is bad, Daniel exclaimed, gritting his teeth and clenching his gauntleted fists. He looked almost desperate to run into battle to help them. There were now too many Fae-Beast servants for the Mad Knights to handle, forcing the Lay Knights to desperately finish off the ones that were slipping through and heading toward us. I can understand how Daniel felt. As a knight, he believed that it was his duty to join the fight, but he had been ordered to protect me. I wanted to say that he could go off and join his fellow knights, but that would be seen as him abandoning his duty. Yeah, not a good idea. If only there was something I could do, I murmured and thought, my brow deeply furrowed. You've already blessed us with Angrif's protection, and Ferdinand has strictly ordered you to preserve your mana. Don't forget that, Daniel said, warning me not to use any more mana that was necessary as he watched his comrades struggle. I hadn't forgotten Ferdinand's order, but it pained me to just watch them without doing anything myself. Anxious feelings were burning in my chest, and the fact that it looked as though they were losing made it even worse. The Knight's Order battles the Lord of Winter every year. Snowstorms are particularly fearsome lords, but we have never failed to defeat one, Daniel explained. Of course the fight will be a long one. It was like we were fighting winter itself, and given that this happened every year, rushing out in a panic would just make me look like an idiot. The Archknights are fighting as well. Your duty is to stay here and preserve your mana, Lady Rosemine. My eyes had been instinctively drawn to the knights fighting closer to us, but while the Mid Knights and Lay Knights were fighting, the endlessly spawning snow servants, the Archknights were launching direct attacks on the Snow Tiger. I could see several high beasts facing the massive snowstorm, small lights flashing here and there before racing toward the beast. It didn't seem as powerful as the ones from Ferdinand and Karlstad. It was probably the same attack. The only problem was no matter how many times the lights flashed, the snowstorm didn't falter in the slightest, seeming entirely undamaged and unfazed. The stalemate continued for some time. More and more servants were defeated, only to be reborn. The knights desperately continued to slay them, but the battle only got harder, and I keep thinking that we were going to be overwhelmed. But that never happened. One by none, the knights downed the potions they had prepared ahead of time, restoring their stamina and allowing them to continue the fight. Daniel had been right. It was a long war of attrition, and one of the knights were all well prepared for. I sighed. I kind of wish they would drink the potions before the battle took such a toll on them. Since they don't know how long the fight is going to last, they're trying to preserve as many potions as they can, Daniel explained. Personally, I had no idea how much time had actually passed. The endless cycle of servants being killed and reborn continued, but the blizzard surrounding the snowstorm now seemed less intense, and fewer servants were being created at once. The snowstorm seems to be somewhat weakened, Daniel observed, and a second later, two bright lights began to shine to the left and right of the Snow Tiger, lights that were just as bright as the initial attack. Daniel's eyes glistened with hope, and he leaned forward slightly as he watched the snowstorm. It's Lord Ferdinand and the commander. I gripped the steering wheel of my pandabus and leaned forward as well, squinting to see what might be the final moments of the battle. The two lights launched forward, both aimed toward the snowstorm's right foreleg. They intersected in the air before exploding on impact, though the shock wave didn't seem to reach us, perhaps due to the attacks having first pierced into the Snow Tiger's body. And the two of them must have poured their all into the attacks, as the snowstorm's leg was torn apart and quickly fell to the ground. The surrounding Archknights began launching attacks on the other front leg without delay. The focused swarm of blows seemed to be effective, and the snowstorm let out a deafening roar. It was different from the roar that had given birth to the endless stream of servants, and the Snow Tiger now seemed to be rampaging while howling in pain and anger. The blizzard around the beast disappeared instantly, as did all the surface that the knights had been fighting. Did we win, I asked? I don't know, but the blizzard is clearing. No, it's healing. I thought we had finally won, but that was a mistake. The snowstorm was simply using the power it had used to summon blizzards to heal its injuries instead. The wounds left from the Archnight's focused attacks on its right front leg started closing up before our eyes. All things considered, it wasn't happening quickly, but at this rate it wouldn't be long before the leg they had finally chopped off regenerated completely. I watched the snowstorm with wide eyes when I noticed a high beast racing toward us at incredible speed. Lady Rosamund, that's Lord Ferdinand, Damelia, climbing out of Leslie and bringing his high beast back out so that he wouldn't be in our way. I immediately gripped onto Leidenschaft's spear as tightly as I could, watching Ferdinand approach. Come, Rosamund, he declared, holding out a hand toward my panda bus, but Leslie was still in the air. I didn't know what he wanted me to do after opening the door, so I just stood there with the spear, uncertain. Jump! He told you to jump before! Be ready to jump! After a pause, Ferdinand clicked his tongue and whipped out his staff. He swung up through the air, causing bands of light to shoot at and wrap around me. As I blinked in surprise, trying to process what was going on, I was pulled toward him like a fish on a hook. I bounced through the air, and before I knew it, I was on Ferdinand's high beast. Must you always make things difficult, he sighed. My apologies. I turned Leslie back into a face stone, then rode on Ferdinand's high beast. The lack of a pandabus windshield meant that the freezing air stabbed my chin into my skin as we flew, and it hurt to keep my eyes open while moving so fast. Our chance at victory is now, while the snowstorm is focused on healing itself, Ferdinand explained. Do not allow this opportunity to escape. Right. Grip the spear firmly with both hands and pour as much mana into it as you can, Ferdinand instructed, wrapping his left arm around me to make sure I didn't fall. And so I did as Ferdinand said. The face stones on it were all lit up, which I had assumed meant it was full of mana, but nothing stopped me from pouring more into it. The clear sky clouded over and snow began to fall again. The snowstorm's left leg had completely healed, and it was once again using it to swipe through the air. Its right leg seemed to be about halfway regenerated. Not yet, Ferdinand said, his head above mine. I kept pouring mana into the spear as we approached the snowstorm. Ferdinand pulled his high beast back to face the sky so that we began climbing upward. That is not enough, he later repeated. But I was trying as hard as I could. Eventually it began to spark with mana, its spearhead glowing bright blue. It must have finally become truly full. Hold it with your right hand such that you can throw it at any time, Ferdinand said. I gave a nod and readied the spear as instructed. Ferdinand told me to tighten my grip, holding my wrist with his right hand, while taking care not to touch the spear directly. His left arm was still around my stomach, serving as a safety bar while he kept the reins of his high beast steady. Now, Ferdinand declared, plunging his high beast downward. Our descent was rapid and only getting faster, so much so that it was honestly scarier than a free fall. All I could hear was the wind beating against his cape. The wind struck my cheeks like tiny bolts of electricity, and my stomach turned, hitting me with a wave of nausea and making tears form in my eyes. I screamed silently, the both of us plummeting right toward the snowstorm. Throw it, Ferdinand roared, using his right hand to guide my own through a throwing motion. All I needed to do was let go of the shining blue spear at the right time. It left my hand like a shooting star made of pure light, racing directly down toward the beast. Here's hoping this works. I watched it fall, but Ferdinand wasted no time before pulling his high beast back. I was immediately hit with the impact of our sudden change in direction, forcing a grunt out of my body. An instant later, the earth exploded, and an enormous shockwave hit us from below, but thanks to Ferdinand having turned his high beast around, we rode the shockwave high into the air, before eventually coming to a stop. I was clinging to Ferdinand's left arm as tightly as I could, while he, on the other hand, just casually leaned to the side and looked down. Mission complete. It is now time to retrieve the face stone, Ferdinand said dryly, like he was giving a simple instruction before lowering his high beast to where the snowstorm had been. Get a hold of yourself, Rosamund. You must be the one to collect the face stone. If you intend to pass out or collapse, do not do so later on, not now. Don't be so unreasonable, I wanted to say, but instead I let out a loud huff. Snowstorm's body had already vanished, and at the bottom of an immense crater in the ground was Leidenschaft's spear and a face stone. The spear was drained of mana, but completely without a scratch, its tip piercing the snow tiger's face stone. As instructed, I retrieved the face stone, which was white and mostly filled with my faint yellow mana. It seems to need a bit more. Finish dyeing it with your mana, Rosamund, Ferdinand said. If you do not have enough left, you can put it in your pouch for the time being and spend tomorrow filling it. But I'd rather not risk it being dyed by any other source of mana. I can empathize with that. A high-quality ingredient was right in front of me, and I wanted it to be as good as it could be. I'll do it, I replied, starting to dye the face stone with my mana. Meanwhile, the knights spent time healing each other and preparing to go home. Karstead came over, a wide grin spread across his face, and plopped a hand on my head. This year's hunt ended earlier than expected, is all thanks to you, Rosamund. To me, it had seemed as though the battle was a hard one, but it had apparently been way worse in the past years. The god of war's blessing, and the fact that I had successfully landed the final blow, had greatly reduced the time spent fighting, and led to the hunt avoiding Hunt ending much earlier than planned, according to Karstedt. I see the dyeing is complete, Ferdinand observed. I took a good look at the face stone now dyed of my mind. This was my first time successfully gathering my ingredient. I let out a sigh of relief, putting the face stone back into my gathering pouch. The blizzard cleared, and the next day was a sunny one. The kids in the castle apparently cheered at the long-awaited change in weather, and heard that they had all raced outside to play, apparently doing something that sounded similar to ice skating and sledding. I could guess that the kids in the orphanage were going to go and gather peruse as well since the sun was out. Why am I speaking as though I wasn't there? Well, because I was stuck in bed with a fever. I want to eat some Peru cakes, I murmured, but the only ones who nodded in from agreement was Daniel. Oh, mine. You are silly. Okay, to the end of winter. Sunny days became more frequent after the Lord of Winter had been slain. There were, of course, still snowy days, and the cold continued to be harsh. There were, of course, still snowy days, and the cold continued to be harsh, but the increasing number of students coming home showed just how late into the season we were. The early returners were those who had completed their lessons and worked sooner than their schedules had accounted for. The apprentice knights participated in the Order's training regiment and showed up at Order gatherings, while apprentice scholars helped with government work and attended scholar gatherings. When they did not have plans, they would show up at the playroom, meaning that we had sometimes had older kids joining the fun. Wilfried and the others were currently engaged in a game of karate with some academy students, all of whom had turned a sickly, pale color as their younger siblings, who supposedly had no previous reading experience, completely dominated them. "All right, I win again," Wilfried exclaimed. "Indeed, Lord Wilfried, I beat my older brother too," another kid chimed in. The students looked shocked, having casually accepted the challenge to play, only to lose most of the cards. Some were even cradling their heads, devastated that they had been smashed to pieces by their younger brothers and sisters. There really wasn't anything the newbies could do against experienced players. "See, everyone, you have all developed so much that you can even beat your older siblings," I said. I personally was still unrivaled when it came to karate, and my winning streak was unbroken. Wilfried, on the other hand, had started to deteriorate, believing that he could never beat me no matter how hard he tried. That was why I had set up this game with the older kids, hoping that he would regain some of his confidence. Since the older siblings already knew how to read, they would almost certainly start winning once they had memorized the art cards, I continued. That almost certainly won't happen this winter, but I wish you luck. It was one thing to lose to Wilfried, but losing to their younger siblings was a matter of pride for the older brothers and sisters. There were surprisingly serious expressions as they started lining up the karate again. "Lady Rosemont," Cornelius said. He always addressed me as Lady here, since the playroom was a public area. I turned to him and tilted my head slightly. "Yes?" "I see there are multiple karate decks. Did you purchase them from somewhere? I've never seen one before." "Oh? Have you really never had the opportunity to see one? They're study materials that I made myself and brought to the castle last autumn to help teach Wilfried to read. It turned out that since Cornelius could not enter Wilfried's room while serving as my guard knight, he had been forced to wait outside and thus had never seen the cards himself. You say they are for learning letters, but it seems to me that the children are learning the names of the gods as well." "Of course. They learn the names of the gods at the same time, and I believe the children now know which god is subordinate to which and what they govern as well." At that, I showed him the karata and explained what everyone had been doing over the winter. "Lady Rosemont, this is all content that I'm supposed to be learning next year at the Royal Academy," Cornelius said, his voice slowly trailing off. As I scanned the room, I noticed a number of students slumping their shoulders dejectedly as they looked at the karata. I could guess that they were the ones who had spent this year at the Royal Academy, learning about the gods, yet were struggling to memorize what the kids here already knew. I suppose the children who played karate this year are going to end up as honor students then. My plan was to sell them here at the end of winter, but perhaps I should speed things up a bit and sell them to academy students as well. After all, they won't improve without people to compete against. Cornelius gave a firm nod, his fist clenched with the resolve to make next year be easier for himself. It was heartwarming to see, but I also felt a sudden tinge of concern for Angelica, who had become a knight specifically because she hated studying. This isn't technically studying, if you want to think about it that way. This is games, this is fun, this is playing. Karstedt, Ferdinand, and Eckert were also in attendance, with Karstedt standing behind Sylvester and Eckert behind Ferdinand. In fact, this was my first time seeing Eckert serving as Ferdinand's guard while in the castle. Daniel was also present as my guard, since our discussion here would be deep and secretive. "I hear that you were quite helpful during the Lord of Winter hunt," Sylvester said. "Karstedt told me all about it." All I really did was fill the divine instrument with mana. Ferdinand and the Order did everything else. I had pretty much just waited outside Leslie while the knights protected me, then landed the final blow on the weakened Fabies to get the face stone since I needed it for my own purposes. And since even that had required Ferdinand's assistance, I could hardly puff out my chest of pride and brag about my contribution. Far from it, Karsa said with a hearty laugh. You gave everyone Angrif's blessing and finished off a lord, which is no small feat. The hunt this year ended with minimal casualties, and we used up far fewer resources than usual. Ferdinand gave a satisfied nod. Obtaining the highest quality winter ingredient possible was well worth losing all the other materials. Apparently, under normal circumstances, everyone would work together to weaken the Lord of Winter over a much longer period. Then, once it was on the verge of death, they would start dissecting it to gather materials. They would strip off everything of use, from fur to meat to bones, taking extra care not to touch the face stone since its body would melt away once it was removed. But this year, since they had prioritized getting a pure face stone for use in my potion, nothing else had been gathered from the beast. The Order had thus lost a valuable source of income for the year, which I would be covering myself. What was it you wanted to talk about, Rosamund? Sylvester asked. You wanted to sell your picture books and teaching materials? That's right. As I mentioned in my reports, the kids too young for the academy have spent this winter studying a similar curriculum to Wilfried, playing with the cards and reading picture books. My intention here had been to raise the basic knowledge level of every noble child in the duchy, and Sylvester leaned forward eagerly to hear how it had gone. As a result, every single child, including the lay nobles, can now read and write the entire alphabet, I continued. They know the names of the gods and their subordinates thanks to the carta, and they are also capable of doing single-digit addition and subtraction. In terms of Heartspell practice, the lay nobles who had been required to study under their parents due to not having the funds to pay for good teachers have also improved considerably. The lay noble children know that this winter was their only opportunity to learn under a proper teacher, so they had thrown themselves into their Heartspell practice. This had also made the men nobles and arch nobles study even harder since they didn't want to lose to the lay nobles. The result was everyone getting a lot better. I heard from Cornelius that there is a class in the Royal Academy dedicated to teaching students the names of the gods, I said. There sure is. The names are a pain to learn, and most of them are barely ever get used, so it's real easy to just forget all the ones that don't have much to do with your life. Sylvester replied with a shrug. I could guess that this means that the class intended to involve hardcore memorization, and the similar smiles that Carson and Eckert were wearing hinted that they had gone through the same thing themselves. Wilfried is currently more familiar with the gods than any of the students who took that course, I revealed. Sylvester opened his eyes wide with shock. Say what? Wilfried is? Nobody could blame him for being surprised. Wilfried had barely been able to write out basic letters at the start of autumn, but now he knew even more about the gods than Royal Academy students. Who could believe that? The students who have returned from the Royal Academy are working hard to beat him and the others in Karata, desperate to keep losing to their younger siblings. This kind of competitiveness is the best way to encourage learning, so I would like to sell the Karata and picture books now rather than later. May I have your permission to sell them in the castle? I had only brought 3 sets of Karata for the kids to play with, but competition was so fierce now that everyone wanted to play with them. And naturally, when it came to fighting over who got to use them next, the older brother and sisters always won. All right, you have my permission. You'll be selling the teaching materials to the playroom, correct? Yes, but as it would not be my place to directly sell them to the nobles, I would like your permission to invite the Gilberta Company as my representative merchants. My attendants had taken up the role of salespeople during the Heartspell concert, but that was not what attendants were supposed to do. Plus, winter was too busy of a time due to all the visitors for me to be giving them so much extra work. All in all, there was just too many kids to potentially sell things to. The Gilberta Company, huh? Sure. Discuss the time and other such arrangements with the person responsible for the playroom and send word with the details once you have it settled. All the nobles will need to know about this in advance if you want to boost your sales, right? I'll keep you updated, Sylvester, but not everyone needs to know. Sales are going to be limited to just nobles with children for now. So I think relying on the kids telling their parents should be enough, I said, earning me confused looks from Ferdinand, Karsta, and of course Sylvester. But why? Don't you want to sell them to everyone like those pictures from before, Sylvester asked? The more sales the better, to be sure, but the fact that these products are being handmade means we only have so many of them, and being swarmed by nobles seeking to earn my favor would be overwhelming, to say the least. We had made enough for each kid and then some, but not enough for every single noble in Ehrenfest. Plus, there would be no point in selling them if people seeking my favor bought them all and left none for the children who actually needed them. Alright, you've proven yourself with how well you taught the kids over the winter, so if you think that'll be for the best, then go ahead. Do what you want. Thank you, Sylvester. Now that I have permission to sell my teaching materials, I would need to return to the temple so that I could bring them all to the castle. While I was there, I would also need to contact the Gilberta Company. I looked up at Sylvester while writing the last few notes into my diptych. That's all I want to talk about, so we can move on now. What is it that you wanted to discuss? Right. Your recipes have been getting pretty popular over here, so... surprising the nobles with the new food went well, then? Wilfried and I could only accept visits from a select few nobles under strict conditions, which meant that we never attended lunch meetings with others. I had consequently had no idea how my recipes were being received, but those trying them had apparently all been exceedingly impressed. More nobles than ever were seeking invitations to lunch and dinner meetings from Sylvester, both to discuss his mother's fall from grace and to enjoy the new food. I've been asked for the recipes more times than I can count, Sylvester continued, so I'd like for you to think up a convenient way to teach them to people. I could imagine that he had been using them as a powerful bargaining chip in all sorts of deals. Delicious food is the foundation of any life, after all. Maybe I should make an entire recipe book. I could charge 2 large gold for it, and it would contain the same recipes taught to both fathers and your chefs. Rosemine, that's cheaper than what we had to pay. How's that fair? Sylvester asked, raising an eyebrow at me. He had paid 3 large gold for those 30 recipes. Well, of course it's cheaper. Information is more valuable when fewer people know it. And this would be spreading it far and wide. Plus, I'll only be selling the recipes. It's not as though I'll be sending my chefs to teach people the methods. Sylvester didn't look convinced. My recipes use abnormal cooking methods and require a tedious amount of preparation work, so it's hard to imagine that anyone will end up creating identical meals. Even when they're following the same instructions, I continued. Your expertly trained chefs will earn you years' worth of envy and praise following the book's publication, and if you ever think that admiration is starting to wane, I can simply sell you more new recipes. So you're gonna squeeze more money out of me? Sylvester asked, raising his eyebrow even further, and he was right. That was exactly what I was gonna do. I wasn't someone who worked for free, and I needed to raise more money, enough money to pay the knight's order for the Faith Stone. Either way, this isn't something that's going to happen anytime soon. I'll be making and selling the recipe books next winter at the earliest. So if you want to use them as a bargaining chip, it might be wise for you to price gouge as much as possible. What do you think about limiting production to 100 copies and raising the price dramatically higher than just 2 large golds, I asked. Doing this would give the books a nice premium feeling, and the fact that everyone else would have to suffer until next year would probably allow me to raise the price even more. As if I hadn't thought of just how much I should be selling the recipe books for, Sylvester glared at Ferdinand. Ferdinand, did you teach her to be like this? No, that would be Benno's fault. Ferdinand narrowed his eyes and gave a dismissive laugh. No, I imagine the Gilberta Company is responsible. Business is outside of my purview. Do not make me out to be the source of all evil. My bad, Sylvester said, looking away and waving his hand in a manner that made it clear he didn't actually feel bad at all. Then, out of nowhere, he shot me a deadly serious look. Rosemine, there's one more thing we must talk about. Haas. I've been kept up to date by Ferdinand, but I would like to hear what you personally intend to do there. I straightened my back, glanced at Ferdinand, and looked Sylvester straight in the eyes. What is most important right now is waiting to see what conclusion Haas comes to, but I intend to have the mayor's faction take responsibility for the attack on the monastery, and use them as an example to teach the others how to treat nobles. To this end, I am presently using the Gilberta Company to spread rumors and advise regarding the proper way to behave. Should I take that to mean you plan to settle the monastery attack with a single one-off punishment? Sylvester asked, keeping his gaze focused on me. Haas's farmers will, of course, suffer if we don't send priests to them during spring prayer. But a single year of reduced harvest won't leave a lasting impression. It's far too small of a punishment for the crime of attacking a member of the archducal family. I swallowed hard, feeling the same intense pressure and anxiety I felt when I was forced to come up with a punishment for Delia. Attacking the archducal family was indeed a serious crime. I needed to think up a punishment that will both convey its seriousness to everyone in the city and satisfy Sylvester, so I desperately racked my brain for ideas. In that case, might I suggest raising their tax rates for the next 10 years, I suggested. Farmers are essential for producing the taxes we collect, so while it would be easy for you to crush a city like Haas, would it not be more worthwhile to slowly wring out more money from them over the coming years? As far as I was concerned, financial penalties were a much, much better way of resolving things than mass executions. I thought that was a pretty modest punishment, but it was enough for Sylvester to suddenly flinch. I can't tell if you're soft or just cruel. Don't you realize that it would be much kinder to kill them outright than to starve them slowly? That'll give us less problems in the future, right? I shook my head hard in response. It was probably normal for a noble to lean toward mass execution to avoid leaving any loose ends, but death was a permanent solution to temporary problems. Fine. I'll settle on a decade of raised taxes and the execution of the mayor's faction. Should we send priests to Haas during spring prayer, then? I asked. The increased tax rate won't be of much benefit to us next year if their harvest is poor. No, we won't be sending any priests there this year. That's set in stone, Sylvester said, his dark green eyes gleaming in a way that made it clear there was no room for debate. I had no choice but to assent. It was beyond me to overrule the word of the Archduke, and it was hard to imagine that I would be able to lighten Haas's punishment any further than I already had. I will send you to Haas so that you may publicize the punishment. Make it clear that their lives were only saved thanks to the Saint of Ehrenfest's grace. But if the citizens still do not understand the weight of their crime, well, you know what I'll have to do. Sylvester was in no doubt insinuating that the city would be burned to the ground. I could also tell that my having to make the announcement while calling myself a compassionate saint was his way of punishing me for being so soft on Haas. Ferdinand was looking down at me with a pleased sneer, clearly looking forward to it. One more thing. It turns out the land you blessed directly brought in a much better harvest than the land that only received chalices, Sylvester said, lining up several boards in front of me. These were apparently documents from the tax officials listing how big each province's harvest had been and how much tax had been collected. I looked over the boards, but despite what Sylvester had said, there didn't seem to be much of a difference between them at all. It seems to me that both the provinces and the central districts yielded an equally large harvest. Exactly. For the past few years, the lack of priests and shrine maidens has resulted in the central district yielding much less than the other provinces, but this year our harvest was just as large as theirs. Sylvester went on to explain that to ensure a bountiful harvest, the Geeves usually poured their own mana into their land as well as the mana from the chalices. This, coupled with the blue priest shortage, had resulted in the provinces bringing in far greater yields than the central district over the past few years. Rosemine, I hate to ask this, but I want you to directly bless Ehrenfest's land again during this spring's prayer. Sylvester forced out after a pause, clearly uncomfortable. It must have really pained him to ask for my help, despite my recent complaints about being too busy. I was able to refuse his attempts to work Ferdinand to the bone in the castle, since that wasn't something the high priest should be doing in the first place. But if the Archduke had determined that a job was necessary for the good of the duchy, as the High Bishop, I couldn't simply decline. A wave of dread washed over me as I thought about how many weeks I would need to spend chugging those disgusting potions, but I had no choice but to accept. If you believe that is for the best, then I began, but Ferdinand protectively stood in front of me before I could finish. Sylvester, he said with a sigh, Rosemine will only bless the land in the central district. The other blue priests shall be entrusted with taking the chalices to the provinces. Otherwise, we will be stealing their work and introducing problems that will impede the spring gathering. Sure, that's good enough. Make it happen, Sylvester said with a nod. That's everything I have to say. Ferdinand began tapping a finger against his temple, presumably already planning out spring prayer. Both he and Sylvester looked as though they had more that they wanted to discuss with one another, and after a pause, Sylvester spoke again. You can leave now, Rosemond. In that case, once the Gilberta Company is ready to sell our goods, I shall return with the additional chalices I have been oh so unkindly entrusted with, I said, before making my exit and heading back to the playroom in Leslie. Everyone, Ob Ehrenfest has given me permission to sell the character picture books and playing cards here. Those who would like to purchase their own, please discuss payment with their parents, I announced upon my return. The children raced over to me, positively glowing with excitement. So if we buy character of our own, we can play them back at our summer estate, one asked. Yeah, that's right. Do your best and practice for next winter. The little boy was joyfully beaming over having beaten his older brother at something for the first time. The brother in question was also wearing a grin, saying that he would win as soon as he had gotten some more practice at home. Lady Rosemine, will you be selling copies of each picture book as well? One girl asked. Of course. Spreading the picture books was my number one goal here, and I was even eager to sell my new ones if possible. The text was already done, and Wilma had completed most of the art the last time I checked. So if we hurried, there was a chance that we would be able to start selling the new volumes just in time. Maybe I should push back the day we sell our teaching materials and make just enough copies for the number of children here, I pondered. At which point, a girl about as old as Cornelius came over to hesitantly ask a question. Lady Rosemine, I would like to learn about the gods before next year's classes. Do you have any picture books for the autumn and winter subordinate gods? Not yet, unfortunately. My workshop might have the autumn picture books ready before you all go home if they work extra hard, but the winter ones will have to wait until next year. I had no idea whether there would be enough time for an entirely new picture book, and didn't want to make promises that I wasn't certain I could keep. I would need to ask Lutz and Gil whether printing them earlier would be feasible, just to be sure. They're such wonderfully made picture books. I would have loved there to be more. I'm glad that you enjoy them so much. Let me see. I believe they'll be ready by the next Starbind ceremony, so I shall set ask Ehrenfest whether I may sell them to the nobles who come to the castle then. That way they'll be ready before you go to the Royal Academy next winter. The Starbind ceremony itself was for those who had come of age, but there was nothing stopping me from scheduling to sell the new picture books then and having the students fly over on their high beasts. I shall be looking forward to it, the girl responded, offering me a graceful smile before stepping away. And moments later, I heard another noble girl enthusiastically say that she would ask her parents to buy every single book. From there, everyone started to discuss which of the books and toys they would purchase. I watched them eagerly talk among themselves out of the corner of my eye while speaking to the attendants in charge of the playroom. While we were trying to work out the best day on which to sell my teaching materials, for a brief moment, something caught my attention. Amid all the excited chatter, Feline was sadly looking down at the floor. Oh, she probably doesn't have the money. Oh, man, I feel so bad for Feline. I'll see you guys next time. Okay, part 5. I'll try and make this a bit longer than last time. Selling the materials. I asked Gil to contact Benno upon my return to the temple, and he took a letter to the Gilberta Company on the next sunny day. It seemed that Benno did not have as much work in the winter, so I got a nigh immediate response stating that he would be ready to meet with me that same afternoon. In that case, I shall prepare the orphanage director's chambers for his visit. Please inform Lutz of this. As you wish, Gil replied. Lutz went back for lunch with my reply, and at 5th bell the Gilberta Company arrived. Benno, Mark, and Lutz were all in attendance. We headed straight into my hidden room, at which point I leaped onto Lutz, having barely seen him over the winter. Then, while my internal batteries recharged, I mentioned to Benno that I wanted him to sell my teaching materials in the castle. Sorry, what? You want to sell them in the castle? Hold on a moment. But we don't have a moment to spare. They need to go on sale as soon as possible. Quit thinking so literally. What I was going to say was my current employees aren't well trained enough to go to the castle right now. Then why don't you do it, dude? The Gilberta Company was primarily doing business with lay nobles while slowly spreading out to med nobles and arch nobles. My connections had already secured them one high-ranking customer in the form of Elvira. But as one could guess from the fact that only Benno and Mark ever brought goods to her, they barely had any employees who were capable enough to visit the castle. Even those who had manners hurriedly beaten into them in preparation for serving in the Italian restaurant weren't completely ready. Employees, huh? Well, what if you were to bring some of my attendants and grey priests dressed as servants then? We're just selling products here, not taking orders, so anyone who can do math should be just fine. When doing business with nobles, it was standard for everything to be made to order. Outside of consumable goods like plant paper, one would never just bring and sell pre-made products. Even the Rinsham was being specifically catered to the arch nobles using it. Benno would bring them various samples made from seasonal ingredients and scrubs, then take orders based on their preferred combinations. I personally just purchased the samples, but to maintain my arch noble pretense, I filled out the order form and pretended they were being tailor-made for me. You're just going to outright sell what you've been making as winter handiwork. You're not going to take custom orders from the nobles in the castle, Benno asked, his eyes wide. I nodded, yes, we're just going to sell them as is, but we need to act quickly. You and Mark can handle the orders from nobles who want more customized products, but we'll sell the books outright to those who'd rather have them right away. For that, any grey priests who are good at math will be acceptable. Alright, on our end we've got Mark, Leon, and me. We'll need you to choose 2 adult grey priests to help out, though, and you'll want clothes prepared for them before taking them to the castle, right? We naturally couldn't take the grey priests to the castle in their robes. Instead, we need proper sets of clothing for them to wear so that they would blend right in with the Gilberta Company. Gil, who do you think will be good for this job? Fran is already going to be carrying the chalices, so we only need one more person. Fritz once served a blue priest, so he should do just fine. Oh, yeah, someone actually commented that Fran had not told her who Fritz had served before, which is probably a good thing, though I don't think that would be that big of a deal. But let me know what y'all think. Oh. In that case, I shall ask Fran and Fritz for their help. Having settled on our new salesman, it was time to determine the price and quantity of our products. I think we can price the picture books at 1 small gold each, the card sets at 5 large silvers, the black and white playing cards at 3 large silvers, and the colored playing cards at 1 small gold, I suggested. Given that we had successfully lowered the cost of plant paper and ink since selling the initial picture books aimed at rich people, we could reduce the price of our new books without issue. The card sets used mimeograph printing, as Wilma naturally could not draw them all herself. And as these were made from wood, they were cheaper to produce than books. As for the decks of playing cards, these had even fewer components than the carta, which was why the black and white variants was our cheapest product. The ones that were in color, however, while very pretty, were also a lot more costly due to the rarity of the ink. For this reason, they were targeted toward arch nobles who wanted to make their high status clear. For now, let us prepare 100 of each. That should be enough considering how many kids there are. Got it. I'll load wooden crates with 100 of each. With that matter sorted, we started discussing the best way to go about selling our goods. The biggest problem was that we were dealing with nobles here, which meant the sales methods used on commoners might not work. Mark left partway through to begin preparations early, and once we were done, Benno got Franz and Fritz his measurements for their clothes and started showing them the ropes. Meanwhile, Gil and Les went to the workshop to check the products and start boxing them up. As this went on, I noticed that Daniel was wearing a tight frown, looking down a little in silence as the Gilberta company busily moved about. It was the same depressed expression that I had seen on Feline's face back in the playroom. "What's wrong, Daniel?" I asked. "If you have noticed something important, please feel free to tell me. It's possible that you know things that none of us do." There was still a lot about this world's culture that I did not know, and while Benno was doing business with nobles, the fact that he was a commoner meant that this would be his first time entering the castle. Assuming that Daniel had picked up on an issue that only nobles would notice, it was possible that we could end up making a huge mistake while doing business unless he said something here. Well, what I noticed is that while your picture books are quite lovely, Lady Rosemine, and cheaper than other books, they are still too expensive for a lay noble family to comfortably afford. I'm just worried that there are going to be many children who feel frustrated and inferior to the others. I say this as someone who personally comes from a noble family on the poorer side. It was common knowledge here that poor lay nobles generally had even less money than rich commoners, and I bit my lip in frustration having not remembered such a simple fact. The picture books made learning easy, but the kids who needed them most were those who were too poor to have skilled teachers. Even here, the amount of money that one's family had would have a huge impact. I understand that not all the nobles are going to be able to buy the books, but we cannot lower the price any further than we already have, I said, politely noticing Benno shooting me a glare mid-sentence. He would never approve of reducing prices for nobles, and considering our future business plan, it would not be wise to sell them at a loss from the very start. It is true that the price is already much lower than it could be, I mused, but I think it would be smart to think of a way for everyone who wants a book to be able to get one. Let's, do you have any ideas? I think the only solution is to lend books to those who can't buy them. Books were expensive, so expensive that just owning them was a sign of one's wealth. For that reason, both buying and borrowing them was no simple matter. The temple's bookroom was made such that only members of the temple could enter, and one not only had to be a blue priest or a blue shrine maiden to borrow from it, but they also needed the high bishop's or high priest's permission. To enter the castle's bookroom, one first needed to provide evidence that they were of a high enough status. Those who wanted to borrow a book would then need to pay a large deposit, which would be used as collateral to cover the cost of any damages, such as the pages being torn or dirtied. Earth's ideal of a library lending books out for free was just unthinkable here. Right now, borrowing books isn't easy, but what if we thought about this as a challenge to change that culture and make the process more accessible, Love suggested. I paused and thought for a moment. If the problem is the collateral being too high, perhaps we could just lower it? We could make the rental fees cheap and have the parents agree to pay money in the event of damage. This would be somewhat of an abuse of authority, but I could imagine that the parents would ensure the books were treated well, since they were borrowing them from me, the Archduke's adopted daughter. This would also guarantee that they paid up in the case that any books unfortunately did get damaged. Perhaps we can make the rental fee a small sum in the exchange of a new story. I had thinking back to the tales that Feline and the other girls had told me. Were I to pay for the stories, it would probably allow even those too poor to buy the books to rent them instead. I think you should consider the length of the story here too. Some might be a lot longer than others. True, I'll consider that when purchasing them, I said. By calculating the payments based on the length of each manuscript and having the kids write them out, everything would hopefully work out. I would get new stories, and the kids with poor handwriting skills would get an opportunity to practice and earn money. I was killing 3 birds with one incredibly clever stone, but just as I was starting to pump myself up, I noticed Benno's mouth twitching. Lady Rosemine, we are dealing with considerable sums of money here. I do not believe it is wise to change established practices based on sudden whims. Please settle on an idea only after discussing it with the high priest and making the proper preparations, he said, his dark red eyes brimming with an anger that seemed to say, "Don't give me extra work when I'm already so busy I could die." I had more than enough experience by now to know that I was about 5 seconds away from being on the receiving end of some miraculous indoor thunder. Thunder that no doubt would have already been unleashed had I not been the oh-so-noble adopted daughter of the Archduke. I suppose I should give the idea of paying for manuscripts some more thought before implementing it. For now, we can simply lower rental fees. Oh ho ho, I said to avoid Benno's anger, writing all that down into the diptych in my heart. I would consider renting the manuscripts, materials to lay nobles, as the foundation for a future book rental business or my private library. A day that we were due to sell our products came in what felt like the blink of an eye. I followed my panda bus at the temple's front entrance and watched as everyone piled luggage into it, and soon enough, it was packed full of wooden crates containing 100 of each of the card sets, picture books, and playing deck cards. Since Fran and Fritz were going to be accompanying us as merchants from the Gilberta Company, Benno had given them clothes similar to what Mark and Leon had on. While Fran was used to wearing normal clothes when visiting the lower city, Fritz looked uneasy and uncomfortable in them. Rosamond, do you truly intend to have those of the Gilberta Company ride in this? Ferdinand asked, frowning as he looked at my dear sweet Leslie. Well, it's snowing outside. The carriage might get stuck along the way if we send them out, don't we think? I said, pointing out the thick layer of snow covering the ground. Ferdinand crossed his arms and looked between the snow and the merchants. Your argument is a sound one, but no other noble in Ehrenfest would allow merchants and their products to ride on their high beasts. That's okay. I'm fully prepared to become a trailblazer in everything I do, remembered in history forevermore as the source of all trends. No future nobles are going to follow your example. You will stand alone in history, he shot back with a sigh before looking over at the others. Fran, Fritz, I imagine it's not easy being forced to accommodate the whims of your master, but I trust you both to do your best. As for you, Benno, I understand the stress you feel better than anyone, but to walk with Rosamond, it is to deal with the countless ideas she spouts forth from seemingly nowhere. This is a fate you chose yourself, and you must resign yourself to it. At that, everyone glanced my way, then gave solemn, defeated nods. Should I be concerned about how easily everyone just accepted that? I mean, you're all sticking with me because you want to, not because you're resigned to your fates or whatever. Right? I puffed out my cheeks in a pout, but nevertheless opened the doors of my panda bus for them. If you've all finished with your preparations, please feel free to enter. Fran climbed in first, since he was already used to doing so, followed by Benno, who was wearing the grimace of someone who had just seen something downright creepy. Mark had his usual smile on his face, while Lutz started touching Leslie all over and making surprised noises as soon as he was inside. Fritz, in contrast, looked extremely fearful as he got in. Uh-oh. Even yelping in surprise when I shut the door. Oh boy. Everyone, please fasten your seatbelts. Fran, teach them how to. As you wish, Fran replied, and while he showed them, Bridget climbed into the front passenger seat. It was apparently essential that I bring a guard with me since I was traveling with merchants. Once we were soaring through the sky on Leslie, the back seats got noisy. It made sense given that it was normally unthinkable that a commoner would ever have the opportunity to fly. But most of them were saying things like, I feel sick, or I'm getting dizzy. Based on how overjoyed Gil and Nicola had been when they rode in my panda bus, it was safe to say that the negative reaction was due to today's riders mostly being hard-headed older men. Welcome home, Lady Rosamond. Norbert began upon my arrival, only to stop and widen his eyes when he saw just how many people were coming out of my high beast. As expected, to a regular noble, the idea of my high beast being full of commoners was genuinely shocking. He watched them unload the crates, closed his eyes, and then took a very deep breath. Lady Rosamond, are these the men from the Gilberta Company? That's right. This is the permit given to me by Ob Ehrenfest. Norbert, we should be heading straight to the playroom. Please guide us there if you would. Norbert paused for a split second, then smiled. As you wish. Please follow me. Ferdinand, having just finished putting away his high beast, massaged his temples and let out a heavy sigh. Rosamond, this is not the door for commoners. There is a separate entrance for merchants and the like. Ah. Of course, commoners wouldn't use the same entrance as members of the archducal family, I thought, dejectedly hanging my head. There was something I should have known by now. I used a different gate than the merchants when entering the noble's quarter, so it only made sense that I would also use a different one to enter the castle. Merchants were supposed to enter through the commoner door that was used by servants and such. Sorry, I trailed off, not even knowing what to say. Ferdinand shook his head. Apologies, Norbert. I did not realize that Rosamond intended to fly the merchants here in her high beast until I saw her preparing to do that moments prior. It was too late to arrange for carriages, and now here we are. Rosamond, you can be forgiven this time, but take care not to repeat this mistake in the future. My apologies again, Norbert, but I ask that you take him through this door just this once. As you wish, Lord Ferdinand. I got into my one-person panda bus and followed Norbert and Ferdinand. The members of the Gilberta Company were close behind me carrying the crates of merchandise. Good morning, Lady Rosemine, the kids all said once I arrived. Good morning, everyone. It will take some time for us to prepare, so you are welcome to play among yourselves until we are ready. The kids were looking at me with the same hopeful eyes as always, and I could see that there were many parents here as well. They had probably considered this a perfect opportunity to establish connections with me. You're late, Rosemine, Wilfried said with his arms crossed and head held high. I had asked him to help me with selling the goods today, and since it was his first time being entrusted with work, he was getting a little too excited about it. Wilfried, please play carta with the others as demonstrations for the adults. This is a very important job since they are more likely to buy something when they understand how to use it. That makes sense to me. Let's play then, Wilfried explained to his followers, who all energetically agreed and started lining up the carta. The nobles gathered around and watched the boys' carta demonstration with great interest. This meant that the girls were being left with nothing to do, however, so I called out to them. May I ask you all to read the picture books aloud to your fathers and mothers? I asked. That way they will see just how much your reading skills have developed. As you wish, Lady Rosemine. The girls, chattering with gleeful voices, raced over to their parents with the picture books hugged to their chests. Then they started to read aloud. I could hear the tension creeping into their voices as they began, since they were used to being read to rather than the other way around. And Cornelius, please play a game of cards with your friends, I said, handing him a pack. But I am your guard, he said, looking at them unhappily. Unfortunately for him, though, out of all my retainers present, he was the only one able to mingle with the students. Since Angelica is not here today, you are the only student I have. I'm counting on you here. Okay, I understand. I suppose I am the only person for the job, then. I shall do as you wish. Angelica had yet to return from the Royal Academy, so I had nobody else to ask. Cornelius did as instructed, pulling aside some students and starting a game of blackjack with slightly modified rules, at which point the nearby adult nobles gathered around to watch. While they were focused on the demonstrations, I shifted my attention to the Gilberta Company and signaled for them to begin preparations. I could see that stands had been set up in one corner, as we had requested, so I took the opportunity to thank the attendants in charge of the playroom. I see the stands are all prepared. Thank you. Now, Benno, line up the products if you would be so kind. As you wish, Lady Rosemine. Benno lined up the products on the stands we had previously discussed, and readied enough change to make the payment process easier. There were 2 chairs and a table by the stands, which was where Wilfried and I would be willing to speak to the nobles who wanted to buy the teaching materials. At the far end of the room was a chair for Ferdinand, placed so that he could see the entirety of the room and observe the sales process. He would be watching all of us like a hawk, keep track of the nobles' behavior, whether the Gilberta Company was good enough to return to the castle at a future date, and whether I was about to make a foolish mistake. While we were in the preparation phase, he walked around and observed each demonstration with great interest. Leon was standing at the playing card stand, Fran at the picture book stand, and Fritz at the cards stand, while Benno and Mark stood behind my table, ready to speak to any nobles who wanted to engage in more detailed business discussions. Lady Rosemine, everything is ready, Benno said. I nodded, waiting for Wilfried to win his current game, then addressed the room. Thank you for your patience, everyone. The Gilberta Company will now begin selling the teaching materials. At that, Wilfried pushed the responsibility of clearing up the cards up onto the kid beside him, raced over, and sat in the chair beside me. Those of you interested in making a purchase, please come right over, I continued with a smile. As we are selling teaching materials here, we shall prioritize customers who have children with them. It wasn't long before the nobles started to approach our stand, naturally coming forth in order of their status. The first kid walked over with her father, then they both kneeled. The children had all introduced themselves to me previously, but the parents had not, so they all needed to open with the appropriate long greeting. These greetings were so long that I would not be able to handle them all myself, which is why I had asked Wilfried to help out. It became evident rather quickly that there were more boys with their parents lined up in front of Wilfried, while more girls were queued up in front of me. They had probably figured that this gave them the best chance of eventually becoming our retainers. Maybe. Once the first long introduction was over, I instructed the father and daughter to stand, then held out an order slip. What would you like to buy today, Gib Groschel? My daughter assures me that your picture books are beyond lovely, Lady Rosemine, and she believes her little sister would be interested in the cards as well. Who am I to deny my beloved daughter what they so desire? I shall buy them all, he said, taking a pen and smiling as he looked down at his daughter, who was poring over the order slip. The girl gave a proud grin, her distinctive crimson hair bobbing up and down slightly as she giggled in satisfaction. Lady Rosemine, your picture books are very easy to read. You may read them as well, father. I smiled broadly at her praising the books, checking the form, and then handed over to Benno. Here are your goods, Benno said, handing the Count Groschel's attendants the ordered products in exchange for the required amount of money, and that was that. I pray that they will assist you in your learning. Thank you, Lady Rosemine. Once Count Groschel had left, the next noble stepped forward. I glanced to the side as I listened to another greeting to see Wilfried handling the noble for him with a confident attitude. He took the order slip and gave it to Mark. Gib Kernberger, everything being sold here is perfect for studying. Thanks to those materials, I learned all of my letters and the names of the gods. Keep your kids focused and they'll learn too. Thank you for your advice, Lord Wilfried. Gradually, the long lines waiting to be served by Wilfried and me starting to go down. As expected, only the archnobles with their riches could afford to buy all of the teaching materials. When we reached the men nobles, most seemed to be primarily interested in the carta and cards because all their children could play together with them. Fewer of them purchased the picture books given how expensive each volume was, instead prioritizing the carta as a cheaper option for learning about the gods. Then, when it came time for the lay nobles, most only purchased one product, seemingly having struggled to afford even that. It all appeared to be worthwhile, though. The kids were burning with motivation as they clutched their carta or playing cards, determined to win next year. But then there was also several children who had nothing at all, forced to enviously watch the kids who had bought teaching materials by their parents. It seemed that those who knew from the start that they would not be able to afford anything had not wasted time asking their parents at all. Among the sad-looking kids was Feline. Feline, did your parents not come today, I asked. No, they were busy today, it seems, she said with a forced smile. And nearby kids without parents all looked away, not wanting to admit the same. I see. Well, at the end of winter, we shall be loaning out the picture books and cards are presently in use. So now is the time to discuss borrowing them with your parents. Lady Rosamond, I appreciate the thought, but Feline trailed off, her lips trembling a little as she struggled to say that she did not even have the money for that. Just so you know, you won't need money to borrow teaching materials from me. What? Everyone said, looking up with surprised expressions. I smiled a little at their expected reaction, then put a hand over my mouth and lowered my voice to make it sound like I was sharing a secret. What I want are stories that I don't already know. Please gather all kinds for me. Would stories like the ones my mother told me count? Yes, Feline, you have already taught me those 3 stories. Thus I shall lend you 3 picture books. First Feline, then all the other lay nobles' children lit up with joy. Lady Rosamond, will you lend me a carta set as well in exchange for some stories I know? Of course, as long as I don't already know the story. Consider the carta set yours, but take care not to get the materials dirty or break them. You will be charged if something happens to them. Okay. I would have the parents sign an agreement saying that they would treat the goods well and pay for any damages. In return for being told new stories, I would lend them the teaching materials from spring until next winter. Because I think by that point, everybody else would already have their own set, so they wouldn't have to worry about having them in the playroom anymore. So she can afford to learn them out. Angelica and the Coming of Spring. Selling the teaching materials went well. Elvira arrived as we were finishing and brought one of everything for Cornelius. Then, with a smile, she obliquely informed Benno that she was running low on Rensham and wanted him to visit again so that she could order more. Of course, an archnoble such as her doing direct business with the Gilberta Company drew a lot of attention. He's gonna get more business! Benno returned the smile and nodded, but his eyes seemed to be wavering a little. He was in the castle with dozens of nobles paying close attention to him. There was certainly an immense amount of pressure on him right now. I knew exactly how he felt since the same thing had happened to me during my baptism ceremony and winter debut. Good luck, Benno. Once we were done selling the teaching materials, several married women came forward also hoping to purchase Rensham, so Benno and Mark started doing business with them as best they could. Ferdinand, I would like to visit Ob Ehrenfest to inform him if the sales have finished and to bring him what we previously discussed. I shall handle that. You stay here, Ferdinand replied, looking at Benno and Mark. He then had an attendant pick up the box of chalices and follow him to Sylvester's office. Meanwhile, Fran, Fritz, and Leon were cleaning up the remaining products and handling the money we had earned. Once the last of the sales had been made and business discussions were over, I took the Gilberta Company back to the temple along with Fran and Fritz. I stayed there for just one night, then immediately returned to the castle. I will be given a report on the sales later. The next day in the playroom, I told the kids to write their names on the teaching materials they had bought so that they wouldn't lose them. Since they had identical copies of the same product, labeling them to distinguish who owned what was pretty basic stuff. Please write your name or family name here for the playing cards, here for the carta, and here for the picture books. As the products are made to look the same, steps must be taken to avoid mistaking someone else's belongings for your own. Some kids worked together with their siblings to write their family name, while the archnoble children who had bought everything sighed at the monotonous task ahead. I quickly picked up on this, and they were all very visibly relieved when I said they could just write their names on what they were using at the moment, leaving the rest for their family to help with when they returned home later in the day. As we will only be using the picture books today, you need only write your names in the books you have. I kept an eye on the playroom while listening to the lay noble children and writing down the stories they told me. Up until now, I had only heard tales from the girls, so this was my first time hearing something from the boys. It was pretty funny how they would often pause in confusion and mid-sentence, and then hurriedly make up the next development on the spot. Some of the things they came up with were genuinely hilarious. Spring was getting ever closer, and even with the flurries of snows, there were far more sunny days than before. This naturally meant there were more days when the kids went to play outside. I joined them as well, hoping to increase my stamina. The snow had been packed down in the spots where nobles typically landed their high beasts, and those areas were now surrounded by large mounds that were perfect for sledding down. My plan was to join in with that and the snowball fights. "Let's go, Lady Rosemine," the kids would exclaim, and while I did my best to race after them, I always ended up falling flat on my face after just a few steps through the snow. I eventually resigned myself to walking instead, and even then, it wasn't long before I was back on the ground, with the kids getting further and further away. Despite my many valiant attempts, I did not reach the top even once. I was so exhausted that I had to give up on sledding, but when I bent over to make a snowball, I was immediately sniped in the head with a presumptive strike that knocked me unconscious and caused a fever. That was the end of my first snowball fight. That is, assuming you were generous enough to call it one. That said, I do feel stronger now, like a foot soldier forced to march through the snow. Yeah. Such was how I spent my days as the end of winter approached, since the coming-of-age ceremony and the Royal Academy's graduation ceremony were coming up. The Archduke and Archduchess, the students who had finished their lessons early, and the parents of the graduating students all went to the Royal Academy. They would come back together once the ceremony was over, at which point the nobles would collectively hold a large feast, celebrating the return of spring and marking the end of winter socializing. The land-owning nobles would then all be returning to the provinces they ruled. Prior to the feast, while the students were returning from the Royal Academy one by one, I received a humble, deferential letter from Angelica's parents, requesting to meet in person. I was surprised to see them ask so directly, given how much they had groveled before, but despite my confusion, I accepted and arranged a date. On the day of, I entered to find Angelica dealing with her parents. She was in between them with her head facing the ground. No sooner had I stepped inside and Riarda shut the door behind me than her parents let out desperate cries of remorse. We expressed our sincerest apologies for what has occurred. What might you be referring to? Our ineptitude at parenting has once again placed a burden on you. They apologized, sounding so much more desperate than last time that I couldn't help but blink in surprise. I had absolutely no idea what they were talking about. They clasped their stomachs and with deathly pale looks on their faces began to explain. To sum things up, Angelica had failed to pass this year's courses at the Royal Academy. I believe that you can simply do as you like, milady. It's up to you whether you wish to deem her a failure and have her removed from your service or keep her and hope that she will improve. It seemed that as Angelica's mistress, I can make decisions such as this at my own leisure. What would you like me to do, Angelica? I asked. You wouldn't mind me continuing to serve you? She asked, looking surprised. I nodded. If you work hard and return successful at the end of spring, I would like to keep you in my service. My words prompted Angelica's parents to look at each other with worry. Lady Rosemine, we are aware that you are a deeply compassionate woman, but it will not benefit you to keep our daughter by your side. You do not need a retainer who only damages your reputation. Please rethink this decision. It was probably the right thing for attendants serving the archducal family to say. It was very noble-like to remove those who were deemed incompetent in the interest of expanding your family's influence, but I did not like that mindset. My family had cared for me no matter how weak and useless I was, seeing this kind of reaction from the nobles actually made me a little upset. I appreciated that Angelica's parents were thinking about what was best for me, but I wanted them to think about what was best for their daughter, too. This was probably just me being selfish and refusing to adopt to noble principles, but still, those were my feelings. Wilfried's attendants and guard knights had been as bad as could be, yet I had still given them an opportunity to redeem themselves. I wanted to give Angelica that same chance. I shall take your words to heart, and I would like to see how Angelica is doing at the end of spring before making my decision, I replied, shaking my head as I shot down their pleas. They looked between Angelica and me with openly defeated expressions, then bowed their heads in respect. As you wish. The children in the playroom were able to memorize the names of the gods over the winter, so I am sure that Angelica will do just fine, I said, standing up and gesturing for her parents to leave. Once they were gone, I immediately established the first ever Raise Angelica's Grades squadron, which consisted of all my guard knights, whether they liked it or not. We would be discussing what classes she was going to take, what problems she had encountered, and what she was struggling to understand. There weren't any attendants or scholars in this squadron, since they would not have a proper grasp of what knights needed to learn, and since men could not enter my room, our first strategy meeting would be held in the meeting room. Angelica, what classes are you struggling with? I asked. Students in the Royal Academy were told their grades directly rather than receiving report cards or the like, so asking her was the only way to find out what she needed help with. My plan was to start by focusing on her weakest points. Angelica's dark blue eyes gleamed. Pretty much all the written lessons, she answered eagerly. A feeling of mutual despair instantly crushed down upon everyone in the room. Bridget tightly closed her eyes, and Daniel dropped his jaw. Angelica, that's just... Bridget began before trailing off uncomfortably. The written lessons aren't that hard, though, are they? Daniel asked. He had decided to become a knight since his older brother was already a scholar, but academics still seemed to be a strong point. As a lay noble without much mana, he instead struggled more with the hands-on practical lessons than the written ones. Angelica, what classes are you taking? I'm not sure, Angelica replied, cocking her head to the side. Are you kidding me? How do you not know your classes? Cornelius' eyebrows shot up in anger. Someone your age should be memorizing the names of the gods and studying the fundamentals of warfare. Are you even attending lessons? That wouldn't surprise me if she's not, to be honest. She did say she hates studying. Angelica was a third-year student at the Royal Academy, and yet out of everyone here, she knew the least about her own classes. Even Cornelius knew more than she did, and that was only because he had looked into what he would be learning next year. I felt a profound bond with Ferdinand, and I was overwhelmed with a sudden urge to rub my temples. He's rubbing off on you a little bit. Daniel, Bridget, Cornelius, would you be so kind as to give an exact description of what her classes cover, I asked, since it would be pointless to ask Angelica anything else. Bridget and Daniel's memories, alongside Cornelius' research, would be a lot more reliable than anything she had to say. Of course, milady, they all replied, going on to tell me exactly what I wanted to know. Okay, so to sum everything up, all third years need to memorize the names of them and domains of the gods, then acquire the divine protection of the ones most compatible with them. As a knight, she also needs to learn the fundamentals of warfare, as well as the different types of weapons and how to use them, correct? There is much more to learn if you look at the individual classes in more detail, but as long as you focus on those areas, there is nothing to worry about. I truly don't understand how she could fail, Daniel said, shaking his head in confusion. While he had struggled with the practical lessons, he had passed all the written ones with flying colors. Bridget nodded in agreement. She was more of an average student, being reasonably proficient in both written and practical lessons, so she hadn't really struggled with anything in the academy. Cornelius was probably the closest to Angelica, who was so reliant on his mana and getting good grades in practical lessons that he struggled comparatively more with the written ones, but even so, as an archnoble, he made sure to maintain grades that would not bring shame to his family. Given that there are grades, can I assume there are tests, I asked? Yes, students are given an explanation of what each class is about, then a test. Those who fail must take the class, and then a final exam, Daniel explained, earning him a glare from Bridget. And yet you never attended one of those final exams, did you? She asked, placing her hands on her hips. I tilted my head in confusion. What do you mean, Bridget? If you have mastered what the class is about, you can schedule a meeting with the professor during their office hours and take the final exam early. I used all my spare time practicing the practical lessons, but even after finishing the written ones sooner than expected, I still could not leave the Royal Academy before the end of winter. It seemed that those who had older brothers and sisters, willing seniors in the Royal Academy dorms, or just great confidence in themselves, could study outside of class to finish them early. That explained why some students returned to the castle significantly sooner than others. If you manage to secure some free time, you could spend it strengthening your weapons, learning to make magic tools, or taking other classes that you are interested in, Daniel continued. Some take this opportunity to deepen their relationships with other duchies. I could guess that Ferdinand had blasted through his classes with godlike momentum. It was easy to imagine him taking a bunch of tests at once, passing them all, and then being heralded as a genius by everyone. He wouldn't acknowledge this praise, of course, since he would be entirely focused on his next classes. He would. He definitely seems like the type that he would do that. So she just needs to attend the classes and pass the next exams, right? In that case, Angelica, please study alongside Cornelius. This way he will also have no trouble passing when he takes the test next year. I don't mind, but Cornelius looked at Angelica with concern. Lady Rosemont, will you be using those karata of yours to teach her the names of the gods? That's right, Cornelius. Would you please bring a set for me? As you wish. My guard knights had watched the game in the playroom but hadn't played themselves, so I made them try around with the set that Cornelius owned. They were, of course, all complete beginners, and in the end, Daniel won. Cornelius looked frustrated at having lost, but Angelica did not seem to care in the slightest. She would never improve unless she had the ambition to. It seems that I would need to attach some kind of reward to this, just as I did with the children. Angelica, is there anything that you like? I asked. Angelica's eyes widened, and then she started pondering the question, wearing a more serious expression than I had ever seen on her before. At times she would furrow her brow, touching the hilt of her sword on her hip. I am willing to grant the request of everyone else here as well, I said, looking over all those participating in the Raise Angelica's grade squadron for me. This isn't supposed to be the work of a guard knight, so you may ask for a monetary bonus, or anything else really. In that case, I will ask for the bonus, Daniel said with a casual smile, but Bridget put her hand on her cheek and fell into deep thought. I would like something to help Ilgnir, but nothing in particular comes to mind. I cannot even assist my province with a political marriage due to the rumors of my council's engagement. But I would at least like to help my brother, she eventually said. The look of resignation on her face made me purse my lips in frustration. She was a genuinely good person, and I wanted her to have as happy of a marriage as possible. Though, before I start butting into her life like that, I'll need better connections and communication skills. Definitely. Cornelius clenched his fist and asked for new sweets or recipes. He apparently wanted to bring them to his gatherings with the other knights, and with students from his class so that he could start new food trends as Karstad's son. I wasn't sure whether I should laugh at him for being such a classic archnoble or for being such a hungry boy. Both. Very well, I shall offer Daniel a bonus of 5 large silvers. Cornelius, a sweet that nobody has eaten before, and Bridget, I will need to think of something of equal value for you. We are honored. Even then, neither Daniel nor Cornelius seemed to be any more motivated than they had been previously. The former was wearing a slight smile, while the latter simply murmured, yes, that should be worth it. Maybe we need to increase the reward for success a bit more. That is my compensation if Angelica fails. However, if she passes thanks to the squadron's assistance, I shall award Daniel 1 small gold, Cornelius a never-before-seen recipe that has no precedence in the culinary world, and Bridget, I will make your reward comparatively more valuable as I will. Daniel and Cornelius looked visibly surprised and gazed at Angelica with the hungry eyes of carnivores that had just spotted their prey. Bridget, on the other hand, seemed largely unfazed, though I hadn't exactly given her a concrete reward to look forward to. Angelica, have you decided what you would like? I asked, turning to look at her. She knelt before me, stroked the hilt of her short sword, and then hesitantly began to speak. Lady Rosamund, can I truly ask for anything? As long as it is within my powers, I will do whatever I can. Angelica lowered her gaze, then looked back at me with her eyes full of resolve. What? I would like your mana, Lady Rosamund. My mana? I asked in confusion. I'm confused too. She looked toward the short sword that she had been touching this whole time. I'm in the middle of growing this sword right now, so I would appreciate your mana, Lady Rosamund. I'm sorry, Angelica, I don't think I'm following you here. The two of us tilted our head in unison as we looked at one another, a deadly combination of Angelica being bad at explaining things, and me not being very well informed about weapons, mana, and such. We might have stayed like that forever had there not been outside intervention. Lady Rosamund, may I explain? Bridget asked, identifying the problem and quickly inserting herself between us. The weapon that Angelica wields is a mana blade, a sword that grows from mana. They develop a variety of attributes based on the source of said mana, be it from its owner or from others. In this regard, Angelica wishes to use yours. It seemed that one needed to pour their own mana, the mana gathered from hunting Phoebes, and the mana from others they had negotiated with, into a mana blade to make it grow. I gave an understanding nod, fairly interested, at which Angelica's eyes widened in realization. Lady Rosamund, my fighting style prioritizes speed, which means I spent most of my mana enhancing my own physical strength during combat, she said, trying to elaborate. But perhaps due to her usually being a woman of few words, I still did not understand. Daniel had to step in to translate. Remember when you observed the knight's order in battle, Lady Rosamund? Many knights transform their staffs to fight, but maintaining its new form requires mana. Since Angelica needs her mana to enhance her physical strength, she uses a mana blade which can have mana stored inside it in advance outside of combat. Growing her mana blade is thus essential for maximizing her potential in battle. Why not just have everyone in the Knight's Order help, I asked. That would probably get the job done in a nanosecond. Daniel shook his head. Nobody gives their mana to others so easily. Mana was essential for responding to emergency summons, making fave stones died with one's own mana, and creating recovery potions. Daniel had a relatively small amount of mana due to being a lay noble, but not even someone like Bridget would consider giving it all away so frivolously. After all, mana was very valuable. I don't mind giving her some of mine, but is there something important that I need to know or look out for when doing so? Everything should be okay, as long as the amount of mana you pour into the sword does not exceed the total amount that Angelica has put in herself, but... Wait, are you serious about this? Daniel exclaimed in shock. Yes, but remember, this reward requires Angelica to have passed all her written tests before summer. Disinterest had now completely vanished from Angelica's face, and her deep blue eyes were brimming with enthusiasm. She looked at me with a firm resolve, tightening her grip on her hilt. I'll pass my test and get your mana no matter what, Lady Rosemine, for the sake of both me and my sword. With this newfound motivation, Angelica, things should go just fine. Daniel ended up creating a fast-paced, highly concentrated curriculum for Angelica designed to help her pass the written classes as quickly as possible. She would learn the names of the gods and their domains through Karata, study the fundamentals of warfare using a book that Daniel's older brother Heinrich had transcribed, and learn to play a chess-like board game called Gwinning that required mana to play. There would be study sessions every Earth Day when the Royal Academy closes, Daniel said, visibly driven. It seemed like the offer of a small gold really was appealing to him. Understood, everyone? Cornelius appeared just as eager. I'll lend you my Karata, Angelica, so study like your life depends on it. Thank you, Cornelius, Daniel. And so the battle of the Raise Angelica's Grade Squadron commenced for real. Oh boy, here we go with Spring Prayer. I will see everybody in the next one. There we go. Okay. In part 6. Upcoming Spring Prayer. Thus began Angelica's first study group, run by my guard knights. She would need to return to the Royal Academy for classes once the feast celebrating spring was over. So she had been engaging in fervent games of Karata in the night dorms with the other apprentices while she still had the chance. Cornelius taught her how to move her hands to grab the cards she recognized as quickly as possible. As for studying the fundamentals of warfare, we focused on a book that Lampret had brought me back when I passed out after my baptism ceremony. I hadn't really understood it at the time since it focused on the use of mana, but with Daniel moving the Gwinning pieces as he explained the passages, I started to feel like I was really grasping it. Gwynnin, incidentally, was a chess-like game where moving the pieces took mana. Okay, Daniel, in this case, should I move this piece here? I asked. Correct, Lady Rosemine. Another established tactic is to move this other piece here. Having these strategies explained with visual demonstrations appeared to help Angelica a lot, and she even seemed moved by the fact that she was actually understanding things. So that's what the text meant there. If only they'd use Gwynning pieces during class, she murmured. So she's more of a demonstrational learner. Like she has to have someone show her how to do something to be able to understand it better than just by reading it. Okay. Both she and Cornelius were now more interested in battle tactics than ever before, since during class they only ever moved as their teacher instructed, without even thinking more deeply about what they were doing. Now they were playing with the Gwynning pieces while carefully cross-referencing with their books. Bridget glanced towards Daniel. Is this how you learned about tactics, she asked. My older brother taught me himself, so most of my knowledge on strategy comes from Gwynning. Gwynning was played quite frequently in the Knights Order, but since it required mana to play, it was mostly men nobles and archnobles who participated. It seemed that Bridget had found it somewhat strange that a lay noble like Daniel both owned a set and was using the pieces so casually. There was a huge Gwynning boom in the Royal Academy dorms back when my older brother lived there. I have heard that Lord Ferdinand used the pieces to craft strategic theories for the Interduchy Championships, Fabies hunts, and dinner games, which he then explained to others. It ended up being the case that everyone understood the strategies without ever needing to attend the lectures, Daniel explained, making me realize that he probably admired and respected Ferdinand so much in part due to how much his older brother must have spoken about him. But seriously, the more I learned about Ferdinand, the more confident I became that he really can do anything. He more than likely could. I imagine that by the time Lady Rosemine goes to the Royal Academy, everyone will already be using Karata and picture books. These are simply that effective, Bridget said. If you ask me, you should raise the price even higher when selling them to other duchies. Establishing such large-scale trends will strengthen Ehrenfest's position in the country. I haven't learned much about the country we're in. Is Ehrenfest a completely weak duchy? Or comparatively weak duchy? At the moment, I would say that we are right in the middle of the hierarchy, largely due to having maintained a neutral position during the Civil War. Ehrenfest was currently higher up in the hierarchy thanks to not having been too disadvantaged by the Civil War. Prior to that, had you ranked the 25 duchies. The 25 duchies that existed at the time by power, it would have been significantly closer to the bottom. Ooh. That said, Ehrenfest has risen in the hierarchy exclusively because the duchies that lost the Civil War now have less political influence, Bridget continued. In other words, its position does not mean it has any real influence itself. I see. In that case, I think we should keep the teaching materials as hidden as we can from the other duchies, and make it our goal to boost Ehrenfest's educational standards as much as we can. I later told Sylvester and Ferdinand about Bridget's assertion that the teaching materials could strengthen Ehrenfest's political influence. To Sylvester, this was like a dream come true, especially considering how unstable the current balance of power was. At the feast celebrating the return of spring, he gave a strict order to all Ehrenfest nobles not to discuss their children's better learning standards, how much they had developed over the winter, or that the Gilberta Company was selling the materials. He also made it clear that those bringing the materials to the Royal Academy were not to take them out of their dorm rooms under any circumstances. Yeah, because other kids from other duchies are going to be there. Once the feast was over, the kids got together for one last gathering as they sadly prepared to leave. I had the lay noble parents sign an agreement to treat the materials well, but seeing the children's smiles as they hugged the borrowed picture books and toys to their chests immediately eased any lingering concerns. Lady Rosamine, I will have prepared many more stories for you by next winter, I promise. Please do, Feline. I myself am quite looking forward to the new picture books. Do your best to write and learn as much as you can. At that, the Giebs and the nobles living on Giebland all departed for their respective provinces. Angelica, meanwhile, would instead be returning to the Royal Academy. She had shown clear signs of development over the past few days, so all I wanted was for her to keep doing was her best. I will return every Earth Day, she said. Do listen to your lectures, and please practice with the Carta and Gwenin. And so Angelica headed back to the Royal Academy with the Carta, picture books, and Gwinin. That's how you say it. Okay, never mind. Gwinin said that her parents had brought for her. They had almost been moved to tears when their daughter unexpectedly asked for something to help in her studies, so much so they quickly bought every kind of material available. As the number of nobles steadily decreased, Ferdinand and I returned to the temple to perform the winter coming-of-age ceremony and the spring baptism ceremony. On the day after that, there was a meeting with the Blue Priest to decide who would be going where during spring prayer, with Ferdinand posting his planned route for all to see. He and I would be splitting up and covering the central district by ourselves. Once the meeting was over, Ferdinand needed to discuss the more precise details of spring prayer and the gathering with me. I was resting in my room in the meantime. As I sipped the tea that Nicola had prepared, she placed a plate of sweets in front of me. You have been ever so busy lately, Lady Rosamine. How is your health? As of right now, I'm doing okay. But all of you are going to be accompanying me during spring prayer, and there will be many busy days of traveling by carriage. It will no doubt be tough, though I hope not too tough. Of course, milady. A bell rang then from the other side of the door. Ferdinand promptly entered alongside Zom, who was carrying a bundle of documents. Fran, Zom, spread out this map. We shall be traveling by high beach just as we did last year, visiting winter mansions in the morning and afternoon. The fact that we are staying within the central district this time should give us more leeway. I'm surprised that Rosamine hasn't asked him where is Arno at, because she hasn't seen him at all since this whole thing involving her getting adopted happened. Once Fran and Zom had prepared the map of the duchy, Ferdinand started shooting out instructions about spring prayer. During the meeting, he had made it sound as though the two of us would be dividing the land evenly between ourselves. Oh, wait a minute. She knows that the climbing the towering staircase now means death, so once she asked him where Arno is and he tells her that, then she'll realize that he is dead. But then she'll probably wonder why. But his current explanation involved me going across the entirety of the central district. Ferdinand, I'd assumed that you will be handling these areas yourself and that I consequently wouldn't need to visit them all, I said, confused. Ferdinand looked at me with exasperation. We shall be traveling together, so of course you will need to. You would be able to piece that much together yourself. Furthermore, you were asked directly by the Archduke to travel across the entire region. Had you forgotten that? No, I remember, but the prayer only requires that we offer up a bunch of mana. Can't you do that alone? I think splitting the work between us will make things go a lot easier. We had traveled together during last year's spring prayer, and the journey had proven so brutal that I was forced to repeatedly use potions to recover my energy and mana. And yet Ferdinand shot down my suggestion with a single dismissive laugh. This is work that you were asked to do and agreed to. Therefore, it is yours and yours alone. I shall follow merely to ensure that you do not cause problems. Furthermore, the current plan is for you to gather your spring ingredient along the way, but it is more than possible that unexpected problems will arise as they did last autumn. It will be less of a headache for me to accompany you from the beginning rather than having to anxiously await an update or an ordinance summoning me out of nowhere. Eep. Thank you for all your help back there, and please do accompany me during spring prayer as well, I said, remembering the disaster that had happened on the night of Shutsaria. With Ferdinand there, disaster would be a lot less likely. Instantly, Rosamine. Eckert has said he would like to accompany us during spring prayer. Your thoughts? Eckert is your guard knight, so he would be accompanying us anyway, wouldn't he? You misunderstand. Since I will be traveling as a priest, I am not permitted to bring a guard knight with me. He would officially be accompanying us as your guard knight rather than mine. The cover story would be that Karlstadt, worried about his sweet little daughter leaving the noble's quarter to travel the duchy, had used his authority as the Order's commander to give me an additional guard. I see. Well, if we have to go through another battle for the spring ingredient, we'll want as many fighters as we can get. Precisely. Thus, I would like to bring Eckert with us, assuming this would not bother you. We will also need to bring a scholar with us to observe the state of Haas, but I imagine you will have no issue with justice, Ferdinand said. But despite having suggested justice himself, the name was accompanied by a very displeased grimace. I would be relieved to work alongside someone I know, but why are you making a face like that, Ferdinand? Because nothing good ever happens when justice gets eager. The discussion ended with a sigh from Ferdinand, and with that, the party we were taking with us on spring prayer was decided. You have a meeting with the Gilberta Company today, and I must say you certainly invited quite a few people, Fran said, as he walked toward my orphanage director's chambers. It simply had to be done. There is much we need to discuss and settle all at once, I replied with a smile. Today I had invited Karina and Thule, as well as the usual Benno, Mark, and Lutz. By the time we arrived at my chambers, the Gilberta Company was already there. Benno greeted me as their representative, and once he was done, I turned my gaze to Karina and Thule. Karina, I wish for you to sew an outfit due by the next Starbind ceremony. But you have not yet come of age, Lady Rosemine. What is it you desire? Karina asked, blinking in surprise. I grinned. The clothes are not for me, but for my guard knight Bridget, I said, gesturing for her to come over. For me? I shall purchase an outfit that makes you look more beautiful than ever. That is my payment to you. At that, I guided the faltering Bridget to my hidden room. Oh, her payment for helping Angelica. Yeah, get her something that will help her find a man that she'll like. She nervously entered, having never been inside before. I also invited Karina to accompany us, and Thule as her helper. Fran, please discuss the priest heading to Haas with Benno. As you wish. After leaving the rest of Fran, I brought Monica into my hidden room with the others. When I saw what you were wearing at last year's Starbind ceremony, Bridget, it occurred to me that I was not bringing out your beauty as much as it should have. Thus, I set out to create my masterpiece, an outfit that would suit a tall woman such as yourself. I took the design illustrations that Monica had been carrying for me and spread them out on the table for Bridget to see. This is known as a halter dress, recognizable by the design diagonal cuts that come down from the neck and leave the wearer's shoulders exposed. I intend to have ribbon or some kind of other material wrapped around the arms, serving as decorative sleeves, separate to the main gown. As far as halter dresses went, this was a more formal style not held up by cloth or straps. It looked the same on the back as it did the front, which ensured that the wearer wasn't too exposed. It clings to the body all the way down to the hips. The skirt then uses a lot of extra cloth to make it all fluttery, which should give the outfit all the fanciness it needs. As much as I would have preferred to put her in a simple fishtail dress to emphasize her good figure, noble outfits were required to use as an excessive amount of cloth. The dress was thus closely fitted at the torso and to emphasize Bridget's sizable bust and toned back, but also deliberately excessive below the waist. After all, it was best to avoid taboos when designing clothes for noble women. This is certainly a unique design, Karina observed. The current trend in noble fashion is for shoulders to be adorned with fluff, spreading the dress out horizontally, correct? While that might make slender girls on the smaller side look cuter, vertical lines would complement tall women like Bridget much better. So, what do you think, Bridget? If you don't like the dress, we don't have to make it. As I glanced Bridget's way, she returned a gentle smile. No, I like it. You thought up this design for my sake, Lady Rosemine, and I know more than anyone that the current trends do not suit me or other female knights. We put on clothes that do not look particularly good on us because we have no choice but to follow noble trends. But since this is a dress designed by the Archduke's adopted daughter, it will no doubt become a trend in itself, she replied, accepting my suggestion not only for herself, but for all the other female knights who shared her build. Karina, Thule, I ask that you work with Bridget to pick the colors and cloth. Bridget, I shall put 5 large silvers of my money towards this. Should Angelica pass her exams, then I will offer 1 small gold. Please consider this while budgeting for the clothes. I placed ink and paper in front of Karina, saying that she could use it as she liked, and then handed Monica a magic tool resembling a gavel. Monica, once the measuring and decision are both complete, please strike here with this. It will make the face stone outside the door shine. Meanwhile, I will be discussing other matters with Benno. As you wish. Leaving these matters to Karina and Thule, I exited the hidden room. The financial report on the teaching materials had already concluded outside, and it seemed they were almost done deciding on the means by which to take the priest to Haas. The discussion had overall gone smoothly since the journey back and forth had been made so many times already. Lady Rosemine, I recently visited Haas to see the current state of affairs, Mark began. According to his explanation, following lengthy discussions that had taken place throughout the winter, the mayor's faction had ended up isolated. To farmers, the spring prayer not being performed is the same as being abandoned by the Archduke. Anyone who hears that his wrath is only being contained by the new High Bishop, his own daughter, would naturally shift to supporting her over the mayor. The farmers around Haas cursed the mayor's thoughtlessness and collectively decided that it was better to rely on the Archduke's adopted daughter, the new High Bishop. The citizens in the enclosed winter mansion had all descended into a massive panic upon being informed that the former High Bishop was dead, that Continent was no longer overseeing the town, and that the attack on the monastery was being viewed as an attack on the archducal family. It seems that the citizens had considered the monastery to be something built without permission by the new High Bishop, not realizing that such ivory buildings are constructed by the archducal family. They all said that they had no intention of attacking the Archduke and had simply been following the mayor's orders. Speaking of which, since we spread the rumor that someone would need to take responsibility, the mayor has been living quietly and in fear all winter. It was apparently common knowledge to the city of Ehrenfest that nobles lived in ivory buildings, which were never to be touched under any circumstances. I hadn't known this since I never went outside, but everyone else was apparently aware. Thank you for looking into all this, Mark. It is my honor to be of use to you. I took it upon myself to preemptively spread the rumor that the Archduke would be sending knights and scholars come spring to arrest those responsible. So I imagine that they are currently experiencing stress and agony beyond words, Mark said with a dark smile. Strong loyalty sure can make people do scary things, huh? I thought, averting my gaze and instead glancing toward Fran. He held on a cold smile himself. I would like to once again ask the city guards to accompany the priest to Haas for safety's sake. Let's please deliver this to the commander of the East Gate, I said, handing Lutz a letter detailing my request. I had considered giving it to Thule, but in the public, it would be pretty bizarre for me to give such a letter to a seamstress's apprentice. As you wish. It was then that the facestone on the hidden room's door lit up, indicating that Bridget's measurements had been taken. I opened the entrance for them, and the four stepped out. As Bridget informed me what kinds of cloth and color she had ordered, I glanced at Thule. We exchanged a smile upon making eye contact, but there was no reason for me to speak to her here. I desperately worked my head to come up with some excuse. And that concludes the order, Bridget said. I see. I'm glad to hear that you liked it. Now then, Karina, I imagine I will be quite a task to put together such a unique outfit, but I trust your abilities. And Thule. Thule shot her head up with a beaming smile. Please design a hairpin to match Bridget's hair and her dress. I will summon you two again when spring prayer is over, I said, wanting to have a more relaxed conversation with her when we weren't so busy with the upcoming spring prayer. Thule grinned, guessing my intentions, and then took out a box. Lady Rosamond, would you like a spring hair stick? I made one during the winter for you to wear during spring prayer. But of course, I replied. How could I ever refuse? The hair stick that she took out was primarily adorned with blooming renfrew flowers, which were like white crocuses that announced the coming of spring. It was also decorated with a bunch of leaves, the color of which ranged from yellow to dark green. Once Thule had put the hair stick in for me, I shook my head a little, causing the vine-like string of decorative leaves to sway through the air. It looks wonderful on you, Thule said with a smile. I love that smile just as much as I loved my new hair stick. Ooh, Haas's punishment! Before we left for spring prayer, the priest headed to Haas in carriages that were provided by the Gilberta Company and guarded by soldiers. This time, all the soldiers were lined up at the temple's back entrance, which was the front entrance from the lower city's perspective, because they heard rumors that Dad was being assigned to every one of these trips, because he had taken it upon himself to travel all the way to the temple to greet priests. Gunter, I ask for your assistance once again, I said with a broad smile as Dad knelt before me, a serious expression on his face. You may count on me. I will ensure that everyone arrives safely. You have my trust. May we meet again in Haas. While I was speaking to the soldiers, Martha and Delia were saying their cheerful goodbyes, having gotten very close over the winter. Thor and Rick on the other what is wrong with me? On the other hand, looked beyond excited to be returning to Haas, while the priest newly assigned to the monastery looked nervous to be leaving Ehrenfest for the first time. In the morning, a couple of days later, carriages transporting Ferdinand's and my attendants and chefs headed to Haas as well. The 2-day gap was to account for a letter that Benna was delivering to Haas's mayor, outlining the date on which we would be arriving to punish those guilty of treason. We did not need to wait for a response since it was an official decree with the Archduke's seal. I would be heading to Haas by Hybe since come fifth bell, and by that time the letter would likely have already arrived. The citizens were probably too scared and anxious to even think about eating lunch right now. In all honesty, I didn't feel so great either. I was being forced to announce the city's crimes and condemn the mayor. Still thinking about Haas's future, I set down my pen and passed a stack of writing-covered paper to Fritz. This is the text for the winter prep picture book. Please deliver it to Wilma and request that she finish the illustrations while I'm performing spring prayer. I had already asked Fritz and Gail to finish the autumn and winter picture books by the Starbond ceremony, which took place halfway through summer. The autumn's volume's illustrations were mostly completed, with only the printing needing to be done now, but I had only just written the text for the winter volume. With most of my attendants having been sent out early in the morning, The only ones left in my chambers were Fritz, who would be managing the workshop, and Fran, who would be riding with me on my high beast. There were also several of the Grey Priests who normally worked in the workshop with us, all of whom had experience serving Blue Priests. This wasn't coincidental, but it was rather the result of a deliberate effort, since Ferdinand would be eating lunch here, having sent his attendants and chefs to Haas already. So, Fran, how is the food coming along, I asked. I'm sure Hugo is doing just fine, but I wanted to make sure. Since Ella had departed for spring prayer, today's lunch was being prepared by Hugo and another helper, with Frida and the Guildmaster's permission. He had now finished training his replacement for the Italian restaurant, and so had jumped at the opportunity to help out here and strengthen his relationship with the Archduke's adopted daughter. It is an unfamiliar kitchen to him, but since it's not too dissimilar from the one in the orphanage director's chambers, he is doing just fine. The High Priest will certainly be satisfied as well. Eckert and Justice too, I would imagine. It hadn't been necessary for me to invite Eckert and Justice to eat, since we would be leaving at fifth bell after a post-lunch break. But they had already sent me an ordonnance expressing how much they were looking forward to enjoying the food here, so declining hadn't really been an option. More importantly, Lady Rosamine, you will want to write the other letters soon if you wish to finish before the High Priest arrives, Fran observed, and he was right. I got to writing the letter that I wanted Hugo to deliver to Frida. In it, I thanked her for lending us the 2 chefs, and added a seasonal menu for the Italian restaurant, noting that I would be coming to eat there once spring prayer was over. Once I was done, I sealed the letter and gave it to Fritz. Give this to Hugo when paying him for his work, if you would. Tell him that I wish for him to deliver it to Frida. A small ringing came from beyond the door, indicating the arrival of a visitor. It was the bell for Ferdinand. Fran opened the door, and in he came with Zom, Eckert, and Justice. My apologies for pushing lunch preparations onto you, Rosamine. It's okay, you are allowing me to travel to Haas by hay beast despite it being selfish to do so. You have my gratitude, Ferdinand. Eckert followed in behind Ferdinand with a broad grin, and sorry for having you prepare extra for us. Is it mean of me to wish that he looked at least a little guilty about this? He's so big of an eater as Card's dad. After finishing a meal made by Hugo for the first time in ages, it was time to drink tea prepared by Fran and discuss the upcoming visit to Haas. We needed to get Eckert and Justice up to date on the situation, so once I had made sure that everyone was touching the sound-blocking magic tools provided by Ferdinand, I started to explain. After all, the root cause of our problems had been my enthusiasm to spread printing via monasteries with orphanages and workshops that would be easy for me to visit. I was a fool, I began. At the time I had only just been baptized and knew very little about how noble society functioned. I was so ignorant that I assumed we were going to hire construction workers from the lower city to build the orphanage and workshop from the ground up. And maybe we would have, had those been the only things I asked for. But no, I asked for a miniaturized temple. And since that meant blue-robe priests with noble blood would be visiting it, noble customs demanded that the monastery be constructed as an ivory building. Had I known more about nobles, I wouldn't have asked for a monastery. I wouldn't have made such a request during a meal that I had invited others to. Ferdinand nodded. I imagined that Sylvester would not have acted so hastily either, had he not been so satisfied with the food. I should have given your limited familiarity with noble culture more consideration. It was normally his job to put a stop to Sylvester and me when we got ahead of ourselves, but at the time he assumed that I had placated both Sylvester and him with food to make my demands from a position with more leverage. On the inside, he had even been happy to see me acting more like a noble, making use of plots and manipulation. Truly incredible misunderstandings could occur when 2 people considered a situation from their own unique perspective. As a result, a monastery was constructed in Haas the very same day. Eckert widened his eyes in surprise at the deep lore behind the monastery, while Justice leaned forward with excitement. Oh, the truth is always full of surprises, huh? That's why gathering information never gets old. So what problems did this bring about? Tell me everything. Craftsmen from the lower city had worked together to finish Haas's monastery and make it livable for the priests. I had tried taking the orphans inside as well, thinking that doing so would save them from brutal mistreatment while also lessening Haas's burdens. We did save 2 girls who were about to be sold to nobles, as well as their brothers, but my actions put Haas in an extremely dangerous position. I didn't even know until people from the Gilberta Company told me that Haas's orphans were considered the shared property of everyone in the city. Who could blame you for not knowing how orphans are treated there? Here in Ehrenfest, children orphaned after their baptisms are looked after by their workplace, Justice said, earning him a surprised look from Eckert. It seemed that it wasn't normal for nobles to know how commoners' orphans were treated elsewhere. Unfortunately, Haas's mayor believed that he could do anything with the former High Bishop's support. He mistakenly assumed that he had a powerful backer, and thus attacked the monastery in order to retrieve the girls. Unbelievable. But the monastery is an ivory building that was constructed by Lord Ferdinand himself, Eckert exclaimed, his voice cracking a little in shock. I nodded. Ivory buildings for nobles to live in could only be made by members of the archducal family who had his explicit permission, and so attacking one was treated the same as attacking the archducal family. I hadn't known that either, but ignorance of the law was no excuse. No one was harmed thanks to the monastery's protection magic, but nonetheless, Host had committed treason. Then they must be destroyed at once, Eckert exclaimed again, whipping out his staff and rising from his seat, but Ferdinand stopped him with a sigh. Calm yourself, Eckert. I'm using Haas as a learning experience for Rosemine. Do not destroy it before she has gotten as much as she can out of this opportunity. You are using it as a learning experience? Indeed. Now that Haas has committed treason, it is a city with no future. It matters not whether it is destroyed or saved, Ferdinand said with a laugh. This makes it the perfect opportunity for Rosemine to learn how to use her human resources, maneuver matters to reach her desired goal, punish criminals, and understand the consequences that her actions have. I gave her a task. If she does not wish to see Haas destroyed, it is up to her to engineer the development of a faction that opposes the mayor and isolates him as a traitor. What we will be doing here is executing the mayor and his faction. You need not destroy them yourself. Eckert frowned in confusion and looked at me. But commoners who would attack an ivory building are a plague to society. They do nothing but harm. Removing them from this world not the just thing to do? Rosemine, what in the world are you protecting them for? As one could probably tell from Eckert's words, my perspective on this world was entirely different from that of a noble. I tilted my head in thought and tried to explain the reasoning behind my actions, even though I did not expect him to emphasize with them. I was raised to believe that rulers existed to protect their citizens. I do not understand what line of thinking made you so readily want to destroy an entire city of people you were supposed to be protecting. Once you kill someone, they are gone forever. It is not better to let them live and repent for their mistakes? Let them live? To what end? Eckert asked, furrowing his brow in confusion. He sincerely did not seem to understand what I was talking about. The heck? Commoners pay taxes to nobles, do they not? You can thus benefit from keeping them alive. The punishment I suggested to Sylvester was raising their taxes for 10 years. It seems like commoners and nobles are just fundamentally different, Eckert replied, stroking his chin in thought. He knew that I had been raised as the daughter of a soldier, so it seemed that he was chalking this up to our distinct backgrounds. You are correct that the Archduke protects his citizens. He gives them somewhere to live and ensures that the land is filled with mana. However, while commoners are accepted as citizens and allowed to stay here in return for paying taxes, what matters most is their obedience. There is no need to keep traitors alive who do not pay the Archduke the respect and gratitude that he is owed. The Archduke used his mana to revitalize the earth, both making and securing land for people to live on. It was apparently normal for those in the duchy who rose up against nobles, despite being kept alive by their grace and mana, to be executed on the spot. There are over 1,000 people who live in and around Host, and even if you exclude the farmers who weren't directly involved in the attack, that still leaves more than 200 people, I responded. Were Host to be destroyed, would you not receive less taxes? Would it not ultimately disadvantage both the Archduke and the nobles? Trying to convince a noble on moral grounds wouldn't work, nor would trying to explain that commoners follow different values. Thus I launched an attack on the basis of material losses, taxes. But sadly, even that had no effect whatsoever. It would not disadvantage us at the moment, Ferdinand replied instantly. It really wouldn't be a problem at all, Justice added. They had both replied so quickly that for a second I could only blink in surprise. Ferdinand furrowed his brow in displeasure, then continued. We presently lack nobles and priests, and we do not have enough mana to fully vitalize the earth. We are being forced to spread our mana as thin as possible to preserve the lives of our citizens. We may have a bit more leeway with mana now that you have entered the temple and are performing spring prayer, but there are still more commoners exhausting mana than there are nobles providing it. In this regard, losing a single city would not pose any problem whatsoever. In fact, it would be beneficial to us. Hold on a second, I exclaimed, reflexively standing up in sheer disbelief at what I just heard. Do not stand so abruptly. It is unsightly, Ferdinand scolded, glaring at me before continuing. I have listened to your point of view, and out of respect, I did not execute that rude, foolish man on the spot. Is this not to your benefit, allowing you to save the rest of the city as you please? My first thought was to call Ferdinand cruel or even monstrous, but the reality was that he was being the most considerate of all the nobles here. He had listened to my opinion and was doing all he could to accommodate it, but Eckert did not seem to be too fond of seeing Ferdinand restrained in this way and was glaring at me with dissatisfaction. Rosemine, the world will be better off without fools who bear weapons against the archducal family, the same people who keep them alive. There is no need to burden yourself with saving them. It will be better to wash your hands of the matter and get rid of them entirely. Nah, Eckert, Justice chimed in. I think Milady's got the right idea of squeezing them dry over the next decade. It takes a lot of years before commoners are old enough to pay taxes. So we really don't want to lose too many of them. You know how quickly commoners die when even a minor disease starts to spread. We got a plan for that kind of thing. For a tax official, his answer was pretty much in character. Dang it. I slumped my shoulders over sadly. It seemed impossible for me to ever get used to how nobles thought about things. I believe it is about time for us to leave for Haas. We shall execute the mayor's faction as traitors, and in the process, see how many people that plot of yours has moved. Rosamund, I can only hope that the anti-mayor faction has significantly grown in numbers, Ferdinand said with a sneer. It was like a vice was squeezing my head. I feel so bad for mine. Her values are being essentially squashed. We brought in our high beast at the temple's front gate. Fran and Zom would be sitting in the back seat of my panda bus, while Bridget would be in the front with me. At this point, it was as though Leslie's passenger seat existed basically just for her. My lady, mind me loading the stuff onto your high beast? Justice asked, having a gray priest carrying over a large box that had a very intense-looking lock on it. It was big enough for an adult man to just barely be able to carry, which made it both too bulky to put on a traditional high beast and the perfect size for me to sit on. Certainly, go ahead. I don't mind. Fran and Zom put the box into Leslie for me, but when I went in to get in myself, Justice came over with a broad smile on his face. Please allow me to ride in your fine high beast as well, my lady. Justice, Ferdinand shouted, his voice striking Justice like thunder. The exact same thing had happened during the Harvest Festival. Does Justice seriously never learn? I wondered to myself. But upon seeing me hang my head, he simply broadened his smile. This box has been entrusted to me, and I cannot leave it unattended. You know how valuable it is, don't you, Lord Ferdinand? Do you really think it would be acceptable not having a scholar on standby, Justice asked, puffing out his chest as if proud of the plot he had concocted. What is he planning? At that, Ferdinand's expression darkened as though he was holding back the urge to let out a tremendous roar. Both he and Justice glared at each other for about 10 seconds, and Ferdinand finally turned his gaze out to me. Rosamund, pay no mind to Justice during the journey. If you allow him to distract you, then you will all surely fall from the sky. And that means I get Lord Ferdinand's permission. Let me in, milady. What? That was him giving his permission? I looked between Ferdinand, who had now turned around to his own high beast, and Justice, who was urging me on. Having no other choice, I opened the door into Leslie. Fran, please teach him how to fasten his seatbelt, as you wish. Once the excited Justice had leaped into my high beast, we departed. But he was asking so many questions about the interior that it was honestly kind of annoying. I politely answered his questions at first, but Ferdinand's warning that we would fall from the sky was starting to feel increasingly legitimate. Justice, you are distracting me. Please be silent. In that case, my lady, this is my last question. By what means did you create a high beast like this? I'm not sure how to answer that. I just envisioned it and then made it. That's a shame. I wanted one for myself if possible. Oh, dear. Our journey to Haas didn't take much time at all, and we arrived in the blink of an eye. As we landed on the plaza like we had done during the Harvest Festival, the people spread out to make space for us. But unlike before, they all knelt once they had stepped back, and the brief glimpses that I had caught in their faces revealed nothing but grim expressions. The children appeared to have caught on to the heavy atmosphere as well, since they weren't chattering among themselves as well. Instead, clinging to their parents anxiously or kneeling like the adults. I pressed my lips together tightly at the looming sense of dread. It was clear that everyone understood the situation. Would it really be possible to finish matters here with only the mayor's death? I glanced up at Ferdinand as he walked slightly ahead of me, but I couldn't glean his intentions. We have been waiting since receiving the letter from the Gilberta Company, Rick said. He was kneeling atop the stage in between several others who were likely the chiefs of the neighboring farming towns. I could guess that Rick had managed the winter mansion in the mayor's place due to his punishment, so it made sense that he would be the one greeting us as well. Honorable High Bishop and High Priest, welcome to the city of Haas, Rick continued. I thank Flutrain, the goddess of water, for this meeting from the bottom of my heart. We returned slight nods upon receiving his polite greeting for nobles. Rick looked up, and given my height, we made direct eye contact. High Bishop, that is Haas. You have my sympathy, Rick, but as the letter said, Haas must be punished. No matter what I might say to the Archduke, that fact will not change, I said. At that, I turned to face the gathered commoners holding a voice-amplifying magic tool, much like the one that had been used during the Hearthfield recital. Attention, people of Haas. Attacking the monastery has been deemed an act of treason against the Archducal family. I asked for my adopted father to spare you, but the fact remains that a crime has been committed. A crime so severe that even a noble will be punished for it. In this case, the mayor led the attack with the assistance of many citizens. Under normal circumstances, the entire city would be viewed as a hive of dangerous rebels and subsequently destroyed in its entirety. The crowd began to stir. I heard some curse the mayor, others exclaimed that they had nothing to do with him, and still others grumbled that it wasn't fair to punish them as well. However, I know that Haas supports many farmers who mostly live in neighboring farming towns. I imagine that some of you were blackmailed or deceived by the mayor. I pleaded with the Archduke not to destroy the entire city for the crimes of a few, and he ultimately agreed to rethink the punishment I announced. I heard a few shocked murmurs, and then the pale expressions in the crowd quickly started to give way to smiles. I hurriedly continued before their hopes swelled too much. He rethought the punishment, but that is all. Haas will not escape unscathed. Your punishment shall be 10 years of increased taxes, and no priest will be sent here for spring prayer this year. I have saved your lives, but the punishment is by no means a light one. Forgive me for being incapable of doing more. Cheers spread through the crowd. I saw some people sighing in relief, and others joyfully hugging each other. Not getting wrapped up in something we didn't do is all that matters. Thank you very much, High Bishop, Rick said. But as the crowd grew excited, Ferdinand calmly stepped forward and took the voice amplifying magic tool away from me. He then spoke into it with his cold, cold voice. Deliver the traitors to us, they shall be executed. In an instant, the silence fell over the crowd. It was so quiet that I felt as though I could even hear the sounds of people swallowing nervously. Rick shut his eyes tightly, then nodded. As you wish. Yeah, you're not getting out of this. The door of judgment. Rick excused himself, leaving to fetch the mayor. A short while passed before he returned. When he did, the mayor was brought onto the stage by two men who were holding him by the arms. He looked thin and somewhat pitiful wearing his ragged clothes, but this was actually pretty standard for commoners. And while he was unsteady on his feet, I didn't see any signs that he had been beaten over the winter. In fact, it did not seem as though he had been treated that poorly at all. The mayor knelt before me, raising his head to meet me, my gaze before quickly lowering it again. While I only saw his narrowed eyes for a second, there was a nasty gleam in them. I could feel the distinct air of arrogant condescension, his transient expression making it clear that he intended to exploit me to escape his punishment, since I was just a compassionate little girl. If the me from a year ago was up here, I never would have noticed that look. Good thing you did notice it. I had now spent a year getting knocked about in noble society, having to carefully observe Ferdinand's stony expression and Florentia's calm smile to catch even a glimpse of the true emotions hidden beneath their facades. It seemed that all this practice had made me a little more attentive to things like this, when, while I wasn't particularly happy about the method, it had at least helped me avoid getting exploited. High Bishop, I simply did not understand my actions, the mayor began in a pained voice, keeping his head lowered as he defended himself. He went on to speak at length about how he hadn't realized that attacking the monastery would be considered treason, but that was a lie. When Fran had told Rick about the monastery attack during the harvest festival, the blood had drained from his face, and there was no chance that the mayor's assistant would know something that the mayor himself did not. The truth was, he had just intended to smooth over his crime as using the former High Bishop's influence. He knew that it was a grave offense, which was why he had waited until Rick was away from the city to order the attack. As I listened, feelings of complete disgust slowly started to build up in my chest. Ferdinand was standing one step behind me, and I can only imagine the blood-chilling expression on his face. Just the thought was enough to make a shudder run down my spine. Enough. Since when were you under the impression that ignorance would excuse your crime? Ferdinand said, cutting down the mayor's defense in one fell swoop. The mayor looked up at Ferdinand in surprise, failing to find any words. He then locked his eye on me, having no doubt concluded that I would be easier to convince, and resumed his defense. O benevolent High Bishop who saved Haas from destruction, everything I did was to protect my humble city. It is only now that I understood the severity of my ignorance, and asked for your mercy so that I might live with virtue to atone for my sin. His grandiloquence was about what you would expect from someone who was in a position of leadership. He knew how to pick his words, speaking in a manner that quickly persuaded those listening to sympathize with the situation. Several people in the crowd even started to speak up, asking for my mercy. This isn't good. An uncomfortable chill washed over me. My goal here was to save as many people in Haas as possible by sacrificing their mayor, but there was a chance that those who tried to defend his actions would end up getting executed as well. Are you not a saint who shows mercy even to orphans, High Bishop? The mayor asked confidently, elaborating on what I had done for Haas's orphans, and openly praying that I show him the same consideration. Rick looked sick to his stomach, his face making it clear that he wanted to tell the mayor to shut up already. He edged slightly toward him, but then immediately stopped in place, having turned completely pale. I could guess he intended to stop the mayor from continuing his act, only to be glared at by Ferdinand. A moment later, I felt a tap on my back. I gracefully turned and looked up to see Ferdinand, whose gaze was so intensely cold that it actually made me flinch. He was still forcing his lips into a calm smile, but there was not an ounce of warmth in his expression as he silently pressured me to finish this already. Well then, what should I do now? I needed to think of a way to lead this safely into the mayor's execution while preserving my saintly image. After watching the mayor for a second, who was now waving his arms around as he expounded on his pleas, I lowered my gaze. Mayor, you speak of mercy, but do you not beat Haas's orphans each and every day? Both Thor and Rick were covered in bruises when I took them from you, I began. Nora and Martha had both been reasonably well fed, no doubt because he was going to sell them, but Thor and Rick had been malnourished and were clearly the victims of regular physical abuse. I do not see the need to show compassion to one who exploits their power to abuse the weak. Oh, that gives your saintly thing as well. I could see the panic in the mayor's eyes, and he quickly began to ramble in a desperate attempt to smooth things over and get some sort of compromise from me. That is, this was simply punishment. I would not have harmed them in such a way had they not committed such immoral acts. It is not normal to punish those who deserve it. I don't quite understand what immoral act would need to have them taken place to warrant violence. Say Thor or Rick had attacked your family. Would that be enough to warrant such a punishment, I asked, placing a hand on my cheek and innocently tilting my head, playing the part of a sheltered child ignorant of the world. The mayor nodded over and over, eagerly rubbing his hands together. The carnivorous glint in his eyes as he tried his best to sway me was actually kind of scary. That is clearly an immoral act, the mayor agreed. Were the orphans to attack my family, I would be furious, and of course punish them by violence. Nobody would fault me for that, since the orphans must understand that they are only being kept alive through my goodwill. Rick, now kneeling behind the mayor, closed his eyes tightly and hung his head. The town chiefs kneeling around him were also rinsing at the irony. I looked at the mayor head on, then asked my final question. Had the orphans not understood that they were attacking your family, would you say the same even then? It would be unthinkable for the orphans to not recognize my family. Their lives would not excuse their crimes. I let out a sigh and whispered, too bad. Before turning, I looked up at Ferdinand. The mayor has made his position clear. Ferdinand's cold eyes narrowed further, and his lips curved into a slightly broader grin. I see. He certainly has made his position clear, he said, taking a step forward. I, in turn, took a step back, granting Ferdinand the right to speak. You maintain the one who attacks a building constructed by the Archduke for his daughter should inarguably be punished. Nobles live in ivory buildings, which are constructed using the Archduke's power. This is a fact known by all. No, I truly was not aware, the mayor trailed off, faltering again now that he had to deal with Ferdinand. Ha ha, can't deal with this one. His face began to pale, and his grandiloquence from before vanished in an instant. He looked my way, desperately seeking my help, but I refused to acknowledge him. Ferdinand took another step forward, cornering the mayor even more. Mayors must deal with nobles, and it would be unthinkable for you to not know something so basic. You made your citizens attack the monastery, knowing the gravity of your crime. What you did not know was that the former high bishop had died before he could disguise it and provide his protection. The mayor widened his eyes in shock. That is simply not. He began desperately trying to find an escape, but the people in the crowd who had moments before supported him were now regarding him with dispassionate eyes. I could guess that he had spent the winter convincing them that he hadn't known what he was doing. But regardless, it would not matter even if you truly had not known. The actions taken by the people of Haas were nothing less than an attack on the Archducal family, and that is treason. Treason must be punished, and none can fault the Archduke for ordering said punishment. Commoners must have it drilled into them that they are kept alive only by the grace of the nobility. This is the position you yourself just exposed. But I tire of your dishonest excuses. Speak no further, Ferdinand said flatly, silencing the mayor's protest. He then returned to my side, where he looked down at me with the same harsh expression that he had given the mayor. Rose mine. I instinctively straightened my back, sensing that he was going to lecture me. Seeing that, Ferdinand let out an exaggerated sigh, then spoke in a chilly voice with an intentionally villainous look. You pleaded for the Archduke to lighten his sentence on the basis that the people of Haas understood the gravity of the crime and were deeply remorseful. It seems to me, however, they do not understand at all, Ferdinand said, looking from the mayor to the gathered crowd. Everyone tensed up as his eyes scanned them, and silence fell over the plaza. Rosamund, you are known as the Saint of Ehrenfest. Do you still believe that Haas deserves your mercy? At least the kids do. The kids didn't do anything wrong. The atmosphere froze over as the citizens realized that the lightened punishment I had spoken of could be taken back with a single word. A silence so heavy that people were afraid to move at all blanketed the plaza as they waited to hear what Ferdinand would say next. But amid the crushing pressure so intense that one might even hesitate to breathe, Rick slowly looked up as if pushing up against weights holding him down. "O honorable high priest, O honorable high bishop, I ask for permission to speak," he said in a trembling voice. He was so nervous that he had started to sweat, making his pale face glisten slightly and his hair stick to his forehead. "You may speak," Ferdinand said. Rick expressed his utmost gratitude, then continued. "High priest, we, the people of Haas, truly understand the gravity of the crimes that the mayor ordered us to commit. Under normal circumstances, our entire city would have already been destroyed, and we cannot thank the saint enough for granting us her mercy and sparing our lives. The mayor is the only one who does not understand. We are not like him. I can assure you," he said, quivering under Ferdinand's pressure as he desperately tried to protect his fellow citizens. I would wonder if he's actually using the crushing on them, but I doubt it. His courage touched my heart. That was when I felt a tap on my back from Ferdinand, who was still strictly glaring down at Richt. I looked up and he shot me a look that seemed to say, "What is your role here again?" Right, I'm supposed to be a saint. As moved as I was, now wasn't the time for me to stand around. I stepped in front of Richt and spun around, spreading my arms wide as if to protect him from Ferdinand. High Priest, I believe Richt's words. The people understand the gravity of their crime. I know it. High Bishop came incredibly moved voices from both Richt and the town chiefs. The admiration and gratitude in their eyes made me feel so guilty that I could barely stand it. I just wanted to scream, I can't be a saint, this is all too much, and run off the stage, but I was facing Ferdinand as he played the part of an evil final boss. Merciless expression at all. I couldn't just run away. This too was part of the assignment that he had given me so long ago. Ferdinand shook his head while deliberately facing me. Rosemine, kindness at times is more harm than good. You must pluck the seeds of rebellion before they grow into carnage. High Priest, the people of Host are planning no rebellion. There is nothing to fear. Isn't that right, everyone? I asked, turning around to face Richt, a town chiefs, and the crowd. Richt immediately said, of course, and loud crowds of agreement came from all over the plaza. You can hear them for yourself, High Priest, so please. But just as I thought I had settled the matter, Ferdinand suddenly raised his right hand to shoulder height. Then I shall have them prove it. Huh? Sorry, I have no idea what's happening right now. Are you expecting me to do something? At least give me a sign. As I panicked on the inside, not knowing what to do, Ferdinand whipped out his staff. I shall thoroughly pluck the seeds of rebellion, he announced, then muttered, Getelt? Whatever, and swung his staff. A transparent amber barrier appeared beneath the stage, a little ways into the plaza. Shitsaria's shield. It had the same decorative patterns, but while the shield I made when praying to Shitsaria was round, the one that Ferdinand had produced was a thin rectangle that resembled a door, wide enough for two adults to walk through while standing beside one another. They shall attempt to pass through this door of judgment. Those who truly regret what has occurred shall be able to pass through without issue. Richt gazed at me with worry, but I knew how those things worked. A shield of Shitsaria would let anyone through who did not harbor malice or the intent to harm others. I looked him in the eyes and gave a reassuring nod. Richt, I am sure you will pass through without issue, I said. Determination filled Richt's eyes, and he stepped forward, climbing down the stairs and standing in front of the amber rectangle. As those in the crowd all held their breath, waiting to see what would happen, he walked toward the shield, and passed through with ease, despite looking a little scared at the very last moment. It is as you see, High Priest, he is a good man. It appears that Richt is trustworthy, but what about this one? Ferdinand mused, unsympathetically looking down at the mayor. Uh-oh. The mayor's not going to be able to do it! At that, Richt, as well as several of the town chiefs, grabbed the mayor and brought him down the stairs. Then they pushed him toward the door of judgment. As I expected, the mayor was knocked back by a strong wind, making him unable to pass through. Bands of light instantly shot from Eckhard's staff and bound him. Lord Ferdinand, I have detained the rebel. Good work. Richt had passed through the door of judgment, but the mayor had not. I heard a simultaneous gasp from everyone in the plaza as fear crept onto their faces. Those who had attacked the monastery no doubt realized that the same power had knocked them away in the past. Some even looked visibly sick. Richt, have all the citizens of Host pass through the door, Ferdinand ordered. All those deemed a threat shall be executed. High Priest, I said, pulling on his sleeve to try and signal that this was unnecessary, but he was gazing between the gathered citizens and the bound, prone mayor with a harsh look in his eyes. Any number of these people could harbor the same ill intentions as this fool. Judgment shall be necessary if you do not wish for us to execute the entirety of the city. Do you not agree? I believe in the people of Host. Surely judgment is not... Before I could say necessary, Ferdinand grinned. If those in Host are as virtuous as you believe, then this judgment would pose no threat to them. Unable to argue with this logic, I had no choice but to concede. Then I suppose it must be done. Do you agree, Richt? I asked, not knowing what else to do but throw the ball in his court. He did not oppose the judgment, but instead accepted it with a smile. Yes, High Bishop, there is no problem with that at all. In the event that there are others who fail, I would rather they be removed than risk leading Host into another crisis. We cannot allow ourselves to fall any further out of the Archduke's favor than we already have. Richt showed no hesitation in supporting the judgment and execution of any dangerous individuals who might commit further treason. His goal above all else was to save the city from destruction, so he just couldn't risk displeasing the Archducal family any more than they already have. Judgment shall reveal those worthy of receiving the Saint of Ehrenfest's mercy. As you saw, I passed through the door safely. If you do not wish to be executed as a rebel, then you must do the same, Richt declared. And so everyone in the plaza lined up to pass through the door. The town chiefs and the citizens of their towns went first, but since they hadn't participated in the attack, and the mayor had very little influence on them, they all passed through so easily that it was almost underwhelming. The city folk who had participated in the monastery attack, however, were evidently a lot more fearful. They faltered in front of the door of judgment, afraid that they would be knocked back like the mayor had been. Do not fret about those who cannot pass through, Ferdinand told Eckhard.
You need only bind them as you did the mayor. Yes, sir, Eckert replied, taking out his stab. A sight was enough to send a wave of panic surging through the citizens, causing some to swallow their fear and rush toward the door, yelling all the while, "Ah!" Several among the flowing stream of people were knocked back by the door, and Eckert instantly detained them with bands of light. Once everyone had attempted to pass through the door, judgment faded, and 6 bound people were taken onto the stage. Ooh, no! Oh my god, how long have I been doing this? Only 49 minutes. Okay, I can keep going. The execution. Those rejected by the door harbored malice toward us. They shall be executed here and now, Ferdinand asked. As you wish. These men are all firmly in the mayor's faction. I have no defense for them. Rather, I am grateful that the door of judgment has proved the innocence of everyone else, Rick responded. Ferdinand knelt in front of me. My heart was pounding hard. The blood drained from my face as realization hit me that these people were about to be executed. It wasn't necessarily a surprise, since Ferdinand had said that the mayor would be executed from the very start. But now that it was happening before me, my heart thumped painfully and a cold sweat ran down my back. Rosemont, do not avert your gaze. Okay? Really? You're gonna make her watch? I know she needs to see some of this stuff firsthand, but watching you guys kill people? Does she really want to be scarred? Or do you really want to scar her for the rest of her life? Because, I mean, your freaking smile was scaring her enough to where she couldn't even sleep. Do you think she'll be able to sleep after this? I don't think so. Neither Rick nor anyone else in the plaza seemed to feel any sympathy for those who had been dragged them into this mess. Or, well, maybe this wasn't the right way to put it. They didn't seem to feel any disgust or hesitation toward them either. Everyone was simply acting like it was completely natural for those deemed to be traitors or harmful to the community to be executed. They were wrongdoers for putting the entire city at risk, and this was a just punishment. Justice. At once, Lord Ferdinand. Justice headed to the large box that had been brought onto the stage and opened the lock with a loud clink. Oh, we get to find out what's in the box! The front side of the box opened flat, revealing its contents. 5 shallow drawers stacked on top of each other like a makeshift filing cabinet. But from where I was standing, I couldn't see what was inside them. Ferdinand, what's in those drawers? Haas's identification medals. He was apparently referring to the citizenship medals that we stamped our blood onto during our baptism ceremonies. Wait, what happens? Are you going to destroy those? In the city of Ehrenfest, the temple took care of registration, marriages, and cancellations due to death. But elsewhere, the registrations were all done during the Harvest Festival, with the mayor sending word upon the death of a citizen. Scholars in the castle managed the medals themselves, following reports from priests and tax officials to keep them all properly organized. We brought them all here since we did not know how many executions there would be, but in general they are not to be taken outside the castle, Ferdinand explained. I could guess it was like taking a box of confidential papers outside of a government office, in which case it made sense that the scholar in charge of them would need to stay close and keep a close eye out. Justice took out a piece of parchment and called out to Eckert, "Make sure nobody gets close." Eckert brought out his staff and transformed it into a sword before taking up position beside the box. He held his blade at the ready, prepared to cut down anyone who got close, which was enough to show just how valuable the box was. Justice began. As he wished, Lord Ferdinand. Justice gripped his staff and chanted, "Messer," turning it into a knife. With the sheet of parchment still in hand, he walked up to the light-bound traitors sprawled out on the stage, their faces twisting in fear as they watched his feet approach. A couple choked out hoarse cries for help, but nobody answered their calls as Justice knelt down to stamp the closest man's blood. The traitor's thumb was slightly pushed out between the bands binding him, at which point Justice pricked it with his knife. As the blood started seeping through, Justice pushed the fresh cut onto the parchment, producing a slow expanding red stain. Even though it wasn't happening to me personally, I could almost feel the pain as I watched the knife pierce the skin and draw blood. I wrapped my hand around my thumb in shared discomfort and shifted my focus so as to see as little of what was happening as possible. Once Justice had confirmed that the blood was firmly stamped against the parchment, he smoothly whipped his knife through the air. The slight amount of red that had been streaking down the blade seemed to disappear in the thin air. Huh? The knife is clean again. Justice held up the blood-stained parchment to the crowd, proving that it had been stamped, which elicited cheers from the citizens and an approving nod from Ferdinand. He then headed to the next prone man, pressing his blood against the parchment, and showed the crowd again. This process repeated. Ferdinand, what in the world is Justice doing? Selecting the identification medals. It is the work of priests and scholars to handle them. For nobles, the identification stamping that was done during every baptism ceremony registered their mana. For commoners, however, it only registered their blood. That was why during my first baptism I had simply needed to press my blood against a white, flat-looking stone. I naturally hadn't written anything on it, nor had I even been asked my name. These medals were stored according to what year they had been registered, but beyond that, there was no quick way to identify whose was whose. They were instead usually tracked using blood during funerals that would place the medal on the body to ensure that it belonged to the person in question. To this end, Ferdinand had taken some of my blood to find my medal during mine's funeral. I hadn't noticed, though, because I was unconscious. For funerals held outside Ehrenfest, some of the deceased's blood was smeared on a wooden board, which was then given to the scholar who visited the city during the harvest festival. They then sent the boards to the castle along with the collected taxes. These boards would be returned with the medals attached, which would then serve as grave markers. As Ferdinand explained the system to me, Justice walked over to the final person. "You won't get away with this," she cried, "the only woman among the 6 traitors." She was the mayor's wife, glaring at us with hate in her eyes and tears streaming down her cheeks as the bands of light kept her bound. "I mean, you didn't pass the test. It's not our fault." That's terrifying. As I continued to endure her intense glower, my throat bobbed, goosebumps rose on my arms, and my hands started to tremble a little. I wanted to step back and hide in Ferdinand's shadow, or at least look away, but I had been told that I needed to watch this entire execution. I had no choice but to keep looking at her, so I clenched my teeth and tightly clasped my hands, trying to at least stop them from shaking so visibly. As the wife and I continued staring at one another, Justice finished the blood stamp. He at least seemed entirely unfazed. With the last one complete, he wove his knife through the air while saying something and returned it to stab form. He then waved the staff around again, this time saying a swal, which made the blood stamp parchment ignite in golden flames like a magic contract. It flew over the box being guarded by Eckert, trailing fire behind it, and burned away into golden light that sprinkled down into the drawers. Instantly, the drawers started to rumble without anyone touching them. The topmost and second topmost ones both launched themselves open and shut, acting strangely until 6 medals suddenly shot out from within. Ooh! Odd cries could be heard from the crowd as the ivory medals used to register the people as citizens flew into the air before settling into Justice's hands. He looked over them carefully, then smoothly walked in front of Ferdinand and kneeled. "Here are the medals, Lord Ferdinand." Justice held up the medals gracefully, and once Ferdinand had accepted them with a nod of gratitude, stood up and brusquely returned to the box. He firmly clasped the lock back on it, then stood in front of it protectively. "Rosamund, step back and stand by Justice," Ferdinand said, before waving his free hand to make his staff appear within it. I could guess he was about to use some magic, so I did as requested, leaving only Ferdinand standing in the center of the stage. He scanned the area as if to make sure there was nobody near, then held his staff high in the air, mana poured from its tip, forming letters and complex designs in the air. "This is my first time seeing this," Justice exclaimed, his brown eyes wider than usual and gleaming with joy. He was leaning forward slightly, absorbing as much as he could of the magic circle that Ferdinand was drawing in the air. "Justice, what's about to happen?" "The execution of the traitors, milady. This is a spell taught only to Archduke candidates, so nobody is allowed near when it's being cast. That way, they can't hear the chant he's saying, or see the details of the complex magic circle," Justice explained. "I know there existed a spell specifically for executing traitors, but I never gotten the opportunity to see it. This kind of thing is really rare, since usually nobody even thinks about acting against the Archduke. I'm so glad I wormed my way into coming along." Seeing Justice clench his fist and shake with excitement at the upcoming execution, I deeply understood why Ferdinand had given such a terrible grimace when he arrived to accompany us. I took a full step back. "You'll be learning the spell yourself one day, milady. Please send word to me if you ever get the opportunity to use it. I will pray to the gods that such a day never comes." "Nor shall I tell you if one does," I added silently before looking back at the execution. Ferdinand swung his staff as he stood at the center of the stage. He must have completed forming the magic circle with its mana by that point, as a black mist wavering like fire spewed out from within. Perhaps it was a spell connected to the god of darkness? It looked a lot like the mana-sucking black mist that I had seen during the ambush last year at Spring Prayer. So the dots weren't hard to connect. Keeping his eyes locked on the ominous black magic circle, Ferdinand's lips moved in a chant. He then tossed the medals into it. They stopped in midair as if sticking to the magic circle before getting completely enveloped by the black mist. "Eckert, release their bindings." "Yes, sir." At Ferdinand's order, Eckert quickly whipped his staff, making the light binding the 6 people disappear in the blank of an eye. And now freed traitors reacted in a variety of ways. Some blinked in confusion, remaining sprawled on the ground, unsure of what was going on. Others screamed and tried to run, one of whom raced directly toward Ferdinand in an attempt to take him down with them. It was the mayor's wife. "Ferdinand," I cried as I saw her sprinting toward him. "He's fine!" At the center of the stage, but despite my desperate cry, Ferdinand didn't even blink. He spoke with his eyes locked on the magic circle, not even sparing the woman a glance. "Fear not, there is nothing they can do." In the end, they were afforded only a brief moment of movement. Both the mayor, who had stood up on wavering legs to flee, and his wife, who had tried to attack Ferdinand, froze in place after a few steps. Then they dropped down onto the stage. When they attempted to stand back up while they could move their arms, their legs were completely paralyzed. "My legs!" the woman screamed. Soon the others started crying out as well, voices of pain, fear, and desperation. I narrowed my eyes as I watched them closer, and that was when I noticed their feet had turned light gray. At first, I assumed they were all simply wearing matching shoes, but then the color spread to their clothes. They were gradually being dyed gray, and the further it advanced, the less they could move. "It looks like their legs are being turned to stone." That just spread across their entire bodies, Justice replied, now leaning forward even more eagerly without even trying to hide his enthusiasm. I really couldn't share his enjoyment. Had Ferdinand not been shooting me the occasional harsh glare, I would have already closed my eyes and covered my ears so that I wouldn't have to see their writhing bodies or hear their piercing screams. The black mist eroded the metals like acid, the white stones breaking apart from all sides. By the time they had been reduced to half their original size, the prisoners were gray up to their waist. Their torsos hardened before my eyes, and as the color reached their necks, they lost even the ability to scream. When the metals had broken apart entirely, the prisoners were gray from head to toe, frozen like statues. Ferdinand whipped his staff, making the magic circle disappear. In an instant, all 6 statues broke apart. Large cracks had run through them, spreading until each person collapsed onto the stage with a heavy thud. The impact was enough to shatter them completely, sending large chunks of what looked like stone all over the place. Oh, so essentially the execution spell is turning them to stone, essentially. Okay. And it's right. I'd rather see that than see them, like their throats slit or something. These fragments then began to crumble like sand until eventually their ash-like remains were carried away on the still cold spring wind. They had no metals to attach to their gravestones and no bodies to bury. Traitors were allowed no burial, nor were they permitted to be mourned. This is awful. I couldn't stop thinking about their faces twisted in fear and despair, their mouths agape in dying screams that still rung in my ears. The looks of agonized suffering that remained in their eyes until their very last moments were burned into my mind, having been frozen on their statue-like faces before they were turned to ash and blown away on the wind. No human being should have to die like that. Spectacular. Wasn't that wonderful, milady? No! Justice asked excitedly, but I didn't even have the motivation to put on a fake smile and nod. How could he have been so excited to watch people be killed in such a horrific, disrespectful manner? That was beyond words. My toes felt unnaturally cold. The contents of my stomach stirred as I was overwhelmed with disgust. I would have actually preferred to pass out completely than experience the emotion that was surging through me. But I wasn't low on stamina or mana. All I could do was stand at the edge of the stage and continue to watch, not even allowed to close my eyes. The place was silent, and everyone present wore expressions that made their terror toward the nobility clear. They had just witnessed the immense power that nobles wielded, and that been thoroughly taught that their lives could be taken away at any moment. With the spectacle over, Rick, who had been kneeling on the opposite side of the stage, stood up to address the crowd in a clear voice. Everyone, the traitors are now gone. They stood against our Archduke and put our entire city at risk. Our good names were sullied due to their actions. To restore our honor, we must work to repay the damage they caused until our newly baptized children come of age. And yet more years after that, we must act together so that the mercy of the Saint of Ehrenfest, who saved us from execution as traitors, will not go unrewarded. The journey ahead will no doubt be tough, but it is a journey that must be made. Rick looked just as fearful as the crowd he was speaking to, but even so, he was doing his absolute best to try and get Haas back on its feet. This was not the end. It was the beginning of a new decade during which Haas would repay the Archducal family, and seeing their determination moved me. It's not over yet. Not for Haas, and not for me as a Saint of Ehrenfest. I took deep, deep breaths to collect myself, the screams that were still echoing in my ears, but I couldn't let them distract me forever. Handling the situation in Haas after the mayor's execution was part of the task that I had been given. I needed to work together with Rick as much as possible to help the city recover. And so I deliberately walked to the center of the stage, acting as calm and graceful as I could. I stood beside Ferdinand, all the while fighting down the bile that had risen up in my throat as I moved. All eyes were on me, from both the crowd gathered in the plaza and the people remaining on the stage. The moment I closed my eyes, memories of the guilty writhing in pain and terror flashed in my mind. I shook my head to force them away, took a powerful step forward, and raised my head. "Here you are," Ferdinand said, handing me the voice-amplifying magic tool. I gripped it tightly, moved it to my mouth, and then sucked in air. "People of Haas," I began to address the crowd. My voice was quivering slightly. I swallowed, trying to steady myself, then took another breath. "People of Haas," I repeated, this time sounding a bit better. "Please endure for just 1 year." Relieved that I had managed to push down my unease, I continued. "Nobles used the enormous power of mana to strike pure terror into the hearts of commoners. But it was also used to save their lives. I had been given the role of a saint, so I needed to play my part and give hope to Haas and citizens. Whether spring prayer is held in Haas next year will all depend on how the Archduke perceives your efforts in the meantime. I shall do what I can, but the deciding factor will be your own actions." The aghast expressions of the farmers lit up slightly when they heard that by working hard they might still get spring prayer next year. Some started whispering that they could surely manage as long as it was just 1 year, and the returning hope in their faces lightened the burden on my shoulders a little. It has been proven that none among you harbor traitorous intentions. Now please, prove through actions that you wish to atone for your crimes. I would like to visit Haas during spring prayer next year to offer prayers and blessings to you all. At that, cheers erupted from the crowd. Amid the noise, Ferdinand instructed me to bring forth my high beast, and together we headed to the monastery. Joining me in my panda bus was Fran, Zum, Bridget, and Justice with his big box. That was absolutely wonderful, Lady Rosemine. Thank you, Bridget. I managed to smile back when my head was spinning. My chest ached and my stomach churned like my body was trying to throw up all the bad feelings inside of me. I wanted to escape reality, either immersing myself in books or going to sleep to provide a brief respite from my thoughts. When we landed in front of the door to the monastery, we were greeted by Grey Priests, the Gilberta Company, and everyone's attendants, all of whom were kneeling in wait. Justice, Eckert, Daniel, Bridget, prepare your rooms within the chapel, Ferdinand said, handing each of them a red face stone. They got to work at once with their attendants, with Justice ordering his to carry the big box out of my high beast. Now that everyone was out of my panda bust, I put it away. Drained both physically and mentally, I hung my head only for a bitter rush of vomit to catch in my throat once again. I couldn't throw up here and now, with everyone watching, so I desperately swallowed it down and wiped my teary eyes with my sleeve. Rosemine, you seem unwell. You need rest. Attendants, prepare her room, Ferdinand instructed. My attendants hurriedly stood up and went inside. I had given Gil a magic tool to open my hidden room since he had gone to the monastery first. While the room would be ready to some degree, there was still some things that I had to be organized before I could rest. I saw my attendants off in a complete daze and aimlessly looked around. That was when I saw Dad among the people who had come out to greet us. He looked incredibly worried, and it was immediately obvious that he was racking his brain for anything that he could do to comfort me. A single thought ran through my mind. I wanted to run over, call him Dad, and sob into his chest. Oh, you can't do that, though! Rosemine, Ferdinand placed a hand on my shoulder, and I immediately came back to my senses. I would never be permitted to do anything like that. I lowered the arms that I had started to raise, putting my foot back down before I could start moving toward him. Ferdinand gestured me forward, but no sooner had I started walking than Dad offered me his thick cloak. Lady Rosemine, I offer you this cloak if you would accept it. You look very cold. I looked at the cloak and then up at Ferdinand, who shot Dad a firm look, but Dad simply returned the glare, continuing to hold out the cloak. Ferdinand looked down with narrowed eyes for a moment, then furrowed his brow. Are you cold, Rosemine? Yes, I'm cold. I'm very, very cold. I thank you ever so much, Gunter. I took the cloak from Dad and hugged it close. It was a little dusty, but not enough to mask his smell, which made me feel bad for relief and bitter sadness. I buried my face in the cloak on the spot. Hi, Bishop. Have this if you're still cold. No, this one's a lot warmer. Unexpected voices called out to me, and for a second the tears stopped. I looked up and saw 5 soldiers all holding out their cloaks to me. Oh, that's sweet. They don't know the situation, but they still want to help. Oh, that's sweet. I couldn't help but smile a little as I saw the row of men forming a cloak wall in front of me, and the heaviness in my heart seemed to lighten ever so slightly. I'm afraid that I will be unable to carry any more, but I appreciate the concern. May you all be blessed for your kindness. With the cloak in hand, I went to my hidden room where I found my attendants busily moving around to prepare things for me to sleep. I moved to a corner and started spreading out Dad's cloak, hoping to wrap myself up in it, and stay out of everyone's way. Rosemine, let me see that for a second. No, I replied, hugging the cloak tightly to protect it from Ferdinand's outstretched hand. He rubbed his temples, then quickly snatched one end. You cannot bring it to bed as it is. It will merely be cleansing it. Give it to me. Cleansing? I said, tilting my head. Ferdinand used that opening to steal the cloak. He took out his staff and began chanting something right then and there, causing a ball of water to appear from seemingly nowhere. It engulfed the cloak before quickly disappearing again. What was that spell? As I said, a cleansing spell. I guess to make sure it wasn't dirty. But that would probably get rid of the smell. It was apparently an essential spell for knights when they spent multiple days on Phoebe's hunting trips, as it could be used for cleansing both one's body and tools. I didn't know that magic could be so convenient. I never heard of that spell before. It would be unnecessary for you to learn, since you have attendants and servants, Ferdinand explained. It was considered a waste for nobles to use mana to clean themselves when they could simply have somebody else do it. But in circumstances such as these, where one had to stay outside without any attendants accompanying them, there was no other choice. This is a special exception. It would be a disaster for you to bring that to bed, but there is no time to clean it now, he continued, plopping the cloak onto my head. It was clean now, and the dusty smell was gone. Rest well. I shall explain the circumstances to the Gilberta Company. At that he exited the room as if to say that his business here was done. As I passed the time smelling the cloak, I heard Gil tell Fran that he had brought in enough hot water. Monica then promptly chased them both out of the room. Lady Rosemine, your bath is ready. Would the men be so kind as to leave? That day I slept with my head buried in Dad's cloak. The nasty, distressing feelings faded, and I didn't have a single bad dream. Well, that's a surprise! That is a big fat surprise right there, to be honest. But, yeah, that sucks. I imagine she's going to have some bad dreams in probably the days, months to come, probably. Anyway, I'll see you guys next time. Okay, this is going to be part 7. The spring ingredient and discussing spring prayer. Eventually, I woke up from my peaceful slumber. I crawled out from under Dad's cloak and stretched as hard as I could before spreading the cloak out on top of my bed. My attendants would have done this for me under normal circumstances, but I wanted to do it with my own 2 hands. I smoothed out the wrinkles of my palms, then carefully folded it. Okay, perfect. Fran picked up the now folded cloak, and together we headed to the dining room for breakfast. My attendants and the commoners couldn't eat before us nobles. So here in the monastery, all the nobles, including the guard knights, gathered first. We naturally couldn't eat too casually when Ferdinand was here. By the time I arrived, everybody was awake and eagerly digging in. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Lady Rosemine. Bridget and Daniel appeared to have just started, while Justice had clearly been forced awake by his attendants. Ferdinand, however, was already close to being done. He must have woken up considerably earlier than anyone else. Hello, Rosemine. I see you slept well. Indeed, I was very snug last night. While Monica and Gil were preparing my meal, I had Fran call over Dad so that I could return his cloak. I had wanted to give it back myself, but the curse of nobility made me unable to do things like that. The most I could do was offer my thanks as Fran handed it to him. Gunter, I shall return your cloak. It brought me much warmth over the night, I said as Dad knelt before me. He looked up a little, then his light brown eyes crinkled in a small, relieved smile. I am glad to have been of assistance, Lady Rosemine. From what I have heard, you will now be traveling to towns as part of spring prayer. Please take care of yourself. I thank you ever so much. You may tell the rest of your family that I wish them well, too. We are honored. Our exchange was brief, but just having the opportunity to speak to him made my heart flush with an indescribable warmth. As I watched Dad leave and return to the group of soldiers, Bridget narrowed her amethyst-colored eyes and thought, oh, dear Lord. No, Bridget, shut up. You certainly seem close to that soldier, Lady Rosemine, she said aloud. She was the only noble out of all those present who didn't know he was my real father. Ferdinand and Daniel knew, of course, while Justice and Eckert had both found out during their background check on me while it was mine. I smiled and gave Bridget the excuse that we had prepared ahead of time. Gunter has a long history with the Gilberta Company, who I have been ordering hair sticks from since before my baptism. Eva and Tully, the 2 who always come to take my orders, do you remember them? I have seen them in your chambers several times before, yes. Tully was the little girl who helped take my measurements, I believe. And I understand that you request her services often. I nodded. Gunter is Tully's father. He also works closely with the husband of Karina, the woman making your dress. Prior to my baptism, Gunter would often serve as a guard when I went to the lower city on business related to the orphanage workshop. Or when the orphans went into the forest to gather. I see, Bridget replied, returning an understanding nod. Phew. The cover story was designed to make sense to anyone informed enough to be suspicious, so I was glad to see it was working so well. Rosemine, we shall be resting today, then leave for spring prayer tomorrow, Ferdinand said upon finishing his meal. I will come and see you later this afternoon. There is an important matter we must discuss. At that, we headed back to his room. I promptly started on my own breakfast, aware that the Gilberta Company and the soldiers were due to depart for Ehrenfest very shortly. They needed to eat as soon as possible or they would certainly be late, so I worked my way through my food as quickly as I could while still maintaining a graceful appearance. Once breakfast was done, I returned to my room so as to not get in anyone else's way. I sat in a chair and closed my eyes for a moment, only for the events of yesterday to flash through my mind once again. My mood plummeted in the literal blink of an eye. Literally. You blink your eyes and then boom, your mood goes down. Lady Rosemine, the others have finished eating and are preparing to leave. Will you see them off? Fran asked, snapping me back to my senses. I gave a nod and stood up, going with him to the front gate. There we found a row of carriages, almost all which had been packed with luggage. There was only one that was still being prepared, with priests helping the soldiers to load the remaining things. Is everything all right? They asked the gathered members of the Gilberta Company, who had seemingly been discussing something among themselves. Banner took a step forward and knelt, then Mark and Lust did the same. Lady Rosemine, the Honorable Lord Ferdinand informed us that the matter in Haas had been settled. We heard that you gave a praiseworthy performance. I could not have done it without the Gilberta Company's assistance. You have helped me out more than I could ever put into words. Thank you. They frequently gave me advice, and their connections to other merchants have been vital in our efforts to spread rumors among the commoners. They regularly visited Haas to keep us informed and manipulate things in our favor. Because of your plan, those in Haas had time to discuss matters over winter, and I am of the opinion that this proved crucial in obtaining the favorable result we secured yesterday. There surely would have been much stronger opposition to the mayor's execution had they not understood their actions, nor had the time to consider an appropriate response. I was so far removed from the common sense of nobles that it was hard to believe I could have properly directed the art scholars. I would surely learn more and more about how nobles did things in the future, but for now I was completely ignorant, if not for Benno and Mark. A lot more people would have been executed. I am glad to have been of service to you, Lady Rosamine. This tragedy has shown the world that we are a company whom you trust, and henceforth it shall be significantly easier for us to do business within Ehrenfest and Haas. If you ever have need of us again, please do not hesitate to ask, Benno intoned. I could guess that he was being sincere, but his last sentence was definitely an indirect demand that I contact him before doing anything stupid. Of course. I searched through my memories for anything that I should tell him about, then clapped my hands together in realization. Yes, there's one thing I wish to say. This won't be happening immediately, but I would like to visit Ilgnir in search of new kinds of wood to use for paper. I will surely ask for your advice when the time comes, I said casually. For some reason, Benno had a vacant expression. Mark was looking at the ground and let out a heavy sigh. As I tilted my head in confusion, Benno looked at me with a smile, but his dark-eyed eyes told a different story. Had we been in my hidden room, he would have no doubt unleashed his thunder on me right about now. Understood. I shall eagerly await your return from spring prayer, Lady Rosamine, so that I might hear the inner details of that matter. We would like to thank you for providing us new context among the nobility and discuss the dress that you have hired Karina to make, Benno said with a polite laugh. But despite his courteous tone, I knew that this was just his roundabout way of saying, don't give me extra work when a bunch of nobles are already calling for me day in and day out, you idiot. I maintained a composed smile, but on the inside I was in a panic. No, now I don't want spring prayer to end. Oh, dear. And so concluded my discussion with the Gilberta Company. While everyone got into their loaded carriages, I handed out the small silvers that Benno had prepared and given to Fran ahead of time. I know the road from Haas to Ehrenfest is not an easy one with these numbers, but I am entrusting the safety of Justice and the Gilberta Company to all of you. Understood. You can count on us. The soldiers let slip eager grins as they looked at the money I had handed them. There had apparently been fierce competition back at the gate over who would go to Haas for guard duty, and they all seemed satisfied with their pay. I always gave Dad a large silver instead of a small one, but I had heard he was using it to buy a round of drinks for everyone, so not much would be going home with him. And by heard, I mean Thule had told me in a letter, though her handwriting was very hard to decipher. Oh, she's still learning. Despite everyone being ready to go, there was one person who hadn't gotten in a carriage yet, and who else would that be but Justice? This truly is a shame. If only I could accompany you during spring prayer as well, he said sadly. We were going our separate ways here, since he needed to return the box of medals back to the castle as soon as possible, and since his own high beast couldn't carry it, he was traveling to the noble's quarter by carriage. His attendants were going with him, too. Justice was the only noble leaving with the soldiers, but he was deliberately delaying his return for as long as possible, looking between Ferdinand and me with clear melancholy. Ferdinand let an exasperated sigh, impatiently waving him into his carriage. Spring prayer is a religious event performed by priests. We have no need for a scholar now that the matter in Haas has been settled. You even went as far as to steal work from the one in charge of the city to come here. Are you not satisfied yet? I am satisfied with what I saw in Haas, but I wish to follow Lady Rosamine wherever I can. It seems to me that there is hardly ever a dull moment with her. He's not wrong about that. That is simply your imagination, Ferdinand replied, now glaring at Justice. Leave already. The others cannot depart until you do. Having no other choice, Justice climbed into his carriage, and with that they were off. One by one the carriages slowly started to move, with the soldiers walking next to them as guards. Dad served as the rear guard for the group and was there waiting at the back, so I used this opportunity to say one final goodbye. Gunter, take care on the road. And you take care of your health, Lady Rosamine, Dad responded with a grin. By then the final carriage had started to move. He followed after it, the cloak I had slept in last night swaying behind him, and once he had completely disappeared from sight, I returned to the monastery. It was quiet now that most of the people were gone. I started to rest after lunch, and eventually Ferdinand arrived with Eckert to talk. The only attendant you need with you here is Fran. Have the rest leave the room. Very well. Everyone but Fran, I must ask you to leave, I instructed. They all quickly did as asked, leaving him and my 2 guards knights. Fran poured tea for everyone, then stood by the firmly shut door. There was a long table here similar to the one in the High Bishop's room, and Ferdinand and I sat on opposite sides so we were facing each other. Eckert was seated beside Ferdinand, while Daniel and Bridget were standing behind me on either side. First, I would like to discuss the ingredient that we shall acquire midway through spring prayer, Ferdinand began. I sensed both of my guard knights stiffen up at these words, and instinctively straightened my back. The room had gotten palpably tense. Should I take your decision to discuss this with my knights present to mean that Fey beasts are going to be involved again? Given that Fey beasts tend to gather in mana at rich locations, we can assume that there will be a considerable number in the area. Justice has reported that we are likely to encounter Talfrosk, whatever. Ferdinand helpfully provided a name, and while I had no idea what kind of Fey beast that was, my knights seemingly did. A grimace flashed across Bridget's face, which led me to conclude that whatever it was particularly disliked by girls. Please let it be anything but a bug. Oh dear. However, considering what occurred on the night of Shitsaria, it would not be wise to underestimate what could happen on the night of Flutrain. It is impossible to say whether we are going to be faced with hot Fey beasts of great size or great number. In that case, shouldn't we bring more guard knights with us? At the very least, we could have Cornelius accompany us since he's already assigned to me, I suggested. While it was important to keep my potion making a secret, Cornelius was family and someone I trusted. Ferdinand shook his head. That is not an option. Cornelius is both a minor and an apprentice. He cannot be given work outside the city. I seem to recall him visiting Haas with us when you constructed this monastery. Am I wrong, I asked, thinking back to who rode whose high beast on the way here. At that, Ferdinand and Eckert both grimaced. Rosemine, those were abnormal circumstances, Ferdinand explained. None of us could have predicted that we were going to leave the city. That was a reasonable response. Not even I had intended for us to build the monastery in Haas straight after lunch in the Italian restaurant. So we won't be able to bring any more guard knights with us, I conceded. Is everything going to be okay? Fear not, Rosemine. Most Fey beasts pose no threat whatsoever to Lord Ferdinand, Eckert said reassuringly, openly facing his utmost faith in him. He even seemed excited to have the opportunity to serve as his guard knight. He probably wasn't wrong that most things wouldn't be an issue with Ferdinand around, so I decided to entrust all the security details to them and focus on the gathering itself. I took out my diptych, readied my stylus, and began asking questions. Ferdinand, what kind of material is the spring ingredient? The nectar of a Ryrain. A flower said to be beloved by the goddess herself, Ferdinand replied. We will be heading to a spring that became so rich with mana at this time of year that it was known as the goddess's bath. Flowers known as Ryrain bloomed there, and their nectar was this season's ingredient. The flower petals close during the night, but it slowly produces nectar, before eventually blooming at dawn. To prevent other mana from polluting the ingredient, one must gather it at that very moment. We shall thus be leaving at night, and awaiting dawn with our guard kept high. I wrote all that down in my diptych, then looked up at Ferdinand. Have you ever been to the spring? I would assume so. No, actually, he probably might not have, considering he probably got his ingredients around the Royal Academy. No, I went gathering quite regularly while attending the Royal Academy, but since graduating and returning to Ehrenfest, I have not had such leisure. Ferdinand explained, I am familiar with violent and dangerous Fey beasts that must be hunted by the Knight's Order, but I am not particularly well informed on harmless Fey beasts and all the materials available here. As a result, we are largely reliant on Justice's information when it comes to gathering in Ehrenfest. There was no doubting that Justice was an absolute weirdo, but he was truly knowledgeable about all manners of subjects. What's more, since he readily went to gather materials himself, the information he provided could be trusted. I shall prepare the tools you need for gathering and lend them to you again when the time comes. I thank you ever so much. Once we have finished talking about the Ryrain nectar and Justice's previous encounter with the Talfrosk, Ferdinand ordered Fran and the guard knights to leave the room. I now wish to be alone with Rosemine so that I might discuss matters in Haas. Everyone, clear the room. Uh-oh. Is he going to scold her? Yes, sir. Fran poured us fresh cups of tea, and then exited with Daniel and Bridget following close behind. Eckert seemed to want to stay and continue doing his duty as a guard, but he too was forced to leave. Ferdinand sipped his freshly poured tea and set the cup down, and then looked at me steadily with his light golden eyes. Us facing each other alone like this always meant the start of a lecture of some kind of scolding. I know. That's why I thought he might be scolding her. I placed my hands on my lap and straightened my back. Rosemine, I would like you to tell me what you have learned from your experience with Haas. I closed my eyes for a moment, and images from yesterday immediately flashed through my mind. When I opened them again, I clenched my fist, looking at Ferdinand head on, and doing my best to not get emotional. First, I'm now painfully aware that I need to fully grasp noble culture as soon as possible. The problem in Haas had stemmed from my ignorance in three crucial areas: the cultural importance of ivory buildings, the contrast in what commoners and nobles deemed common sense, and the hospitality that nobles were supposed to be given. In order to prevent something similar from happening again, I needed to master noble culture as soon as possible. Correct. Were you a normal noble child, you could slowly learn about our culture and customs beneath the protection of your parents. But in order to run your workshop and spread printing throughout the duchy, you have already leaped into the world of adults. Okay, that is the right page. There was a lot I needed to learn, and I needed to do it as quickly as possible, since I was doing things no other child could ever do. I was no longer a commoner. I needed guidance, not as a merchant, but as a noble. Nobles will be unmoved by the logic of a commoner merchant. All you have done so far is establish an orphanage and a workshop in Haas. You acted on impulse without preparation, and the only reason it ended without any major incident was because the enemies you made were commoners living within the Archduke's central district. As far as I'm concerned, this was a major incident, I protested impetuously. What would you call an execution that had resulted in 6 deaths if not a major incident? That's a minor, considering he could have killed the entire city. Ferdinand let out a dismissive laugh. That happened because of your insistence on saving Haas and keeping it on the map. Under normal circumstances, the entire city would have been erased, saving much time and leaving fewer problematic loose ends. What? No way, that would definitely cause more problems. Another disagreement born from our different values, I see. To me, it was much more time-consuming and tedious to save Haas than to destroy it. The point we disagreed on most was the value of a human life. The gap between commoners and the nobility was just unfathomably vast. I slowly shook my head. I understand that my culture doesn't mesh well with this world, but I will never get used to taking the lives of others so easily. You do have a commoner family, I suppose. It will be tough for you to fully adopt a noble's way of thinking, but do your best to absorb as much as you can. Oh, not only that, but she has her freaking values from Japan, dude. Do you not remember that? Her values are completely different than yours. Ever think to maybe ask her about her culture and what it was like? Maybe then you might get some understanding as to why she's like this. Sorry, I was taking a drink of my tea. I didn't mind working to learn something when I had willing teachers there to explain it to me, but there was a big difference between understanding something and believing it. My mindset would be firmly rooted in my Irano upbringing no matter what happened, so overriding it completely would be almost impossible. I can master day-to-day culture by watching others and copying what I see, but changing the very way I think about things is another matter entirely. There's a fundamental part of me that makes my thought process unlike anyone else's in this world, but I don't know how out of place I really am. It won't be easy for me to force myself to become like a regular noble. Regardless, if you intend to continue spreading the printing industry as the Archduke's adopted daughter, you are inevitably going to be dealing with nobles. If you do not grasp the culture, then problems will occur with consequences far more severe than what you saw in Haas. Not everything can be solved solely by relying on the Archduke's authority. The incident in Haas had seriously blown up in my face, and that was just a problem with commoners. Doing something that attracted the ire of nobles would lead to something even worse. So I needed to proceed carefully, making sure to consider every action I took. I needed to start using indirect euphemisms so I can't be held to my exact words, and I need to advance things carefully so that no unexpected problems occur. Does that mean I need to work on my impatience before anything else? I asked. Yes. Ferdinand grinned and gave me a nod. I had given him the exact answer he wanted. I cannot emphasize whatsoever with your lust for books and the blindness they instill in you, but I do understand that you desire them above all else. It is important that you understand that there are likely no others who value books as much as you do. If you wish to spread the printing industry, you will need to learn patience and cease forcing things ahead at an unnatural pace. You can blame Sylvester on that one. He was the one who wanted you to do printing in 3 months. In other words, he was telling me not to spread the industry any further until the people wanted it. Perhaps it would be best for me to focus on business and the improvement of printing technology while operating my current workshops at maximum capacity. In that case, I will slow my expansion to a gentle pace that won't invite any opposition, and use that time to improve paper and the overall literacy rate. Yeah, improve the literacy rate, and once people start wanting books, then start moving the printing forward. Once I no longer needed to dedicate my energy to educating the noble children, I wanted to improve the education of commoners as well. That would mean more customers for my books. But my grand plan was halted almost immediately by Ferdinand, who frustratedly raised a hand. Stop. What exactly are you talking about? I'm just thinking about working on the quality before quantity. And I thought you were finally beginning to understand. Where is all this coming from? Ferdinand asked, now cradling his head weird. Why is he reacting like that? I'm guessing another difference? Well, if you thought I was finally beginning to understand a moment ago, let's rewind the conversation back to what happened in Haas. This time, I don't intend to underestimate the cultural dissimilarities between commoners and nobles. In particular, I think it's important to teach mayors and town chiefs exactly how nobles think. To what end? Because if they're gonna deal with nobles, then they'll need to know how to act better so they don't end up making a stupid mistake and not doing the same thing that the mayor did. You know? To what end, Ferdinand asked, not comprehending why this was necessary, but it seemed clear to me that the commoners in a position where they needed to deal with nobles would benefit from learning their culture. Haas's mayor ultimately ordered the attack because he was convinced that any transgressions would be forgiven so long as he offered money, women, and wine to whichever priest or noble took issue with him. Due to the influence that Besenwatz had on the Central District while he was alive, I am certain that the other mayors hold the same misconception. It would be better to teach them now that their bribes are no longer acceptable. Ferdinand responded with a blatant grimace. You intend for me to explain these simple matters to every single mayor? Well, I'm just a little kid on the outside, but the adults don't invite me to their nighttime discussions. Hello? Not only were there no opportunities for me to speak to them, but I wasn't sure how seriously they would take the advice of a kid. Meanwhile, you only had to take a look at Ferdinand to know he was a serious man who wouldn't joke around. One word from him and they would no doubt carve his warnings deep into their hearts. Why don't you just have them all gathered in the same place and tell them all at once? You know? But sadly, Ferdinand shook his head. Is it not obvious to them that people must be accommodated differently? Why must I waste my time educating fools so helpless that they would lead themselves to their own demise? All you'd need to do is speak to them for a little while when we pass through their cities during spring prayer and the harvest festival. I think you'll find it much more tedious and time-consuming to run around inviting problems, destroying cities, and executing people than to take some time to educate them. Education's key here. Knowledge is power. Ferdinand drummed his fingers on the table. I see. You do have a point. If you insist on educating them, I shall permit you to do it yourself. We will not be spending the night at every city, however, so that will not provide the full coverage that you seek. Instead, as the High Bishop, you will need to discuss this with them prior to performing your spring prayer duties. Do not attempt to push this tedious busy work on me. Fine. The next day, at both winter mansions we visited for spring prayer, I faced the mayor and town chiefs who came to greet me and explained what had happened in Haas. I made sure to put up my saint facade and frame my concerns as worry for their safety, saying things like, I'm certain nobody here would do something similar, but I worry how far the former High Bishop's influence may have spread. Given the number of mayors who began to avert their gazes midway through my explanation, I could guess that my efforts had saved us at least a little trouble. Ooh, here we go. We're gonna go get the spring ingredient. The goddess's bath. It turns out that Besenwatz only ever visited cities close to Ehrenfest, sticking to a limited area within the already relatively small central district. The moment we reached a particular distance away from Ehrenfest, his attitudes of the mayors and town chiefs changed considerably. Is this something that's hard to notice from the Archduke's perspective? I asked. Besenwatz was the High Bishop for a considerably long time thanks to Veronica's influence, and he always selected tax officials who could carry out his whims. The reality was, he had more leverage in Ehrenfest than a lay noble scholar. I can imagine his relationships to commoners were given no scrutiny as long as the taxes were collected, in full from each city. At that, Ferdinand paused before continuing with a bitter smile. Even my late father was weak to Veronica, due in no small part to him taking me in. This all happened many years before Sylvester became Ehrenfest. Sylvester lacked the strength and a good enough cause to remove his own mother and uncle from power, the latter of whom had served as High Bishop for decades. In any case, being a noble is the height of tedium. All just actions will encounter fierce resistance. To see actual results, you must accumulate power and thoroughly set the stage over an extensive period of time. Attempting to act against injustice the moment you see it runs the significant risk of causing more problems elsewhere. You must learn to sit back and observe the situation, even if you find what is occurring deplorable. Exactly, just like what happened with the orphanage. He wanted to do something about it, but he wasn't able to do so because of what was going on at the time. I nodded, but deep down, I couldn't imagine myself managing to silently overlook something I found deplorable. Ferdinand must have picked up on that as he shot me a glare. Do not nod if you do not understand. I'll do my best to learn to overlook things if they don't involve books or my own family, I conceded, which only made Ferdinand massage his temples and grimace even harder. In any case, I would need to be careful. I knew that the moment I got wrapped up in something, I wouldn't be able to control myself. My attempts to educate the mayors and town chiefs aside, spring prayer was largely the same as last year, and we consequently went through it without much issue. There were, however, a few things that stood out. For one, my blessings last year had made such an impact on the harvest that every winter mansion we visited met us with enthusiastic fervor. They spoke to us with heated expression, no doubt hoping for an even more bountiful harvest this year, since I was now the High Bishop and not just an apprentice shrine maiden. In addition to that, our journey this year was a lot more leisurely. Our potion-filled death march was a thing of the past. We would arrive at our first winter mansion of the day in the morning and perform spring prayer, then speak to the local authorities over lunch. Then in the afternoon, we would travel to the second winter mansion. Here we would perform again, have dinner with the authorities, and then go to bed. We repeated this process over and over every single day. It was fairly tiring since we had every meal with city and town authorities, which meant I always needed to be watching my words. I was here as the Archduke's adopted daughter and the High Bishop, so I needed to act the part. The sole silver lining was that I could use my youth as an excuse to retire to my room straight after each meal. Ferdinand, on the other hand, was not so lucky. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. It wasn't long before I had mastered my excuse. I would love to spend more time speaking with you all, but I must leave so that I might provide blessings to as much land as possible, I would say with a saintly smile whenever they tried to keep me at the table. Each morning our attendants would climb into their carriage and head to the winter mansion we planned to stay at the night in. Meanwhile, I traveled by high beast. Fran and Zom rode with me since they served my lunch and because they had been entrusted with managing the divine instrument. For lunch, our personal chefs, in my case Ella, prepared meals for us. This was standard practice, apparently done to avoid us having to test for poison and to reduce the burden on cities that were low on food after the winter. The real reason, however, was that Ferdinand was adamant about only wanting to eat food that he liked. He was able to endure commoner food every now and again, but he didn't want to eat it day after day. In all honesty, I had to agree. I would much rather have food that I enjoyed. As we continued our spring prayer journey, we traded grain from the temple for wild spring vegetables that grew near farming towns, including some that resembled slightly hard lettuce. This is the town closest to the goddess bath, Ferdinand said as we arrived in Fontdorf. Once we had completed our spring prayer duties, we were invited to dinner with the town authorities as per usual. The town chief spoke to us about the spring while I ate. The goddess's bath. The water there has the power to heal minor injuries and illnesses. There are no travelers there at the present due to the snow still covering the mountains, but in the summer people come from far and wide to acquire its water. So the water has special powers then, I asked. Is it a spring of Flutrain, the goddess of water, or Hilshmir, the goddess of healing? It is said to be where all the goddesses of spring gather, though nobody has actually seen one there before. Well, I would assume not, considering the goddesses. You don't want to see the freaking deities there. You'd freak out. The town chief replied, smiling like a kindly old grandpa teaching his curious grandchild. I am very much looking forward to the night of Flutrain now. Could it be that you need to reach the spring by then? If so, I am sorry to say that you may not make it in time. It may be nearby, but there are mountains you must travel through, the town chief stammered, glancing uneasily between Ferdinand and me. I mean, it wouldn't be that big of a deal to get there via high beast, to be honest. Now, if they were going there on foot, then heck yes, they wouldn't be able to get there in time. The spring, known as the Goddess's Bath, was located on a shortish mountain surrounded by forests, some distance away from any human settlement. And due to all the snow, it would take several days to reach it by carriage. The town chief asserted that we wouldn't be able to make it no matter how hard we tried. But Ferdinand simply shook his head. Fear not, we shall travel by high beast, making the snow and distance irrelevant. Yes, I see. Flying high beast certainly would allow you to avoid these problems. The town chief sighed in relief, as did many others. There was one who crossed their arms with a worried expression, however. A Tal Frost at the spring here most likely accumulated a lot of power by now. I imagine that you will be safe with your accompanying knights, but please do take care. I thank you for your concerns. As the Tal Frosks never stayed far from the spring, and thus posed no threat to the local towns, it seemed they were largely left alone. That in turn meant that they grew fairly large, so we would need to stay on guard when we arrived. While it should not take us long to reach the spring, it would be ideal for us to exterminate the Tal Frost while it is still bright. As such, we shall depart well ahead of time, Ferdinand mused aloud. And so it was decided that we would set up camp in the forest, hunting the Tal Frosks and other local Fabies while we were there. We were just about to start hunting the harmful Fabies ourselves to ensure the safety of our farms, so it would be an enormous help if you exterminated those in the forest for us, one town chief said, his eyes wrinkling in a grateful smile. While the forest was rich with food, the smaller Fabies thriving there would apparently start invading the farming towns once they began growing crops. Farmers could hunt the smaller ones not dangerous enough to demand the order's help, themselves, but doing this alongside their usual labor would be extremely strenuous. You may consider it payment for your information, Ferdinand said, at which point one of the grateful old men clapped his hands together. Then allow me to tell you one more thing. You will do well to bring sweets to the goddess's bath. Sweets? I asked, tilting my head. You may not need any if you are traveling by high beast, but it seems that the goddess of the spring has quite a fondness for sweets such as honey, milk, and fruit. Leaving such an offering by the statue at the entrance to the forest would allow one to reach the spring without getting lost. Oh, I see. In that case, I will certainly prepare sweets, I said. I thank you ever so much for your valuable information. We lived in a world where building up mana and asking the gods for help resulted in actual magic. If an offering would make our path easier, then it would be wise for us to bring plenty of sweets. I shall leave the sweets preparation to you, Rosemine. Be ready to depart tomorrow. We will be leaving the majority of our attendants in Fontadorf, instead heading to the goddess's bath with an elite strike team. The knights could look after themselves, and this needed no attendance, but I will be bringing mine, since my high beast had the capacity for it. In total, I will be bringing Fran, Monica, Nicola, Ella, and Rosina. Why would you be bringing them with you to the goddess's bath? Ferdinand had suggested that I bring a chef so that we could eat better food, and I was sure that Monica and Nicola would provide a useful assistance in this regard. Rosina, on the other hand, was accompanying us at her own request, having said that she didn't want to be left alone. I had thus ended up bringing her along, too, under the agreement that she would help out with my any attendant work that wouldn't risk damaging her fingers. I returned to my room with Fran, who had served my food. Monica and Nicola began preparations for spending the next few days in the forest. Inform Ella and Rosina the same. You mean the food, water, clothes, medicine, and so on that we'll need while staying at the goddess's bath? Monica asked to confirm. Fran nodded in response, then turned to me. Lady Rosemine, you may leave the preparations to us. The high priest has informed us of what we need. All the luggage will be put into my high beast, so be sure to include food for the nights, I instructed, looking over my attendants before resting my eyes on Nicola. Nicola, inform Ella to prepare sweets as well. Honey or jam should do. Out of everyone here, Nicola was the most enthusiastic about food. I had no worries about leaving this responsibility to her. She always helped Ella with a smile and was closer to her than anyone. The sweets are for offerings to a goddess. It seems that such an offering will allow us to reach the spring without losing our way, I explained. Nicola beamed with excitement. Lady Rosemine, we shall prepare some of your special sweets as well, not just honey. I am certain that the goddess would be even more overjoyed if we offered confection she has never had before. That is the point. That is a good point. That might be true. She might even get to meet the goddess if she likes it enough. That'll be fun to see. Very true. You may tell that to Ella as well. Okay, Nicola exclaimed, her reddish-orange hair bobbing up and down as she nodded. She then paused for a moment, carefully meeting my gaze. Lady Rosemine, would you like us to also prepare sweets that won't be offered to the goddess? Certainly. We can all eat them together when we reach the spring. Okay. Since cookies were easy to eat, Ella opted to bake some as her sweets. Well, I suppose she was cooking rather than baking them. There was no oven available, so she had instead used a frying pan. They ended up looking like bite-sized pancakes as a result, but a quick taste test confirmed that this was an issue. We finished the last of our preparations in the morning and ate lunch, then headed to the goddess's bath by high beast, leaving behind everyone's attendants except mine. Together we soared through the sky, tracing thin roads laced between farms on our way to the forest. It took some time, which was to be expected since the spring was several days away by carriage, but we managed to arrive at the entrance to the forest before fifth bell. Snow still coated the small mountain from its peak down to about the midway point, while the base signaled the coming of spring with a plethora of greenery. We landed at the entrance to the woods, at which point Ferdinand started giving instructions to the guard knight. Eckert, Daniel, search for the spring from above. Bridget, stay here with Rosemine. At that, Ferdinand, Eckert, and Daniel got onto their high beasts and returned to the skies. Those of us left behind got out of my panda bus and stretched, taking in the chilly air. While it was absolutely more comfortable than riding in a carriage, driving it for such a long time still tired me out. As we continued to stretch, Monica pointed toward the forest. Ah, Lady Rosemine, is that the statue we should offer our sweets to? I looked over to see the statue of a goddess sitting right beside the road leading into the forest, covered in dirt and vegetation from having been abandoned over the winter. It was easy to guess that it had been there for many, many years. The finer details of the face and clothes had worn away, so that even while looking with squinted eyes, I couldn't tell which goddess it was meant to represent. Lady Rosemine, shall we clean it? I cannot stand to see a goddess look so filthy. My attendants still all furrowed their brows. They had been raised in the temple, surrounded by near spotless effigies of the gods their entire lives, so it was no doubt hard for them to overlook what they were seeing. Feel free to brush away the vegetation and clean it a little, but you'll have to hurry. There isn't much time before Ferdinand and the others will return. Fran, Monica, and Nicola got to work at once, speedily cleaning the statue. They brushed away the dead leaves and plants before using a dry rag to scrub where we would be placing our offerings. That alone made the statue look significantly better than it had a second ago. Ella, prepare the offerings, if you will. Ella took out honey, milk, dried fruit, and cookies from the large boxes she was cradling and gave them to Nicola, who in turn brought them over to me. I delicately placed the sweets and some nearby renfrels, white flowers that marked the beginning of spring, onto the base of the statue. May we safely reach the goddess's bath, I prayed, clasping my hands together. It was a habit that my many years of unearth had deeply ingrained into me, and it was only when I noticed the confused, uncomfortable looks that everyone was giving me that I hurriedly corrected myself. Praise be to the gods, I declared, raising one leg and throwing my hands into the air like I was praising the sun. My attendants did the same behind me. Once we had completed our prayer, we hurried back into my high beast while the spring flowers had started to bloom. It was still incredibly cold outside. We all waited for Ferdinand and the others while eating the dried fruit that we had kept in Lessie. We have returned, Ferdinand announced upon his eventual return, his high beast being the first to land. I hurriedly wiped my hands and climbed out of my panda bus to greet them. Welcome back, everyone. Did you find the goddess's bath? Unfortunately, it could not be seen from above. There were unnaturally few gaps between the trees or rivers. We can conclude that Mana is obfuscating the area, preventing the spring from being reached from above. Justice said they had found it quite easily from the sky when he visited during the summer, so it might be that now is a special time with a greater amount of mana accumulating as the Night of Flu train draws near. This abundance of mana, like what we had seen during the Night of Shisaria, meant that the information Justice had acquired in advance wouldn't be particularly useful. Ferdinand always prepared for things well ahead of time, so I could guess that he wasn't fond of unexpected developments like this. He crossed his arms as if on guard and began scanning the area, his gaze eventually falling on the goddess statue. I suppose this is the only entrance to the forest. I looked around the statue as well and gave a big nod, simultaneously confirming that our offerings were still there. It'll be fine. We cleaned the statue, provided our offerings, and then prayed to the goddess so we would reach the spring without any issue. Your optimism astounds me, but very well. I should take the lead. Bridget and Daniel stick with Rosemine and stay behind me. Eckert, bring up the rear. Follow me. Ferdinand urged his high beast forward into the forest, his extended wings folded as it floated slightly above the ground. Bridget rode hers behind him while I followed her cape and Leslie, making him also float slightly. See, I'm competent. I can do those things too when I set my mind to it. We hadn't been able to see it from the entrance, but a little further inside there was plenty of snow that hadn't melted yet. It was also pretty dark, maybe due to the rows of tall trees that were blocking out the light. Daniel, Azance! Eckert suddenly shouted, I'm on it! Daniel replied, rushing forward on his high beast to hunt the cat like Fey Beast. He came back in no time at all, only to be lectured by Eckert on needing to improve his aim so that he could seize the face stone in a single blow. Daniel, there's an ifnet. Whatever. Go. This Fey Beast looked similar to a squirrel and was about as large as a cat. It had two short horns protruding from its head and moved fairly nimbly, leaping from branch to branch as Daniel chased after it. We waited in place until he had retrieved the face stone. I see that Daniel is still rather slow, Ferdinand observed. Perhaps his limited amount of mana has caused him to rely on fighting without it. It appears that he requires further training in mana-based combat as well as standard physical improvements, Eckert replied. Ferdinand and him musing on the best way to train Daniel as they watched his movements. It seemed that he was still young enough for the Knight's order to take an interest in honing his talents. The Fey beasts that appeared before us were small in size and number, so they were hunted fairly quickly. Daniel fought alone, working up a sweat for our sake, until we eventually reached a small clearing that seemed like a campsite of sorts. We passed through it, heading for the spring deeper inside the forest. What direction should we be heading in? Ferdinand asked aloud, looking around. We had passed through several campsites while hunting Fey beasts, but the road had slowly disappeared from beneath the snow, stopping us from advancing any further. I took a page from Ferdinand's book and looked around as well. We were surrounded by trees as we had been since we entered, but there was one spot where I noticed a sliver of light peeking through. Ferdinand, what about there? I see some light between the trees. Where? Over here, I replied. As I moved Leslie closer to the light, the trees themselves moved aside to make a path for me. Whoa! I blinked in surprise, having not expected that at all, then looked at Ferdinand. Did that happen because of our offerings? Perhaps, but that might not be the only reason, Ferdinand murmured with a bitter expression before advancing his high beast down the opening path. Bridget followed with me close behind. Our surroundings became gradually brighter as we progressed along the thin, curved path, until eventually the trees fell away completely. The murky forest had opened into a clearing with the sun shining brightly above us. Is this the goddess's bath? It's beautiful. To my surprise, the clearing felt like it had jumped from the tail end of winter to the middle of spring, time-wise. Clear water sprung forth as the beaming sun shone bright that light down upon it, an unthinkable sight considering that we had just come from a road so covered in snow that we couldn't even see it. Surrounding the spring were groups of white rainfalls, and birds could be heard chirping overhead. A gentle wind stroked the water's surface, which gleamed as more fresh water bubbled forth and flowed further down. At the center of the bluish-green spring were pale pink flowers, which looked exactly like water lilies at first glance. Those are ryrens, the flowers supposedly loved by the goddess herself, and will be gathering their nectar? Correct. But we shall advance no further today. I sense hot beasts nearby, likely the Talfrost, and we have far too many non-combat personnel with us. We shall return to camp for now, Ferdinand said. This time we traveled in the opposite order, heading back to the last campsite we had passed. Now even the snowy clearing felt somewhat dark and gloomy when compared to the dazzling spring. Rosemont stepped back. Bridget and I did as instructed, moving back to the trees, at which point Ferdinand and Eckert each flicked something into the midst of the clearing. In an instant, the snow began to melt before our eyes. I watched on in a daze, at which point Ferdinand drew his high beast close to me. Place this magic tool inside your high beast. It will allow the creature to remain without your presence, Ferdinand said, and he was right. I stepped out of my pandanus, leaving the magic tool inside so that it wouldn't disappear when I moved far away. The air was exceptionally cold, like tiny daggers stabbing into my skin, maybe due to the nearby snow or the tall trees blocking the sun. Attendants, begin preparing food. We shall go forth and hunt the Talfrosts. Rosamond, ride with Bridget and stay alert. I shall teach you how to gather the Ryrane nectar once the hunt is over. Once Ferdinand had given everyone a job to do, I checked to make sure that I had the gathering kit he had lent me, then climbed onto Bridget's high beast. Now then, everyone, I entrust the food to you all. Be careful, my lady. We await your safe return. Really? Oh my god. I'm continuing. It's only 40 minutes. The night flew train. Once I was in Bridget's high beast, we began heading back to the goddess's bath, following the sharply curving path created for us by the trees. Ferdinand raced ahead on his own high beast, and the surface of the sunlit spring began to swell upward upon his arrival. Talfrost, Rosemine, your blessing, Ferdinand shouted from above. Or from up ahead. I immediately poured mana into my ring, accustomed to the process since I had prayed for Angrif's blessing many times before. O God of war Angrif, of the god of fire-laden shafts exalted 12, I pray that you grant them your divine protection. At that, a blue light flew out of my ring before raining down upon everyone. I was anything but a fighter and held everyone else back with my lack of stamina, so blessings were the most I could do to help out in the combat. Daniel, Bridget, stay by Rosemine. Eckert, follow me. Sir. A large shadow formed in the center of the spring. From it, four smaller shadows burst forward, leaping out of the water. The Talfrosts turned out to be toads, about as wide as an adult, spreading their arms out as wide as they could. While they sounded pretty big, it was almost nothing compared to the gulls that we'd fought during the autumn, or the sntorm that had become the Lord of Winter. Where the Talfrosts did excel, however, was in how disgusting they looked. Why am I always up against toads? I asked with a sigh. Daniel and Bridget both looked at me in confusion, having not understood. What do you mean? They asked. Toads are creatures that look a lot like Talfrosts. You'll understand what I mean, right, Daniel? These Talfrosts remind you of Count Findelwald, don't they? And the similarities don't stop there. They're even about to be exterminated by Ferdinand. Daniel burst into laughter before quickly facing forward in an attempt to hide his amusement. His armor let out a small clank as he moved to cover his mouth, but the fact that his body was still shaking made it pretty obvious that I had really tickled his funny bone. Yeah, he did. Bridget hadn't seen Count Findelwald herself, so she didn't have the same reaction. A man who looks like a Talfrost. I would very much like to keep my distance from him. They're going to combine, came Eckert's voice. I turned around to see the largest Talfrost flick out its tongue, wrapping it around a nearby smaller Talfrost before pulling it into his mouth. No sooner had it swallowed than it began to rapidly grow in size, firing its tongue at the remaining Talfrosts one by one. Oh, crap. There is no need to be afraid, Lady Rosemine. Mere Talfrosts pose no threat to us, Bridget said. They are simply gross and nothing more. It was clear that she disliked Talfrosts and found them disgusting, a sentiment I agreed with entirely. The left arm she kept wrapped around me for protection was even more tense than usual. Ferdinand and Eckert turned their staffs into swords, filling them with mana as they glared up at the still-growing Talfrost. Then they set their sights on the creature's belly, which continued to swell its size as it swallowed more and more of its companions before raising their weapons to attack. The Talfrost's long tongue whipped out with blistering speed, wrapping itself around Bridget's high beast in an instant. Before I could even process what had happened, we were being dragged through the air toward its mouth. What? I noticed Bridget trying to whip out her staff, probably to change it into a weapon, but we were yanked into the Talfrost's wide-open maw before she could. The creature then closed its mouth, its tongue still wrapped around us, leaving us stranded in a pitch-black, uncomfortably warm, and foul-smelling cave. Oh no, you guys just got eaten! Bridget took this moment to turn her high beast back into a face bone, freeing us from the tongue. She then transformed her staff into a long halberd like the one she had used before. Perhaps due to the mana increase inside, it shone a little in the darkness. Lady Rosemont, are you okay? Bridget asked, stabbing her halberd into the roof of the Talfrost's mouth to stop it from swallowing us. I was doing fine since she had been holding on to me the entire time, though. Due to her having softened her armor, I had very nearly suffocated in her soft chest. I'm okay. It's very wet and sticky in here, though. In that case, would you be so kind as to fill your gathering knife with mana and stab its tongue? Bridget asked, keeping her right hand firmly on her halberd as she crouched down with me in her left arm. She was setting me down onto the tongue, but she wasn't about to let go of me. We both grimaced at the soft springiness beneath our feet. Okay, I said, taking out my knife and pouring mana into it as instructed. I'll do it. I could feel Bridget tightening her grip around me, determined to protect me no matter what. Once the knife was full, I stabbed it into the Talfrost's tongue as hard as I could. What? Nothing happened. The Talfrost didn't shriek, nor did it open its mouth. I broke out into a cold sweat, surprised by the complete lack of reaction. I nervously refilled my knife with mana, stabbing the tongue over and over again. God dang it! Suddenly, a bright light pierced the darkness, causing me to instinctively close my eyes. My legs trembled, my body suddenly tilted diagonally, at which point I lost my balance with the knife still in hand. I rolled down at Bridget, who tightened her grip around my stomach before leaping toward the light. By the time I realized that the light staving in was from the Talfrost opening its mouth, I was already soaring through the air in Bridget's arms, having been flung out of the thing's mouth. I could hear all sorts of sounds again. The stench disappeared as clean air washed over me, accompanied by the sting of cold wind brushing my skin. Go straight into the spring, Ferdinand roared. In response, Bridget directed her speedy freefall into the spring water. I shut my eyes tightly, desperately clinging to her as I braced for a hard impact. We landed in the spring with an enormous crashing sound, but the landing was surprisingly soft. I didn't feel any pain or even any resistance. It was as though the water had simply accepted us in. It was strange. At this time of year, the spring was supposed to be full of freezing water from the melting snow. Water cold enough to stop one's heart if they jumped in unprepared, but this water was neither hot nor cold. In fact, I could breathe just fine, too, and when I opened my eyes, I could see it so clearly through the stirring water that even the air bubbles coming from my own mouth were visible. There was a large shadow blotting out the sun above, and 2 balls of radiant light racing toward it. I could guess that these were attacks launched by Ferdinand and Eckert. They smashed into the Talfrost, sending it soaring high into the sky where it exploded. Bridget and I quickly rose to the surface, gasping for air the moment our heads were above the water. By that time, the reverberations from the attack had started to settle down. It's over, I sighed, sighing with relief. Bridget looked up at the sky and gave a sharp warning. No, here they come, she explained, her voice tense as she readied her stab. When I looked up myself, I saw dark blobs coming down overhead. I squinted, thinking they were maybe the exploded guts of the Talfrost, only to make eye contact with one of the many, many falling frogs. Eep! Frogs, or Talfrosts rather, of all sizes, rained down from the sky, ranging from as big as my thumb to the size of an adult fist. Some landed on my head, face, and shoulder, attacking me, sticking to me in an instant. A shudder ran down my spine, and the second I felt one of their dark, damp, slick bodies wriggling on my cheek. Ah, get 'em off! Get 'em off! Get 'em off! Rosemont, cease your screaming. Peel them off and kill them with your knife. Otherwise they will combine, Ferdinand said, sternly, mercilessly abandoning me to focus on crushing the Talfrost around him. Eckert was busy doing the same. As it turned out, Talfrosts simply split into smaller versions of themselves when hurt, and what made them exceptionally annoying was that you could only kill them when they were about as small as they could get. Bridget similarly had her hands full with the Talfrosts around her. Once I understood that no one was coming to help me, I tried to get the Talfrost off myself, shaking my head while flailing my arms and legs, but they clung to me as much as they could. The slimy things moving on my face destroyed the last ounce of consideration I had toward acting refined and graceful. I immediately dropped the facade and wailed in desperation. No, 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 I can't do this. Someone please at least get the one off my nose. It was so bad for her. Come to me, Lady Rosemont. I will remove them for you. Daniel, you are the most heroic person I've ever met. Daniel flew over, picked me up my flailing body up out of the water, and set me down onto his high beast. Once he had pulled the Talfrost off me, I wiped away my snot and tears. I hate this. I'm never coming to this spring again. You fool, Ferdinand barked out, instantly shooting me a cold glare. We are hunting these Talfrosts so that we might gather the nectar tomorrow at dawn, so you will be coming here again. In any case, the Talfrost has been defeated. You shall now be able to gather safely tomorrow. Are you really sure about that? Enough. Tonight is the night of Flute train. Get in bed early and prepare for dawn tomorrow. Upon arriving back at camp, I immediately closed Leslie's window so that Monica and Nicola could help me change out of sight. Even a healthy person could become deathly ill from falling into a spring at this time of year. Lady Rosemont, you are far from healthy. Monica said, How are you feeling? What did the high priest say? You won't be able to go gathering tomorrow if you catch a fever. Please take care, Nicola added, both of them lecturing me as they peeled off my wet clothes and wiped me with a towel they had dipped in warm water. Bridget was changing as well. Your high beast certainly is splendid, Lady Rosamund. Never would have been able to comfortably change clothes while camping on a long-distance mission like this. Apparently, if not for my panda bus, she would have been forced to change in the snow, spreading her cape across a tree branch to serve as a makeshift curtain. In my opinion, that wasn't something a noble lady should ever have to do, even if she was only removing her face-stone armor. That said, according to Bridget, minors weren't given missions that required them to leave the noble's quarter, and since adult women married fairly quickly, it was rare for female knights to go on hunts or gathering missions deep in the wilderness. Ferdinand gave me instructions on how to gather the nectar as we ate the food my attendants had prepared for us. All I needed to do was move it from the center of the flowers into bottles, but he was very firm that I had to do so using the metal spoon he had given me. The spoon is made such that it will not pollute the mana. Use it when scooping the nectar into the bottles no matter what. The ravel flowers and fruits gathered on the night of Shitsaria held properties entirely unlike the same flowers and fruits gathered from during other seasons, and the same may be true for the rye rain nectar gathered tonight, Ferdinand said, wearing the expression of a mad scientist. I wasn't really all that pleased that he was getting the time to indulge in his own hobbies, though this was probably because I still wasn't given much reading time. Call me selfish all you want. I strongly believe that Ferdinand wasn't being fair. Maybe. But I'm sure that he has to do this. Ensure that you put nectar into each bottle. I wish to experiment with the nectar that has your mana and the nectar that doesn't. I didn't really mind Ferdinand using the materials for his own research, but I was starting to think that his ultimate goal here wasn't actually to help gather ingredients for my Jarif, but maybe that was just me. He just wants to experiment with the rest of it. Once we had all finished our food, we went to bed early. I reclined the driver's seat of my panda bus so that I would have room to stretch my legs, and Ferdinand shook his head with exasperation upon seeing all the blankets that my attendants had spread out. Your high beast is unnatural and bizarre. I prefer the term convenient. Just be glad I didn't make him into an RV. Good grief. In any case, it is sizable. All the women here may choose to sleep in it. Fran, come with me. And so Ferdinand decreed that Leslie would be a sleeping place for all the girls in our group. Bridget got inside, and Fran left looking a little relieved to not be stuck in the girl-filled high beast. Yeah, it's a good thing she didn't make it into an RV, because that would be even crazier. That night, I woke up to the strange sensation of my panda bus swaying side to side. When I sat up, I realized I could see the goddess bath through my window. Why? We should be at the campsite, I thought, wondering whether this was simply a dream as I continued peering out the window. The spring looked entirely different from how it had during the day, perhaps due to this being the night of Flew Train. The red moon, which was actually more of a dark pink upon closer inspection, was reflected in the water surface. In fact, the whole spring was shining. It wasn't just the light from the moon either. Small round bubble-like things of various sizes were slowly rising out of the water, shining brighter than fireflies. They burned with mysterious light as they rose out one after another and floated around, resulting in quite the magical sight. Wow, this is amazing. They're so sparkly, came Nicola's voice. I turned around and saw her looking out the window too, wearing a bleary expression that made it hard to tell whether she was fully awake or still half asleep. Her sudden exclamation woke up Bridget, who leaped up and whipped out her staff in an instant before peering outside herself. After a moment's pause, she looked at me with her brow furrowed. What is the meaning of this, Lady Rosamund? The air is positively brimming with mana. I have no idea, but it's beautiful. I don't think we're in any danger. Each shining bubble leaving the pond let out a bright, clear sound similar to a bell, and their chimes overlapped to create some very strange music. Rosina started murmuring musical scales in her sleep, then suddenly sat up and asked, "Where is the harpsichord?" in a sleepy tone, aimlessly groping around for the instrument. Calm down, Rosina. She's got music on the brain. By this point, Ella and Monica were of course waking up as well. They all looked outside in unison and blinked in surprise. What in the world is going on? Rosina began to move her fingers restlessly through the air, overwhelmed by the music being played by the lights above the spring. Her eyes soon fell on the harpsichord that was with the rest of the luggage. Well, everyone's awake now, and I can't imagine we're going to be going back to sleep any time soon, I mused aloud. It should be fine for you to play, Rosina. I thank you ever so much, she replied, eagerly picking up the harpsichord and playing music to match the sound of the bubbling spring. How has Ferdinand and the others not noticed that they're gone? Hello? The song she chose perfectly accompanied the high notes coming from the lights. Your musician surely is talented, Lady Rosamund, Bridget observed. As we all listened to Rosina's symphony with the lights, they began to gather around Leslie, floating right up to the windows, dang it, and trying to come inside as though they had minds of their own. Uh-oh. Monica smiled. I think the lights like your music, Rosina. Maybe you should go outside and play for them, Nicola added, giggling with Monica. The lights blinked as though indicating their agreement. Shall we offer up music then, I suggested. The goddess of spring loved music. To my knowledge, they might appreciate such an offering on the night of Flutrain. And the goddess this spring likes sweets, Lady Rosemine. We should offer up our remaining cookies, Nicola added. And Ella agreed with a smile. Together, Ella and Nicola brought out a box of sweets while Rosina climbed out with her harpspiel. Bridget followed, keeping a close eye on her surroundings, leaving Monica with no choice but to join us as well. I jumped out into the clearing, feeling like I was having a nighttime picnic. It wasn't cold at all, and the spring was giving birth to even more glistening lights. The high-pitched, reverberating chimes they made were so beautiful that just hearing them filled me with exhilaration. I peered into the shining spring and saw yet more mysterious lights rising up from its depths. That's when I noticed some Talfrosts nearby flicking out their tongues to eat them. Bridget, the Talfrost I caught, pointing in their direction. Bridget instantly whipped out her staff, hunting them down one by one, and the lights floating out of the water happily swarmed around Bridget as if thanking her. I looked around and saw that the floating lights had split into 3 groups. One stuck with Rosina and her harpspiel, another went to Ella, Nicola, and Monica with their cookies, and the third stayed with Bridget. The lights seemed to like music, as they were all flashing in time with Rosina's harpspiel. They liked my arrangement of the song from my Irano days the most, blinking rapidly as if clapping in approval. They seem to enjoy the song that you composed, Lady Rosemine. Would you care to sing the lyrics for them? I think I will sing an entirely new song from them, I said. I didn't have my own harpspiel with me, but I could make do with just my voice. If they like to hear new songs, then I could just debut another from my Irano days. It was one of the spring songs, the lyrics of which I had translated into this world's language in preparation for the next time I needed Ferdinand to do something for me. I stepped in front of the spring and inhaled. Oh, God. I'm not even going to try. I began to sing, and as soon as I did, my ring started sucking up my mana on its own, releasing it as I continued my song. You really shouldn't be wearing that dang ring around, girl, but whatever. The lights of the spring shone brighter. The entire clearing became steadily more dazzling. The stems carrying ryran flowers in the middle of the water began to stretch in size as well. Countless stems wrapping around each other as they extended upward. They grew like giant trees resting in the water, and soon the flowers began to bloom. Girl, hello? Don't you need to get the nectar out of them when they bloom? Don't you? Oh, goddesses, might I be permitted to take some ryran nectar? I asked once I had finished my song. A large leaf that had rested in the center of the spring opened and stretched down to rest in front of me. I stepped onto it, urged forward by the lights, at which point it grew even larger in size before slowly stretching high into the air. Do you have your gathering tools with you? I hope so. Wow, I exclaimed. It had taken me right in front of a ryran flower. Oh, she does. Okay. I took the spoon from my belt of tools, just as Ferdinand had instructed, and started gathering the nectar, capping each bottle when it was full. Okay, that should do it. In fact, I think I managed to do that perfectly. Go me! The leaf was so high up that I could see the sun slowly rising over the horizon, gradually brightening up the night sky. The lights floated around the spring faded and disappeared one by one as the morning sun washed over them. The stretched-out flowers began to shrink, returning to the water's surface. The large leaf beneath my feet was no different, shrinking to the point that it could no longer hold my weight. You need your high beast, now. And then just like that, the stem snapped. Of course. Of course. I might as well continue. The end of spring prayer. The leaf dropped to one side, and I soon lost my balance, slipping into the air. I could hear Bridget yell out my name from below as she summoned her high beast. Before she could finish, something shot out from the trees. It charged right toward me as I spun backward, unable to focus my eyes. Then as gravity took hold, and I began falling headfirst toward the ground, it caught me. My insides dropped as I was suddenly stopped mid-fall, causing me to let out a grunt. I blinked in surprise and looked around to see what happened, only to see Ferdinand right up close, giving me a scary look for some reason. Oh, dear. His eyebrows were furrowed about 50% harder than they usually were. Ferdinand, what are you doing here? Oh, merely rescuing you from a deadly fall. Or would you rather I tossed you back into the sky, he asked, glaring at me with his light golden eyes narrowed in displeasure. I hurriedly clung to him so that he couldn't drop me. My hero, thank you ever so much, I said. While he had saved me from the fall, I could still feel an impending sense of danger, maybe due to the lecture that I knew was inevitably coming. I trembled as Ferdinand set me down in front of my panda bus, fearing his terribly poor mood. Lady Rosemine, are you okay? Fran asked, rushing over with a worried look on his face. I told him I was fine, thanks to Ferdinand. The tension quickly drained from his expression as he sighed in relief. Now then, Rosemine, Ferdinand began in a low voice. I tensed up, preparing for a lecture, but all he did was ask whether I had successfully gathered the ingredient, albeit in a rather tired voice. Feeling a bit surprised by this turn of events, I nodded and showed him the bottles of Rye nectar. See, I gathered it all just fine. You're welcome to shower me with compliments. Ferdinand took a bottle, opened it, and poured just a bit of the nectar onto his palm. He checked the color and smell, poured some mana into it, and then immediately grimaced. I expected as much, but it's already died entirely with your mana. My own is being blocked. What? That can't be right. I mean, I scooped it up using the spoon just like you said to. I took out the spoon, pretty certain that I hadn't messed up the gathering process and powdered. Is it broken or something? Ferdinand shook his head. You misunderstand. The rye rain grew from your mana, and thus the flower themselves were dyed. Did I maybe mess up? I asked, feeling bad for Ferdinand and everyone else who had gone on this journey with us. Had I managed to ruin everything after we went out of our way to defeat the Talfrost and ask the gods themselves for the nectar? Ferdinand shook his head again while magically cleaning the nectar from his hand. No, you did not fail. Our primary goal was gathering your ingredient, and that was accomplished. However, he trailed off and let out a sigh. In any case, we must return to the Fontadorf Winter Mansion post-haste. It wasn't just Ferdinand who looked tired. Fran, Eckert, and Daniel, all the men in our group, looked exhausted for some reason. Their faces were pale, and they were sighing as if weary to the bone. Did something happen? Too much for me to explain here. We shall discuss the bizarre behavior of the forest and spring tomorrow. The sooner we return and rest, the better. None of you got much sleep last night, I would expect. Ferdinand cut the conversation short, saying that he'd give the details tomorrow, but their night had apparently been pretty crazy thanks to the forest, too. I tilted my head curiously, then called out to stop the men from packing. Actually, would you care to wait a moment? I would like to gather some water from the spring before we leave. It's good for curing light wounds and sicknesses, correct? It would be nice to have for when those in the orphanage get sick, and I'm sure that Fontadorf's mayor would appreciate receiving some as well. Do as you wish. Luckily, we had several barrels of water inside Leslie to use on our journey. Each was big enough to carry several liters, and 2 were already empty as a result of us all eating and Bridget and me washing ourselves down. My attendants thus scooped water for the spring and into the barrels. We can refill our drinking water here as well. After filling our drinking pouches with spring water as well, we returned to Fontadorf's winter mansion. The men were exhausted, of course, and while we girls had all undoubtedly had fun last night, we were definitely sleep-deprived too. While stifling yawns and rubbing our eyes, we decided to get to bed early and rest well. After I had bathed and refreshed myself, Ferdinand came to me with a recovery potion. Rosemine, drink this before you sleep, he said, and after drinking it, I climbed into bed. So, what crazy things happened to you two boys last night? I asked the next morning after breakfast, brimming with excitement as I sipped my tea. Ferdinand, Eckert, and Daniel, on the other hand, all grimaced simultaneously. It seemed the night had not been as an enjoyable one for them. To put matters simply, the goddess harassed us. What? She harassed you? As it turned out, while we girls had been playing with the mysterious lights during the night of Flew Train, the men had been having a very bad time. Do you recall, Rosemine, how we took turns keeping watch throughout the night? Eckert asked. I nodded. Bridget, Eckert, Ferdinand, and Daniel had taken turns staying up and keeping watch, each of them having experience doing so from their training. The incident in question had apparently occurred during Ferdinand's watch. The trees began to abruptly sway without warning. At first I thought it might simply be the wind, but there was not even a breeze. The trees were swaying on their own, Ferdinand explained. I scanned the area on guard when suddenly the trees moved as though they had minds of their own, grasping your high beasts with their branches and passing it down from tree. That would explain why they were at the spring. Okay, that makes sense. My jaw dropped as I imagined how it must have looked for Leslie to be passed between the trees like a baton in a relay race. I would understand if you did not believe me. I myself doubted my own 2 eyes. After all, what am I referring to here is the trees themselves working together to move your high beast. It was unthinkable. As soon as Ferdinand saw Leslie being passed down the trees, he immediately woke everyone else up and began attacking the trees to get us back. But since they couldn't risk hitting us, they couldn't launch any direct attacks. Instead, they ended up chasing after us in our high beasts. I'm glad we didn't get hit with the full force of your attacks, I said, looking as particular at Ferdinand and Eckert. The trees had moved to block their path, putting distance between us as Ferdinand and the others worked to cut them down. By the time they were able to get through, Leslie had already been brought to the goddess's bath, and while they had somehow managed to chop their way to the spring, they ultimately been stopped by a thick wall of mana that blocked their entry. It was warm in the spring, and there was not any snow, correct? That was due to the mana filling the area. We had all noticed it while hunting the Talfrost, but I never expected that enough strong mana would accumulate to prevent us all from entering, Ferdinand said with a bitter expression. He possessed so much mana that he had undoubtedly grown accustomed to smashing through almost any barrier in his way. He had been put in a frustrating situation where he could see Leslie by the spring but couldn't actually approach us. When the lights began to gather around my panda bus, he broke out in a cold sweat, and when we just outright stepped out of our own accord, he had apparently shouted, "You fools," on instinct. We sure didn't hear that. It brought that sound, too. In any case, I ask that you never again thoughtlessly wander out into an area dominated by such an immense amount of mana. It is beyond dangerous, Ferdinand said. You are only safe that you will remain inside your own high base, which is filled with your own mana. I was told that it was dangerous to gale outside before identifying whether the one wielding the mana was friend or foe. The lights didn't seem hostile at all. Even creatures that do not appear to possess hostility can change on a whim, if you displease them, and in such cases, it is impossible to say what might happen. Oh, that's very true. It seemed that even Fran, Daniel, and Eckert had gotten stress-induced headaches as they watched us from the other side of the mana wall. No matter how much they called out, none of us heard them. None of us could hear them. And while they were having borderline heart attacks, my musicians started playing the harpsichord and my chef spread out snacks like a picnic. If you had the presence of mind to peer into the spring and hunt the Talfrosks, you should have been able to notice that we were not there, Ferdinand said with a glare. Bridget and I exchanged looks. When he put it like that, it was really weird that we hadn't noticed they were missing. It was strange, but at the time, they weren't on our minds at all. Maybe the spring was so breathtakingly mystical that we all came to see it as a dream world, I suggested? While I was in the high base, I thought that I must send word at once, but the instant I stepped outside, all such thoughts left me. I was no longer capable of comprehending that we were missing people, Bridget replied. It seemed that she had exited Leslie with a face stone in hand, intending to send an ordinance, but upon stepping out, she immediately forgot why she was holding a face stone at all. Wow. So it made you forget things. The mana must have been exerting its influence, Ferdinand muttered, pressing a hand against his forehead. And then you faced the spring and you started singing. Your mana spread and the flowers began to grow. Can you imagine how much panic we felt at that moment? It seemed that they had been extremely uneasy as they watched me leisurely continuing to sing despite the flowers growing around us. They started to worry whether I would be able to harvest the rye nectar at all. Eckert shook his head, equally exasperated. What really shocked me was that you stood on the leaf to gather the nectar. No normal person would stand on such unreliable footing as a leaf, Ferdinand continued. What did I give you a high beast? Why did they exist? Consider these questions carefully. I clapped my hands together in realization. Of course, had I gathered the nectar while on my high beast, I would have been completely safe, even after the morning sun shrank the leaves. Normal people certainly aren't wise, aren't they? I said. No, you are simply a fool. They had almost keeled over in agonizing stress as I stepped onto the leaf and casually gathered the nectar, despite my footing being so fragile that even a calm breeze might knock me off. We watched on, terrified of your inevitable fall, until the mana wall started to fade along with the brightening of the sky. The light of the morning sun had evaporated the balls of light, and as they disappeared, the spring returned to its usual appearance. But even as everything went back to normal, including the shrinking leaf beneath my feet, I just kept looking at the sky in a daze. It had been so terrifying that Fran actually let out a yell. I brought forth my high beast, burst through the thin mana wall, and began to race to the sky when, as expected, the stem of the leaf snapped. Ferdinand said it was thanks to him acting so soon that he had managed to catch me right as I started falling through the air. When you put it that way, I sure was in a lot of danger, wasn't I? Thank you for helping me once again, Ferdinand. I am so grateful that I wish I could make you a stress alleviation potion. I would never drink something as dangerous. Your gratitude is enough, though. I must ask that you stop blindly walking into danger time and time again. I'll try to do better. As you should. In any case, you knew what happened from there. I really didn't expect that you all had such a hard time, I said with a sigh. We girls were having the time of our lives in the dreamlike fantasy spring. I never had even crossed my mind that the men were watching over in stressful agony. Why wouldn't the mana wall let men in? Fran offered up sweets to the shrine, too. Perhaps the goddess of the spring is not fond of men. It is known as the goddess's bath, after all. It could be that no men are allowed in during the night of Flutrain, Bridget suggested. I mean, if it's known as the goddess's bath, then wouldn't it make sense that you wouldn't want men watching women taking baths? Especially goddesses? So of course not. But ultimately, we didn't understand what had separated our two groups. Perhaps the goddess had just been after the sweets and Leslie. We came up with a bunch of possible theories, but in the end, there was no way for anyone to know which was the right one. In any case, we had gathered the rye nectar, completed our objective here. We shall return to our spring prayer duties starting tomorrow. Right. With my spring gathering now complete as well, we would be leaving Fontadorf and returning to spring prayer, but before we left, we gave the mayor some of the spring water as planned. Thank you for your hospitality. As a token of my appreciation, I offer to you water from the spring. Please use it if someone falls sick or becomes injured. You have my utmost gratitude, the mayor responded. I expect that it will be significantly more effective than the usual spring water, Ferdinand added. It has been drawn by the blessed saint of Ehrenfest, after all. The mayor gasped in surprise, looking between me and the sealed barrel full of water. Truly, to think that you would gift us such valuable water. Ferdinand, I explained, glaring at him. But he simply murmured for me to leave it be, since he would apparently be inconvenient in more ways than one for others. To learn the spring's mana intensified at this time of year. In his attempt to hide it, Ferdinand had made the water out to be precious holy water that was to be used sparingly, having been personally drawn from the spring by the saint of Ehrenfest. Well, as long as they get a lot of use out of it, I guess it's fine. Several days after we had safely finished spring prayer and returned to the temple, Ferdinand summoned me over, seeming more excited than usual. Is there something we need to discuss? I'd rather be preparing for my meeting with the Gilberta Company later today. Silence, just follow me. Ferdinand all but dragged me into his inn room, which he had fashioned into a workshop to discuss the rai nectar we had gathered. He went through his explanation quickly out of excitement, but it contained so much technical terminology that I didn't actually understand what he was going on about. I'm sorry, but could you repeat that with a little less jargon? Or better yet, give me a book that will teach me said jargon. I'll read it right here and now, I promise. Unfortunately, he elected to simplify his explanation instead. To sum it up, the rai nectar was rich with my mana, but it hadn't been entirely dyed by it. What did that mean exactly? I have no idea. This nectar crystallizes when completely filled with mana. You will need to crystallize a portion to use in your potion like so. Ferdinand said, using his own mana to demonstrate. The nectar morphed into a gray face stone-like crystal, which he showed me before handing me a bottle of the nectar. I poured my mana into it while Ferdinand continued his explanation. The nectar has much of your mana within it due to coming from a flower that you personally matured. It is a material exceedingly rich with pure water. But since it's dyed of my mana, nobody else can use it, right? That would normally be the case, but it seems this rai nectar in particular can be dyed with another's mana. One must overcome much resistance to do so, but it is very much worth it, Ferdinand said amusedly while rolling the green crystal around on his palm. I am quite interested in learning whether this is possible only with nectar harvested on the night of Flutrain, or if it is possible with other ingredients as well. Rosemary, would you care to grow various fey plants with me to experiment? As much as I love the idea of growing fey plants with Ferdinand's explicit permission and using the research to help with papermaking, there was one thing that gave me pause. I don't mind growing fey plants since I could also use them to help develop paper, but does Ehrenfest have enough leeway when it comes to mana that we can spare so much of mine on experiments and growing fey plants, I asked, keeping it to myself that I had already been stealthily growing trombas. Oh, yeah, you don't need to know that. Yeah, because if he knew that, he would freak out because he's supposed to kill those things. Ferdinand widened his eyes and shook his head, his brow thoroughly knit atop a bitter expression. It does not. I thought as much. Our grand fey plant cultivation plan thus came to a swift end, but Ferdinand wasn't quick to give up on it. In 10 years, then, Rosamond, shall we experiment once the duchy has more leeway and you've grown such that you have more mana? I didn't know whether it was due to the new ingredient or him having developed a new magical theory, but Ferdinand was seriously motivated. He was even willing to plan 10 whole years ahead for this. I'll have you know that my mana is expensive, I said with a grin, at which point Ferdinand gave a dismissive laugh. What are your demands? I can prepare more money than you will know what to do with. Ferdinand, do you really think that I would ask for money here? I asked, broadening my grin. Ferdinand narrowed his eyes, raising his guard a little, but the fact he raised his guard instead of giving up entirely showed that he really did need my mana for his experiments. And if my mana was that valuable to him, then I could drive as hard of a bargain as I wanted. If you want my mana, you'll have to give me a library. I can wait 10 years. Have fun! Ferdinand furrowed his brow harder, but he avoided giving a clear answer. The epilogue! However, that's going to have to wait. I will see you all on the next one. Okay, part 8. The epilogue. Is this another one of Rosemine's recipes? The taste is different from the others we ate during spring prayer, Eckert remarked, eating the sweets known as cookies that were being served at Ferdinand's estate. It seems that they lacked the proper cooking utensils on the road, not to mention that these are flavored with tea leaves, Ferdinand replied. He had taken a liking to tea cookies, so whenever Rosamine had her chef make cookies in the temple, she had extra made just for him. She forced quite a few sweets into my hands when I said that I would be meeting Carset in my estate, Ferdinand continued. Rosamine's sweets all come in a variety of flavors, allowing her to make them to suit the taste of whoever she is meeting with. According to her, this pound cake was baked with wine-soaked fruit, which is Carstad's preference. I eat it at times myself, as it is low on sweetness and strong on wine. Eckert found it a little strange being told facts about his father's preferences that even he didn't know. Rosamund had been a commoner with the Devouring until only recently when she was baptized as his sister. Shortly after, she was adopted by the Archduke and Archduchess to bring Ehrenfest wealth in the form of mana and developments in the printing industry. Rosamund was raised in the temple and has thus met with father only a small number of times, Eckert said, following the cover story that Karstedt was her birth father. And yet she knows his tastes so well I cannot understand it. It is simple, really. Rosamund is selling her sweets recipes to Elvira for use at tea parties, where much information is shared. According to her, it is only natural to research the preferences of your customers so that you might sell them what they wish to buy. This is much more the attitude of a merchant. But learning the partialities of those one wishes to negotiate with is a skill that even nobles must learn. She uses all manner of means of manipulation to sell me expensive recipes as well, Ferdinand said casually. Not everyone would understand what he truly meant since he had phrased it so dryly, but he was actually saying that Rosamund had a talent for exploiting people's preferences in negotiations. Eckert had known Ferdinand for a long time and knew exactly how harsh he was, so this statement came across as exceedingly high praise. I truly did not anticipate you entrusting all of your meals across Spring Prayer to Rosamund's personal chef, Lord Ferdinand. Unique recipes or not. I did not entrust all of them to her. I offered to have my chefs help in order to lessen the burden on hers, but she refused, saying it was clearly a plot to learn her recipes for free. Having no other choice, I settled for merely providing the ingredients, Ferdinand said in a dissatisfied tone, taking a bite out of a cookie, but he had missed Eckert's point entirely. Rather, I am surprised by the fact that you were not at all suspicious of poison. In all but the most extraordinary of circumstances, nobles did not allow their chefs to mingle for fear of their food being poisoned. Ferdinand was a cautious man, and he, more than anyone, was always circumspect, and yet he trusted Rosamund, so much so that it was hard to believe he was acting his usual self. She had certainly eaten first to demonstrate the lack of poison, but never had Eckert ever dreamt that Ferdinand would proceed to eat as well, without first having his attendants do further poison tests. The same could be said for the cookies they were eating right now, that he accepted them after she had forced them into his hands, knowing that he would be serving them to a guest, and would thus have to try them first himself as the taste tester, was something Ferdinand never would have done in the past. It was unthinkable. I am somewhat unsettled since I do not understand what leads you to trust her so much, Lord Ferdinand. It had taken Eckert a very long time to earn Ferdinand's trust, so he was a little jealous seeing how quickly Rosamund had won him over. What made her so trustworthy? What was it that made them so different? Eckert had pondered those questions all throughout Spring Prayer, but he had found no answers. Rosamund appeared to be nothing but a burden on Ferdinand, be it the situation in Haas, her ill constitution, or all the problems that had occurred while they were gathering ingredients. And yet, despite him grimacing and complaining each time she caused problems, Ferdinand actually seemed to be enjoying himself. He regularly took the time to check up on her, almost as if observing the growth of a precious plant, and freely gave her expensive potions. While this might have seemed normal considering his position as her guardian, anyone who knew Ferdinand would be absolutely shocked. At the very least, he wasn't behaving anything like the man Eckert knew. Why do I trust Rosamund? First and foremost, because she was raised in the temple and lacks the deceptive proclivities of a purebred noble. But there are many other things I have seen with my own two eyes. I cannot speak of them here, but suffice to say, I was quite thoroughly convinced. When Ferdinand said that she was raised in the temple, he did so with the understanding that Eckert knew the truth. In other words, he was saying that he trusted Rosamund because she had grown up a commoner rather than a noble. Eckert saw this as enough of a difference between him and Rosamund to satisfyingly answer the questions that had plagued him. Lord Ferdinand, the Honorable Lord Karstedt has arrived. Losfam answered as he brought Karstedt into the room. Since getting married and moving out, Eckert rarely ever entered his family home unless summoned, making this the first time he had seen his father outside of the Knight's Order in quite a while. Karstedt exchanged greetings with Ferdinand, took the seat offered to him, and then looked at his son. Eckert, you once again have my thanks for your help, he said, referring to him having taken guard duty during Spring Prayer. Think nothing of it. I am simply glad to have been given the opportunity to work with Lord Ferdinand again. Please continue to send any such assignments my way. These words came from the heart. Eckert had been relieved of duty when Ferdinand entered the temple, meaning he could no longer follow him. The only time he was allowed to accompany Ferdinand, albeit in reduced capacity, was when he returned to the castle on official business. But even then he had been instructed to step down when Veronica, the Archduke's mother, was present.
Ferdinand could come to the castle more openly now that Veronica had been arrested, and he was one of Rosemine's guardians, though he was only allowed access for Rosemine-related reasons. Eckert was simply glad to have opportunities to accompany Ferdinand, so much so that he was even willing to join in religious services such as spring prayer, under the guise of protecting his little sister for his worried father's sake. Ferdinand took out 2 sound-blocking magic tools and set them down on the table. Hold these, if you will. Rosemine's ingredient gathering was being done in secrecy. It was something only to be discussed with the use of magic tools, even when in Ferdinand's estate. So, Karstedt began, was Rosemine so successful this season as she was in the winter? Indeed, it was a terrible experience for us, but the gathering itself was an enormous success. Ferdinand described the unpleasant and rather mysterious events that had unfolded on the night of Fluttrain to Karstedt. There was the Tau Frost extermination carried out the day before, Rosemine's high beast being kidnapped in the dead of night, a mana barrier that would not allow men to pass through, shining balls of mana floating beneath the red moonlight, Rosemine's song offering causing the Ryrens to grow, the gathering of the Nectar, and the mysterious power that had faded along with the morning sun. Eckert spoke about how they had seen the leaf shrink beneath Rosemine's feet as she stared at the sky, and how Ferdinand had rushed forward on his high beast to rescue her before she hit the ground. Ferdinand grimaced and said that, in its retrospect, there had been no need for him to rush so much when rescuing her. He hardly sounded like the same Ferdinand that had balked at the shrinking leaves, pounded his mana against the thinning barrier over and over again until it shattered, and then blasted into the sky on his high beast at maximum speed. As Eckert blinked in surprise, Ferdinand took a sip of tea with his brow deeply furrowed. Falling into the spring would not have harmed Rosemine in the slightest. She fell into it the day prior while we were hunting the Tau Frosks, and emerged unscathed, he said with a displeased look. Do you recall how she said the water was mysteriously comfortable and breathable? She wouldn't have died from falling into it. The spring would have protected her. That was enough for Eckert to put the pieces together. He was feeling uncomfortable about having yelled at Rosemine to use her high beast when ultimately she hadn't needed to. We don't know whether the spring would have protected her from a fall that high, Lord Ferdinand. I still believe that catching her was the best course of action, Eckert said. At that, Karstedt crossed his arms with a difficult frown on his face. That is abnormal. I have never heard of anything like that. Indeed, it was a night that cannot be explained by conventional wisdom. Furthermore, there is the nectar harvested from the Ryrens that Rosemine grew with her mana. It has many unexpected properties for its kind. First of all, from there Ferdinand began to expound on the harvested nectar in great detail. What they had gathered on the night of Fluttrain apparently differed considerably from the nectar that Justice had gathered on another day. The nectar's mana capacity is completely abnormal, likely due to the enormous quantity of mana that gathered around the spring's Ryrens on that night. Not only does it have considerable more mana than the nectar that Justice brought us, its water purity is spectacular. I can hardly even sense any other elements within it. On top of all that, despite the common understanding that materials dyed with another's mana was usable only by them, Ferdinand had found himself able to overwrite and dye the Ryren nectar that Rosemine had produced. He made sure to emphasize this fact, excitement creeping into his voice as he made it clear that this was a discovery that could potentially overthrow the established knowledge taught in the Royal Academy. While Ferdinand was something of a researcher, Karstedt was a knight through and through. In other words, he wasn't particularly interested. He nodded along with the explanation, but his apathy was becoming increasingly clear. Like father, like son, Eckert thought to himself. He had refrained from saying anything since he enjoyed seeing Ferdinand so enthusiastic. But he wasn't interested in this kind of research either. Justice, on the other hand, would have most likely been on the edge of his seat. Oh yes, he would have, considering what we know of him. I am exceedingly curious to discover whether this nectar is special due to it having been gathered on the night of Fluttrain, or due to Rosemine's mana. I would also like to do further research into the night of Fluttrain's effects on the goddess's bath, but not only does the barrier prevent men from entering, the mana there seems to have a psychological influence on those it comes into contact with, Ferdinand said regretfully, coming to the sad conclusion that this endeavor would be unreasonably challenging to complete. Realizing that this was a good stopping point for the current conversation, Karstedt looked at Eckert, who nodded in response. Their silent communication was a success. They both wanted to change the subject changed. I see, Karstedt said before quickly moving on. I think it's every time you give one of your reports, but it's one surprise after another when it comes to Rosemine's gatherings. I was especially surprised to see her use Leidenschaft's spear as a weapon during the sntorm hunt. I knew that the Knight's Order has no weapon suitable for someone with her mana capacity, but I never would have thought that one of the temple's decorations could be used in such manner. And I certainly never expected it to contain such devastating power. He mused, stroking his mustache. Naturally, the fact that Rosemine could give the entire Knight's Order a blessing from Angriff, the god of war, was an astounding feat in itself, but Eckert had already received her blessing enough times that Leidenschaft's spear left a much bigger impression on him. The snowstorm had been raging in the middle of a blizzard so intense it appeared as a wall of solid white, and followed the order's simultaneous attacks to weaken the beast. A single streak of blue light had shot down from the sky and destroyed it in one fell swoop. Yeah, that's quite impressive. Even with Ferdinand and Karlstadt attacking that thing, they couldn't do a whole heck of a lot to it in comparison. I too found myself enraptured by that shining blue spear. Did you know that the temple's divine instrument could withstand being used in battle like that, Lord Ferdinand? A temple of each duchy has a set of magic tools called the divine instruments, and I found ancient records that detailed them being used for practical purposes. Magic tools can be used by anyone who dyes them with their mana, and since Rosemine cannot use a staff, I thought the spear would serve as a perfect weapon for her, Ferdinand explained. This was probably something that only an avid book reader like him would know. He delved into all sorts of works that no normal person would. Mine probably would. Karlstadt nodded just as impressed as Eckert was, but while you may interpret its performance during the snowstorm battle as a sign that the spear is a powerful weapon, the divine instruments are certainly not convenient to wield. You cannot use them as your own weapon without filling them to the brim with a staggering amount of mana, and due to this tremendous requirement, they best serve as single-use weapons. They cannot even be compared to the personal weapons one can form with their staffs. Ferdinand casually identified the spear as a weapon that required a ton of mana to use, which was his roundabout way of saying that Rosemine had a staggering quantity of mana. She was a commoner with a devouring who had managed to survive until her baptism, and yet she possessed that much. Her very existence was abnormal. Imagine how much she'll have when she gets older and comes of age, because her mana will grow with her. Speaking of which, I heard that Rosemine was engaging in some cutthroat business in the castle to pay for the Snowstorm's phase stone. What happened to her budget? Karlstadt asked. Rosemine regularly moved between the castle and the temple, but as she generally spent more time in the latter, Ferdinand was tasked with managing her budget. The funds needed to pay the Knight's Order had already been accounted for in that regard, and yet Rosemine had been working to make her own money. Rosemine has gotten it into her head that whenever she needs money, she must earn it herself. She doesn't even consider any alternatives. Well, I mean, that's probably partially due to being a commoner and partially due to her life in Japan, where you did normally earn whatever money you needed, whether you needed to or not. When she brought on new retainers, I informed her that Sylvester and you would cover the cost, but you can see how much good that did. When Ferdinand told her that her dads would pay for the retainers, Rosemine immediately endeavored to earn money to pay them back. Eckert concluded that his little sister's very weird grasp on how money worked was due to her having been raised a commoner. She seems quite determined to earn money for herself, to the extent that she is absolutely adamant about being financially self-sufficient. Perhaps she simply has a fondness for earning money. As of now, I decided to leave her be. Her actions stimulate Ehrenfest's economy and encourage movements within the political factions. That said, I do find it necessary to intervene when she sells unauthorized images bearing someone else's likeness. Ah, those, Karlstadt said with a wry smile. Oh, he's talking about the images she sold of Ferdinand during the Hartspiel concert. Oh god, I can't wait to see that animated. It's going to be so freaking hilarious. They were, of course, referring to 3 particular illustrations of which Elvira, Justice, and Eckert each owned a complete set. Both Elvira and Eckert had been bemoaning that no more pictures of their kind would ever be released from that splendid artist. Yeah, you could blame Ferdinand for that one. Going forward, I believe she is dedicating herself to book production rather than illustrations. She has always had her sights set on books, and they will sell more among the noble children than illustrations ever would, Ferdinand said with audible relief. But his expression soon turned into a grimace, and he began tapping his temples. Is something the matter, Lord Ferdinand? I fear for the future. There are only so many children to buy books as study materials, and once a single book has been purchased, it can be shared among siblings. More children would undoubtedly be born in the future, but her sales base will not be growing very quickly. Either she will shift to inventing new products, or she will pull off some ridiculous scheme to increase existing sales. Whatever the case, she will do something problematic without fail. And what might she do exactly? If I knew, there would be no cause for concern. It is near impossible to predict what ideas her deranged mind will produce, Ferdinand said, searching his memories of Rosemine's past words and actions for clues of any sort. She mentioned something about having asked her Gutenbergs to improve the printing press, but what else? Something about wanting to experiment further with paper.
Which reminds me, she had a meeting with Geeb Ilgnir during the winter and intends to visit his province within the next few years, according to a report from Riarda. Could that be it? Will the inevitable disaster occur in Ilgnir? Talk about having a good memory, Eckert thought to himself, as impressed as always. But Karstedt shook his head. You should worry about the summer gathering before that. Something unexpected has occurred during each gathering attempt so far, and I doubt things will go any differently in the summer. Have you decided on whether you'll be going to Mount Lowenberg or Mount Balschmied? Ferdinand grimaced, his brow tightly knitted. Mount Balschmied would be the safest choice, but only Mount Lowenberg has an ingredient that will match the quality of what we have gathered so far. I intend to acquire racefalk eggs. Mount Lowenberg, huh? Racefalks were giant white fey beasts of the flying variety, known as the birds that calmed Leidenschaft, the god of fire's wrath. They were fairly strong, and stealing their eggs had to be done quickly. Would Rosemine be able to manage it with her clumsy movements? They would need to move quickly and spare as many Lowenberg fey beasts as possible, or else Leidenschaft's wrath would explode. In the past, Justice had put them all in grave danger by stealing too many eggs, forcing Ferdinand to use several valuable fey stones to save all their lives. In any case, there is one thing that Eckert knew for certain. The summer gathering would not end peacefully. I've got a feeling on that, yeah. Winter debut in the playroom. How far have I got left? Oh my god, 49 more pages. But that's technically counting a few pages, at least probably 5 pages for the afterword. Winter Society began with the winter baptism ceremonies and debuts. I was serving Lord Wilfried, whose father, Ob Ehrenfest, had threatened to disinherit him unless he learned the alphabet, basic math, and a Harpspiel song before his debut. My master's life had changed dramatically from that point onward, and after spending each day working his hardest, he managed to grasp that which he had previously ran away from. And now he was playing the Harpspiel while singing a song on stage, showing all the gathered nobles that he was worthy to be called the Archduke's son. Lord Wilfried, how wonderfully you've grown, came an awed voice. It was Oswald, his head attendant, moved almost to tears as he gazed up at the stage. I can understand how he felt. Lord Wilfried's retainers had all been working themselves to the bone to ensure he completed the Ob's tasks within the month, and a bit they had been given, and while his master spent his days studying to secure his inheritance, Oswald had been struggling with an increasing shortage of staff. I personally had less to do since we guard knights no longer had to chase after Lord Wilfried each and every day. But Oswald had dramatically more work, which makes sense. Most of the retainers had been assigned to him by Lady Veronica, now more than half of them had been let go. That's because they weren't doing their jobs properly. But of all the retainers forced to quit, none had been replaced. Lady Florencia had wanted to assign replacements, but this was something Oswald had pleaded against. Wow. He was against that, even though that would make his workload more. Were Lord Wilfried to fail his tasks and be disinherited, then his new retainers would have their honor stained forever after only a month of service. As such, it was decided that his new retainers would not be assigned until after his winter debut, which makes sense. In reality, Oswald just didn't want Lord Wilfried to become distracted adjusting to his new retainers, especially since he was exhausted enough as it was. To all the retainers who had done their best to support their lord since the news he would be disinherited, seeing him successfully play the Harpspiel for his debut brought them more joy and pride than anything. Pretty moving to see how much Lord Wilfried has grown, eh, Oswald, I said. Up until recently, I had spent my days as Lord Wilfried's guard knight, chasing after him whenever he ran away or was off playing pranks, so seeing him change his lifestyle and make his debut as a proper member of the Archducal family warmed my heart too. He really had worked hard, so much so that surely nobody would have any problem with him becoming the Archduke. Not the Ob, not the other nobles, and not Rosemine. Rosemine had dropped by to check up on Lord Wilfried during her sparing castle visits. She would always taunt him one way or another while critiquing his attendants. She would say, for example, that they weren't working hard enough, that they were slacking due to having made a little progress, and that they were being too soft on him before firing them on the spot. Wow. Then she would look at how much progress Lord Wilfried had made and ask whether that was really the best he could do. Although she had Lady Florencia's permission to do so, Rosemine was speaking completely out of turn for a child, and it had been pretty terrifying to see the building resentment toward her from the nobles she had gotten fired. Ooh, that's going to probably come back and bite her in the butt later. That said, when I warned Cornelius about it, he said it was no big deal. Today of all days, I imagine we can praise Lord Wilfried without Rosamund complaining about it. Indeed, Lampert, I know that our days of vigilance must continue, but I imagine Briarda will not look daggers at us for rejoicing on this fine day. As Oswald and I exchanged looks and a quiet chuckle, Lord Wilfried finished his performance and descended from the stage with his music instructor. Congratulations, Lord Wilfried. Your debut was a complete success, Oswald began. The sight of your regal behavior upon the stage warmed my very heart. Lampert was moved as well. The other retainers quickly followed suit, each proudly offering him their heartfelt praise. Surrounded by his retainers, Lord Wilfried lowered his voice and asked a quiet question. I must have a few notes, though. Was it really a success? Both the Archduke and Archduchess looked very proud, answered Linhard, one of his attendants. Your hard work has undoubtedly been rewarded, Lord Wilfried. Looking a little embarrassed, yet overwhelmingly happy that his efforts had been recognized, Lord Wilfried returned a smile. It was a smile brimming with the satisfaction of having achieved victory through hard work, and one that he hasn't ever given while being protected and spoiled by Lady Veronica. I pray that your success and vigor continue long into the future, Lord Wilfried. Right, I should do what the son of an archduke must do, he said, puffing out his chest with regal determination. I felt an abundance of pride in his gesture, but also relief that my position as his retainer was safe. Of course. Unfortunately, this special moment we attendants shared was soon smashed to pieces by none other than my own little sister. Rosamund, called Ferdinand the high priest, and there she was. My little sister, the newly adopted daughter of the Archduke, gracefully advanced upon the stage. Her hair was like the night sky, adorned with a unique flower-decorated ornament. The Abb introduced her as the Saint of Ehrenfest, a noble girl born with a miraculous amount of mana and a merciful heart, who had already worked to save orphans and establish entire new industries. But I wasn't so sure this was a wise move. The nobles were clearly suspicious of the story, and Rosamund in general, as anyone would be, and it seemed to me that such a grand title would serve as nothing but a heavy burden. Regardless, Rosamund remained calm during the introduction, wearing a refined smile that made it clear she never expected anything less. I knew her from the temple well enough to guess that she was actually panicking on the inside, but that didn't show on her face. Eckhart had always said that there was no point in comparing someone trained by Lord Ferdinand to a kid spoiled by Lady Veronica. Actually, yeah, you have... It's like comparing apples and oranges. There's no contest. Rosamund is always going to be better because, Ferdinand is the one who freaking trained her. And Wilfried was spoiled. You can see how that went. But the difference between them was clear as day. The way Rosamund had warned me about spoiling Lord Wilfried despite him making steady progress just went to show how hard she was being worked by Ferdinand, which made me feel a little sympathetic. A high-pitched note resounded through the hall. Rosamund had begun playing the harpspiel handed to her by her instructor. The rhythm with which her youthful hand strummed the strings produced notes so beautiful that they were on an entirely different level from the children before her, and she was playing one of her original songs that I had only ever heard while she was practicing. To top it all off, her young singing voice perfectly rounded out the performance. Now consider me impressed, said one noble. This song is complex enough that it could be taught in the Royal Academy. It seems that she is as impressive as the Abb said, replied another. Keep it up, Rosamund, you can do this. My little sister had given both Lord Wilfried and myself a second chance, and now it was time for her debut. I hadn't spent as much time with her as Cornelius had given that he had served her as a guard knight, but she and I still shared a familial bond. Oh, please. Oh, God. I know they don't share a familial bond because they're not technically biologically family, but you can still have a familial bond, but that's still such a short time, though. Right? Wasn't it like around spring or the beginning of summer when all this happened and she got adopted? Whatever. I watched on thinking that my little sister was incredible even when it came to playing harpspiel when suddenly... What? Out of nowhere, Rosamund's hand began to shine with blue light. It seemed to be coming from the ring that Father had given her during her baptism. But why, when those things were basically only used for blessing someone during a first meeting? There was only one answer. She was performing a blessing. Unintentionally, I might add. The blue light flowed out with each note played on the harpspiel, spreading through the large hall. I hadn't seen such a large-scale blessing since Rosamund's baptism, and while it had been surprising enough to see her bless all 200 of the visitors who had been invited there, she was now blessing every single noble in Ehrenfest. But why would she do this? My awe was soon followed by a wave of anxiety, and I quickly went from thinking how incredible this was to worrying what was about to happen. Her baptism blessing was pretty impressive, but this is something else, Lord Wilfried said, looking up at the blue light impressed. But we, his retainers, were anything but happy. The winter debut was supposed to secure Lord Wilfried's right to be the next Ob. That had been the agreement. But now it appeared that his role had merely been to make Rosamund look better, a development that made his other retainers visibly worried and annoyed. Well, that's probably not her intention, obviously. Maybe Ferdinand's, but not hers. At the baptism, Rosamund had apparently been instructed by Father, Lord Ferdinand, and the Ob to bless all those attending the ceremony. Had they instructed her to do the same again? Nope. That was entirely her bad. We had spent the autumn doing our utmost to ensure Lord Wilfried did not fall behind Rosamund, and yet it happened anyway. It was as though both our and his hard work had been trampled on. They are not. His hard work has not been trampled on. She is just very, very weird. Very abnormal. Why are they having her do this when it's both her and Lord Wilfried's debut? I reflexively shot an angry look at Father, Lord Ferdinand, and the Ob, but there I saw that everyone, the Archduke, the Archduchess, my parents, and my brothers, were looking at the blue light with surprise. This apparently hadn't been planned. Instead, it was happening suddenly and without warning. What are you doing, Rosamund? Not intentional, I just said. I watched on, holding back the urge to shout at her to stop until she eventually finished playing her song. A few scattered claps could be heard throughout the hall as the nobles hesitated, unsure of how to react to such a large-scale blessing. Behold, the Saint of Ehrenfest, Lord Ferdinand declared, speaking in his authoritative night tone while holding a royal-looking Rosamund high in the air. May she be blessed for the wealth she brings to our home. The nobles who had previously hadn't known how to react took out their staffs and gave blessings themselves, doing as Lord Ferdinand had instructed. For a moment the suspicion struck me that Lord Ferdinand might have ordered the large-scale blessing in secret, since he alone seemed icy calm. But judging by how he quickly strode out of the hall as Rosamund waved to the crowd, I could guess that he hadn't expected it either. With Rosamund gone, the Ob stepped onto the stage to quiet the stirring nobles. I imagine it is clear to everyone that Rosamund is rich with mana and beloved by the gods. She is the Saint of Ehrenfest, and she shall bring new industries and much wealth to our duchy, he said. But despite this being nothing more than a quick cover-up for the impromptu blessing, the Ob's words appeared to have shifted the attitude among the nobles. They had quickly gone from seeing the title as an exaggeration to believing it was quite fitting indeed. Splendid. I would expect nothing less of my granddaughter. Oh! Oh, okay, so this is, shoot. This is, Cardstad's father? Indeed, Lord Bonifacius. I too am overjoyed from the bottom of my heart that an Archduke candidate of Leisgang blood has been born. I shall have to direct my house to provide her support. Rosamund's blessing had been a surprise to all of her caretakers, but that wasn't how the nobles were viewing this event. House Leisgang and his affiliates had been treated coldly by Lady Veronica for decades, and now they were rejoicing over the birth of an Archduke candidate who carried their name. Mother and Eckert were constantly reminding them that Rosamund had no intention of ever becoming the Ob, but few showed any sign of actually accepting that. We've prepared many new recipes today, which I imagine many of you have been looking forward to most of all, the Ob began. The food will soon prove to be a significant weapon in Ehrenfest's favor, so enjoy it to your heart's content. The gifting ceremony shall be performed after lunch. The Archduke's schedule was thus changed, and it was easy to imagine that all sorts of meetings and adjustments to plans were about to happen. My anger toward Rosamund's caretakers faded, replaced with unease over how the nobles were reacting. Father and Ob Ehrenfest had both made it clear that they had absolutely no intention of making Rosamund the next Ob, but now that Lady Veronica had been removed from power, noble society was shifting into an era of Leisgang control. Would they really allow Lord Wilfried to become the next Ob? It was clear for all to see that Rosamund's mana capacity far surpassed his, and she had all the dignity and grace of an Archduke's daughter. Whether she herself wanted it or not, I could see no future in which people did not rise to support her taking the position. Uh-oh. So there might actually be a faction that supports Rosamund being the Ob. Oh dear. I could tell by the unhappy, anxious, and betrayed looks on the faces of my fellow retainers that they were all thinking the same thing. And in the midst of all that, Lord Wilfried alone wore a grin as he walked to the dining hall for lunch. My debut is going so well has really made me hungry. Maybe it's the relief. Lord Wilfried mused aloud. Anyway, I'm glad lunch was moving forward. They're serving some new recipes that Rosamund just came up with. You like her food too, don't you, Lampret? His words made the tension drain from my body. He was right. His debut had been a success. And all that disinheritance talk was now a thing of the past. It was best to just celebrate that and think of ways to further support Lord Wilfried. Rosemine's food certainly is good. I am looking forward to it as well, Oswald intoned. There was one order that we retainers all needed to carry out during the feast. Gather information. So that was what we did. Then, once Lord Wilfried had been put to bed later that night, we prepared to gather and discuss what we had learned. Among the remaining retainers, I was the only one who was a member of the Lies Gang faction, and I was Rosemine's older brother. As a result, it fell to me to ask my parents about Rosemine's plans, and inform the others about House Lies Gang's future intentions. Leaving the night guards to watch over Lord Wilfried, the other retainers and I all went to Oswald in his room. As we waited in the darkness, he was the one to break the silence. We have managed to avoid Lord Wilfried being disinherited. All we can do now is believe in the Ob's word and continue as we have been. Indeed, we should focus on doing what we must to prepare him for becoming the Ob, the true next Ob. Another retainer replied. These Lies gangs were all excited to have Lady Rosemine take the role, but it's still possible for Lord Wilfried to get Lady Veronica's faction on his side. Exactly. Lady Veronica's faction will surely support Lord Wilfried until the end of their days, and they still outnumber the Lies Gang faction. They'll be strong allies. Different retainers had different opinions, but since most of them had been scouted for their jobs by Lady Veronica in the first place, they all found themselves acting as though she was still around. I went ahead and put a stop to that. Hold on a moment. Clinging to such assumptions is dangerous. Explain yourself, Lamprey. Right now, only Lady Veronica and her retainers have been arrested, but no decision has been made regarding how her followers or large will be handled. If we rush things and carelessly bring former members of her faction into our own, we would hardly be providing Lord Wilfried with a stable foundation to build upon. I think we should keep our distance and play it safe, instead starting with neutral nobles. Oswald fell into thought for a bit, then nodded in agreement. Lamprett's correct. It should not be an issue for us to reach out to members of Lady Veronica's faction, but only after their potential punishment, or lack thereof, has been decided. For now, we should focus on raising Lord Wilfried to be the next Ob, and our priority should be getting him as many gifted retainers from the children's playroom as possible. He was choosing to let the adult circumstances play themselves out, as we dedicated our attention to getting Lord Wilfried trustworthy friends to have by his side at the Royal Academy. Lady Charlotte's baptism ceremony will be held next year, and it is expected that the three of them will be competing for retainers. Rosemine will likely be attempting to bring as many gifted female retainers as possible under her fold, so we should do the same with male retainers for Lord Wilfried. As boys and girls were segregated within their dorms at the Royal Academy, nobles seeking retainers would customarily prioritize those who were the same gender as themselves. This did not apply to scholars and knights, but attendants were so closely engaged in their master's private life that this was a necessity. Lord Wilfried must do everything he can to ensure he does not appear inferior to Lady Rosemine within the playroom, Oswald said. While I could see his point, I knew it would be a hopeless effort. Lord Wilfried had almost been disinherited due to his incompetence, and it was Rosemine who had written up a study plan to set him straight. She had even praised and taunted him to bring out his motivation, something that she was far better at doing than any of us, since we weren't used to doing anything but complimenting him. If she kept up that momentum and took control of the playroom, it was hard to imagine Lord Wilfried being able to do anything against her. I understand your point, Oswald, but there is no way for us to avoid Lord Wilfried looking inferior to Rosemine. The children would undoubtedly be flooding the playroom, hoping to hear her Heartspiel song and see her blessings. The retainers all faltered. They probably knew that their expectations were unreasonable. While that is true, there must be something we can do to support Lord Wilfried, Oswald replied. Do you have any better ideas? At this rate, Lady Rosemine will steal the position of Ob without fail. Are you not Lady Rosemine's older brother, Lamprey? Surely you know of some weakness she possesses. Linhardt added, visibly hostile towards the thought of the Ob seat being taken. Oh, God. I smiled. This is how it's supposed to be. We were the ones at fault for standing idly by when Lord Wilfried was decreed to be the next Ob. There's no need for us to view Rosemine as an enemy. We need only emphasize the attributes that Lord Wilfried has that Rosemine does not, I said. The retainers all grimaced, clearly finding it hard to believe there was any area in which Lord Wilfried prevailed. Physical strength, stamina, that's some things. It seemed they had been so focused on Rosemine's strength that they hadn't noticed how terribly unfit she was to be an Ob. She had a clear weakness that there was no doing anything about. And the one attribute that immediately comes to mind, I continued, is a strong and healthy body. How could Rosemine ever become the Ob when she's so weak and sickly that she collapses simply from walking too fast down the hall, and can't even participate in the entirety of dinner before having to leave early to rest? I spoke to my parents and Lord Ferdinand during the feast, and it seems that none of her guardians intend to make her the next Ob. No matter how skilled she is, she was adopted to support Lord Wilfried, not replace him. The retainers gasped and exchanged looks, both relieved and unsettled at the fact that Rosamund couldn't be the next Ob despite her enormous talents. In their hearts, they wanted their liege, Lord Wilfried, to build an Ob, but in truth, they knew that Ehrenfest needed a talented leader with plentiful mana. That is true. Maybe once she gets the Jareve, maybe that will help some? She'll just need to build up her stamina after that. If that's what they think as Lady Rosamund's guardians, then Lady Charlotte might prove to be a greater threat, Oswald said. After all, she was raised by Lady Florencia to oppose Lady Veronica. His words took me by surprise. I had never thought of it like that. I had, of course, expected Lady Charlotte to compete with Rosamund for retainers, but not once had I considered that she might also be a potential Ob. Or a possible Ob. Lady Veronica never would have allowed this while she was in power, but while Lady Rosamund certainly is an overwhelmingly stronger Archduke candidate on the female side, if she is not named as the next potential Ob, an opening will be created. But as you just said, Lady Charlotte is a female Archduke candidate. That gives Lord Wilfried an advantage, doesn't it? The retainers were nodding among themselves, as so long as Lord Wilfried continued working in a manner befitting an Archduke candidate, it would be increasingly difficult for Lady Charlotte to bridge the gap between them. Sylvester defeating his older sisters in their battle for succession had made that more than clear. This also meant, in other words, that Rosamund was such an overwhelming figure that she could easily overcome the gender barrier. In that case, we shall guide Lord Wilfried to work alongside Lady Rosamund rather than opposing her. If we can establish a good rapport now, then it should be possible for us to easily secure the Lysgang's support in the future by having Lady Rosamund and Lord Wilfried marry, Oswald declared, clenching his fists. Nobody disagreed with him on that matter. There would be nothing better than the Lysgang faction gathering beneath Rosamund, and Lord Wilfried directly inheriting the political base that Lady Veronica had constructed in the past. This is more realistic than sickly Rosamund becoming the next Ob. If she truly was adopted just to support Lord Wilfried, then Father and the others are undoubtedly planning for her to marry him if possible. Yeah, that's kind of been brought up before. Even Mind said that in the past, that most likely they would have her do that, but she didn't mention whether she liked that or not. The next day, the playroom was due to be held. During breakfast, we explained to Lord Wilfried what would happen there. As our priority had been ensuring that his debut was a success, we hadn't spoken much of what came after. So, there are going to be introductions on the first day. I just need to sit in the chair and listen to people introduce themselves to me, right? And then I need to watch the other kids and pick the best retainers. Hold on, I'm just trying to make sure I keep an eye on that. I'm probably going to have another freaking story after this. That is correct. You do not have to choose today, however. There is much time to consider this matter over the next 3 years leading up to your enrollment in the Royal Academy. These retainers will spend time with you throughout the entirety of winter while you are a student. They must be gifted, of course, but on top of that you will want to pick individuals cut from the same cloth as yourself. Both parties will have nothing but a bad time if you disagree on too fundamentally of a level. It was dangerous to take on a retainer who had no intention to serve you. It not only heightened the threat of betrayal, but also risked destroying the future of a retainer if they were relieved from duty. There was no way to avoid this besides successfully flocking with birds of a feather. The other nobles will judge your ability to lead the playroom to see if you have the skills required to be the next Ob. In this regard, please work together with Lady Rosamund, Oswald said. Lord Wilfried responded with a slightly worried look. Oh, there's no cause for concern. As long as you actively move around the room and display your strength, everything will go smoothly, said one retainer. In fact, this is something that will be hard for Lady Rosamund to do, added another. Lord Wilfried crossed arms in thought and nodded. Right, Rosamund is weak enough that she even needs to practice walking. I'll take charge when it comes to moving around. The playroom was packed with students, and everyone's eyes were on Rosamund and Lord Wilfried. There were long lines of those waiting to introduce themselves, while the students who had already done so were busy speaking to the kids who weren't old enough to go to school yet. In a normal year, the archnobles would be flexing their status to the lay nobles, and the children who had just finished their baptism would be rushing to mingle with their factions as soon as possible. But none of that was happening here. Instead, the students were teaching the younger kids about the academy, showing off their academic excellence, and loudly discussing their lessons in overbearing voices while shooting brief occasional glances at Rosamund and Lord Wilfried. What used to be a time for men nobles and lay nobles to search out archnobles to protect them had become something much more peaceful. Seems like this year's students are on the softer side, I observed. Of course they are. There are Archduke candidates in attendance, and the fastest way up in the world is to become one of their retainers, Lionheart added. The kids here need to be cautious until they've learned more about the candidates' personalities and what they like. The playroom will undoubtedly be quieter for a number of days at the very least. He was right. It would be beyond foolish to suddenly start bullying others right in front of an Archduke candidate, especially one known as a saint who showed mercy even to orphans. As such, everyone here shared the same wise idea that it was best to hold back on wielding their status like tyrannical clubs, at least for the time being. I wasn't seeing anyone being openly antagonistic about factions either. It undoubtedly helped that not even a full year had passed since Lady Veronica's arrest, and that the shifting power balance between the adult factions hadn't yet calmed down. I looked across the kids in the room, quietly observing the children who would be going to the Royal Academy at the same time as Lord Wilfried. Oswald had asked me to form as many bridges as I could with nobles of the Lies Gang faction. I suppose I should try reaching out to Alexis and Hartmut once the Royal Academy sends out grades. Or no, it's likely that Cornelius will be approaching them for Lady Rosemine's sake. He's so overprotective of his sickly little sister that he's probably already vetting her retainers, and if I wait too long, the two of them will be snatched up before I can secure them for Lord Wilfried. The day before Cornelius departed for the Royal Academy, I returned home and visited his room as he was packing his things. "Cornelius, do you have any plans for Rosemine's attendance?" I asked. But despite all the rumors about how overprotective he was, all Cornelius did was blink in confusion. "Not really. She's in a weird position where she visits the temple a lot. And despite being adopted by the Archduke, she won't necessarily be in the running for the position of Ob. It'll be hard for her to secure any retainers, unless they have some reason to be completely stricken with the duration." Cornelius apparently had no intention of actively scouting any retainers for Rosemine. I began to wonder whether I had been getting a little overprotective myself, having thought about reaching out to find retainers for Lord Wilfried, but after a pause, Cornelius continued. "And well, both mother and father told me not to, so it seemed that our parents had instructed Cornelius not to get involved in Rosemine's selection process, under the assumption that he did not intend to continue serving as a retainer or arbitrate between their recommendations." "You're planning to quit, Cornelius? You won't stay her guard knight?" "I only became her guard knight under the condition that I could quit when it was time for Rosemine to pick her retainers. But the truth is, I still haven't decided whether or not I want to stop serving her. She's not a bad mistress, but..." Cornelius trailed off, pausing for a moment before voicing his concerns. "Daniel came to serve her as punishment, while Bridget does for the sake of her home province, Ilgnir. Angelica didn't even think about declining when Father summoned her to discuss the matter. Well, I don't think she thought about anything at all, really. But my point is, I still don't really understand what it feels like to want to serve one person for your entire life. Continuing to serve Rosemine wasn't too bad of an option, but that wasn't a good enough reason for Cornelius to make such a life-changing decision. I had once gone through similar fears, so I could empathize with the unrest that he was feeling. Yeah, this is no state in which to be thinking about Rosemine's retainers. Lamprecht, why did you choose to continue serving Lord Wilfried? You could have left at any time." While Lord Wilfried's retainers were being fired one after another, Oswald had said that I was free to quit of my own volition. Lady Veronica was no longer around to force Mother's hand, and now that my little sister had been adopted by the Archduke, there was no need for me to continue serving Lord Wilfried if I didn't want to. I looked down at Cornelius, who was wearing a worried, brooding expression. Perhaps I had made the same face back when I had this same discussion with Mother. If I had to give a reason, I'd say that I stayed because Lord Wilfried needed me. Plus, I saw no reason to try and serve anyone else when I hadn't even been acting like a proper retainer. In that regard, I thought that Lord Wilfried and I could grow together, but you don't need to hear all that. Those things never have clear answers. You'll have to come to your own conclusions, I said, patting Cornelius on the head. He looked up at me, now looking more uncertain. "You choose to serve him because you weren't doing a good enough job? That's a lot different from Eckert's reasoning. Eckert is abnormal. He won't be a good role model to learn from. You won't find anyone to serve with standards like that." The look in my eyes became distant as I thought about how Eckert always prioritized his master far above himself. There weren't many people who would be so stricken for a certain individual that they would continue to follow them even after being relieved of duty. It was standard to change who you served based on trends and circumstances. Father serves the Ob as the knight commander, and Eckert will risk his life for Lord Ferdinand while remaining unwilling to serve anyone else. I'm sure that living around them has warped your perception of how things should be, but nobody expects unwavering loyalty at the start. It's up to the masters to prove whether they are worth it. Eckert is abnormal? I had assumed that one would need feelings that strong to pick a master, so I'm glad you disagree. I'll try thinking this over some more in an attempt to find my own reason to stay with Rosemine," Cornelius said as he turned his as he turned, the unease having vanished from his expression. In my eyes, Cornelius had made his decision the moment he started actively looking for reasons to continue serving Lady Rosamine. But I didn't need to point that out to him. The students headed for the Royal Academy gradually vanished from the playroom until eventually only those who would be spending the entire winter there remained. It was then that Rosamine abruptly took out a deck of cards and suggested that everyone play together. The kids quickly divided themselves into groups based on their future school years, and the experienced players mingled with the older kids. Needless to say, the two experienced players dominated. Lanhart, I couldn't win against Rosamine, but I beat everyone older than me, Lord Wilfried declared. His confidence was recovering fast, but the older kids had likely been told by their parents to accommodate him. This theory was further supported by the fact that they didn't seem frustrated to have lost. Rather, they were looking at the chill for Lord Wilfried with kind eyes. It was clear as day that they had let him win. Oh. Rosamine noticed this as well, and after briefly allowing just the slightest trace of annoyance to slip on her face, she smiled brightly and looked around the kids. We will be at an advantage for some time thanks to our experience, but each of you will need to have won at least once by the end of winter. Otherwise, we can never consider trusting you to be our retainers. Isn't that right, Wilfried? Lord Wilfried merely looked at her in confusion, but the other kids all tensed up. I look forward to playing with you all again. Starting tomorrow, I shall give sweets to the best player. It seemed that Rosamine had no intention of allowing the other children to accommodate her and Lord Wilfried, and to this end, she would be bringing sweets made by her personal chefs. The kids would normally have to wait for such confections to be handed down to them, but now they were right there within their reach. In an instant, the men nobles and lay nobles all became deadly serious, staring hard at the carta. This development also meant that the archnobles wouldn't be able to keep half-heartedly accommodating them. Their very worth would be called into question if they lost to men nobles and lay nobles. In a single day, Rosamine had forced all the kids to take the game seriously. Not bad at all, Lionheart murmured. I nodded in agreement. She had manipulated them with such skill that all we could do was sit back and watch it play out beautifully. It was really hard to believe that the youngest-looking child in the playroom had accomplished such a feat so deftly. But this wasn't the first time that Rosamine had acted well above her age. After rousing the children with carta and playing cards, Rosamine worked with Professor Moritz to teach the kids, granting each one as much time as an Archduke candidate would receive. Just watching from Lord Wilfried's side, I could see them becoming more capable by the day. While everyone was studying under Professor Moritz, Rosamine would spend her time quietly reading thick, complicated-looking books she had borrowed from the castle's bookroom, and writing stories to print in the future. She had apparently advanced far enough under Lord Ferdinand's instructions that she was already prepared to enter the Royal Academy, so there was no need for her to relearn the same material alongside everyone else. Okay. Among other things, Rosamine was usually busy writing down the stories told to her by Feline, reading aloud from the picture book, and occasionally dominating in carta tournaments to keep Lord Wilfried motivated. It was clear for all to see that she was no student, but an instructor just like Professor Moritz. Forget about Lord Wilfried looking inferior, it's like Rosamine's on a completely different level from everyone else. But either due to her being so overwhelmingly out of the ordinary, or the fact that she was constantly reading thick books despite her poor health, the more energetic boys kept their distance. It seemed they were unsure how to interact with her. Seeing this, Lord Wilfried definitely took the lead. Let's hone our skills while we can and beat Rosamine by any means necessary, he declared, holding a strategy meeting when Rosamine returned to the temple for the dedication ritual. Rosamine's absence always led to the boys becoming more active. The girls, on the other hand, became a lot shyer and more docile, largely refraining from playing carta and playing cards at all. They kept their distance from Lord Wilfried and watched his group with caution. Both Rosamine and Lord Wilfried tended to befriend those of the same gender as themselves. Considering the retainer selection process, it was actually good for them to separate at times. But the girls seemed a bit stifled without Rosamine there to offer her support. In the end, both she and Lord Wilfried were necessary. Lady Rosamine is really good, though. How can we beat her? One boy asked. This was Ignaz from the neutral faction, Traugott from the Lies Gang faction, and Isidore, Lawrence, and Roderick from the former Veronica faction, all gathered together in a group that transcended the wars between their respective factions. It was heartwarming to see them huddle up and bash out strategies. By now they had long forgotten about accommodating the Archduke candidates, and they were more than ready to beat Lord Wilfried at carta to win the sweets. The playroom's atmosphere was just perfect, and as I watched Lord Wilfried take charge over the kids, I felt that I could see a future leader of nobles within him. Hopefully he can at least secure Ignaz and Traugott as retainers. As his retainer, I wanted to do as much as I could for Lord Wilfried, and thoughts of ways to help passed through my mind as I watched him talk excitedly with his future school friends. Ooh, here we go. the High Bishop's exclusive business. In short, the Carpentry Guild has been ordered to finish the monastery recently built in Haas with everything it needs. The new High Bishop wants it done as soon as possible, in 2 months' time at the latest. Her representatives are Gustav the Guildmaster and Benno from the Gilberta Company, and it seems they're willing to pay any price to make up for the tight deadline. They're also talking to the Construction Guild about this, but we're not going to lose to them when it comes to furniture and other interior furnishings. All workshops, put everyone you can on this. These were the words of a higher-up in the Carpentry Guild, having summoned every foreman in the city of Ehrenfest who was a member. They all stood up shouting out with motivation, but I merely sat there in a daze. Hey now, what's this supposed to mean? I supposedly had the High Bishop's exclusive business, but she hadn't mentioned anything about building a new monastery in Haas. And she definitely hadn't talked about bringing such a large-scale order to the Carpentry Guild. The normal process was for clients to bring business like this to their exclusive workshops and have that workshop bring it to the guild. Oh, is this, dang it, what was his name? Ignace? Something like that? The guy who was, who came to Rosemine for, to ask her if she still is using him exclusively or something? I think that's who it was. The two would then cooperate to distribute the work while considering how much money needed to be used. And yet, not only had I not been informed of this job, but I also hadn't been listed along with the Guildmaster and Benno as representatives. Do I not have the High Bishop's exclusive business after all? Yeah, this is definitely him. I had done several jobs for the High Bishop ever since the Dostal workshop, which worked for Benno, sent her my way. She had wanted me to make the printing press for her. Yeah, this is her. This is him, I'm sorry. We had handled the wood that the orphanage used for winter handiwork. The Gilberta Company had told us, as an intermediary, that she was satisfied with our work, and the foreman of the Dostal workshop kept saying that he wouldn't have sent the girl our way had he known she was going to become the High Bishop. So I'd assumed that I had her exclusive business. Was I wrong, or did she drop me at some point for not doing a good enough job? A cold sweat ran down my back, and I could feel my hands trembling. It was like someone had dunked a bucket of ice-cold water over my head. My workshop was the youngest of all those in the Carpentry Guild, and its status could change dramatically based on whether or not I had the High Bishop's exclusive business, especially since she also happened to be the Archduke's adopted daughter. Without it, my workshop's future would be shrouded in darkness. Oh, it's Ingo! That's what his name was. Hey, Ingo, you're up next, the guild representative said. I stood up to hear what my share of the work would be, at which point he instructed me to build the window panes for the monastery. At that, I responded with a nod and exited the guild. The sky was bright and the sun radiant, shooting down summer rays that were hot enough to burn the skin. There were plenty of carpentry workshop foremen out in the street, excited about the large jobs they had been given. One of them, the foreman of the Dostal workshop, noticed me and came walking over. He gripped my shoulders, brought my face up close to his, and whispered, Ingo, you weren't named as a representative up there, and you weren't divvying up the work with them either. What happened to you having the High Bishop's exclusive business? He had pretty openly voiced the fears stirring in my heart. I wanted to call him an idiot on the spot and say that of course I had her exclusive business. But with everything that had happened, I wasn't so sure myself anymore. My hesitation to respond turned into an answer itself, which earned me a nasty grin from the foreman. Alright, guess that means this job's my big chance, huh? By the time I realized my mistake, it was too late. He had already concluded that my workshop hadn't done satisfactory enough work for the High Bishop, which had in turn led to me losing her business. All the foremen in the guild would now be vying for her business themselves, whether I liked it or not. I returned to my workshop and told my craftsmen about their work we would be doing for the monastery. There's a large-scale job starting right now, and they need it done quickly. Two of my Laharls let out excited cheers. Under any other circumstances, a big job for our workshop would be something to celebrate, but I had to shake a bitter hand to quiet them down. Linus, Demo, this isn't anything to be happy about. The High Bishop gave this job to the Carpentry Guild. She didn't speak to me about it beforehand, and I wasn't listed as one of her representatives. We might have lost our exclusive business. The smiles were immediately wiped from their faces, but my wife, Annika, simply laughed off my concerns. Why get all gloomy about that? It's not like she actually said you lost her business, right? She said, she didn't, but there won't be any opportunities for me to ask her what she thinks about her workshop, and there's no one I can really send to her either. She could drop us out of nowhere and we'd have no idea. Annika was right that it wasn't a done deal, but as a commoner, I couldn't just visit the High Bishop anytime I wanted. Checking with her would certainly be for the best, but she was beyond the reach of a mere craftsman like me. Oh, you're such a worrywart. There's no reason to fret when she's loading orders onto you as much as she is. When she calls you over to make her next order, you'll know for sure. All you need to do in the meantime is finish the job you've been given. Do good enough that you can puff out your chest with pride and show the other workshops why it is that the High Bishop trusts you. Annika said, slapping me on the back with a hearty laugh. She was on the smaller side, but she had the energy of someone twice her size, and seeing her broad smile was enough to brighten my mood a little. Aren't you being a little too optimistic? You think so? You only lose exclusive business if you do bad work, and all we've ever done is satisfy the customer, right? She asked, peering at me with her gray eyes. I knew well enough that she was just trying to ease my anxiety and cheer me up, and I definitely couldn't let my fears get the best of me with Annika and the Laharls watching. And so I straightened my back and kept my chin up. You're right, agonizing over this won't change anything, but yeah, back to the matter at hand. We're going to be living in the new monastery to get the job done. There's a meeting at the Merchants Guild for all the workshops that'll be staying there, so I'll be attending that as well. The explanation was being held at the Merchants Guild rather than the Carpentry Guild for 3 key reasons. The Guildmaster was one of the High Bishop's representatives. They were delivering the down payments, and foremen from the Construction Guild will be participating as well. I looked around at the crowd on the second floor of the Merchants Guild and noticed there were quite a few unfamiliar faces. We were told that they wanted multiple foremen to essentially take turns sleeping in Haas's monastery to do work, and that we would also need to bring women, our wives, daughters, and hired servants along with us. There were plenty of rooms for us to stay in at the monastery, but there weren't any doors or window panes yet, and we would need to drag in mattresses and other daily necessities ourselves. So they're saying we can't even sleep there until we've made the doors and window panes. We've got to hurry and make them fast so we can leave. Your daily necessities will be brought to the monastery by wagon, the Guildmaster began. And since it's bad for business to have foremen away from their workshops for an extended period, you will take turns staying there overnight. 3 of you gather here today, your workshops will be leaving first. Or those of you gathered here today, your workshops will be leaving first. Your respective guilds have selected their fastest workshops for this, and while the workload would no doubt be strenuous, I trust you all to succeed, and naturally your pay will vary according to the quality and quantity of your work. We won't hesitate to pay extra to cover for the abrupt nature of this job, he concluded, flashing several small ghosts to the crowd as encouragement. The foremen all grinned at the sight. This job will be easy since the ivory buildings nobles live in all use the same measurements for their windows and doors. Let's make a ton of them here, and then a ton more once we're in Haas, one said. As for food, the Offmer Company was apparently distributing the work among various eateries that will be bringing their foodstuffs to sell at the monastery. We had also been told to buy things from Haas and the surrounding farmers, alongside several other warnings about living there. With the explanation finished, the foremen all started to return home. That was when Benno from the Gilberta Company called out to me. Ingo, could you come here for a moment? I went over, ignoring the prying eyes from the other foreman, at which point Benno continued. Don't forget you've got exclusivity with Lady Rosemine. You'll be staying at the monastery from beginning to end, so don't slack on your preparations. As it turned out, they needed someone on site to give instructions, directing which workshop products would be going where, and I had been chosen for that role. It was a bit of a relief to know that Benno thought I still had the High Bishop's exclusive business, but I still had to make sure. Hey Benno, do I really have her exclusivity? I asked carefully, wanting a clear answer. Benno just returned an ambiguous shrug. I know she counts on you as one of her Gutenbergs, but what, has she never mentioned you having her exclusive business? That's news to me. Had I known that, I wouldn't have listened to the Dostal workshop complaining to me day in and day out about having missed their chance. Don't need to know about that. What I'm saying is, if I really have got her exclusive business, why wasn't I told about this? A job this big must have been in the works for months. All the carpentry and the construction workshops in the city were being mobilized, and the project needed to be finished in a month or two at most. For a job that required the movement of this many skilled people, it had to have been planned well in advance, or so I thought. Benno simply grimaced, shook his head, and raised 3 fingers. Nah, this all started 3 days ago. Say what? Benno gave me a quick rundown of the situation. Construction of the Italian restaurant, jointly financed by the High Bishop, the Gilberta Company, and the Offmer Company, had been completed, and a lunch had been scheduled prior to its opening, with the Archduke himself due to attend. Apparently, at the table, she had asked to build orphanages outside the city to increase the number of workshops she had available. The High Bishop's been talking about wanting more orphanages for a while now, and at the time she hadn't intended to make it an ivory building. She was going to talk to some construction workshops and then ask some carpentry workshops for the interior decorations, build it like commoners would. Basically, the plan was to hire lower city craftsmen once we got permission from the Archduke to build an orphanage there. Yeah, I can't even imagine starting something like this before you've secured permission from above. Benno's story made sense to me. You couldn't move forward with a big project like this without the Archduke's permission. But in that case, how had things turned out like this? I crossed my arms, encouraging Benno to continue, and he looked up at the sky, a distant look in his eyes, as though he was remembering the day it all happened. Lady Rosemine mentioned this all to the Archduke, hoping to get his permission, and the very same day, they used some kind of magic to build the entire monastery. Then they ordered us to have it furnished quickly enough so the orphans can live there and start work in the workshop by the harvest festival. Now that's just crazy talk. Everything's crazy when you deal with nobles. The guildmaster and I are representatives for this, just because we happen to be eating at the Italian restaurant as its financiers. If you want to be a representative too, just go and ask Lady Rosemine. Really? I exclaimed, leaning forward. Getting myself recognized as a representative would make the greedy looks on all the other foremen's faces disappear in an instant. Bano nodded with a grin. Yep, we're still openly recruiting representatives to help pay the Carpentry Guild and the Construction Guild for their work ahead of time. There's a lot of money we've got to scrape up since this deadline's so tight. Never mind, forget it, that's too much for me. My workshop needed to be saving for winter prep, so we didn't have any cash to dump on other guilds. Big stores like the Gilberta Company and the Offmer Company were in another league from us when it came to investment power. And while spending this money would be the easiest way for me to establish the Ingo workshop as having the High Bishop's exclusive business, it just wasn't a feasible option for me. Guess I've just got to prove myself with the quality of my work instead. For now, I'll stay at Haas and do what I can there. And so I moved to Haas with Annika and stayed in the under-construction monastery, focusing on work while all the while craftsman after craftsman came to the monastery, and since I stayed there from start to finish, I ended up learning all of their names and faces. Since so many Ironfest workshops were being mobilized, there were quite literally crowds of workers at a time, with even carpenters from neighboring cities and towns coming over. It really was a shockingly large-scale job. We weren't quite able to finish in a single month, but the monastery was ultimately furnished without any significant problems. As far as I was concerned, the Ingo workshop had done a good enough job that nobody could accuse us of having lost the High Bishop's exclusive business. With the job done, the Gilberta Company's apprentice Laharo Lutz came over to ask about winter handiwork. Ango, sorry to bring this up right after the monastery business, but can I place an order for some more work, he asked, bringing us the usual request from the High Bishop. Annika beamed and puffed out her chest with pride, her gray eyes practically shining. See? What did I say? It's all fine, you haven't been dropped at all. The job request was a huge relief, especially now that the Laharos could relax and focus on work. We soon finished up the winter handiwork preparations for them, at which point Lutz came to us with yet another job from the High Bishop. This time it had to do with improving the printing press. She wants me to talk to the priests actually doing the work in the orphanage workshop and then make improvements based on their input. I've got her exclusive business for sure, I declared, bringing the work orders to the Carpentry Guild. But the guild representative's suspicious look didn't change even as he glanced over the sheet. Doesn't the fact that the printing press needs to be improved means that you didn't do a good enough job for the first time? Nah, the first time was to get the bare minimum of parts together to make it work. We were planning to improve it from the start. Just like the monastery, it had been a job where time was of the essence. But explaining that didn't change the doubt in everyone's eyes. The guild representative raised his eyebrows as he looked between my determined glare and the work order. Say what you will, but this is still an improvement job. Try getting a signature saying that you have her exclusivity once you get the done. Then nobody can doubt you. I grit my teeth and restrained myself. There was no point in pushing the subject. All I could do now was finish the job and bring back some kind of proof. If my workshop's reputation kept plummeting like this, it could risk impacting the jobs we were getting from other customers too. Hey Lutz, you were talking about how Lady Rosemine can't go to the lower city now that she's the High Bishop, yeah? Huh? Oh yeah, she can't just up and visit commoners like that anymore. Lady Rosemine really misses the times where she could just go and do what she wanted where she wanted. Les was taking me and my Laharo demo from the Gilberta Company to the temple. Can't she visit the workshop in the temple's orphanage since that's not in the lower city? Yeah, kinda. She sometimes visits in the afternoon to watch us work for a little bit. The High Bishop used to visit the lower city workshops herself to get what she wanted, and it was pretty likely that she would come and double-check the work I was doing. That meant there was a good chance I could speak to her, and with that thought in mind, I looked down at what I was wearing. The same work clothes I always wore at the workshop. There was nothing else I could really wear, considering that I was going to work. But something told me that it wouldn't be a great idea to meet the High Bishop like this. It's actually kind of bad for a foreman to be walking around the north part of the city. Ingo, what are you looking at your clothes for? Lutz asked curiously. I raised my head. He didn't seem to know the position that the Ingo workshop was in, although there wasn't much helping that. Merchants could usually go to the Merchants Guild rather than directly to the carpentry workshops. Don't sweat it, I replied. I was just thinking about the job. There wasn't any point in me talking about my crappy circumstances to someone who didn't know about them. Once we reached the temple, I looked up at the gate. There was a gray priest standing there serving as a guard. Lutz shrugged, then went over to talk to him. Nolt, this is Ingo from the Gutenberg and his apprentice, Demo, here to improve the printing press. Lady Rosemine has permitted their entry. Hello, Lutz. Gil told me about this visit. You may pass. Unlike when religious ceremonies were being held, only the side door to the gate was open. We passed through, and the air around us changed in an instant. The busy clamor of the city faded as we were enveloped in an abrupt silence that pronounced each footstep. He was so quiet that I hesitated to say anything at all as we walked to the boys' dorm where the workshop was. Ingo, Lutz said. His tone and attitude changed the instant we were inside the temple. We invited you here to improve the printing press, but the esteemed Lady Rosamine wishes for you to first discuss matters with the Grey Priests, basing your improvements on what they believe will make it easier to use. He sounded just like the priests in the temple. The fact that a kid who wasn't even 10 years old could change his tone so suddenly left me stunned. I was also working hard to absorb the habits and language of my customers, so that I could work my way up and do business with richer customers, but I had gotten my Baruch certification by focusing on my own skills while only making the hand contracts, and the foreman I worked for at the time had never taken me anywhere. It was only when I first delivered the printing press to the temple's workshop at the Gilberta Company had I learned they completely changed how they spoke and acted when visiting nobles. Guess I should expect as much from an apprentice working for a big store that does business with nobles. Who knows what kind of training he's been put through. The orphanage's workshop was in the basement of the boys' building. I had brought Demo with me since he had been there when we delivered the first printing press, but I could tell how nervous he was. Attention everyone, please state your thoughts on the current printing press, Gil said. Lady Rosamine wishes to improve it with the aim of making it as quick and easy to use as possible, so that it might print more goods. Gil was the boss of this workshop, and given how he was about the same height as Lutz, they were probably of a similar age. But even though he was still a kid, he was one of the High Bishop's apprentice attendants, meaning he had the most authority out of anyone in the workshop. The Great Priest nodded, then lined up in front of me and Demo before smoothly stating their opinions. I would appreciate it if placing the typesetting board on the press could be made easier. The closer we could keep the ink to the press, the better. Placing it further away would create more mess. Could you add somewhere for us to put ink-related goods, preferably around here? While the priests all wore the same kind of ragged clothes, they spoke in a polite manner, completely unlike the craftsmen in the lower city as they listed their desired improvements. Hold on a second, I gotta remember all this. Make it easier to put down the typesetting board, add a place to put ink stuff. It would surely be difficult to memorize the opinions of so many people. May I suggest writing them down? One Grey Priest suggested, holding out a pen and what appeared to be a botched sheet of paper. He had a point, but the extent of my writing experience was putting together work orders for the Carpentry Guild, and even then, Annika was always the one who did the math. Aside from the things I was used to writing as part of my job, the words just didn't come to me. That said, he was being kind here, and it would be flat out impossible for me to memorize everything otherwise, so I went ahead and took the pen. Excuse me, but you've misspelled that word, one Grey Priest noted, having received one heck of an education despite being an orphan. I scratched my head awkwardly. I couldn't correct my mistake because I didn't know how to actually spell the word, but I couldn't just say that while working for the High Bishop. As I stood there, grimacing with the pen in hand, one of the Grey Priests spoke for me. Gil, please write in Ingo's place. I believe that his time would be better spent focusing on the printing press, observing the aspects we find inconvenient, and how we wish to improve them. Fritz is correct. Please practice using the printing press yourself, Gil said, snapping me back to reality as he took the pen and paper from me. I knew that the Grey Priest named Fritz had helped me out, knowing that I couldn't write properly. I raised a hand to express my thanks. He nodded with a smile and whispered something to Gil, who then turned to another Grey Priest. Bartz, please prepare the printing press and go through the process with Ingo and Demo. The writing shall be done by Fritz. Understood. That brief exchange made it clear that the workshop wasn't being run entirely by Gil. There were adult Grey Priests helping out as well, which made a lot of sense considering he was still a child. In lower city workshops, only those with technical skills and experience were allowed to become foremen, so inexperienced kids without a good grasp of the work that needed to be done were never put in charge of anything. It was weird to me that the adults in the orphanage's workshop obeyed Gil and Lutz when they themselves were stronger and more experienced. This is apparently just how things are in noble society. And this is how you print using the press. The priest named Bartz explained. Demo and I had both tried it out ourselves. Since the printing press was just a simple modification of a normal press, the process required a lot of arm strength, just like juicing things did. There was a stand nearby for holding the ink and paper, but it didn't take me long to understand why they would want something that was actually on the press itself. So you'd want the paper around here, right? I asked, touching the press. Lutz promptly reached out from the side and pointed at one area in particular. Rather, could you just put a thin box at a slight diagonal angle here on here? The paper is all roughly the same size, so it would be ideal if you could make it with this in mind. Alright, that'll make it easier to print from this angle. I imitated the act of putting the paper into place to get a feel for it, all the while impressed at Lutz's ability to give a concrete explanation of what he wanted. The tool for applying the ink could be put here, Lutz continued, going on to list a bunch of suggestions. I nodded, still impressed, but each improvement made me more and more confused. He was being bizarrely specific. Though I let him continue, I was increasingly suspicious that he knew more than he was letting on. I needed to satisfy the High Bishop, and the more suggestions he had, the better. The work will apparently be a lot easier and need less power if you make a slidable stand that has the paper and lettering on it. That way, all you need to do... push it beneath the press and then pull it out again. Letts said, speaking as though he had suddenly just remembered, but the fact that he said apparently made it pretty clear that there was someone who already knew what a finished printing press would look like, and they were just giving him directions. Hey, Letts, someone knows exactly what we need to do here, don't they? I asked, glaring at him and Gil. If someone knows that stuff, then there really isn't any need for me to listen to what the Grey Priests think. I can make the printing press the High Bishop wants just like that. But... Letts trailed off, conscious of everyone around us. He was definitely hiding something, and it ticked me off. I needed to do a perfect job here to satisfy the High Bishop and save my plummeting reputation. I was in dire straits and didn't have time to play around. If you want the printing press improved, then let me speak to the person who knows what the finished product should look like. You planning on wasting my time with pointless trial and error or something? I exclaimed, causing the Grey Priest to jolt and take a step back. I hadn't said that much, but the air in the room had very blatantly changed. The calm on the priest's face immediately vanished, and they looked at me with guarded expressions. Huh? I wasn't yelling. I was yelling at Letts, not them. I furrowed my brow as the priest exchanged uncomfortable glances. Even though I hadn't said anything to them, the atmosphere was unusually off now. Letts looked around the workshop, then scratched his head with a sigh. Look, Ingo. We're from the lower city, so we're used to people yelling at the drop of a hat, and I understand that this is seen as normal there, but here in the temple, violence is forbidden. Nobody yells or gets up in anyone's face. All that does is scare people. Should we step outside? I'm sure you'd rather talk like we're in the lower city. Violence is forbidden? Nobody yells. The heck kind of a place is this? Yeah. Yeah, you're in another world, essentially. This place had a culture entirely different, unlike the lower city. I could feel that in my bones. Let's' explanation had made it clear that we were the odd ones here, not the priests. Sorry, Gil, but could you collect and summarize everyone's opinions? Ingo and I shall finish this talk outside. Letts directed me outside, even asking Demo to accompany us when I tried to leave him behind. Only Gutenbergs are allowed inside the workshop to protect the orphans and stuff. We can't let you stay in there alone. You mean I'm not a Gutenberg anymore? It's not my place to say, Letts replied as we left the temple and returned to the bustle of the lower city. I was finally back where I belonged. Letts had said that we can continue our discussion at my workshop. The Gilberta company was closer, but Demo and I weren't wearing good enough clothes to enter a northern store. When we eventually arrived, Letts spoke up the moment I closed the door behind us. I get that you want to speak to the person who knows what the finished press should look like, Ingo, but that's Lady Rosemine. She can't just up and talk to lower city craftsmen anymore. She had been baptized as a noble before becoming the High Bishop, so her status wasn't allowing her to casually speak to lower city commoners anymore. That can't be true. You've been speaking to the High Bishop, and you said that she visits the workshop every now and then. I shouted, hitting the table. Letts raised an eyebrow, and that's true. But what do you think a craftsman's going to be treated the same as a merchant from the Gilberta company who's used to dealing with nobles? I don't know what's ticking you off so much, but the temple's full of nobles. Status decides everything there. Plus, Gil's an attendant of the High Bishop. He's basically her representative in the temple. Not someone that's a craftsman like you can just yell at for being unreasonable, he said with a sigh. All you should have done was smile and write down the opinions were given. You were lucky the High Bishop isn't a more heartless noble, otherwise you could have been punished for your insolence. The problem here isn't that she can't come and see you if she wants to, it's that rude commoners like you who don't understand status would take off all the nobles around her. That's why she just avoids meeting them all. And all for safety's sake. If you annoy a noble, you could be killed where you stand. And it'd be your own fault too. What I'm trying to say here is give up on meeting the High Bishop in person. I gritted my teeth. I get that I messed up there. I didn't know how things worked in the temple, but I can't back down that easily. I need to improve the printing press so that my workshop doesn't get shut down, I said, explaining to Letts that its reputation has been plummeting ever since the monastery job. I don't expect a merchant to get the struggles that we craftsmen go through, but things aren't easy for me right now. The future of my workshop depends on this. Nah, I get you. My father and oldest brother work in construction, and my older brothers are carpenters. They all deal in carpentry, actually. My dad, Deed, went to Haas for the same monastery job. I knew Deed. We had worked together at the monastery, and his son Sieg was a hands apprentice at the Dostal workshop. The fact that I actually knew who he was talking about left me stunned. Why is the son of a carpenter working as a laharo for the Gilberta company and serving as one of the High Bishop's Gutenbergs? I asked, blinking in surprise. Even if he aimed to be an apprentice at a big store, there didn't seem to be any connection here. It's a long story, Lutz replied, refusing to give any more details. He then looked at me with his green eyes. Somehow, it seemed like his sight was fixated on the future. I get that your position in the guild is important for your workshop. Lady Rose might cause this problem, and I get that. I also get that improving the printing press is more important than anything right now. I'll tell Master Benno what I know about all this, including your perspective as a craftsman, and see whether he can create some circumstances for you to meet her. I owe you one. I negotiated with Benno through Lutz. He sympathized with the plight of the Ingo workshop and agreed to take me to the temple, albeit under 3 conditions. 1. I had to pay an intermediating fee to the Gilberta Company. 2. I could only speak when Benno gave me his permission. 3. I had to be emotionally prepared for the possibility that the meeting would end in my death. Isn't this fee kinda high? 3 large silver just to go to the temple once? Really? I began trying to barter the price down, but Benno flashed me a glare with his dark red eyes. We're putting a hold on store business and greeting nobles in the nobles' quarter, all so you can visit the temple. If you don't like the fee, I can stay right here and focus on my own work. Go by yourself for all I care. I'm sure a craftsman who doesn't know a single noble greeting will do just fine. I faltered. Benno was right. That really would go badly. I don't know how to deal with nobles at all. All right, I'll pay. Happy now? God, this is why you don't deal with big stores. I paid the crazy high fee and endured a lecture on what I should wear on the day of, among other things. Maybe the price wasn't that high after all, given that it included warnings and advice on how to deal with nobles. I wasn't sure why that last condition was part of the deal, but getting a chance to meet the High Bishop was certainly more important. And so I steeled my resolve and headed to the temple, accepting the likelihood that this might be the last thing I ever did. Ooh, it's finally over. Once I exited the temple, having been looked over by knights and priests from head to toe in that stifling room, I let out a sigh of relief. As I looked over the familiar lower city, the tension drained from my body. I had finally secured the contract saying that I had the High Bishop's exclusive business. The thing that I had been agonizing over since the monastery job was first mentioned. I gotta get back and talk with the others about this. When I had originally brought up that our workshop might have lost the High Bishop's exclusivity, both Annika and my Laharos had responded with optimism, but I knew they must have been just as worried on the inside. Her new order was something pretty weird. She wanted me to discuss my work with smiths, but that was something to think about later. Right now, I just wanted to tell them what had happened, and put an end to all the worrying. But while I was enjoying my brief repose, Benno shot me a look, starting to unslick his hair. Idiot, nothing's ever over yet. In fact, this is where the actual problems start. Different professions are going to have to work together on this, and that's not going to end anytime soon. You're going to be sharing the work from here on out. Nah, that can't be right. This is just a one-off. The High Bishop had only brought up this crazy idea because she was a noble who didn't know how craftsmen worked. No other customers would suggest we do anything that was this much of a pain. Everything will be fine as long as we can survive this one job. Lutz shook his head. Come on, do you really think Lady Rosemine's going to do this once and then never again? No, now she's going to think this is normal and do it every time. You might as well expect every job you have from now on to involve you working with people from other professions, he said. A world-wise look on his face. These were the worst of someone who knew Rosemine a lot better than I did. As the worries suddenly started rushing back to me, Benno slapped me on the back. But now that you've accepted it, you've got no choice but to keep it up. You'll need to talk to the Merchants Guild and all the other guilds involved. Then drop by Zach and Johann's workshops to introduce yourself. You should head to the Smiths tomorrow, and I'll send out a meeting request to the Guildmaster for you. If you sent one, it wouldn't even get read in time for the delivery date. Right. Benno listed a bunch of things that I needed to do all at once, but I didn't really understand the groundwork that merchants always did. He must have noticed that from the way I was blinking at him, because he glared at me with narrowed eyes. Get your head in the game, Ingo. You've got to finish all this before the Smiths are due back at the temple. This is something you'd normally have to do on your own without me. This sure is a big mess now, Benno said, crossing his arms, but even then I still hadn't truly realized how bad things really were. It wasn't until I was running around the city to greet everyone involved that I finally understood. We finally completed that cursed Haas job that required us to mobilize every carpentry and construction workshop in the city, and now you're starting some other grand mess, the Guildmaster exclaimed. A printing press built through the cooperative efforts of workshops from entirely different professions. Enough. Settle this matter among the other experts with their grand title, whatever it was. Don't get me involved in this. His desperation to not get involved was what finally made me understand what an unthinkable mess I had gotten myself wrapped up in. And the afterword. Oh boy, I'll get to work on this and I'll see everybody in the next volume.